Growth. Nidhogg raced across the ground, where magnificent dragon wings should have flourished on its back. Only two withered, incomplete stumps adorned with dark, ash-colored feathers rema. End. Its breath came in hurried gasps, and its form swayed unsteadily, yet pressed on without pause or cry, merely drawing in deep breaths as it continued to run. No dragon pursued it, nor did any dragon observe its plight, however. As a dragon born with inherent deficiencies, it required far greater effort and tenacity merely to attain a PHY comparable to that of its peers. Indeed, this was precisely the reason it had devoted itself wholeheartedly to the study of magic, at least in the realm of sorcery. It stood on equal footing with other dragons. Through the formidable power of its draconic language magic, it vanquished all dragons of the same age, emerging as the foremost among the new generation of its kind, thereby laying a solid foundation for its future ascent to the throne of Dragon King. The sun beat down relentlessly upon it, beads of sweat oozing from its unscaled skin. It continued until it felt it had reached its limit, its heart nearly leaping from its throat, gasping for breath, before finally coming to a halt. Then, this diminutive dragon closed its eyes and began to meditate, not in the manner of human sorcerers seeking to explore and expand their mental realms, but as human warriors do, delving inward to enhance their physical prowess. Naturally, it employed a modified version of its own draconic heritage, a culmination of centuries of wisdom from its past existing. At the very least, this allows it to recover more swiftly from exhaustion, adapt more readily to the rigors of intense training, and possess a more robust appetite, thus consuming more and obtaining ample nourishment. For now, this alone is sufficient, as it represents the utmost of its current capabilities. Due to its proximity to the volcanic crater, the temperature within the cave is markedly higher than that outside. Nidhogg once again plunged into deep contemplation until he was assured of his complete recovery. After finishing his meal, Nidhogg commenced meditation, expanding his consciousness outward to perceive, capture, influence, and ultimately master the elements. However, at this moment, Nidhogg was merely at the stage of sensing the elements. Considering he was only 2 days old, this rate of progress is astonishing. Even for dragonkind, who possess the ability to inherit through bloodlines, it is remarkable. Most hatchlings at this stage are still engaged in the simple cycle of eating and sleeping. In truth, despite their considerable intelligence, dragons often lead lives predominantly characterized by this basic and harmless nature of eating and sleeping. Nidhogg continued his meditation until he felt his consciousness could no longer sustain itself, at which point he finally ceased. At that moment, both his mind and body had reached their limits, and thus this young dragon, having been born merely a day prior, succumbed to slumber. 3 months later, on the Dragon Tribe Isles, the island where Emil resides, Nidhogg raced across the uneven terrain. After 3 months of rigorous training, its once feeble body had finally grown strong. Nidhogg believed it was not inferior to any ordinary young dragon. Though merely a first-level spell, just a notch above the most basic zero-level cantrips, it was sufficient for Nidhogg, who had yet to reach even 3 months of age. It was not seeking self-harm, rather, intended to use these low-level spells to hone its abilities. The simplest of these was the binding spell, which created a force to restrain an enemy, hindering their movements. However, what if one were cast a binding spell on oneself regularly, only to release it during battle? The effect would be akin to training amidst a raging torrent. Of course, both casting and maintaining a spell required a significant portion of mental focus. Yet, this effort was undoubtedly worthwhile, as the act of casting and sustaining spells was itself a form of magical discipline. Nonetheless, even for Nidhogg, limitations of age and time meant it could only achieve this feat until 10 days ago. Moreover, dividing its focus in such a manner consumed far more energy than merely engaging in one task alone. At this very moment, its mind struggled to maintain the spell, yet it continued to push its body to move. Only when it could no longer endure did it finally come to a halt, panting heavily, and began to rest. Nidhogg was acutely aware that, although the might of dragons on Dragon Island appeared to hold little significance among their kin, the inherent effect of dragon power was diminished by over 95%, rendering it nearly negligible. However, for other beings, it served as a remarkably effective weapon, particularly when confronting human armies. Only when it sensed a revival of its energy did Nidhogg close its golden vertical pupils and begin to enter a meditative state. In that moment, Nidhogg quickly recognized the time had come for the young dragons to engage in their training and development. Greetings, Nidhogg. I trust you are aware of our destination. Then, please mount my back. Emil cast a curious glance at its descendant, recalling distinctly that it had never mentioned the matters of the dragon lineage. How was it that the young one recognized O'Neill? Yet, in an instant, Emil set this puzzlement aside. From the moment of its birth, the descendant had exhibited a remarkable independence, autonomy, and vigor. Perhaps one might even describe it as industriousness. Were it a human, inquiries would abound, laden with concern and trepidation. However, for the languid dragons, such thoughts would merely swirl in their minds before being cast acid. As long as the young one faced no assaults from other creatures and sustained no grievous injuries, all would be well. Otherwise, even the most indolent of dragons would grasp the true meaning of the wrath of a dragon. Chapter 2. Name Nidhogg pressed its diminutive form against O'Neill's back. As they soared through the skies, countless gales rushed toward them. However, before they could even brush against its body, they were repelled by an unseen force, as if enveloped in an invisible shroud. The distance between Dragon Island, or more accurately, the archipelago of dragons, was not particularly vast. Having experienced this journey once before, Nidhogg was acutely aware that their destination lay in the southern part of Dragon Island, where the ancient dragon Haurian resided. This island bore no specific name, for with a population scarcely exceeding 300, and given that most of the time the dragons were either feasting or slumbering, there was neither necessity nor habit to designate a name. They typically referred to places simply as the residence of XXX. However, should humans occupy it, it would likely be duly named. Nidhogg recalled the moments preceding its demise. When the golden slit of its eye was filled with chilling despair, it forcefully withdrew from those thoughts that threatened to gnaw at its soul with regret and fury. Lowering its gaze, the golden slit reflected the approaching island below, where it began to discern several indistinct shapes. These shapes gradually magnified, eventually crystallizing into clarity, several young dragons. With diminutive wings and powerful hind legs poised upright, their skin beginning to show the faint outlines of scales. Nidhogg could instantly recognize that the smallest among them had already been born for over a year. Nidhogg silently murmured their names: Fury, Gale, Blade, Thunder, Yeflan. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last met. The names of the dragon kin, when translated into the human tongue, often embody two distinct methods: phonetic transcription and semantic translation. The existence of the latter stems from the vast chasm between the languages of dragons and humans, where many terms lack even a remotely similar phonetic counterpart in human language. Presently, the once niche practice of semantic translation has gradually eclipsed phonetic transcription, becoming the prevailing norm. Is this the newcomer from our kin? It appears so diminutive. How large do you suppose it truly is? I surmise it has been born for nearly 6 months. I speculate it has been alive for 3 months. I reckon it is merely a month old. Wait, observe its wings. How tragic, how pitiable, how ungraceful. Why have its wings come to resemble this? I do not know. It appears to be the first encounter for everyone, even among our languid kind. During their juvenile and adolescent phases, they exhibit considerable vivacity and vigor. Nidhogg pondered this, and with a slight tremor, a gust of wind lifted its massive form. For a creature of such considerable size and weight as the dragon kin, it would be impossible to soar freely through the skies solely by the strength of their wings. However, once they became accustomed to levitating their bodies with the power of magic, they could effortlessly elevate and even grasp other beings, such as their still youthful kin. Standing upon the ground, Nidhogg gazed at its brethren, who curiously observed from a distance. At that moment, the voice of O'Neill resonated in its ears. Come now, Nidhogg. Let us proceed to meet Elder Helion. In contrast to humans, the elders of the dragon kin embody the essence of venerable wisdom rather than mere titles of office. After all, the entire dragon population residing on the island numbers merely around 200, most of whom are either sleeping or feasting. In such circumstances, the emergence of a strict political structure is virtually impossible. Decisions are generally made by gathering everyone together for discussion when necessary. Moreover, the so-called Dragon King among the dragons does not wield the formidable authority and rights characteristic of human leaders. Rather, it is simply the strongest and most formidable among them. Naturally, as the mightiest of the Dragon Kin, when the Dragon King offers counsel, the majority of the dragons would not dare to descend. Otherwise, the dissenting dragon would soon experience the wrath of the Dragon King firsthand. This phenomenon indeed elucidates why, within the dragon lineage, the most potent dragons frequently assume the mantle of Dragon King. However, their acceptance does not inherently imply unwavering obedience to the king's commands. When pressed to their limits, they might simply flick their tails and retreat to the mainland, rendering the title of Dragon King utterly powerless. Even if they choose not to flee, merely engaging in guerrilla tactics upon the Dragon Isles poses a significant challenge for those Dragon Kings lacking sufficient mobility. Whether other dragons are inclined to heed the Dragon King's orders to assail a fellow kin ultimately hinges upon the king's own capabilities. In truth, there are instances when the Dragon King himself faces the wrath of dissenting dragons. Nidhogg could not help but reminisce about his past life, wherein he valiantly championed an alliance with humanity, battling against 10 formidable dragons almost single-handedly. Ultimately, he triumphed, but not without incurring grave injuries. He vanquished all those opposing dragons. Yet the sacrifices he made yielded nothing but betrayal and harm in return. Contemplating this, a dark flame reignited within the vast emptiness of his heart. He then lowered his head, trailing behind O'Neill as they entered the cavern. Awaiting them was a colossal dragon, so immense that it nearly filled the entire cave. Whether in this life or the last, Nidhogg could never comprehend why Helene and certain giants were inclined to seek out caves that barely accommodated their size. Refusing to opt for a more spacious alternative, Helene opened his half-slit vertical pupils. Even in his advanced age, the clarity and brilliance of his gaze remained striking, allowing one to discern the intricate patterns at the edges of his irises, exuding an unusual blend of beauty and dominance. Ah, so this is the newly born dragon. The ancient dragon mused, his voice resonating with a profound depth, reverberating through the vast cavern with countless tremors and a piercing quality inherent in the dragon tongue. Helene nodded, his dual eyes fixed upon Nidhogg, as the penetrating echoes of his voice continued to fill the cavern. Welcome to this realm, Nidhogg. I have faith that you will thrive here and acquire a wealth of knowledge. Despite the formidable power and considerable wisdom possessed by the dragon race, young dragons, upon their birth, are imbued with the legacy of their lineage through the guidance of their parents. However, this does not guarantee a smooth journey to adulthood. In their tender years, they face myriad dangers that could harm or even extinguish their lives. Moreover, their indifferent parents are not always vigilant, which is, in fact, one of the reasons for gathering the young dragons for care. Thus, the common blessing from adult dragons to hatchlings is, may you grow up safely. After all, the dragon population is exceedingly scarce, and each hatchling is a treasure. The loss of even one is a tragedy too great to bear. Nidhogg lifted his head, his golden vertical pupils unwaveringly meeting the gaze of the elder dragon. His mouth opened, revealing a burgeoning array of teeth. Indeed, I believe so as well. He awaited the future with eager anticipation. Magic binds the body, creating a formidable inertia. Under such circumstances, every step demands greater effort than usual. Yet, Nidhogg continues to run, its heart thundering as though it might leap from its chest, expelling torrents of searing breath through its mouth and nostrils, panting in exhaustion. Running not only trains its feet and physique, but, more importantly, its endurance. The dragon kin are renowned for their strength, yet not for their stamina. While the mightiest among humans can exert themselves for over half an hour, dragons, when fully committed, seldom sustain such effort even for a third of that time. Consequently, dragons rarely fight with their full might, nor is there often a necessity to do so. However, Nidhogg understands that to achieve its purpose, it is essential to enhance its endurance. Humans are a cunning race. Any flaw may lead to failure. Only by striving for perfection can one increase the likelihood of future victories. In the distance, several young dragons observe the scene. Nidhogg is running again. Why does it take such pleasure in running? Who knows? Perhaps it is because, lacking wings, it cannot fly, and thus resorts to running. The young dragons burst into laughter together. Nidhogg pays them no mind. In its past life, a natural disability led to conflicts with these younglings, but this time, it will be different. Every moment of its life is dedicated to training and fortifying itself. There is little time to engage with others. The harm and setbacks inflicted by these young dragons are trivial, almost as insubstantial as dust, compared to what its human friends have wrought upon it. These fledgling dragons are merely innocent and naive, devoid of malice or benevolence, driven solely by instinctual simplicity. In stark contrast, the memories of those friends, whom it once trusted with its very life, ignite a dark flame within the vast emptiness of its heart, yearning to fill the void through violence and destruction. Chapter 3. Training. Nidhogg stood atop the precipice at the island's edge, the salty and warm sea breeze enveloping it. A comfort as it gradually matured. The scales that adorned its body, still tender and fragile, had yet to attain their future resilience, yet they were markedly more sensitive. Its golden, slit-like pupils gazed forward, while above, several of its kin soared gracefully through the skies. Ha ha ha, Nidhogg, how does it feel? Are you envious? Alas, you have no wings to join us, they taunted. La la la, how pitiable. The young dragons flitted about, displaying a form of mischievousness that was more instinctual than malevolent. Nidhogg vividly recalls that in its previous life, it gazed enviously at the dragons soaring through the sky, while it struggled to traverse the ground. After all, being inherently disadvantaged. It possessed neither wings nor the robust constitution of its dragon kin. This profound envy, longing, and even jealousy accumulated within its heart, eventually transforming into an unparalleled drive, propelling it into the realm of magic. In this life, although it still lacks wings, its relentless dedication to training since birth has rendered its physical prowess comparable to that of its contemporaneous dragons. With each passing day of unwavering effort, it continues to grow stronger, perhaps even surpassing them. The taunts and mockeries from its peers now feel like a gentle breeze against its skin, leaving it unperturbed. In its golden slit-like pupils, the only reflection is that of the distant sea meeting the sky. Moreover, it has achieved certain results, as it has managed to adapt some of these techniques to the dragon's physique. Nidhogg eagerly anticipates the outcome, pondering if frail humans can elevate themselves to rival dragons through such methods. What might become of the already formidable dragon lineage? However, it is acutely aware that the challenge of transforming from weakness to strength is fundamentally distinct from that of becoming even more formidable from a position of power. The potential enhancement that could render an ordinary human capable of rivaling the dragon race might merely augment a dragon's abilities tenfold. Furthermore, techniques originally devised for humans, when adapted for dragons, yield uncertain results. In its previous life, the application of such techniques upon itself resulted only in a modest elevation from a frail dragon to an ordinary one. Nonetheless, Nidhogg has never been one to aspire beyond reason. Its desires have always been modest. It does not seek a tenfold increase, but rather a single increment, or perhaps even a mere fraction, would suffice to satisfy its ambitions. It understands clearly that, from the moment of its rebirth, coupled with the experience gained prior, the enhancements it can achieve in this lifetime will far surpass those of its previous existence. When Nidhogg awakened, it discovered that the young dragons had vanished without a trace. Although dragons possess the ability to fly, their substantial weight prevents them from soaring through the skies as freely as birds, especially for those younglings who have only recently mastered the art of flight. Thus, amid this relentless and tireless training, 3 months swiftly passed, and the once curious young dragons had completely lost interest in the peculiar, disabled little dragon. This allows Nidhogg to focus more intently on its own training. Although even when they remain intrigued, they hardly pose any significant influence or hindrance to Nidhogg. It begins to cautiously collide its body against hard objects such as trees and rocks. While these encounters do not render its scales any tougher, they do serve to tighten the muscular layer beneath its scales. Through experiencing these impacts, it aids in extending its perception into the surface muscles of its body. In these moments of meditative reflection, it can vaguely sense how air is drawn into its lungs and subsequently expelled, with certain gases being separated and coursing through its body via the lungs, while blood flows continuously from the powerful contractions of its heart through the 2 major arteries. For human warriors, the means to perceive, grasp, and ultimately strengthen themselves likely revolves around these 3 elements: chi, blood, and force. In reality, for most human warriors, they often first engage in posture practice and repeated combat, experiencing the flow of their strength between muscles and tendons before venturing into the realms of chi and blood. However, for Nidhogg, owing to the retention of some achievements from its previous life, its initial foray was into the chi generated by breathing and the circulation of blood, which is inextricably linked to the distinctions between dragons and humans. The human body is agile, allowing for a more profound experience of the existence and flow of energy. In contrast, the dragon race possesses a massive and relatively cumbersome physique. However, it is precisely this bulk that endows them with robust and vigorous blood, making it far easier to grasp and perceive than the subtle currents of energy. For the amphibious dragons, Manipulation of air currents is an innate instinct. After all, relying solely on the strength of their wings cannot sustain their immense bodies as they soar through the skies. Moreover, when they plunge into the depths of the ocean to hunt, they must compress a substantial amount of air within their lungs to remain submerged for extended periods. All of this knowledge, acquired from their studies of human techniques prior to their rebirth, has become a treasured asset in their new existence. 3 months have passed, and Nidhogg once again stands upon the towering cliffs at the edge of the island. Lowering its head, it observes the azure waters below, where waves crash relentlessly against the precipice, creating an abundance of white froth. Taking a deep breath, the still-developing dragon crystal within it trembles slightly as it inhales a significant volume of air, which is then compressed by the power of the dragon crystal. Without hesitation, Nidhogg leaps off the cliff. The nascent dragon crystal vibrates continuously, resonating with the elements, as invisible air currents lift its form, decelerating its descent. Nevertheless, upon entering the water, it still experiences a profound impact that reverberates throughout its body, accompanied by a subtle sting. The frigid seawater enveloped its entire being, cascading over the surface of its scales as it glided alongside Nidhogg. It could distinctly sense the young dragon's descent into the depths, where the pressure of the water intensified, simultaneously releasing and consuming the air that had been compressed within its lungs. At last, the juvenile dragon resurfaced, breaking through the surface to swim towards the distant shore. It opened its mouth wide, striving to inhale the air. For this still tender creature, which could merely be referred to as a whelp, the exertion of such a brief endeavor had already rendered it fatigued. Indeed, had it not been for the relentless training over the past months, day and night, fortifying its stamina, it might have lacked the strength to reach the shore. This challenge was not solely due to the efficiency of exercising in the ocean, enhancing its physical prowess, but also a preparation for future hunts. One must understand that alongside the dragon's formidable strength and immense size, there exists a proportional appetite. This reality elucidates why most dragons congregate on Dragon Island. The ocean's bounty far surpasses that of the land. The region where they reside is a confluence of significant ocean currents, teeming with marine life, a habitat capable of sustaining over 200 colossal dragons. Nevertheless, even so, dragons often require a considerable amount of time to hunt in order to gather sufficient sustenance, with the majority of their efforts expended on traversing distances, particularly for winged dragons capable of flight, let alone the wingless Nidhogg. In actuality, for a significant portion of its previous existence, Nidhogg relied on the prey hunted by other dragons, as it would likely have teetered on the brink of starvation if it were to depend solely on its own capabilities. However, having been reborn with prior experience, Nidhogg would naturally never allow such circumstances to recur, and this would also facilitate the continued enhancement of its physique. Chapter 4. Cultivation. Here, in the submerged zone near the island inhabited by the dragon race of Halhane, Nidhogg stood steadfastly upon the portion of the island that extended into the sea, its body entirely submerged in the azure waters. The sunlight, having undergone multiple refractions and scatterings through the seawater, appeared dim. The diminutive dragon could clearly sense the ebb and flow of the tides, with waves of seawater lapping against its body, providing just enough pressure. A substantial amount of gas was compressed within its lungs, gradually released to supply its entire body, and ultimately expelled as waste gas from its nostrils, creating a series of gurgling bubbles. It was precisely in this dim, tranquil, and pressurized environment that Nidhogg could more clearly perceive the internal activities of its body, the beating of its heart, the circulation of its blood, the expansion and contraction of its lungs, and the slow release of compressed gas within them. Now, Nidhogg has shifted its daily training grounds from the land to this place. As it continues to grow, its training location will ultimately transition to the depths of the sea, where the pressure and resistance of the water far exceed those of the air, enabling a more effective conditioning of its physique. However, it is still premature for Nidhogg to train beneath the surface at this stage. The air within its lungs is gradually depleting. Yet Nidhogg remains motionless until it is certain that the residual gases in its lungs have been completely consumed. Only when the pressure in its chest becomes unbearable does it exert a powerful leap, surfacing to the ocean's surface. There, it takes a deep breath, allowing a substantial influx of air to fill its lungs once again to capacity. Afterward, it makes its way to the shore, vigorously shaking its body to rid its scales of the seawater that clings to them. Then, it casts a binding spell, causing the surrounding air to become suddenly dense and heavy with elemental fluctuations, before it begins to sprint toward the cave on the island. Upon reaching the cavern, it finds Helene and the other young dragons already gathered, for it is once again time to feast. Although Nidhogg's aspirations have always transcended mere excellence, it understands that a journey is undertaken step by step, and a meal must be savored bite by bite. Thus, it exhibits remarkable patience. Old dragon Helene gazes at Nidhogg, the uniquely disadvantaged youngling, which has never conformed to the norm of its kind. While most dragons tend to occupy their own islands in solitude upon reaching maturity, during their youth, they often congregate with their kin. However, Nidhogg stands apart, for in its eyes, the other young dragons, including this ancient Wyrm, seem to have never existed at all. Such extreme solitude among dragons is indeed quite rare. Harion, do regale us with tales of your past adventures. The juvenile dragons implored, clustering around the elder dragon, their still tender voices brimming with curiosity. Although the dragon kin possess a lineage of inherited knowledge, it is impossible to encapsulate the entirety of every dragon's life history. What they inherit primarily consists of essential wisdom, abilities, skills, experiences, and knowledge. Nidhogg quietly filled its belly, then once again ventured out from its lair to commence its solitary training. For dragons, a robust physique and formidable magical prowess are the two indispensable elements that position them at the pinnacle of the food chain. Among these, the key to powerful magic lies not only in their ancestral dragon language but also in their vocal organs, which naturally surpass those of most magical beasts. Alongside the dragon crystal, which serves as the core of magical activation. In truth, compared to the dragon language itself, the existence and function of the dragon crystal represent the true barrier that humanity faces in mastering and comprehending dragon language magic. The former merely requires the alteration of air vibrations, while the latter necessitates the conjuring of a magical core, a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. For Nidhogg, it is abundantly clear that just as childhood exercise fosters a robust physique, the regular practice of magic equally contributes to the development and maturation of the dragon crystal. Naturally, this pertains exclusively to the dragon kin, who harness their magic through the dragon crystal. While humanity categorizes magic into 12 tiers, even the most rudimentary dragon language spells wield power equivalent to the 5th tier. Yet, such spells, even for Nidhogg, could only be successfully executed at the age of 30 in a previous life. In this incarnation, while it may be possible to achieve this sooner, it is estimated to require around 20 years. However, akin to how humans engage in zero-level cantrips as apprentices beneath the 12 tiers of magic, the dragon race possesses similar rudimentary skills available for young dragons to learn and utilize. Yet, in the eyes of the dragons, these cannot merely be classified as cantrips. They are regarded as innate talents and instincts. Among these innate abilities, the manipulation of airflow is the most widely practiced and frequently employed. Nonetheless, as is widely recognized by others, the most renowned aspect of dragonkind is their breath of fire. Nevertheless, Nidhogg is acutely aware that the formidable power of the dragon's breath is matched by its considerable burden, particularly for young dragons. Excessive use may prove not only unbeneficial but potentially harmful. Hence, it has opted for binding spells, targeting itself, which not only aids in its own training, but also effectively stimulates the dragon crystal. However, Nidhogg has recently begun to gradually perceive that his dragon crystal has become almost entirely accustomed to the stimulation brought about by this simple spell. Thus, he mused, perhaps it is time for me to embark on dedicated magical training. Once more, Nidhogg stood atop the precipice, feeling the sea breeze caress him. Whether in magic or martial skills, the journey ultimately intertwines with one's spirit and soul. It is precisely for this reason that, regardless of the type of training, it invariably involves the mastery of one's mindset. The lineage of the dragon race offers little discourse on this matter. After all, dragons are inherently powerful and somewhat indolent, while humans have conducted quite detailed studies on the subject. Consequently, Nidhogg understands well that in the initial stages of learning, the environment is undoubtedly a significant factor. In fact, even in later stages, the surroundings can still exert a certain influence on one's mindset, albeit to a markedly lesser degree. As for those who react not at all to the changes in their external environment, they are not alive. They are but stones or wood. For Nidhogg, standing on this cliff summit, the horizon stretched endlessly, a seamless blend of sea and sky. He could distinctly feel the vastness of this realm, which facilitated his ease in entering a meditative state. Thus, when he chose to practice alone, he often gravitated towards this place. Although for a being like Nidhogg, who has lived a full life, the influence of the external environment has diminished to an almost negligible extent, any slight enhancement remains worthwhile to him. The power of the elements responds to its will, as the dragon crystal vibrates gently, resonating with the elements. It is within this resonance that the elements continuously coalesce and construct, only to shatter at the moment of imminent formation. This embodies the essence of a mage's cultivation. Meditation expands one's spirit and deepens the connection with the elements, forming the foundation of a mage's magical prowess. However, the specific ability to unleash this magic is honed through repeated rehearsals, gradually enhancing one's skill. Just as a robust physique does not inherently guarantee mastery in combat techniques, so too does a mage's body and spirit adapt to the burdens imposed by spells. Naturally, this adaptation is less of a concern for adult dragons. Yet, for young dragons, their bodies and spirits are not on par with their adult counterparts. In the course of such frequent training, the continuous growth and adaptation of both body and spirit effectively allow them to inch closer to the realm of adult dragons. This is precisely what Nidhogg requires. After all, even the mightiest of dragons may appear feeble when standing alone against an entire race, particularly when faced with the most formidable among humans. Moreover, drawing from past life experiences, it is acutely aware of the profound depth of human potential. Many powerful beings, even when compared to dragons, are far from inferior. Chapter 5. Challenge the dragon crystal trembled slightly, resonating with the elemental forces. Responding to the call of its own will, the sea stirred in waves. The once heavier and more viscous liquid amplifying the pressure and gravity in that moment. Nevertheless, the pressure it exerted was akin to that of a binding spell. This was, in fact, one of the reasons why Nidhogg had previously refrained from training in the ocean. Now, however, what it sought to develop was not merely its physical form, but also its magical abilities. Controlling the sea proved far more challenging than manipulating air. It was palpable that under these conditions, the burden on the dragon crystal was substantially greater than when it cast binding spells on land. Yet, this was precisely what Nidhogg required. The young dragon began to amble through the water, the air stored within its lungs gradually released to sustain its energy. It could distinctly feel the pressure of the surrounding sea. Despite the intensity being relatively similar, the qualitative difference created a significant disparity compared to land, rendering Nidhogg quite uncomfortable. Only when the air in its lungs was entirely exhausted did Nidhogg finally surface, returning to land and shaking off the seawater clinging to its scales. It resumed its sprint, having dedicated an entire day to a singular form of training, which was far less efficient than distributing time across various activities and maintaining a daily regimen. At this moment, the frequent running had become evident. Its hind legs were noticeably thicker than those of its peers, appearing 2 or 3 times more robust. In stark contrast to its conspicuous external demeanor, Nidhogg has consistently honed its endurance, an advantage that becomes increasingly apparent when juxtaposed with other young dragons. At this moment, nearly 2 years have elapsed since Nidhogg's birth. With a span of 48 years ahead, the once fabled dragon of the end reflects upon its fate. The flames of vengeance incessantly blaze within the cavernous void of its heart, destined to reduce either its foes or itself to ashes. Ah, Nidhogg! It lifted its head languidly, its golden slit pupils mirroring another young dragon soaring in the sky. The palpable provocation in the other's tone was unmistakable. "Who are you?" Nidhogg inquired deliberately. "I cannot recall the names of nameless wretches." "What? You wretched dragon, you don't even recognize me?" The little dragon seethed with indignation. "It appears I must leave you with a lasting impression." In the next instant, it dove down without hesitation. Though merely a young dragon, the acceleration from its aerial descent lent considerable force to its attack. Yet, Nidhogg, having already discerned the trajectory of the assault, sidestepped with ease. What a lamentable lack of self-control, Nidhogg mused, as it swiftly maneuvered its body. With a tail nearly half its length, it struck down upon the little dragon, whose attempt at an attack had already destabilized it. The immense force sent the young dragon tumbling to the ground. In the next moment, Nidhogg leaped forward without hesitation, landing upon the body of its opponent. Raising its head high, it delivered a sudden and forceful impact upon the adversary's skull, rendering it momentarily dazed. The young dragon, pinned beneath, struggled valiantly, yet Nidhogg's seasoned limbs held it firmly in place, leaving it utterly unable to escape. Its forelimbs and head relentlessly struck the body of the young dragon, inflicting wounds and delivering blows that only served to heighten its fury and agitation. In its desperation, the young dragon opened its maw wide, revealing sharp teeth, attempting to tear a bloody chunk from its foe, yet its efforts were in vain. Initially, the young dragon fought fiercely, but as time passed, its strength waned rapidly, leaving it with little more than breath and widened eyes. Nevertheless, Nidhogg's assault persisted, continuing unabated until it was certain its foe had succumbed. Only then did it rise, turning away with an air of indifference. For Nidhogg, victory was a foregone conclusion. The only variable was the duration of the triumph. It paid no heed to the fact that it faced a mere young dragon, scarcely 5 years old and lacking experience. Even if it could vanquish its opponent in a shorter span, what significance would that hold? Nidhogg merely sought to ascertain the fruits of its training and cultivation through this confrontation. From the current perspective, the outcome appeared favorable. Through the recent battle, it could confirm that its striking power surpassed that of its opponent, with its focus on endurance training yielding an advantage of nearly half. Then, it was time to continue training and honing skills. However, for Nidhogg, this held little significance. For the young dragons, it was evidently quite the opposite. Within just a few days, one of the young dragons launched another attack on Nidhogg, only to be swiftly vanquished once more. Nidhogg's robust hind limbs overpowered the young dragon, pinning its form to the ground, while several others erupted into laughter nearby. Yet, the once formidable dragon of the end turned its gaze upon them, its golden slit pupils surveying them with palpable disdain, and remarked in a tone laced with contempt, "What are you laughing at? To my eyes, you are no different from this worthless creature on the ground." This blatant provocation undoubtedly incensed the young dragons. "Come at me one by one," Nidhogg scoffed. By nature, dragons rarely engaged in mobbing, especially not the younglings. A total of 5 young dragons had emerged, one already defeated, while the remaining 4 charged forth in succession. At this juncture, the disparity in their strength was not yet apparent. Even Nidhogg, who had tirelessly trained since birth, found itself only marginally superior to the other young dragons in terms of magical prowess and physical stamina. In terms of raw strength, speed, and constitution, it was not significantly advantaged over those with innate superiority. Nevertheless, this slight edge, combined with Nidhogg's extensive combat experience, allowed it to maintain an advantage in one-on-one confrontations, leading to victories. Yet, even so, upon confronting the third young dragon, Nidhogg was still brought down. The reason was simple: sheer exhaustion. The young dragons danced joyfully in the sky, celebrating their triumph over the incapacitated dragon. Meanwhile, Nidhogg silently pondered that indeed, training was insufficient, and there remained much to pursue. 3 months later, Nidhogg once again issued a challenge, yet it still matched only the prowess of the third young dragon. It was not solely Nidhogg that had grown, but the young dragons had also matured. 6 months hence, conflict erupted anew, and it was not until the 4th young dragon that Nidhogg was finally brought to the ground. A year later, only upon facing the 5th young dragon was Nidhogg defeated again. This time, even the victorious young dragon dared not to mock. Nidhogg's relentless challenges compelled them to recognize their adversary's formidable strength, prompting an involuntary commitment to training. However, the disparities in temperament and experience rendered them inferior to Nidhogg in terms of efficiency, intensity, and endurance. Another 6 months passed, and Nidhogg succeeded in vanquishing all 5 young dragons. Concurrently, new young dragons were dispatched. The reproductive cycle of the dragon race was unpredictable, with as many as 3 to 5 young dragons arriving in a single year, or perhaps only one every 3 to 5 years. Nonetheless, due to their lengthy lifespans and formidable capabilities contributing to a high survival rate, the stability of their lineage was assured, if not for the interference of humans. Nidhogg resolved to cease such futile contemplations. Anger and hatred would only drain its energy, redirecting its focus towards dedicated training. At this very moment, it is treading upon the gently submerged expanse of Long Island, immersed in a state of submersion. However, in comparison to its previous position, it now finds itself at a greater depth, moving with swiftness and ease. Nidhogg is acutely aware that, unlike other dragons, who can soar through the skies with their wings to hunt elsewhere, its inherent disability confines it to foraging for prey in the depths of the water. A significant part of its early underwater training was indeed to prepare for this reality. Chapter 6. Thunder and lightning. The seawater glides over its scales as Nidhogg's agile form navigates through the ocean, designed for running on land, yet not entirely suited for swimming. The massive tail, which primarily serves to maintain balance on solid ground, now propels its body forward in the water, while the sturdy hind limbs, originally intended for support, create considerable resistance at this juncture. From initial clumsiness to newfound proficiency, from shallow waters to profound depths, Nidhogg devotes nearly a third of its daily hours to practice in the sea. Now, it is finally poised to attempt hunting on its own. Although this particular submerged region near Long Island may seem modest, it is ample for a young dragon who has yet to see 5 years of life. Its golden vertical pupils remain wide open even beneath the waves, a thin membrane adhering to the surface of its eyes, effectively isolating it from the surrounding seawater. In the distance, a great fish gradually swam by. In the next moment, Nidhogg's long, robust tail suddenly whipped around, and its entire body leaped forward. The smooth scales glided through the water as its gaping maw swiftly captured the fish on the opposite side. Scales were torn apart, and blood sprayed into the sea, the tender flesh mingling with a rich, metallic aroma that filled Nidhogg's mouth. With a combination of tearing and biting, the entire fish was consumed, scales and bones indiscriminately devoured. For a dragon's digestive system is far more resilient than that of a human. With its stomach filled to capacity, Nidhogg began to rise gradually from the depths of the sea. Even for a dragon, engaging in vigorous activity after a hearty meal is not advisable. However, it is suitable for other forms of cultivation, such as contemplation. When Nidhogg finally emerged from its meditative state, several young dragons had reappeared before it. These undeveloped drakes, unable to forget the fact that they had been bested by a smaller, albeit disabled, dragon, were persistent in their memories. Nidhogg regarded this with indifference, viewing it merely as another form of physical exercise. Moreover, under such circumstances, it was likely that these young dragons would strive harder than before, upon reaching maturity. They would undoubtedly possess even greater strength than in their previous lives, a fortunate prospect for the dragonkind. The fluctuations of elemental energies shimmered continuously as the young dragons flapped their wings, launching themselves at Nidhogg, only to be toppled one after another. The wingless dragon shifted its form and, in the ancient tongue of dragons, proclaimed, "Next time, should you remain so ineffectual, let us confront one another collectively." Infuriated, it added, "Curse you, Nidhogg, do not be so arrogant. We shall surely vanquish you in the next encounter." Yet, the young dragon across from it remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent as it flicked its tail before them, departing with an air of disdain. Such humiliation was likely to ignite their fury and bolster their determination, thought Nidhogg. Once more, it ascended the precipice to commence its training. The dragon crystal trembled slightly, responding to its will within the arcane framework of magic. Although, in theory, all things are composed of elements, the majority of the time, what is wielded are flames, air, or other similar forms of pure energy. The disparity lies solely in the levels of activity exhibited by these elements. The more active an element, the more readily it responds to a mage's summons. However, this heightened responsiveness comes at a cost, as it becomes increasingly challenging to control, posing a greater risk of harm to the wielder. For instance, the element of lightning possesses a far higher level of activity than that of fire. Even apprentices can summon it. Yet they often suffer injury before they can construct a complete spell model. Conversely, elements such as earth exhibit too low a level of activity, requiring at least the 9th tier to utilize them as a medium for casting a complete spell. At present, Nidhogg was practicing the summoning and shaping of the elemental force of lightning. The choice of this particular element stemmed from its efficiency and speed in facilitating the mass slaughter of humans. It is important to note that whether it be the atmosphere, flames, land, or other forms of power, they can all be mitigated to varying degrees by the metallic armor employed by humanity. However, lightning remains entirely unaffected. Moreover, due to the inherent conductivity of metal, Nidhogg's utilization of lightning magic against armored humans significantly enhances its accuracy, while alleviating the strain associated with control. The prerequisite for this, however, is the complete mastery of the lightning element. Yet, even for dragons, which reign at the apex of the food chain, manipulating the lightning element is no simple feat, particularly for juvenile dragons. In fact, the majority of dragons tend to favor the powers of fire and the atmosphere. After all, dragons are naturally inclined to manipulate the air, and due to their habitual surroundings, they often reside near volcanic regions, which fosters a profound affinity for flames. In such circumstances, aside from those exceptionally gifted, few dragons dedicate themselves to the practice of wielding other elements. Nevertheless, Nidhogg clearly does not fall within this category. Sparks of electricity flicker incessantly in the air around it, appearing and vanishing in a dance of brilliance, accompanied by a soft crackle. For Nidhogg, summoning lightning is not particularly challenging due to its nature. Yet shaping and releasing it proves to be exceedingly arduous, demanding even more energy than practicing under the constraints of binding magic. However, adaptation is inevitable over time. Each day, a quarter of the time is devoted to this practice, while the remainder is allocated to various other exercises and disciplines. From the initial spark of electricity to the subsequent flow of currents, the fleeting moments of creation and disappearance have gradually lengthened, marking a slow yet steadfast progression. It is crucial to understand that while the element of lightning may be summoned with relative ease, the prerequisite is the awareness of its existence. Regardless of the element in question, the foundation for summoning and shaping it lies in this perception. However, compared to the omnipresent atmosphere and the earth beneath, as well as the flames that permeate the void, the element of lightning is undoubtedly far more scarce. Admittedly, these somewhat problematic theories apply primarily to apprentice mages and those below the third tier. For novice mages and apprentices, overly complex theories only serve to scatter their focus and create barriers to understanding. Simpler, more comprehensible concepts are often more conducive to their initiation and concentration. Much like warriors learning martial techniques, they need not comprehend the intricate mechanics behind each move, the stretching and contracting of muscles, the rotation of bones, or the twisting of force. They simply need to find the correct posture and sensation, then practice diligently. However, for Nidhogg, who once reached the pinnacle of the magical realm before his rebirth, such concerns are unnecessary. All theories are indelibly etched in his mind, surpassing even the most advanced and refined magical theories of the contemporary world by several decades. However, knowledge can yield power, yet knowledge itself does not inherently embody strength. For Nidhogg, its greatest utility lies in enabling it to ascend to the pinnacle of power without taking even the slightest detour. Nevertheless, this does not imply that it can forego effort. Rather, it will strive all the harder. The current, as thick as a finger, slithered before it, lingering for 10 breaths before finally dissipating. Such intensity and duration are sufficient to launch an assault, at least against smaller entities like juvenile dragons, where it could inflict considerable damage. Consequently, the time has come to commence the examination, Nidhogg pondered. Chapter 7. Hard work. Yefland descended from the heavens, as currents coursed through the flesh beneath its scales, eliciting a faint tingling and numbness throughout its body, making it difficult to maintain its instinctual state of flight. Yet, it seethed with frustration. If only I were a bit larger, with greater elemental resistance, I would not succumb to such currents. Within the lineage of dragonkind, there exist accounts of thunder and lightning, which vividly record the formidable resistance of dragon scales and bodies against such forces. More precisely, as a powerful race renowned for its position atop the food chain, dragons possess significant resistance to nearly all elemental assaults. However, even the most formidable defenses must await their full maturation, possessing sufficient strength to manifest their potential. In the earlier stages of its existence as a young dragon, it was evident that even an assault equivalent to a mere third-tier lightning strike could induce paralysis. Unbeknownst to them, another factor played a crucial role. Nidhogg employed a unique technique known as super magic during this process. This was not a skill inherent to dragons, but rather a human technique, specifically devised to combat magical beasts endowed with formidable defensive capabilities. In Nidhogg's recollections, this technique had precipitated the downfall of many dragons. Now, as it was first displayed upon Dragon Island, the results were remarkable. Iveland surveyed the surroundings, flames of fury, raging thunder, fierce winds, and sharp blades, alongside the newly arrived giant tooth. All the other young dragons were similarly vanquished, reduced to helplessly emitting anguished roars from the ground. Nidhogg, I shall ultimately triumph over you. Damn Nidhogg, do not be so arrogant. Yet the wingless dragon withheld even a scornful glance, merely flicking its tail dismissively before striding away. This time, one more young dragon had joined the challenge against it, a newcomer from the last edition. Regrettably, this did not alter the outcome. What the young dragons remained oblivious to was that their assaults on Nidhogg were not entirely fruitless, at the very least. They had skewed its scales. Nidhogg entered the cavern, where the elder dragon Helene lazily raised its head, remarking, "Ah, Nidhogg, have you been fighting with the other dragons again?" "Indeed," the young dragon calmly responded. "Harian, I have a small favor to ask of you. What kind of favor? Harion replied, somewhat perplexed. My scales are slightly misaligned, and I hope you can assist me in removing them. The request made by Nidhogg, uttered with tranquility, left the elder dragon astonished. Oh dear, Nidhogg, why would you wish to remove them? It is entirely normal for scales to be occasionally askew. You must understand that our dragon scales possess formidable defensive qualities. A slight misalignment poses no significant detriment. To remove them merely for the sake of aesthetic uniformity would be, I must admit, quite foolish. You should know that the act of removing one's own scales can be excruciating, Harion advised. Indeed, it is exceedingly painful, Nidhogg deeply concurred, having experienced such torment on more than one occasion. I am aware, Nidhogg calmly replied, though the elder dragon was unaware of the similar experiences it had endured. Furthermore, it understood more clearly that a lack of substantial impact did not equate to absence of effect. What it sought was never merely excellence, but rather extremity, perfection. Thus, it spoke again, but please proceed. Do remove them, Nidhogg stated with unwavering resolve. Harion shook his head, ceasing further persuasion, having sensed from the golden vertical pupils of his companion an undeniable strength of determination and will. Consequently, he refrained from further argument. His amber-hued eyes swept across the diminutive form of his companion before he moved his forelimbs. The first scale was removed, crimson blood seeping forth. Despite being prepared for the ordeal, Nidhogg could not suppress a shudder of agony, emitting a low, muffled growl. Shall we abandon this? Helene inquired. Nidhogg silently shook its head, prompting Helene to refrain from further discourse. The second, third, and fourth scales were extracted, culminating in the removal of 37 distorted scales before they paused. Nidhogg shook its body, the relentless and intense pain inducing a slight dizziness. Had it reached maturity, the experience would have been less harrowing. After all, the sensitivity of an adult dragon pales in comparison to that of a juvenile. Even if scales were indeed plucked away, the ensuing pain would only serve to invigorate its masculinity rather than induce the near-fainting sensations of the present. Nonetheless, it is vital to acknowledge that the growth potential of a young dragon surpasses that of its elder counterpart. Yet, even so, no adult dragon would ever consider the slight augmentation of power worth the sacrifice of its own scales, for in the eyes of most dragons, this could only be deemed utterly incomprehensible. Nidhogg then closed its eyelids, distinctly different from other dragons. It entered a state of deep contemplation once more, feeling the stark sensations emanating from the areas where scales had been removed. A voluminous intake of fresh air filled its lungs, circulating to other parts of its body, while the heart pumped forth a significant quantity of blood, surging through its veins. In this exchange, both the air and the blood strained towards the sites of its lost scales. The differences were scarcely perceptible. After all, the influence and control over its own body were still quite feeble at this juncture. Nevertheless, Nidhogg possessed ample patience and understood clearly that with relentless training and cultivation, this influence and control would strengthen, ultimately reaching a level no less than, or perhaps even surpassing, that of its previous life. 3 months later, Nidhogg's scales finally grew complete, and simultaneously, a new element was introduced into its regimen: the practice of hardening techniques. The wingless dragon stood beside the rugged, unyielding rocks, repeatedly striking its limbs, torso, tail, and even underbelly against the harsh edges of these stones. Through this relentless cycle of collision and friction, its scales were worn down. While the underlying muscles endured impacts and compression, the injuries accumulated gradually, causing the once orderly scales to become misaligned and eventually shed, only to regenerate and grow anew. Though painful and slow, the newly formed scales often proved slightly more resilient than their predecessors, and concurrently, the flesh and tissues beneath would also become a touch more tenacious. Even if each increment was negligible or even imperceptible, the cumulative effect of countless such increments resulted in a considerable enhancement. This, indeed, was Nidhogg's aspiration. The corporeal form of living beings possesses a remarkable capacity for memory. Though it undoubtedly sustains damage through repeated assaults, such trials often fortify it upon recovery. While this enhancement is not infinite, the cumulative effect over the years bestows a significant advantage. However, such a method of training inflicts considerable harm upon the body. Hence, Nidhogg has awaited the moment when it has matured to its current stature, and only after extensive specialized training has it begun to engage in this practice, significantly augmenting both its pulmonary capacity for air intake and its cardiac efficiency for blood circulation. Concurrently, by consciously directing a greater influx of air and blood to the afflicted areas, the recovery speed is hastened and the degree of enhancement is elevated, allowing for further mastery over its vital energies. At the very least, in recent instances, Nidhogg has begun to perceive a nascent control over the vital energies within itself. Chapter 8. A decade later, Nidhogg, now 15 years of age, stands upon the precipice of Dragon Island. Its physique has burgeoned 5 to 6 times larger than at birth, a remarkable transformation. According to Nidhogg's own estimation, its height has reached approximately that of a 13 or 14-year-old human youth. When accounting for the length of its tail, it undoubtedly exceeds that by at least one-third. A series of dark gray scales adhered tightly and neatly to its body, while powerful hind limbs stood firm upon the hard rock. In contrast to the more common prone posture of most dragons, Nidhogg's form leaned towards an upright, humanoid stance. Behind its shoulders, 2 diminutive protrusions marked the vestiges of wings it was meant to have, but ultimately did not possess. As its body sank deeper into the sea, the air stored within its lungs was gradually released. Nidhogg's golden slit pupils widened amidst the encroaching darkness of the waters, until the numbing sensation caused by the violent impact subsided. With a sudden flourish, it lashed its long, powerful tail, propelling its body through the water with serpentine grace. The sea caressed its form, flowing from its head along its spine to the very tip of its tail, as its entire body moved with agility. Its limbs stretched nearly straight, gliding alongside its torso, enabling it to navigate swiftly and elegantly through the depths. Then, it caught sight of a colossal figure reflected in its golden eyes, a shadow that loomed larger than itself. With a fierce flick of its tail and a powerful stroke of its limbs, Nidhogg surged forward, its fearsome teeth sinking into the scales of the opposing creature, leaving a significant gash from which blood flowed profusely. The great fish, in pain, retaliated with a mighty lash of its tail, twisting its body and striking against Nidhogg's form. Taking advantage of the moment, it withdrew its form, and in the next instant, the dragon crystal trembled slightly as the elements responded to its call. Threads of electricity flickered within the aquatic expanse, maintaining their presence for barely 3 breaths. Yet, this brief duration was sufficient to paralyze the formidable fish before it. Prepared for this opportunity, Nidhogg lunged forward, tearing through the scales of its prey and indulging in a feast. With Nidhogg's growth, its range of movement expanded, allowing it to explore ever wider territories, symbolizing an increasing abundance of sustenance to satiate its ever-growing appetite. Enhanced training and greater consumption were imperative. However, even so, Nidhogg remained unsatisfied, aspiring to consume thrice the amount of food compared to other dragonkin before reaching adulthood. Ah, my worthless minions, have you come to massage your father again? According to my wisdom, you should not approach one by one. Come at me all together. Allow me to teach you how to fight. Nidhogg uttered these taunting words with a chilling tone, a testament to its significant achievements over the past decade, alongside the relentless enhancement of its own power. Despite the profound, penetrative nature of the dragon's language, which affords it a distinct advantage in the formation of magic, its inherent characteristics render its content and meaning less rich than that of human languages. It is not merely a lack of grandiloquent or embellished expressions. The language also falls short in terms of sarcasm, aggression, and insult. The lexicon and syntax employed by Nidhogg at present have been meticulously crafted over the past decade from a blend of human language and its own, significantly enriching and evolving the structure of draconic speech. Invisible forces manipulate the currents of air, coalescing and surging, while the fluctuations of elemental energy manifest within Nidhogg's perception. Fiery rage flaps its wings and takes flight, charging towards Nidhogg. The golden vertical pupils reflect the approaching form with clarity. Ah, indeed. The manipulation of airflow has improved both in intensity and technique, and the figure has become more agile. Yet, this degree of advancement remains woefully insufficient. Contemplating thus, Nidhogg resolutely bent its powerful hind limbs and lunged forward. The dragon crystal quivered slightly, responding to its will with elemental force. The intangible currents coalesced as if they were tangible, propelling Nidhogg's body to leap higher, farther, and with greater strength. Despite possessing an apparent advantage in this direct confrontation, Fury is still somewhat inferior to Nidhogg. However, the opposing party, fully aware of this fact, gracefully flaps its wings just as they are about to collide. The surging air currents shift, allowing its form to rise momentarily, evading the direct onslaught aimed at it. With a sudden burst of force, it strikes Nidhogg, whose momentum had begun to wane. slamming it to the ground and sending up a small cloud of dust. The surrounding young dragons remained silent. Had it been years prior, they might have clamored for victory. Yet, after a decade of rigorous training, their temperaments have undoubtedly matured. And they now recognize that Nidhogg is not a foe to be easily vanquished. Fury lunges once more toward Nidhogg, only to be met by a robust tail, resulting in a heavy collision. Seizing the moment created by this clash, Nidhogg rolls on the ground and finally rises again. Fury lifts its body anew. Gazing down at the young dragon, a sigh of regret escaping its heart, fully aware that the slight advantage it had meticulously prepared for, taking the opponent by surprise, has vanished without a trace. Nidhogg remains, after all, Nidhogg. Moreover, Nidhogg understands that the opponent's ability to achieve this at such a crucial moment indicates the diligent efforts they have secretly invested. Therefore, this time, I must approach the challenge with greater seriousness. Nidhogg contemplated deeply, inhaling a breath of invigorating air that filled its lungs, engaging in a rhythmic exchange within, thereby enhancing its capacity for a more efficient eruption of power. In the next moment, it surged once more towards the young dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames. The dragon crystal quivered slightly, as the elemental forces responded to its summons, tendrils of electric sparks flickering upon its scales. Yet, despite the ferocity of its assault, these energies struggled to penetrate the opponent's protective exterior. However, as Nidhogg's claws raked against the scales of its adversary, long gashes were revealed, allowing countless currents to surge through, instilling an insidious sense of paralysis. Though this sensation was only faint, in the midst of such a fierce confrontation, even the slightest hesitation could lead to a dramatic turn of fortunes. Nidhogg rose from the fiery visage of its adversary, its golden slit eyes scanning the remaining challengers. Who shall be next? Chapter 9. Injuries. Nidhogg panted lightly, despite having deliberately fortified its stamina and endurance through rigorous training. Yet, as it matured, the young dragons before it were similarly evolving. In this inaugural battle, although victorious, the opponents had exceeded its expectations, resulting in an unforeseen depletion of energy. This exhaustion would undoubtedly become a liability in its encounters with the remaining adversaries. The young dragons would not afford it ample time to recuperate its strength and vigor. This, in truth, was a predicament it had intentionally orchestrated. After all, when confronted by humanity, one cannot expect the courtesy of being granted time for recovery. The second dragon, known as Juchi, is a young WYRM that arrived here after Nidhogg. In terms of age, it is the only dragon among its kin that is even younger than Nidhogg. However, this slight temporal advantage has been eroded to near insignificance over the course of these 10 years. What remains is the diligent and enduring results of relentless training. The dragon crystal trembles subtly as Nidhogg exerts every effort to control its muscles, attempting to constrict the wound. Alas, it has yet to master the ability to regulate the muscles of its own body. It begins to breathe heavily, its lungs expanding and contracting rhythmically, while its heart races violently, supplying ample air and blood to sustain its form. Then comes the fierce wind, heralding a similar victory, yet accompanied by an equal price. A powerful blow to its abdomen sends its insides into turmoil. The sharp claws leave 5 or 6 deep gashes upon its body, while the raging flames scorch parts of its flesh. Following this is the final and most formidable adversary, Yeflan, which proves to be a grueling battle even for Nidhogg. Upon achieving victory, it feels as though it is on the verge of collapse, barely able to maintain its stance. Yet this pain, this suffering, this fatigue, is precisely what it requires. Only through such trials can one truly push oneself to the limits and sharpen one's abilities. Moreover, this is a testament to the growth of these young dragons. I too must strive harder, Nidhogg reflects. Nidhogg staggered along the path, its body marred by numerous scars, with scales askew and shedding in places, exposing long, gaping wounds and the vibrant crimson of flesh beneath. Blood seeped forth, dripping onto the ground, while certain areas bore the charred remnants of flames, releasing the scent of roasted meat. These afflictions were the result of the recent skirmish with a few young dragons. In fact, this was one of the reasons why their battle had escalated to such an extent. Its breathing grew increasingly robust and prolonged, air being drawn in copiously, then exchanged throughout its body. The heart pumped forth a significant volume of blood, yet under Nidhogg's conscious control, this vital fluid was redirected to its injured areas, providing ample nourishment to hasten their healing. This dual treatment yielded a multiplied effect. However, even so, the regeneration of scales required time. Yet, Nidhogg remained unfazed. For even without the challenges posed by the young dragons, it would, through arduous training, tear off its own scales to facilitate the growth of new, more resilient ones. The only concern lay in the duration required, approximately 2 to 3 months for complete recovery to its former state, while the young dragons would necessitate an even longer time frame. Consequently, their frequency of challenges was typically every 5 to 6 months. Nidhogg paid this no heed. It had never feared that its wounds were insufficiently grievous, nor that its trials were inadequate. Rather, it understood, through its experiences prior to rebirth, that among humans, there has never been a shortage of those who toil with great diligence, compared to those humans driven by boundless ambition and desire, who strive to the point of madness. Even bordering on obsession, its endeavors seem rather insignificant. Thus, it must exert itself even more, striving tirelessly to reach a level that is scarcely matched even among humankind. The Nidhogg spacecraft is acutely aware of its comparative advantage over humans, which does not stem from the innate gifts of dragons. While humans often extol the lengthy lifespans and formidable powers of dragons, they tend to overlook the intrinsic essence beneath these attributes, the cycle of life. Indeed, even an ordinary dragon, upon reaching adulthood, possesses strength equivalent to that of a human at the pinnacle of their capabilities, yet the time required to attain such maturity is frequently disregarded, amounting to a full century. In its previous life, Nidhogg took a full 90 years to reach adulthood. In contrast, how little time do humans need to achieve this level? Merely 60 to 80 years. Often, within such a short span, they can attain power sufficient to rival that of dragons, with some exceptional prodigies even achieving golden tier strength before the age of 30. Of course, compared to dragons, who acquire their strength simply by maturing, humans typically require the guidance of distinguished mentors, years of rigorous training, and an innate talent that is, in relative terms, far inferior, perhaps not even 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. However, when considering absolute numbers, the situation is entirely reversed, even accounting for those dragons hidden across the continent. Their total population scarcely exceeds 300. The collective number of humanity undoubtedly exceeds 30 million. Even considering a mere 1 in 10,000 ratio, it surpasses 3,000, which is tenfold the number of dragons. However, it is clear that, in comparison to the indolent dragonkin, the vast majority of humans, driven by insatiable desires and ambitions, are perpetually embroiled in conflicts and mutual slaughter against themselves, their kin, and other races. Thus, they pose no threat to the dragons. Yet, when this race unites completely, what significance does even the most formidable dragon tribe hold? It is worth noting that it was I who aided that individual in unifying all of humanity many years ago, mused Nidhogg leisurely in his thoughts. He then resumed his training, acutely aware that, in contrast to the physical prowess and innate talents of dragons, the experiences and insights gained from his rebirth constitute his greatest advantage. These past experiences and insights, however, do not afford him any shortcuts on his journey to the pinnacle of power. They merely guide him to avoid unnecessary detours. Even the finest of mentors, due to their unique experiences and perspectives, cannot ensure that their students will evade all missteps. Errors are inevitably made during the process of growth. In such instances, a path devoid of detours is akin to a shortcut. Nevertheless, despite this understanding, Nidhogg's sole ambition remains to reach maturity by the age of 50. It is abundantly clear that, due to the varying lengths of their life cycles, dragons cannot compare to humans in terms of training efficiency over a given period. While an extraordinary human talent can achieve the golden tier by the age of 30, such an accomplishment remains undeniably impossible for dragons. Therefore, its objective is simply to reach this milestone within 50 years. Chapter 10. 15 years, 8 long and powerful tentacles gradually unfurled in the sea. Countless minute suckers clinging to them, sensitively detecting the fluctuations in the surrounding currents. Suddenly, the elongated tentacles twitched slightly in an involuntary response. Something was steadily approaching, its soft appendages quietly navigating through the undulating waters, moving slowly yet deliberately. The muscle and tissue were exceedingly pliable. However, once it confirmed that the creature had entered its territory, the tentacles, which had been so malleable, instantaneously stiffened and coiled, ensnaring the intruder with unyielding precision. The muscles tightened to their utmost limit, as this was the most powerful part of the soft-bodied creature, which relied on its tentacles for sustenance. Over the years, countless fish and other creatures had ventured too close, only to be strangled by its grasp. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fact that this time, it faced a foe unlike any other it had encountered before. It was a dragon, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain. The tentacles pressed against the scales, even digging into the flesh beneath, causing Nidhogg to feel an increasing pressure in its chest, a growing sense of suffocation. Two immense forces clashed against each other. And just when Nidhogg felt on the verge of succumbing, the dragon crystal within it suddenly trembled, resonating with the elemental power that answered its will. In an instant, currents surged through the waters. Perhaps in sheer muscle strength, its opponent surpassed it by a head. However, when confronted with such elemental assaults, it was undeniably inferior to the dragon race, which inherently possessed formidable magical resistance. Nidhogg flicked its elongated tail and ascended towards the ocean's surface. In this brief interval, the air stored within its lungs had nearly been depleted amidst the intense struggle. Sunlight once more pierced through to its golden gaze, undistorted by the refraction and scattering of seawater. Exhaustion was slowly exhaled from its chest, replaced by a rush of fresh air, as Nidhogg endeavored to stretch its body. Utilizing the buoyancy of the sea to float, it relaxed its form, allowing its aching muscles and bones to recuperate fully. Then, with another flick of its tail, it began to swim through the waters. After a period of exercise, it turned its focus to elemental training. After a considerable search, it finally discovered its target in another expanse of sea, a school of small fish, each no larger than its claw, adorned with bright yellow scales. Nidhogg then lunged towards the shoal of tiny yellow fish, and in the next moment, electricity erupted from their bodies. Although the electrical current released by a single small yellow fish is not formidable, the cumulative effect of hundreds, even thousands, of these fish undoubtedly surpasses the maximum output that Nidhogg can produce. The potent current penetrates Nidhogg's scales, coursing through its flesh and numbing its senses. The young dragon struggles valiantly against this assault. Its dragon crystal vibrates incessantly, calling upon elemental forces to resist the paralysis and erosion imposed by the external current, even yearning to harness it for its own dominion. However, at this moment, Nidhogg's mental fortitude is far from sufficient to achieve such mastery, leaving it to endure the gradual encroachment of the current that permeates its entire being. In this dire state, the immature black dragon is unable to maintain its bodily equilibrium, sinking steadily toward the ocean's depths. Yet, this is not the culmination of its plight. The current surges into its lungs. At that instant, Nidhogg experiences a constriction in its chest as a copious amount of gas involuntarily escapes from its mouth and nostrils, transforming into a cascade of bubbles that ascend to the surface. This gas, originally compressed and stored within its lungs by instinctive prowess, expands and releases in an instant, exacerbating Nidhogg's predicament. The significant loss of lung gas pushes its breathing to the brink of collapse. The intense exertion leads to a substantial drain on its vitality. Even among dragons, survival without air is a fleeting possibility. The residual current was harnessed under its own control, and its body and muscles began to regain dominance. With a powerful flick of its tail, it propelled itself toward the ocean's surface at an almost unfathomable speed. Fresh air finally graced its senses, leading to rapid breaths and a process of rejuvenation. Although it had previously tested the intensity of the electric currents emitted by that school of fish and had mentally simulated the scenarios multiple times to ensure a high likelihood of success before taking action, the sensation of teetering on the brink of death and the urgency of the moment were equally palpable. Without such a precipice between life and death, it would be impossible to push oneself to the limits. Indeed, the thrill of survival was the most potent catalyst for transcendence. Naturally, the risks involved were equally substantial. It was for this reason that Nidhogg ventured into such perilous encounters annually, ensuring that it maintained a sufficient probability of survival. After all, humans may falter, and horses may stumble. Should an unforeseen misfortune occur, it could lead to its demise, and that would be a lamentable fate. If death were inevitable, it would prefer to meet its end only after achieving vengeance. Before that, Nidhogg held its life in the highest regard. At this moment, 30 years had elapsed since its birth, although, in the grand scheme of the dragon lineage, where maturity spans a century, 30 years equates to merely 5 or 6 years in human terms. The excessive training and prolonged cultivation had allowed Nidhogg to attain a physical stature akin to that of a dragon in its 50s or 60s. Such a disparity undoubtedly reflects the results of its relentless dedication and arduous training over the years. As this achievement gradually accumulates and manifests, the astonishment that those small dragons can evoke in it diminishes and the pressure lessens. After all, whether in terms of effort or methodological efficiency, the small dragons before it are far inferior. In fact, had it not been for its deliberate guidance during their battles, this gap would have been even more pronounced. Yet, at least for now, the opposing dragons still manage to exert considerable pressure on it. This is sufficient. Chapter 11. Lifespan. Dreams. The black dragon gazed at its reflection in the water, its scales once again fully grown, adhering tightly to its resilient and powerful form. Its body had become taller and more elongated, the physique beneath the black scales not excessively muscular, but rather exuding a fluid elegance. Only such a form represents the most exquisite fusion of strength, speed, and agility, at least in the eyes of the dragonkin. Simultaneously, this is one of the fruits of Nidhogg's relentless training and cultivation over the past 3 decades. It no longer admires its own body. Despite being quite close to perfection, it has yet to attain the ideal it seeks. With a flick of its tail, it turned and entered the distant cave. As was often the case, the ancient dragon Harleon remained deep in slumber within this cavern, its massive form occupying more than 80% of the cave's interior space. Its eyes were half closed. Yet having been awake for over 30 years, it was on the verge of drifting back into slumber once more. You must not continue in this manner. It is not beneficial. Helene's golden, slit-like pupils gazed intently at the robust and towering form of Nidhogg as he spoke. What is there to be concerned about? Nidhogg calmly retorted, his stature still far from matching that of the ancient dragon. Nidhogg, I believe you must have acquired knowledge from the lineage's heritage. This reckless self-exploitation may yield rapid growth in a short span, yet it comes at the cost of shortening your lifespan, Helene stated earnestly. I do not understand your reasoning. But I must tell you, my child, there is nothing more precious than life in this world. On the contrary, there are many things that are, in fact, more valuable than life, Nidhogg countered. Moreover, with my current level of training, how much could my lifespan truly be diminished? A century, perhaps 2? The lifespan of dragons extends for millennia. I find it entirely worth the risk. Furthermore, should I manage to break through to the golden stage, everything lost could be regained. Breaking through to the golden stage is no simple feat, Nidhogg. While our dragonkin may attain golden stage power upon maturity, this very fact renders our breakthrough more challenging than that of other races. Helene sighed deeply. However, since your resolve is so unwavering, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Nidhogg harbored no apprehensions regarding his ability to transcend to the golden stage. Before his rebirth, he had successfully accomplished it. Why should he doubt it now? With the experience he had gained, he felt assured of his capacity to achieve this, provided he could first survive. To transcend the golden stage, one must not only engage in prolonged effort and ample accumulation, but also embrace the pressure and urgency stemming from the precariousness of life and death. This holds true even for Nidhogg, who has already traversed this path once. Such a state signifies the potentiality of demise. Yet, this is a risk that must be undertaken. All one can do is strive to minimize the likelihood of death while maximizing the chances of breakthrough, much like the arduous training undertaken previously. To surpass one's inherent limits and attain greater growth, is it not inevitable to encounter a modicum of risk? However, for Nidhogg, this is hardly a concern. It has long since entrusted its life, soul, and everything it holds dear to this pursuit. If vengeance eludes it, then this protracted existence becomes merely a prolonged torment. How could one endure such a fate? Subsequently, it closed its eyes and succumbed to slumber. For dragons, sleep is indispensable, even for the youthful, who are often in a state of activity and excitement. Their slumber may be significantly shorter than that of their adult counterparts, albeit more frequent. This holds true for Nidhogg as well. For dragons, whose lineage is steeped in heritage, their sleep transcends mere respite for physical and mental restoration. It serves as a conduit for revisiting and internalizing the memories and experiences of their ancestors. Simultaneously, it is within this very process that their spirit is equally strengthened and honed, ultimately becoming the cornerstone of their formidable magical abilities. The young dragons can only passively await the awakening of their memories, while the adult dragons possess a modicum of autonomy. Only those ancient dragons, steeped in the wisdom of ages, can freely wander through this realm, perusing and selecting at will. However, for Nidhogg, despite being a mere 30 years since its birth, the experiences and accumulations of knowledge, along with over 3 decades of arduous training and practice, have already enabled it to achieve such mastery, akin to the venerable old dragons. It is only through this that the innate gifts of the dragon kin can be maximized, accelerating the fortification and elevation of their spirit. This is the path Nidhogg has chosen. The experiences of its ancestors unfold within its mind in the form of dreams, merging Nidhogg with those who have traversed this journey before, allowing it to experience all through their identities, perspectives, and senses. Yet, when Nidhogg once again opens its eyes, awakening from slumber, the vivid sensations, impulses, and experiences from its dreams dissipate like water on the shore, swiftly leaking away and drying up. Only the knowledge, insights, and skills remain preserved. The history of the dragon race is profoundly ancient and extensive. Even a millennium of slumber cannot encompass all the experiences of the ancestors that flow through their bloodline. Thus, within the dragon community, it is widely believed that remaining on Dragon Island for an entire lifetime poses no issue whatsoever, for in their dreams, they have glimpsed the entirety of the world. Yet, how could this possibly be? History is ever evolving, and the era progresses relentlessly. While past experiences may offer some lessons, they can never equate to the present, nor can they be compared to millennia gone by. Even a single dragon could once reign supreme across the continent. However, in today's world, even the entirety of the dragon race cannot stand in comparison to humanity as a singular species. This disparity arises not from any alteration in the dragons themselves, but rather from the remarkable advancements humanity has achieved over these few millennia, which, though not extensive in the grand timeline, have rendered dragons unable to withstand the onslaught of human ambition. Of course, my role as a trader plays a significant part in this narrative, mused Nidhogg in his cold contemplation. Thus, the dragon race ultimately faced its impending demise. Yet this time, it shall not allow history to repeat itself. Chapter 12. Gifted Magic. Nidhogg raised his neck proudly, with flames and fierce winds trailing behind him. Before him loomed thunderous roars and sharp blades. As he continued to grow, the gulf between him and the younger dragons widened, to the extent that those who could once challenge him individually now found themselves compelled to unite in pairs merely to exert sufficient pressure upon him. Yet, it remained merely that, pressure. In terms of age, he was the youngest amongst them, save for the colossal tooth. Paradoxically, however, he surpassed Yevrin, the largest among them, by a considerable margin. Its body still bore wounds. However, in comparison to the past, these injuries were undeniably quite minor. This was the result of decades of relentless training and fortification of its physique, which also signified the gradually widening chasm between it and its peers. Perhaps it was time for me to seek new adversaries and methods of training, thought Nidhogg. Drawing in a deep breath, the surrounding air was inhaled into its lungs, creating a gentle breeze around its form. A substantial volume of air was compressed and stored within its lungs, and thus Nidhogg stepped steadily into the sea. The shallows sloped gently into the ocean, and when the water reached just beneath the apex of its head, the shallow expanse beneath its feet came to an end. With one further step, its entire body sank beneath the surface. The seawater brushed against its scales, and as it descended further, the pressure of the water continuously increased. In this state, Nidhogg quietly attuned itself to its own being. The air stored in its lungs gradually decompressed, releasing itself to nourish every part of its body. Yet at this moment, after such prolonged cultivation, it had developed the ability to sense even the most subtle nuances. The used air was not entirely expelled. Instead, it was reconcentrated through an intricate network throughout its body, filtering out the superfluous parts, while the remaining air was recycled to sustain itself. This process repeated 5 times. This indicated that the air utilization efficiency of the dragon race surpassed that of humanity by a factor of 5 before the rebirth of Nidhogg. Among its human companions, or more precisely, those who were once its human companions, there existed a member with a profound interest in the comparative analysis of air composition after a single cycle between the two entities. The results indicated that, after inhaling the same air, the proportion of exhaled components from both was remarkably similar. In fact, the ratio of beneficial elements in the dragon's exhalation was slightly lower, suggesting that the dragon's efficiency was, in truth, marginally superior. At this very moment, Nidhogg could acutely perceive the air stored within its lungs, circulating through its body repeatedly until, after 5 cycles, it transformed into almost entirely useless waste gas, sequestered in designated cavities. This intricate network mirrored the extensive system of blood vessels throughout its form. The carrier of fresh air was, in fact, the blood that ceaselessly flowed within. This is precisely why humans often conflate the two, referring to them collectively as chi and blood. To possess such awareness is to be on the cusp of knighthood among humans. The next step lies in harmonizing this with the respiration of the entire body to unleash one's fighting spirit. Should this fighting spirit be manifested, it would categorize the individual as a formidable being of silver rank, a knight in human terms. Yet, Nidhogg was acutely aware that this slight margin could signify an insurmountable chasm, particularly for a dragon of its stature. Even after thousands of years of development, humanity, with its complete heritage, finds that upon reaching this juncture, it remains dependent on individual talents, opportunities, and enlightenment. Some may indeed become ensnared, unable to advance even a step further for eternity. How much more so for the dragon race, devoid of ancestral guidance and legacy. Before its rebirth, it was trapped in this very predicament, making no progress. After its rebirth, despite the accumulation of an additional lifetime, Nidhogg still lacked the certainty to ignite the fighting spirit that belonged to itself and its kin. However, there was solace in the absence of fighting spirit, for there remained magic. The dragon crystal within it throbbed continuously, resonating with elemental power, bestowing various enhancement effects upon its body, which constituted the innate talents of the dragon race, what humans refer to as the innate magical abilities of magical beasts. Previously, Nidhogg had refrained from allowing the innate magical abilities that directly augmented its physical form to interfere with its manipulation of vitality and cultivation, which was precisely why those young dragons could engage in prolonged battles with Nidhogg for so many years. After all, not to mention juvenile dragons, even for adult dragons, innate magic constitutes a significant component of their strength. While most magical beasts possess only 2 or 3 innate magical abilities, and a select few boast 5 or 6, the apex of magical beasts, the dragon race, commands over a dozen innate magical abilities, further augmented by the mastery of draconic magic through bloodline inheritance. Muscle enhancement, skeletal fortification, strength augmentation, and scale reinforcement, under the auspices of innate magic, have further elevated the already formidable physique honed through years of rigorous training to an almost triple tier of resilience. Do not be misled by the mere numerical representation of 3 tiers. In the crucible of battle, this distinction manifests as an entirely different realm of capability. Consequently, Nidhogg is now equipped to withstand greater pressures, allowing it to delve deeper into aquatic depths than ever before. Such an environment of the deep sea serves to expedite its adaptation and mastery of these innate magics, compensating for decades of missed learning. Simultaneously, this serves as a preliminary exercise for its future studies in shapeshifting. It is noteworthy that, even among the vast repertoire of draconic magic inherited by the dragon lineage, shapeshifting stands as one of the most arcane and intricate disciplines. Not all adult dragons can grasp it. In its previous existence, Nidhogg's relentless pursuit of this magic was not initially aimed at transforming into a human to traverse the continent. Rather, it stemmed from a simpler aspiration to validate its own worth. Much like its obsession with the arcane arts and its fervent quest for supremacy prior to its rebirth, it languished at the lowest rung of dragonkind for 30 years due to its congenital disability. This very circumstance is what led Nidhogg to forge connections with various individuals during its journeys across the continent, ultimately cultivating bonds of camaraderie. For that version of Nidhogg, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that the lives of its human companions held greater significance than its own existence. This was soon followed by the inevitable betrayals and the specter of death. The depth of its emotions towards them was profound, and consequently, the intensity of its hatred after betrayal was equally fierce. It was willing to sacrifice its own life, body, and soul for these human companions. Thus, after being betrayed, it could transform its own flesh, spirit, and existence into a blazing inferno of vengeance, relentlessly pursuing the annihilation of those who had wronged it, along with all that they held dear and cherished. This epitomizes the retribution of the Dragon Clan, the vengeance of Nidhogg. Chapter 13. 40 years now at the age of 40, Nidhogg stood upon the precipice, the sea breeze brushing against its scales. Through the relentless processes of friction, compression, impact, shedding, and regeneration, these scales had become dense and orderly, closely adhering to the underlying fibrous tissues. At this moment, after 4 decades of unyielding training and cultivation, its development had accelerated significantly, as anticipated. Presently, Its size was only slightly smaller than that of fully grown dragons. What would typically require 70 to 80 years to achieve had been condensed into a mere 40. Nidhogg was acutely aware that such a disruption to its natural growth process would inevitably result in a shortened lifespan. However, it remained indifferent to this fact. Moreover, alongside the reduction in lifespan, the rate of its growth and power would be greatly enhanced, presenting a double-edged sword. The only source of its slight frustration was the absence of rivals. 5 years prior, with the slumber of Harleon, all the younger dragons had relocated, leaving it alone by choice. One of the primary reasons it chose not to follow was the widening chasm between itself and its contemporaries, which grew ever more pronounced alongside its rapid development. Even though it burdened itself with numerous constraints and suppressed the utilization of its innate magical abilities, it still found it challenging to feel significant pressure. Moreover, this self-imposed combat style resembled more of a weighted training regimen than actual combat training, failing to cultivate the practical combat skills it desired. Consequently, long before the migration, the younger dragons had ceased to challenge it. In other words, even if it had accompanied them, continuing to engage in battle was utterly impossible. In terms of size, they barely amounted to a third of its stature. And the disparity in magical prowess was even greater. Particularly at this juncture, Nidhogg no longer needed to restrain its innate magical abilities, further exacerbating the existing gap. Even when the 6 most formidable young dragons, Anger Flame, Frenzied Thunder, Raging Wind, Sharp Blade, Giant Fong, and Yefren, combined their attacks, they could not exert sufficient pressure on Nidhogg. Nearly breaching its defenses proved to be an arduous task. In such circumstances, Nidhogg, preferring solitary cultivation and training, decided to remain alone, continuing to hone its physical form, mental acuity, and various techniques. However, the absence of sparring partners of its kind ultimately posed a challenge. For the current Nidhogg, finding an adversary meant either exploring the depths of the ocean for potentially colossal sea monsters or seeking out adult dragons. However, Nidhogg was acutely aware that he still fell far short of the maturity of every adult dragon, each of whom had lived for at least a century. By contrast, he had merely existed for a little over 40 years, even though he had undergone rigorous training and enhancement at the expense of his own lifespan. Accelerating his development and rapidly augmenting his strength, the ultimate effect amounted to little more than the capabilities of a dragon nearing 80, but still not quite 90 years of age. Thus, a narrow yet formidable chasm separated him from the true adulthood of his kind. As his body descended deeper into the ocean, the once gentle sea gradually transformed into a heavy and viscous embrace, the pressure around him intensifying with each increasing fathom. Even though he had already adapted to an internalized breathing technique, Nidhogg began to feel the weight of oppression, a suffocating sensation that was becoming increasingly unbearable. If he were to measure his distance from the surface in human terms, he pondered, how many meters might that be? In this dim, tranquil abyss, where he bore the immense weight of the external world, Nidhogg's form was compressed to its limits, and as a consequence, his senses expanded to their utmost. He became acutely aware of every subtle movement within his being, experiencing a form of enlightenment. His formidable fangs glimmered ominously as he peered through his golden slit-like eyes toward the source of the rippling disturbances. Yet, all of this was cloaked in the darkness of the ocean depths, where a black dragon within him chuckled coldly in the recesses of his mind. In this nearly lightless realm, where illumination was all but extinguished, the primary means of perceiving the world had shifted from the reliance on sight to the sensitivity to temperature, elemental fluctuations, and the peculiar currents of the water. Now, in these profound depths beneath the water, to combat the immense pressure, its heart has been compressed to its utmost limit, blood coursing through its veins at an unparalleled velocity. Every inch of its being is fervently pulsating and expanding, while the dragon crystal trembles gently, resonating with elemental forces, fortifying its scales, enhancing its muscles, and strengthening its bones, all in a valiant effort to withstand the external pressure. Although the elemental composition and properties in these underwater realms differ from those on land, Nidhogg has long since acclimated to this environment over the decades. The magical effects it can wield here are not significantly inferior to those it can manifest on land. In such circumstances, the vibrant heat and potent elemental fluctuations unintentionally released by Nidhogg serve as beacons in the dark night, attracting nearby marine predators, should they exist. It is now evident that, at least in this marine expanse, such creatures are present. Its heart momentarily thudded heavily and powerfully, and in that instant, the dragon crystal resonated with the surrounding elemental forces. The contraction of its muscles and the response of elemental power occurred almost simultaneously. This dual eruption resulted in a remarkable surge of strength, which can be transformed into speed. However, despite this, it remains at a disadvantage compared to the myriad creatures dwelling in the ocean's depths. To withstand the overwhelming pressure, these beings often develop dense, resilient, and elastic tissues that enable them to unleash tremendous speed in brief bursts. However, as terrestrial organisms, they are bound by gravity and lack the buoyancy of seawater to alleviate their weight, relying solely on their skeletal structure to support their bodies. In this context, when purely considering the strength, load-bearing capacity, and explosive potential of flesh and blood, terrestrial creatures fall considerably short when compared to their marine counterparts. Even the formidable bodies of the so-called strongest dragon race exhibit a lesser degree of resilience. Even with the enhancement of innate magical abilities, their superiority is merely relative. Nevertheless, while terrestrial beings may possess inferior flesh and blood composition compared to marine life, they equally embody their own advantages. Due to the immense pressure found in the depths of the ocean, the reactivity of elements in that environment is significantly lower than that on land. In contrast to magic, these deep-sea creatures are undoubtedly more reliant on their physical forms. In other words, their magical capabilities are considerably inferior to those of terrestrial beings. Of course, this is a rather crude and imprecise comparison, as one could easily cite numerous counterexamples if one were to delve deeper. However, it is undeniable that the entity currently assaulting Nidhogg does not fall outside this scope. Then, in the next moment, lightning descended. Chapter 14. Wings. The somewhat tumultuous power of thunder roamed freely through the seawater. By human standards, this equates to a force of considerable silver tier. Even the most resilient flesh and tissue would find it challenging to withstand such might. In reality, this capacity for endurance has little to do with the strength of the tissue itself. Originally capable of manifesting a resilient physique surpassing the might of dragons, one rendered paralyzed will inevitably succumb to a state of languor, becoming susceptible to being effortlessly torn asunder, shattered, and ultimately devoured by a dragon, serving as sustenance for its ravenous hunger. Nidhogg emerged from the depths of the sea, making its way toward the Dragon Island. It was time to embark on the next phase, the study of shapeshifting. As one of the most intricate and profound spells within the realm of draconic magic, one might even omit the one of shapeshifting does not demand an exceptionally high degree of power. For dragons, any adult dragon can attain its basic requirements. However, the sole obstacle lies in its overwhelming complexity. So intricate is it that even to merely replicate its execution once is beyond the capability of many adult dragons. Even Nidhogg in its previous life, after reaching adulthood, required over a decade of diligent study to successfully perform it in imitation, a feat already commendable. It is needless to say that the later Nidhogg continued to delve deeper into this magic, ultimately achieving a transformation with the purpose of growing its own wings. In truth, Nidhogg, whose thoughts were shackled by memories inherited through lineage, would not have conceived that since shape-shifting could transform it into a human, it could also be adapted to allow the growth of wings, had it not been for the reminders of its erstwhile companions among humanity. Consequently, it unabashedly divulged its profound knowledge of dragon language magic, contributing significantly to the technological advancements of those humans through collaborative study, thereby unwittingly fortifying the forces that would later lead to the annihilation of its kind. The mere recollection of this notion provoked an uncontrollable urge to laugh heartily. However, it merely allowed a faint smile to grace its lips, letting a cold mockery fill its heart and lungs. Yet, what once filled it with profound regret has, after rebirth, transformed into an advantage. It must be acknowledged that without the aid of humanity, it would have been nearly impossible for it to comprehend the structural principles of this magic, let alone simplify and modify shape-shifting into another spell. Now, however, all of this has become its asset. It is important to note that the shape-shifting spell it painstakingly simplified and altered serves the singular purpose of enabling it to manifest wings that it could not grow due to congenital disabilities. Although the challenge remains formidable, it is now within Nidhogg's grasp to meet the standards of study required for this endeavor. Moreover, for Nidhogg, this magic, simplified and transformed from the art of transformation, is inherently connected to its lineage. Once mastered thoroughly, it will provide a distinct advantage when pursuing the study of transformation in the future. However, it must first indulge in a period of slumber. Under the summons of will and the resonance of the dragon crystal, the power of thunder continuously swirls and condenses, with tendrils of electricity coursing through its limbs and sinews, stimulating its flesh and tissues. This serves as a medium through which it perceives its own corporeal form, a process that may be termed as expansion imprinting. This method stands in stark contrast to the martial practitioners who grasp their bodies through breath, blood, and energy. Instead, it utilizes elemental forces for self-awareness. Only by vividly imagining every inch of its flesh, tissues, and bodily structure in its mind can it effectively proceed to the next step of employing transformation magic to tangibly alter its form. Expansion imprinting is a protracted endeavor. Even for Nidhogg, it demanded a full 3 years to complete this phase. In reality, for other dragonkin, lacking Nidhogg's pre-rebirth experiences and martial accumulation, it could take thrice as long, or even more, to achieve this milestone. Subsequently, within the realm of mental expansion imprinting, it depicted the transformed state of its being and, most critically, the transitional process between the two forms. This intricate depiction consumed Nidhogg an additional year and a half. Finally, it is the embodiment of this process within one's own corporeal form. For Nidhogg, this endeavor took half an hour. However, for an ordinary dragon, achieving such mastery over its own body may require no less than a decade. Countless electrons surge through the sinews and flesh at high velocity, facilitating the transmission of information in the interim. The dragon crystal resonated with the elements, responding to the summons of Nidhogg's will, and subsequently, transformation ensued. Deep within the essence of flesh and blood, in the most minute of locales, the fundamental units that constitute flesh and tissue underwent a metamorphosis. The nerves, originally tasked with conveying sensory signals, became disordered in this region, as the tumult of electrons manifested a profound uncertainty. Pain, urgency, coldness, itchiness, a myriad of sensations intermingled, rendering both the individual and the dragon perplexed. On Nidhogg's back, 2 initially modest protrusions began to rise and expand incessantly. Accompanying this transformation, the once tightly interlocked scales began to thin and eventually detach. The nascent wings, still glistening with fresh blood and fragments of flesh, were rapidly desiccating in the frigid and arid air of the outside world, even as they continued to grow and enlarge. This violent metamorphosis exacted a tremendous toll, leading to an overwhelming sense of weakness and hunger. Without hesitation, Nidhogg unfurled its wings and took to the skies. The airflow converged under the resonance of the dragon crystal. As the wings continuously displaced the air, generating immense thrust to elevate its vast and heavy form, the turbulent currents caressed its scales, resonating with the essence of the dragon crystal, as if an extension of its very being. It soared ever higher, reaching the pinnacle of its capabilities. The golden vertical pupils surveyed the entirety of Dragon Island from the heavens, the sunlight illuminating its obsidian scales. Nidhogg ascended into the distance. For a dragon is destined to glide through the skies, its velocity was at least doubled compared to its aquatic domain. This was merely the inception of its wings' growth. And with its continued maturation and mastery of flight, this speed would undoubtedly amplify significantly. Then came the instinctual drive to hunt, as its ravenous stomach incessantly relayed signals of hunger and thirst to its mind. Chapter 15, Adulthood. The seawater cascaded from its scales as Nidhogg clutched a colossal fish, ascending into the skies. In the ocean, relying solely on its muscular strength to conquer a prey nearly 2/3 its own magnificent size would have required a fierce struggle, even for Nidhogg. Yet, the prowess of dragons lies not solely in their physical might, but also in their mastery of magic. The thunderous force, at the pinnacle of the silver tier and nearing the golden tier, incapacitated the creature in an instant, allowing Nidhogg to seize it and drag it from the depths of the sea. Moreover, how long could even the mightiest marine creature endure once it lost the supportive embrace of the ocean? How much power could it still wield? Nidhogg commenced its feast, followed by a period of meditation. As it gradually approached adulthood, it began to temper its physical training, allocating more time and energy toward the cultivation of its magical abilities. This is equally a preparation for transformation. Time flows slowly. As Harleen succumbs to slumber and the presence of other dragons fades, Nidhogg's perception of time becomes increasingly dulled. At times, even with the innate ability of dragons to grasp the passage of time, it finds itself lost in a daze, unaware of the present moment. Lowering its head, Nidhogg gazes at its reflection in the water, an imposing figure, standing 2 meters tall, robust, and entirely encased in thick scales. Only a pair of golden slit-like eyes and a mouth are exposed, while a long tail drags behind. This is its transformed shape, which at first glance resembles a human clad in heavy, scaly armor. However, it is not so. This armor is an integral part of its very being. In its previous life, Nidhogg could merely mimic the intricate and profound art of transformation, resulting in a form that was entirely human. Yet in this life, armed with the wisdom of its past, it can make adjustments post-transformation. For instance, preserving the dragon crystal, maintaining the scales, and altering certain structures to retain some of its draconic traits. At this moment, Nidhogg is more accurately described not as a human, but as a dragon man, a being that has never before graced this world. This form undoubtedly allows it to harness its powers more effectively: greater strength, enhanced physical resilience, superior defense, and nearly complete retention of its draconic magical abilities. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that under normal circumstances, upon transforming into a human, the dragon's magical prowess, diminished by the disappearance, or more accurately, the concealment of the dragon crystal, typically declines by nearly half, with physical combat capabilities suffering an even greater reduction. For Nidhogg, this undoubtedly failed to meet its expectations, which is precisely why it sculpted this new form. It exhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of regret for not reaching maturity at the age of 50 as initially planned. It is important to note that it has now entered the 53rd year since its birth, yet still falls short of full maturity, a fact that Nidhogg could keenly sense. Guided by the innate instincts of its kind, a span of 3 months had elapsed. What should I do now? The ebony dragon soared through the skies, mulling over its thoughts. After achieving adulthood, its physical strength and magical abilities experienced a subtle yet significant growth. Though the enhancement was modest, it was critical, by human standards. It had indeed transcended the ranks of silver and stepped into the realm of gold. Countless minuscule currents flickered and coursed across its scales, emitting a soft whispering sound, signifying that the thunderous power, once accessible only in moments of necessity, had now become almost commonplace for Nidhogg. While the increase in absolute strength was not substantial, the improvement in endurance was remarkably noteworthy. Thus, let me seek out an adult dragon to test my strength, Nidhogg contemplated. When O'Neill lifted his head, he was astonished to discover a remarkably unfamiliar black dragon standing before him. It took him quite some time to recognize the identity of this dragon, Nidhogg. He had not anticipated that this creature, having been born merely over 50 years ago, had now reached adulthood. While O'Neill remained perplexed about how this was possible, he received a clear and unmistakable message from the dragon. I challenge you. The notion that a dragon, barely in its adult years, would dare to challenge him, a creature who had lived for 203 years, struck O'Neill as somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, he accepted the challenge without hesitation. For the dragonkin, who often lacked explicit regulations, it was customary to resolve disputes through combat when differing opinions arose. Simple, brutal, and effective. Consequently, such occurrences were not uncommon among dragons, although they typically transpired between those of similar strength. It is essential to note that, although the power of a dragon is largely reliant on individual effort after reaching adulthood, it is still somewhat connected to their growth. Essentially, prior to reaching 500 years of age, every century often marked a distinct and noticeable increase in strength. In this context, although Nidhogg had attained adulthood at just over 50 years, he was essentially no more than a fledgling dragon, albeit an exceptionally young one. In terms of strength, there should be a significant disparity between oneself and the 200-year-old adult dragon, Honor. Under normal circumstances, this could be deemed a self-deprecating challenge. However, Nidhogg has never been a typical example. The two massive dragon bodies collided with a dull thud, and Honor could feel a slight numbness transmitting through his scales into his flesh, subtle yet undeniably real. Was this lightning? Honor pondered, somewhat astonished. For most dragons tend to choose their most adept and familiar elements of air and fire, and he was no exception. Yet, Nidhogg had surprisingly selected lightning as his principal attribute. Soon, Honor discovered that the astonishment brought forth by his opponent was not solely due to elemental prowess. Nidhogg's magical capabilities and physical strength were not significantly inferior to his own. Moreover, when it came to timing and combat techniques, Nidhogg surpassed him by several folds. Consequently, despite being somewhat weaker in raw power, Nidhogg managed to withstand the onslaught. At the onset of the battle, Honor enjoyed a clear advantage, dominating the engagement. However, as the fight progressed and fatigue began to take its toll, a stalemate ensued. By the conclusion of the battle, astonishingly, Nidhogg emerged with considerable superiority and ultimately triumphed over his adversary. This is an accumulation of countless combat experiences prior to rebirth, combined with the diligent training undertaken thereafter, resulting in a profound understanding of one's own abilities. Although there remains a considerable distance to bridge before reaching the prowess of the 200-year-old dragons, the disparity in combat techniques and experiences, coupled with the endurance cultivated through specific training, suggests that in actual combat, one could potentially surpass them. Such a combat capability is sufficient to determine the outcome of a minor battle and influence the course of a localized war. Chapter 16. The Dragon's Descent. Nidhogg lingered in the Dragon Isles for nearly a year, during which time it challenged every dragon under the age of 500, serving as both a test and a means of honing its skills and spiritual cultivation. As anticipated, its strength was approximately comparable to that of a 200-year-old dragon. However, this estimation was not entirely precise. Throughout the year of battles, it had experienced defeat against dragons aged over 180, while also achieving victory over those aged 300. Nevertheless, this approximation provided a foundation upon which to build. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived to depart from the Dragon Isle and venture onto the mainland. With its black wings unfurled, the invisible winds resonated with its will, and its massive form leapt from the surface of the sea. For a dragon, such flight is akin to a human's brisk walk, and it can sustain this for over a day and night. Of course, increasing speed or altitude presents an entirely different challenge. Without such endurance, the dragon race would find it challenging to soar directly from Dragon Island to the mainland. In fact, many dragons often opt to pause and rest mid-journey over the sea, for they are formidable beings capable of thriving in water, land, and sky. A faint, nebulous black shadow gradually expands before my eyes, ultimately transforming into a distinct landmass. Nidhogg lands upon it, its golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. The experiences it garnered from mingling with the human world taught it that transportation and resources are the two pivotal factors determining the development of human settlements. Consequently, coastal regions frequently host human towns or even cities predicated on the existence of ports and navigable waterways nearby. The location where Nidhogg has alighted is evidently a desolate expanse of sea, which presents both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in not being immediately assailed upon landing. The disadvantage is the time required to seek out humanity. In Nidhogg's memory, the last time it traversed the mainland was over 50 years ago, coinciding with the destruction of Alaska, known as the Year of the Withering Black Rose, which symbolized Alaska itself. This moment also marked Nidhogg's chosen opportunity to intervene in the human realm. At a time when a nation teeters on the brink of annihilation, any external force becomes invaluable, as long as it does not descend into the depths of foolishness. However, it is fortunate that, according to the memories that linger, the demise of Alaska was not solely attributable to the folly and incompetence of the ruling class. Rather, it was not so foolish as to bring about its own destruction. The primary cause lay in the overwhelming strength of their adversary, the Third Holy Empire. The pressing issue, however, is that Nidhogg is rather unclear about the current state of the war, uncertain as to its progress. The only certainty is that Alaska is situated in the southeastern part of the continent, while Dragon Island lies beyond in the southern region. Thus, Nidhogg thought, it would be prudent to adjust his course and first head towards that diminutive nation. The Mendeleev Fortress, Alaska's last bastion, stands as the final line of defense. Should it fall to the Empire, the Imperial forces would be able to advance unimpeded, reaching the capital and signifying the total annihilation of the nation. Catherine traversed the fortress, where many warriors had already seated themselves upon the battlements, their armor still stained with blood and the marks of battle. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Not merely in body but in spirit, their morale had plummeted, and they harbored no hopes for victory in this war. In truth, it was not merely them. Was she not similarly afflicted? Catherine sighed inwardly, a fleeting expression she dared not reveal, fearing it might further dishearten those who might inadvertently catch a glimpse of her despair. She turned her head and gazed outside, where the soldiers of the Empire had set up camp in the distance beyond the city walls. At first glance, the encampment seemed to stretch infinitely across the landscape. This time, the Empire claimed to have dispatched an army of 100,000. Even if only half of that were true, it would surpass the entire military force of Alaska. In reality, considering the logistical strain of a long-distance campaign and the exhaustion it would impose on the soldiers, If the entire nation of Alaska were to unite and collaborate sincerely, there might indeed be a chance to reverse the tide of battle. The only issue is, how could this possibly occur? With the empire offering guarantees of noble status, wealth, and lives, most nobles chose to remain spectators, while a few actively pledged their allegiance, bringing their forces to assist the empire in breaching Alaska's defenses, leveraging their influence to facilitate the invasion. Only a small number continued to stand by their nation. However, as a Valkyrie of the royal lineage, Catherine, driven by her own convictions and principles, would neither choose compromise nor surrender. Then, the dragon arrived. The ebony dragon unfurled its enormous wings. Upon first sight, Catherine estimated that its wingspan exceeded 25 meters, and its body length surpassed 20 meters. Merely the bulk of its form was already equivalent to a third of the fortress walls. Undoubtedly, this was a genuine dragon, and its overwhelming presence attested to that fact. Even with Catherine's golden tier strength and resolve, she could distinctly sense its might. It transcended the mere notion of dominance and approached in almost regal pressure. At this moment, even Catherine could not help but feel the overwhelming despair emanating from the colossal figure before her. A manifestation of immense power that could likely obliterate the city walls with the simplest of collisions, inflicting significant destruction, not to mention the foe's aerial prowess. In truth, a warrior attaining the golden tier could also possess a certain degree of flight capability. However, such flight would pale in comparison to that of a dragon born of the skies, lacking in altitude, distance, duration, and maneuverability. Most human golden tier warriors possess what is better described as hovering ability rather than genuine flight, which explains why, despite the Empire having two golden tier entities, while Alaskan forces are limited to her singular presence, they can still hold their ground. As the defenders, her advantages far outweigh those of her adversaries. Conversely, the dragon stands apart. Even among golden tier beings, defeating such a creature would likely require the combined efforts of 3 or 4 golden tier warriors, even with racial bonuses. On the battlefield, however, the impact of a single dragon could equate to at least 10 golden tier warriors, purely due to its size, strength, aerial capabilities, and the resultant disparity in maneuverability. Furthermore, the dragon's presence inflicts a devastating blow to morale. At this very moment, the formidable dragon had yet to take any action. Its mere presence on the battlefield had utterly shattered the already tenuous morale of their side. Even Catherine herself felt a wave of despair wash over her. As her gaze swept toward the opposing camp, she was astonished to observe a similar sense of chaos and shock among them. Was this dragon not summoned by the enemy? Just as Catherine pondered this question, the black dragon descended from the sky before her, and the soldiers surrounding her were unable to organize themselves for a counterattack. A profound hopelessness enveloped Catherine's heart, yet her face betrayed no emotion as she gazed unwaveringly into the enormous golden slit of the dragon's eye, bracing herself against the overwhelming presence of the Dragon King. Amidst the swirling winds that surrounded it, she spoke. "Esteemed dragon, I am curious about your sudden arrival here. How may I assist you in securing victory in this war? In exchange, I request 30 years of tribute from Alaska." Nidhogg replied, "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Catherine promptly agreed to what could be regarded as their last and only opportunity. Chapter 17. War. The black dragon unfurled its wings, and the ocean of elements responded to its call, the atmosphere coalescing and rising. Nidhogg flapped its mighty wings and surged toward the opposing camp. Suddenly, the camp across the way erupted into chaos. After several days of relentless combat, even the side that held the advantage found its morale and stamina inevitably waning. Yet, in the next moment, 2 figures soared forth, standing high above the camp like flames leaping in the wind, their bodies enveloped in a radiant glow. These were the 2 golden warriors of the Empire. Behind them, a continuous stream of soldiers emerged, forming into disciplined ranks. Shields at the ready, a formidable defense, while massive crossbows and other armaments were rolled out from the camp. The dragon crystal trembled, resonating with the omnipresent sea of elements as gusts of wind coalesced into a tempest. Countless sparks of electricity flickered across their scales, and in an instant, their colossal and weighty forms surged forward at an astonishing speed, simple, direct, savage, and violent. At the same time, they met the oncoming counterattack. A tremendous explosion reverberated across the battlefield, audible and visible to both sides, even from hundreds of meters apart, accompanied by a dazzling blaze of light. This was the invisible elemental force, contorting and converging into a formidable power manifesting in the physical realm, producing astounding effects. The resounding roar of dragons echoed across the vast sky, as elements intertwined in the void, culminating in a golden lightning bolt that descended from the heavens. Yet, before it could reach its target, it was abruptly shattered by another brilliant flare. Nidhogg lowered its head, its golden vertical pupil fixed intently on the adversary. And then a malevolent smile spread across its visage. The dragon crystal pulsated within its chest as 12 bolts of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. As the elemental forces surged, 2 brilliant flames erupted with ferocity. Nevertheless, 3 remained unimpeded, falling into the formation, where countless currents surged forth in an instant, enveloping nearly the entire array, which comprised a staggering 5,000 individuals. Simultaneously, on the city walls, Catherine found herself ensnared in indecision, uncertain whether to seize the moment and charge forth. The crux of her hesitation lay in her ignorance of the intentions of the colossal dragon that had unexpectedly appeared to assist them. Yet, as she grappled with her doubts, the situation shifted. Nidhogg suddenly unfurled his wings, evading the confrontation, his dragon crystal vibrating in resonance with the invisible winds that he commanded, propelling him skyward in a heartbeat. Were they to withdraw, just as they had emerged? The 2 golden figures could not help but ponder, their actions momentarily stalling. The black dragon chuckled ominously as he swiftly maneuvered through the winds. Were it any other dragon, they might have foolishly persisted in a standoff. However, as a creature that had long navigated the human realm, Nidhogg understood all too well the significance of logistics and the burdens of supply for large military operations, particularly during an expedition. His target was precisely the location within the encampment where the provisions lay. It soared straight up to an altitude nearing 300 meters. For the majority of gold-tier individuals, as well as those few less adept in the realm of gold, this height could be deemed a limit. While further ascent was not impossible, it would undoubtedly impose considerable challenges upon their movements. However, for the mighty dragon, this was far from its threshold. At this moment, the 2 gold-tier beings had distinctly identified their target and hurriedly approached it. Yet, this slight delay was sufficient for Nidhogg to unleash its assault. 12 bolts of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards a specific encampment, as the radiant flames of combat energy and the brilliance of magic erupted simultaneously. Despite an interception attempt, 3 bolts still descended, igniting flames upon impact. Nidhogg then inhaled sharply, drawing in vast quantities of air into its lungs, which coalesced with the considerable amount of previously compressed gas stored within. It then exhaled forcefully. The dragon's crystal resonated with the elemental response to Nidhogg's will. Initially, this gust could merely be described as a strong wind, but in an instant, it expanded into a tempest that surged towards the encampment, generating numerous flames that danced within the chaos. 2 powerful strikes landed upon Nidhogg's formidable body. Such formidable force from the gold tier could not be withstood entirely unscathed, even by a creature as resilient as a dragon, resulting in 3 scales falling away from its form. In that moment, a singular thought flickered through the minds of the 2 gold-tier beings. This is impossible. The scales of the dragon are inherently the most exquisite defensive material, and their bodies are remarkably formidable even among the fierce beasts that rely on physical prowess. However, despite this, enduring an assault fueled by their wrath should not, and could not, result in merely a modicum of damage. At that moment, both golden warriors beheld the black dragon, which had turned its head, its golden slit pupils gleaming with derision and malice directed at them. After over 50 years of arduous training, the human warriors had honed their skills, while the scales of the dragon had shed and regrown repeatedly, coupled with the innate magical enhancements of the dragon clan. Nidhogg had already developed a physique far superior to its peers, even with the might of the golden tier, without exerting full strength and lacking cohesion. Delivering a devastating blow to it was virtually impossible, at least not within a single strike. The 2 golden warriors exchanged glances, both feeling the urge to retreat. This unexpectedly formidable black dragon, combined with the destruction of their supplies, rendered failure and withdrawal nearly inevitable. The only remaining concern was how to preserve their vitality under such dire circumstances. Without hesitation, the 2 golden figures surged forward, radiant brilliance erupting from their forms, flashing in a predetermined frequency, a signal established for retreat if necessary. Meanwhile, they charged at Nidhogg once more, this time with the primary aim of entangling it and buying precious time. However, the singular issue lies in the fact that Nidhogg would not allow them to proceed unimpeded. As a resounding yet somewhat unrefined voice reverberated across the battlefield, "Hasten the attack." The very ground trembled under the force of this bellow, sending ripples through both factions. Observing the chaotic state of the opposing forces, Catherine clenched her teeth and urgently addressed the messenger. "Quickly, gather the soldiers." The troops swiftly assembled, while within the enemy camp. Their soldiers also sprang into action. High above, the clash between the golden beings and the dragons raged on, though it was evident that both sides had significantly diminished in strength compared to the onset of the battle. Even the golden entities were not endowed with boundless endurance. In truth, most of them, when engaged in a large-scale skirmish, would only exert themselves at a level fluctuating between silver and gold, or even merely silver, in order to sustain a longer duration of combat and inflict greater wounds upon their adversaries. Indeed, even when confronting foes of equal standing, mastering the art of achieving greater outcomes with lesser exertion, while meticulously regulating one's own output, is a profound discipline. It is clear that, in most instances, the formidable beings among humanity are far more adept at this craft than their draconic counterparts. However, Nidhogg stands as a rare exception. Chapter 18. The Choice. A formidable army of 2,000 surged forth under Catherine's command, bursting through the city gates and charging towards the enemy encampment, while the battle among the golden ranks continued, albeit nearing its conclusion. Regardless of how one attempts to regulate their exertion, it is impossible to maintain one's strength beneath the pinnacle of silver during the conflict among the golden warriors. Only in this manner can one inflict wounds upon the adversary. At first glance, the dragon race appears to possess a distinct advantage with their superior defenses compared to humans. Yet, in reality, the ability of humans to wield equipment, coupled with disparities in size and agility, places the dragon race at a disadvantage. From Nidhogg's perspective, his 50 years of training and cultivation merely serve to elevate both parties to an equivalent level. Nevertheless, for Nidhogg, this singular aspect suffices. The disparity in size renders it nearly impossible for the dragons to evade their opponent's strikes, burdening and exhausting them severalfold. And their stamina pales in comparison to that of humans. Even Nidhogg, who has undergone rigorous training, likely finds himself slightly outmatched in this regard. However, this also endows the dragon race with extraordinary strength in every action, manifesting in combat as an unstoppable force, charging with unparalleled ferocity. The flames of animosity, the brilliance of magic, and the tides of elemental forces intertwined between two individuals and a dragon. Nidhogg soared low within the human encampment with an almost reckless abandon, despite the fact that this maneuver somewhat diminished its aerial advantages. However, the shockwaves from the ensuing battle would undoubtedly wreak considerable havoc upon the camp. For Nidhogg, the destruction was undoubtedly worth the effort, while for its adversaries, it was decidedly not. At this critical juncture, the forces of Alaska surged forth. The immense black dragon suddenly lashed its tail, sending one of the combatants sprawling. The impact reverberated through the scales, a testament to the armor forged by humanity for their own protection. Otherwise, that single strike could have inflicted grievous injury. Catherine plunged into the enemy ranks, leading the demoralized Imperial soldiers, who, despite their overwhelming numbers, were being slaughtered like swine due to their disorganized state. This stark reality underscored the power of organization and morale. Although some commanders attempted to rally the scattered troops, they first had to contend with Catherine's onslaught, the blockade established by the Golden Tier. The two golden-tiered warriors from the Empire sought immediately to advance, yet before them, the black dragon loomed like a mountain. Even united, their efforts barely held the beast at bay. If one were to stray, Nidhogg would swiftly penetrate their defenses, unleashing a wave of destruction upon the camp that could rival an organized army. The scattered soldiers, the fallen corpses, the collapsed encampments, and the pursuing cavalry, all these elements converge in a cacophony of chaos. The sharp blades penetrate flesh, resonating against leather armor, while cries of fervor and exhilaration echo through the battlefield. Amidst this tumult, the most resounding noise emanates from a clash at the golden echelon of combat. It is a symphony of energy vibrating through the atmosphere, of magic rending the air, and of immense forces colliding with one another. This sound reverberates across the entire battlefield, prompting soldiers on both sides to retreat from that tumultuous zone, wary of being swept away by the aftershocks of the conflict. Nidhogg observed the two golden entities withdrawing from his sight, opting not to pursue such formidable beings. Defeating them may be feasible, yet extinguishing their existence is a far more arduous task, one that, under the current circumstances, seems nearly impossible for him. However, he harbors no resentment regarding this limitation. Were he human, his objective would be to vanquish his foes and augment his own power, likely seeking to strike down the higher-tier adversaries while rallying the multitude of ordinary individuals to his cause. Yet, as a dragon, one whose sights are set upon humanity as a whole, Nidhogg's true aim lies with the vast majority of ordinary humans. The might of the elite determines the zenith of a race. However, it is the sheer volume of common individuals that forms the very foundation of a species. The accumulation and transmission of knowledge, in straightforward terms, imply that by eliminating all the golden beings among humanity now, a new generation of golden entities will inevitably arise a century hence. Nidhogg possessed a profound awareness of this reality. However, it was even more acutely cognizant that relying solely on its draconic strength, even if it were to expend its nearly 1,000-year lifespan entirely in the pursuit of murder, would likely fall short of its ambitions, particularly if humanity offered no resistance. Consider, for instance, that a mere border state like Alaska boasts a population of millions, not to mention the vast expanse of the Third Holy Empire, or indeed all of humanity. Before its rebirth, while mingling within the human realm, Nidhogg had once encountered a saying, "No race is more adept and efficient at the art of exterminating humanity than humanity itself." It found this assertion agreeable. In fact, prior to its rebirth, human scholars had conducted studies revealing that over the millennia, the number of humans who perished at the hands of various alien races and magical beasts paled in comparison to those who fell victim to revolts, internal strife, and wars. Nidhogg retained a vivid impression of this, which is precisely why, from the outset, it had no intention of single-handedly confronting humanity. Such an endeavor would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. It would likely inflict minimal harm and claim few lives before being swiftly vanquished by the coalition of human heroes. Instead, it opted to integrate itself into human society, inciting conflict and igniting war. This decision underscored its urgency to reach maturity by the age of 50. For it was during this time that the war of national destruction in Alaska transpired. Fortuitously, it had evidently arrived just in time. The choice of Alaska is, of course, devoid of any notions of justice or morality. It is simply a matter of its inherent fragility. As a rare nation where women predominantly wield power within human society, Alaska often finds itself on the periphery of the human realm, its strength never truly formidable. For Nidhogg, this is an utterly futile selection. It seeks only the weak. To assist the weak, for only in this manner can the specter of war be prolonged. Only thus can there be an increase in carnage and death. Otherwise, with a mere crack, the adversary would be obliterated, leaving no room for further conflict and slaughter. Yet, it is evident that the opposing party remains oblivious to this reality. Therefore, when the ebony dragon lifted its head, its golden slit pupils reflecting the figure of the human woman, it keenly sensed her trepidation and unease. Perhaps, this situation is even more advantageous? Nidhogg pondered. Chapter 19. Withdrawal. Catherine has never been associated with beauty. Her appearance can only be described as ordinary, and her physique bears no relation to descriptors such as voluptuous or alluring. Her form is neither curvaceous nor striking, and her well-toned body renders the notion of slenderness completely irrelevant. Her skin cannot be deemed fair or delicate, as sinewy muscles are evident throughout her entire being. Nevertheless, Nidhogg holds a profound admiration for her, for she does not shy away from meeting its gaze and exudes a subtle aura of defiance. Few dare to gaze directly into the eyes of a dragon. The innate majesty they exude is overwhelmingly potent for most beings. Even those of similar stature are inevitably affected, let alone those who would dare to confront them. Human aesthetics hold no significance for such creatures. However, the concept of strength does. Nidhogg reveres the powerful, particularly when they stand, at least for a fleeting moment, on his side. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire your name?" "Nidhogg," came the response, a voice immense and profound, resonating with countless vibrations. "Honorable Nidhogg, the war is not yet concluded. I hope that in a day's time, we may launch a pursuit in the wake of our victory." The black dragon, with golden slit-like eyes, fixed its gaze upon the diminutive female before it. After a moment, it nodded, "As you wish. However, there is no need to wait a day. Let us commence now. Then you may follow at your own pace after a day. I shall depart first." With these words, Nidhogg unfurled his colossal wings, the dragon crystals vibrating as he ascended into the winds. Invisible currents coalesced around him, continually lifting his form higher and higher, until he reached the utmost heights attainable. At this altitude, the atmospheric pressure exhibited slight fluctuations, and the elemental properties and structures underwent significant transformations, resulting in a palpable discomfort. Breath has imperceptibly transformed into an inner respiration, as vast quantities of pure air within the lungs are gradually released, circulating throughout the body to sustain its vitality. The resonance between the dragon crystal and the elements is no longer as seamless as it was upon the ground, causing Nidhogg's flight to appear somewhat unsteady. Yet, the advantage lies in the fact that at this altitude, it can clearly discern the marching patterns of the ground-bound humans. While a solitary figure or two might evade detection at such heights, the immense scale of the Imperial forces renders their movements impossible to conceal. With golden slit-like pupils surveying the army below, Nidhogg's lips curled back to reveal its fearsome white fangs. It did not intend to confront the forces directly. Despite their fatigue from battle, it too had expended considerable energy in the recent skirmish. In contrast to the remnants guarded by two golden protectors, Nidhogg's gaze was drawn to a more suitable target, the encampment of the Imperial army, where their supplies were amassed. The atmosphere surged and churned with velocity, elemental power boiling and igniting. Golden lightning, ablaze with fire, descended from the heavens, striking directly upon the laden supply carts. In such dire circumstances, their only recourse was to launch ranged attacks. This was manageable for the mages, but for the warriors, manifesting their fighting spirit externally exacted a far greater toll than under normal conditions. Despite its efforts to conserve energy and prolong its combat duration, Nidhogg has been compelled to regulate the frequency and intensity of its attacks. Nevertheless, it finds itself nearing the brink of exhaustion, having expended considerable strength in the recent battle. However, this is sufficient, at least for the moment. The remnants of the Empire, which had tenuously gathered, faced further devastation as their logistics were partially destroyed and they endured relentless assaults, ultimately fragmenting once more. The black dragon soared away into the sky. Yet the disturbances were far from over. Just as they managed to regroup their forces, the Alaskan army arrived, launching an assault that scattered them anew. Even the presence of a golden tier entity could not restore order to the disbanded troops, forcing it to flee in advance. Having suffered significant losses in the successive battles, they must be cautious to preserve their vitality, lest they too face the threat of demise. This pursuit continued for over 100 miles before finally ceasing. In the distance lay the encampment of another formidable army dispatched by the Empire. Nidhogg glided at low altitude, its draconic vision allowing it to discern the figure of a human at the entrance of the war camp, their features somewhat obscured, yet most strikingly. The unabashed display of formidable power was evident. Thus, it formed this judgment within its mind. Nuke and Ace wore expressions that were far from pleasant. Despite wielding considerable autonomy as golds, they too were unable to evade repercussions after suffering such a devastating defeat. Most significantly, as a result of this battle, Amon, who once stood on an equal footing with them and was even somewhat inferior, would now ascend to a higher status than theirs. He would rise on the shoulders of their failures and inadequacies, highlighting his own wisdom and decisiveness, particularly since it was they who had orchestrated this downfall. In the face of such circumstances, it is impossible for anyone's spirits to lift. Moreover, the relationship between the two parties was already tenuous. Had it been cordial, they would not have resorted to the excuse of guarding supplies to prevent a potential ambush, allowing the other to retain a contingent of nearly 8,000 troops. According to imperial tradition, had they triumphed, they would have been deemed sagacious and valiant, facing no punishment but rather receiving accolades. However, given their failure, they would inevitably become fodder for others' attacks. Even as golds, their forthcoming days would not be favorable. Additionally, by convention, they would be stripped of most of their privileges in this conflict. The two golds exchanged glances, each sensing the other's resentment and dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the colossal dragon, their grievances might have festered further. Yet, regardless of their discontent and complaints, the reality remained unchanged. They were compelled to bow their heads in submission. "What are your plans, Lord Amon?" Amon's smile deepened. "I believe we can consider a strategic withdrawal." Chapter 20. Recall the troops? Absolutely not. Upon hearing these words, the two golden immediately opposed in a near-reflexive manner. The disgrace and guilt can only be absolved through merit, and undoubtedly, the humiliations and errors committed during war can only be redeemed by the achievements and victories attained therein. we still possess an army of 30,000. A significant portion of Alaskan territory has already fallen under our control. A temporary setback does not warrant a retreat. Indeed, many nobles are still observing from the sidelines, even offering clandestine support, all due to their optimism regarding our triumph. If we were to retreat now, we might not encounter such an opportunity again. Amon slightly tilted his head, regarding the two agitated Golden, and inquired nonchalantly, "Do you know how far a dragon can fly in a day?" "How far?" Nuke furrowed his brow and asked. "Approximately 1,200 to 1,500 kilometers, Amon sighed. "And do you know how far a Golden can run?" He gazed at the two Golden, who were beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and continued. "The straight-line distance from the Empire's border to our location is roughly 800 kilometers. However, the actual distance is about 2,000 kilometers. With such an extensive supply line, I must ask, who among you possesses the confidence to safeguard it entirely against the dragon's onslaught?" An effort fell into a contemplative silence. In the event of a direct confrontation, a single colossal dragon could potentially be subdued by merely 5 or 6 silver-ranked warriors, complemented by 8,000 well-trained and harmoniously coordinated soldiers, along with some equipment. However, even among beasts, few would be foolish enough to succumb to such a fate. Moreover, considering the intelligence of a dragon that rivals that of humankind, should it adopt guerrilla tactics, even an empire would find it incalculably costly to capture or slay it, an endeavor that could rival a cataclysmic war of national annihilation. When united with this small nation, the threat and devastation it could unleash would undoubtedly be magnified exponentially. Thus, I propose a retreat. Do you have any objections? Amon gazed intently at the two Golden figures before him. Alaska, a city sharing its name with the nation, stands as one of the most prosperous metropolises of this small country, boasting a vast population exceeding 100,000, its influence radiating across nearly 1/5 of the territory. It is also the last remaining stronghold of this nation. Before it lies Mindel, the final bastion of Alaska, with golden tresses cascading down her back, Queen Christine. In contrast to Catherine, epitomizes beauty. Her slender fingers danced over the luminous shadows in her grasp, conveying the latest battlefield updates relayed through magic. After perusing the information, she let out a small sigh of relief, her expression relaxing as she absorbed the news. The Empire had retreated. The army dispatched by the Empire boasted a strength of 100,000. However, the actual number was far less, estimated to be only around 50,000. Nevertheless, this formidable force was sufficient to overwhelm the entirety of Alaska. If the people of Alaska united, rallying their collective strength, they could muster approximately 20 to 30,000 troops, bolstered by their home advantage, which would significantly enhance their chances of victory. Yet, how could this be feasible? Over half of the military might was scattered across various territories within Alaska, held by numerous nobles, most of whom chose to remain passive observers. In such circumstances, when confronted with the Empire's onslaught, Alaska could mobilize only around 10,000 troops. Given this stark disparity, even the most confident nobles began to waver, with many opting to switch allegiances. Guided by these traitorous factions, the original advantage of home ground was considerably diminished. However, all of this crumbled before Nidhogg. Although the reasons for the dragon's sudden arrival and decision to assist remained unclear, it was undoubtedly its presence that secured victory in this conflict. For Alaska, this was akin to a divine intervention. Now, they awaited the triumphant return of their generals and soldiers, along with the celestial dragon. Nidhogg soared through the skies. Surveying the land and scenery below, it had once traversed this terrain, albeit 80 years prior. At that time, Alaska had long since vanished from the map, leaving only a city bearing its name. In its hazy recollection, had it not materialized, Mindel would likely have broken through in approximately half a month, after which the Imperial forces would advance relentlessly to the capital of this nation, breaching its gates 3 months later. This was a lackluster campaign, devoid of poignant tales, ingenious stratagems, or legendary feats of valor that might turn the tide of battle by claiming the enemy's head amidst a sea of warriors. From beginning to end, the Empire steadily employed a military force several times greater than that of Alaska, methodically conquering and assimilating it into its dominion. Meanwhile, the majority of the minor and medium nobles, witnessing the evolution of the situation, transitioned from passive observers to covert collaborators, ultimately even opening the gates of the capital, which directly led to the nation's demise. It was within this conflict that most of the royal family members, including the ruler of this land, perished, with only a few surviving. Among them, A formidable adversary emerged, the necromancer Sandrew, whom Nidhogg would later encounter alongside his human companions in their adventures. In fact, the fame of Alaska in subsequent times owes more than half of its renown to this necromancer, as his mastery and innovations in necromancy became renowned across the world. In stark contrast, Alaska indeed appeared to be an unremarkable and mundane little nation, a single warrior against an army. The black dragon mused thus. Reflecting upon it, that fellow, alongside the spectral knight, was indeed created from this woman, was he not? In comparison to the formidable undead knight she would eventually become. The current version of her appears quite feeble. The black dragon pondered whether this was due to her untapped potential, or if her innate talents would only manifest post-transformation. Or perhaps it was solely a consequence of the immense resources and efforts invested by the great sorcerer into her development. Nevertheless, compared to her, the future necromancer warrants far greater attention. Should one endeavor to extinguish him in his infancy, or strive to gain control over him instead? Thus mused Nidhogg. Chapter 21. The meeting. Alice resided quietly in her chamber, her golden locks, an inheritance from her mother, flowing like a waterfall. Though still in her youth, her beauty was already beginning to surface, hinting at a future of extraordinary allure. Her beauty, it seemed, would surpass even that of her mother. A grand floor-length mirror stood before her, as the little princess of Alaska meticulously arranged her unruly strands of hair, smoothing down the errant wisps with great care. She cautiously pressed out the subtle wrinkles of her white princess gown, glancing left and right to ensure her appearance was impeccable before she joyfully bounded out of her room. She had heard the news that her Aunt Catherine had triumphantly vanquished the malevolent imperial army, aided by the legendary dragon, and was set to return in glory. Seemingly on this very day. Filled with anticipation, Alice took an extra half hour to meticulously perfect her appearance, yearning for her aunt to notice her beauty and commend her for being charming. However, after only a few steps, an inexplicable fear seized her heart, rendering her unable to traverse the corridor with her usual lightness and joy. Instead, she moved slowly, one deliberate step at a time. In truth, she was not alone in her plight. Nearby maidens faced a similar fate, their faces pale, bodies rigid, beads of sweat forming on their skin, some collapsing to the ground, only to rise again with the aid of companions after a prolonged struggle. "Mother," Alice timidly uttered at the threshold of her room, unable to express her affection as she once did. "Mother, I want a hug." The little princess of Alaska gazed cautiously at her mother. Christine could not suppress a sigh, her heart aching as she enveloped her daughter in her arms. Since the age of 6, Alice had not made such a request. The warmth of her mother's embrace visibly eased Alice's tension, bestowing upon her newfound courage and strength. The Queen of Alaska could hear her daughter's inquiry. "Mother, what is this? Why do I feel so afraid? This is long way." Christine offered a bitter smile and remarked, "Do you recall what Mother told you before about the dragon that aided us? However, it now appears that its temperament may be rather unpleasant." "Indeed. Nidhogg's disposition leaves much to be desired. To be more precise, from the very beginning, it harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Yet, it was not malevolent enough to deliberately intimidate a young girl with its draconic presence. In truth, it merely employed such behavior to assert its existence. The fear it instilled was not directed at a singular individual but encompassed all. The ebony dragon descended from the heavens, its colossal form, elongated tail, and outstretched wings crushing a section of the room as it finally made contact with the ground. However, such trivial matters hardly troubled Nidhogg. Not only was there no loss of life, but even if there were, the parties involved could only manage the aftermath in silence. "Esteemed sir, might I request that you temper your draconic majesty?" Nidhogg lowered its head to behold a golden-haired human woman cradling a young girl before it. "Is this truly the queen of this realm? How fragile she appears. With a mere flick of its claw, it could easily crush her." Such thoughts swirled within the dragon's mind, yet ultimately, it chose to restrain its overwhelming presence. A deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the space. "Are you the queen of this nation?" "Yes, I am," she replied. Christine raised her head, gazing intently into the enormous golden slit pupil of the black dragon before her. The oppressive aura of the dragon had receded, allowing her to visibly relax, and she spoke with an air of apparent fearlessness. "I sincerely appreciate your understanding, but may I audaciously inquire if Catherine has yet to arrive? Do you truly believe that your human livestock can outpace us dragons?" Nidhogg replied with a hint of derision. "No, of course not," Christine quickly refuted, pausing before continuing. Catherine has already conveyed everything regarding your matter through magical correspondence. As promised, we shall endeavor to meet any conditions you may present. Even if I wish to feast upon humans? Nidhogg's golden gaze bored down upon the human woman. If, biting her lip, Christine struggled to continue. But before she could utter another word, the dragon's thunderous voice interrupted her once more. The one in your arms appears quite delectable. Christine's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she forgot how to articulate her thoughts. See, I knew your human promises were never to be trusted, Nidhogg taunted. But fret not. I shall not impose demands that would unduly burden you. Thank you for your understanding, the Queen of Alaska stammered, feeling momentarily lost and uncertain of how to proceed. Now, first, expel everyone around me. I am weary and in need of slumber. Furthermore, in a week's time, I shall awaken. So do remember to prepare for me some substantial livestock, for I shall require sustenance then. Very well, esteemed one. The Queen of Alaska slowly departed from the scene, cradling her daughter Alice, whose pallor mirrored her own. At 13, Alice possessed sufficient wisdom to comprehend the implications of their recent conversation. Christine gently caressed her daughter's golden, silken hair, striving to soothe her own troubled mind. Perhaps 3 days more, she mused. Nidhogg slowly closed his golden eyes, surrendering to slumber. The immense physique and formidable strength of the dragon were accompanied by an equally vast consumption of energy. Hence, the majority of their existence was spent in hunting and sleep. Even Nidhogg found it challenging to alter this truth. Through excessive exertion and rigorous training, he had, at the cost of his lifespan, achieved in a mere 50 years what other dragons might accomplish in over a century. Yet, his need for sleep only intensified, much like that of his adult counterparts. The battles with 2 golden dragons, along with the long flights and relentless pursuits, had instilled in Nidhogg a profound sense of drowsiness and hunger. While this may represent a facet of natural balance in the world, for Nidhogg, it undoubtedly did not align with his desires. Albeit temporarily, he found himself lacking any viable solutions. 3 days later, Catherine returned triumphantly with her army. The first to rush towards her was the little princess of Alaska, who was enveloped in her aunt's embrace while her parents looked on, smiling at the entire scene, not just at this golden child. However, when it comes to loyalty and reliability towards the royal family, this golden child stands alone. It is evident from this resistance that Catherine is the sole representative of such fidelity. Consequently, both parties have maintained a harmonious relationship over the years, with their daughter being particularly close to this distant aunt, much to the delight of the queen and her consort. Chapter 22. The banquet and requests. Nidhogg awakened from its slumber, its golden slit eyes surveying the surroundings. As commanded before its rest, no humans were present, which brought it a modicum of satisfaction. It then lifted its head and let out a deep, resonant dragon's roar. A human female approached. It was Catherine. Have you finally awakened? Esteemed Lord Nidhogg. As the dragon spoke, a gentle breath, mild by dragon standards, escaped its maw, creating a soft breeze laden with a potent aroma that struck Catherine's face. Although the dragon's digestive prowess is formidable, its appetite is equally vast. Thus, while its digestion is more efficient than that of humans, it is not so efficient as to leave no trace or scent behind. Even a formidable individual of the golden rank could not suppress a slight furrowing of her brow. Fortunately, her resolute spirit as a golden rank warrior allowed her only a fleeting expression of concern. She couldn't help but admire the Emperor Christine's fortitude, which enabled her to engage in conversation with the colossal dragon, Nidhogg, without betraying any sign of trepidation, despite the ominous aura that surrounded him. Unbeknownst to her, the pressure exerted by Nidhogg's formidable presence and immense stature compelled Christine to maintain a distance more than thrice greater than the one she currently occupied, a distance sufficient to render the unsettling atmosphere nearly imperceptible. Before long, an array of culinary delights, roasted pigs, whole chickens, golden fried fish, and an assortment of lamb and other delectable dishes were presented. Nidhogg observed the feast for a considerable time before shifting his gaze toward Catherine, prompting a wave of unease within the human woman. Is something amiss? She inquired. A minor issue, the dragon replied. I have a preference for my meals raw. Catherine momentarily faltered, reflecting the common human tendency to project their own preferences onto other species, often defining their culinary inclinations subjectively, such as the belief that cooked food surpasses raw. It was reminiscent of their earlier assumption that elves should relish meat, despite their herbivorous nature. I apologize. We were unaware of this, Catherine responded, lowering her gaze and striving to convey her regret through her demeanor. It matters not, as long as you pay heed next time. The black dragon spoke with an air of tolerance. Despite being somewhat dissatisfied with the fare, the famished dragon ultimately devoured every morsel. Is there anything else? Observing that the other party had not taken their leave, the black dragon inquired further. To celebrate our victory, we are hosting a banquet tomorrow, and we hope you will attend. Catherine hesitated for a moment before continuing. I just wonder if you can assume human form. You seem to possess some knowledge of dragonkind. Nidhogg replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Many foolish humans believe that all dragons can transform into human form, often fantasizing about engaging intimately with dragons that conform to their aesthetic ideals. It must be said, humans not only have an excessively prolonged mating season, but their romantic interests are also remarkably diverse. I can assume human form, Nidhogg slowly articulated, but not as a human. That is of no consequence. Catherine sighed with relief. As long as you can take on a human guise, it suffices. I wish for you to know that many wish to meet you. After all, our nation has, in a sense, been saved by you. Very well, I shall grant your request, the dragon replied calmly. Thank you immensely, Catherine exhaled, relieved to be free from that unpleasant odor. She resolved to maintain a greater distance when conversing with this dragon in the future. Then Nidhogg began to weave his magic. As one of the most remarkable achievements within the realm of draconic magic, despite possessing the ability to cast it, Nidhogg still required a considerable amount of preparation time to truly unleash its power, much like any intricate and formidable spell. This was particularly true for Nidhogg, who had only just attained the threshold for spellcasting. It was not until the approach of midday on the following day that Nidhogg finally succeeded in executing the spell. The experience was reminiscent of a profound transformation, a sensation of being shattered, crushed, melted, reformed, and condensed, transcending the mere description of pain. During this ordeal, had Nidhogg been capable of vocalizing his anguish, his draconic vocal cords would have been rendered utterly shaken. This aversion to employing such magic was precisely the reason for his hesitance. As the sun neared its descent, Nidhogg completed his transformation into the form he had envisioned, tall, robust, and cloaked in black scales. Considering the constraints of the indoor space, he had chosen not to retain his lengthy tail this time. Your appearance is somewhat unexpected, Catherine remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. I had anticipated an elf or perhaps an orc. Let us proceed, Nidhogg replied with a calm demeanor. When the imposing figure entered the banquet hall, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Prior to Nidhogg's arrival, word of its impending entrance had already circulated among the attendees. The black-scaled humanoid surveyed the crowd, and each individual who met its golden slit-like gaze felt an involuntary chill run down their spine, engulfed by a sense of dread. Although it was not in its original form, the presence of this creature, compared to that of a human, elf, or orc, undeniably retained more of the dragon's power and majesty. The previously lively atmosphere quieted considerably under the weight of its gaze. However, Nidhogg paid little heed to the crowd's reaction. It strode directly to a nearby table and began to devour the food voraciously, driven by an urgent need to replenish the energy expended during its transformation. The attendees watched in stunned silence as this colossal figure consumed meal after meal, producing a cacophony of sounds, utterly at a loss for how to respond. This was a stark deviation from the customary decorum of the banquet, an entirely different existence. The hall remained hushed until Christine, the host and organizer, spoke up, rekindling the atmosphere. Yet, those who had initially intended to engage with Nidhogg now found themselves too intimidated to approach. It was only as the banquet neared its conclusion, and Nidhogg had already indulged in food for the third time, that someone finally mustered the courage to initiate a conversation. The imposing figure turned his head, slightly bowing it as his golden slit pupils gazed down at the human male before him. The latter raised his wineglass with a smile. Yet Nidhogg could still perceive the tension hidden beneath his demeanor. Nevertheless, managing to conceal it to such an extent was commendable. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Joseph, the husband of Christine. Here, he paused slightly. In other words, the royal consort of this nation. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nidhogg, having stuffed a generous portion of pig leg into his mouth, chewed vigorously while responding. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Though I may be reluctant to admit it, were it not for your assistance, our war would likely have ended in failure. In that case, he chuckled ruefully, our fates would not have been particularly splendid. That is the least I could do, Nidhogg replied, revealing a large, somewhat menacing smile. Assisting the weak has always been my calling. Joseph paused in surprise and suddenly inquired, did you help us because we are comparatively weaker than the Empire? Indeed, Nidhogg replied. casting a glance at him, somewhat astonished by his perceptiveness. So, if Alaska were to engage in conflict with an even weaker faction, which side would you choose? I have already stated my position. Nidhogg nonchalantly stuffed another dish into his mouth. I would side with the weaker. I understand. Joseph revealed a bittersweet smile, inquiring, however, I must ask, are you not currently benefiting from the offerings of our nation while aiding other factions? You must understand that these 30 years of tribute are a reward for my assistance in repelling the Imperial forces, not the other way around. Nidhogg slowly swallowed the food in his throat, the once searing hunger in his stomach now significantly alleviated. In truth, he continued, even now, I suspect the Empire would be willing to present even more generous terms, provided I agree to refrain from interfering in your conflict. Your understanding of our situation is quite astonishing, Joseph remarked with a sigh. Now, I wish to further inquire, if we were to wage war against the Empire, would you stand by our side? Nidhogg gazed at him in surprise. Even I, as a dragon, am acutely aware of the disparity between you and the Empire. Can you truly not perceive it yourselves? We would be left with but a solitary city, devoid of sufficient territory and without fortifications to support one another. If this continues, in a few years, the Empire will have completely annexed those lands, and even with your assistance, the entirety of Alaska may face inevitable destruction. You make a compelling point. Nidhogg acknowledged after a moment of contemplation. Then, when the time comes for us to initiate a campaign to reclaim our lands, will you stand with us? Joseph raised his head once more, gazing nervously at the towering black figure before him. Indeed, I have always stood by the side of the weak, Nidhogg declared without hesitation. I am truly grateful, Joseph replied, inclining slightly. If you have any requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill them. I do have a few requests, Nidhogg stated, casting a glance at the expressions of those opposite. Rest assured, they are not difficult demands. I am quite intrigued by your human combat aura, and I require various related discourses. Additionally, please summon a few adept practitioners to provide me with guidance. Joseph exhaled in relief. Rest assured, such minor requests will be swiftly attended to. However, I must mention that mastering the combat aura may prove quite challenging for you. I am aware, Nidhogg responded calmly. At present, its physical training had reached a certain limit, mere steps away from unleashing combat aura. Notably, Nidhogg was not in its dragon form, but had assumed a human guise, albeit retaining numerous draconic traits. Undeniably, it appeared far more relaxed compared to its original form, as evidenced by its physique. Once successful, with such a foundation, Nidhogg anticipated that upon reverting to its original form, it could continue to manifest combat aura. It eagerly pondered what heights it could achieve, with the draconic physique serving as the foundation for its combat aura. Surely, it would reach at least the level of human gold, it mused. However, for Nidhogg, the dragon, even if it were to unleash its fighting spirit, the actual enhancement of its destructive power and combat prowess would be minimal. After all, it had already attained the standards of the golden tier solely through its innate magical abilities. The two aspects do not simply accumulate like arithmetic sums. Its true significance lies in the augmentation of endurance, at least according to Nidhogg's expectations. By the way, I wish to locate someone, Nidhogg continued. Who might that be? Joseph inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. However, he observed the imposing figure across from him shake its head and reply, never mind. I shall seek him out myself. You are unlikely to find him. That individual is a formidable being, adept at concealing their presence, a golden tier. Nidhogg noticed the evident astonishment on the human's face, likely because he had never anticipated the existence of such a being in this region. After all, even within the Empire, a golden tier would be considered a guest of honor. The fact that a native such as he was unaware of this, yet a dragon was informed, was entirely attributable to Nidhogg's status as a reincarnate. During this process, he caught the attention of the necromancer Sandrew, who was concealing his identity while lurking within the city, and subsequently took him as an apprentice. As their journey unfolded, Nidhogg gradually revealed his extraordinary talent in the realm of necromancy. However, for Nidhogg, despite the fact that the Princess of Alaska, known by the alias Sandrew, would eventually surpass her own teacher in the realm of necromancy, she remained, in her current youthful state, undeniably more reliant on her mentor. It is worth noting that Nidhogg had long held a keen interest in necromancy, especially when compared to the widely celebrated elemental magic. The requirements for necromancy are significantly more demanding, and its lineage is far more obscure. Otherwise, Nidhogg would not have remained untouched by it in her previous life. a circumstance partly attributed to her initial disinterest in the magical systems of humanity. It was only after considerable exposure that her perspective began to shift, as the sky suddenly darkened. The old man raised his head and discovered a towering figure blocking the sunlight before him. His weary, squinting eyes fell upon the imposing figure, entirely shrouded in black scales. And he inquired slowly, "Who are you?" "Nidhogg, the necromancer Sandrew. Do not conceal yourself any longer," Nidhogg declared. "I have long been aware of your true identity." "What do you mean?" the old man replied, his voice still measured and unhurried. Yet an invisible repulsion manifested within the air. This terrifying strike was forcefully deflected, stirring a gentle breeze. Simultaneously, the individual across from him realized that henceforth, concealment was no longer an option. However, as the opponent unleashed this blow, the old man comprehended with clarity that the adversary possessed unshakable confidence, rendering the disguise utterly meaningless. Sandro ceased to feign the demeanor of an aging relic and lifted his head directly, inquiring, "How did you discern my presence? Has the dragon's perception sharpened to such an extent?" "That is a secret," the imposing black figure answered succinctly. "Then, may I inquire what brings you, a decrepit necromancer, to me?" Sandro continued. "I wish to learn the art of necromancy," Nidhogg stated plainly, revealing his desire. "Why do you believe I would acquiesce to such a request?" Sandro asked, somewhat astonished. "I can assist you in eliminating Ellis." Nidhogg proposed a condition that was impossible to refuse. "I know not how you came by this knowledge, yet I accept," Sandro replied decisively. Ellis, the vice president of the Magic Academy, Sandro S. mentor, the former necromancer S. beloved, and the very woman responsible for his demise, was also the one he despised most in this lifetime. In his previous life, it was ultimately his disciple who would take her life decades later, to avenge his master. One must consider not only her status, but also her formidable prowess, which was equally on par with that of gold. The aura of fighting spirit enveloped her like a flame, dancing restlessly around her. Catherine stood before the towering figure of Nidhogg, and despite her own tall stature, she appeared to be 2 or 3 heads shorter in comparison. A vast quantity of air was inhaled by Nidhogg, circulating within its body repeatedly, nourishing every muscle and tissue with breath until it transformed into utterly useless waste, which was then expelled. It was within this process that Nidhogg meticulously sensed, captured, and sought out its essence. The fighting spirit was a manifestation of one's own body, a force generated when the respiratory function was heightened to its utmost limits through intense exertion. Just as elements can interfere with one another, so too can fighting spirits resonate with each other. At that moment, Nidhogg was leveraging this principle to aid in its comprehension of the fighting spirit's existence. However, as time passed, nearly 3 hours had elapsed, and Nidhogg found itself without any significant revelations. Upon reflection, such difficulty was not entirely unexpected. The vibrant flames of energy gradually diminished, despite not engaging in any vigorous activity or combat. Merely unleashing its fighting spirit and elevating its vitality to the extreme imposed a considerable burden, even for one of golden stature. Sustaining such a state for a full 3 hours would nearly deplete its energy. Yet, Nidhogg remained unfazed. For this was a condition mutually agreed upon after refining its initial offerings. As night descended, Nidhogg began to learn necromancy from Sandrew. Within the realm of elemental perception, a subtle yet undeniably tangible energy coalesced around the fingertips of the other, embodying the very essence of all necromantic magic, negative energy. Sandrew gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, marveling at Nidhogg's mastery of sorcery. The foundation of necromantic magic lies in negative energy, however. In contrast to the magical energies wielded by other schools of sorcery, negative energy is not inherently abundant or widely present in the cosmos. In truth, it is an amalgamation of various magical energies, harmonized by necromancers. Consequently, the profession of necromancer is often a transition from other types and factions of mages. To embark on the study of necromancy, one must first possess a substantial, if not advanced, proficiency in elemental magic, thereby enabling the initiation of this arcane discipline. Undoubtedly, for Sandrew, at the outset, despite his acquiescence to the other's request, he harbored doubts regarding the formidable magical prowess of the dragonkin. This strength largely derives from their exceptional elemental sensitivity and resonance capabilities. Even if dragons were to delve deeply into magic, they would predominantly pursue the arcane arts rooted in their draconic heritage, a stark contrast to the human magical framework. In such circumstances, to master necromantic magic one must first attain a certain level of proficiency in elemental magic. Even with the innate gifts of the dragonkin, this is not a feat that can be accomplished within a mere year or two. However, within a mere span of 3 days, he successfully mastered the essence of negative energy, which serves as the foundational element of all necromantic magic. Sandrew was acutely aware that this indicated the opposing party's magical prowess had reached a commendable level, sufficient to merit the title of Grand Mage. Undoubtedly, this revelation astonished the necromancer, who had lived for several decades, albeit he had been repeatedly taken aback since their initial encounter. Yet, for Nidhogg, this achievement was far from satisfying. In the morning, he perused various tomes on martial energy and magic. In the afternoon, with Catherine's assistance, he contemplated martial energy. And in the evening, he engaged in the study of necromantic magic under Sandrew's tutelage. Meanwhile, Alaska was once again rallying soldiers and troops, preparing to initiate a campaign for reclamation. Chapter 24. The trap. The colossal black dragon devoured the livestock before it, its razor-sharp teeth effortlessly shredding flesh and crushing bones. Before swallowing the remnants whole, its ravenous belly yearning for substantial nourishment. This was nearly half a month later. Ample time had elapsed for Alaska to gather his forces anew and instigate a war. Undoubtedly, although Nidhogg's humanoid form possessed greater endurance and agility in combat, it was still Nidhogg's true form, that of a magnificent dragon, which held a far greater sway in the theater of war. In the past fortnight, the sensations and eruptions of animosity have remained elusive, serving no purpose other than to cause Catherine, the Golden Lady, to expend unnecessary effort. However, this was anticipated by Nidhogg and thus comes as no surprise. In stark contrast, progress in necromancy has been remarkable, enabling the use of simple spells such as the Finger of Death. Although, for Nidhogg's current capabilities, this skill holds little value, as it requires a preparation time of at least 30 seconds to a minute before casting. For a formidable being of the golden rank, such a duration is ample time to engage in several skirmishes. Furthermore, given Nidhogg's current proficiency in necromancy, the destructive power of a single necromantic spell may well pale in comparison to a mere punch in its humanoid form, let alone in its true state. During warfare, by harnessing the conductivity of metals, a bolt of lightning summoned casually could potentially slay one foe while severely injuring 2 or 3 others and incapacitating 5 or 6 more. In contrast, the Finger of Death may only claim a single life, rendering it vastly inferior in terms of efficiency. However, from the outset, Nidhogg's intention to learn necromancy was not to augment its combat prowess, and thus it remains unconcerned. Alaska, as a remote nation, comprises merely 3 cities and over 10 small towns, with territories held by more than 30 nobles. From this perspective, the Empire's willingness to deploy 100,000 troops, albeit merely nominally, underscores its significant regard for this nation. In the current circumstances, despite the assistance of Nidhogg, Alaska has averted the calamity of national extinction. However, over 80% of its territory has succumbed to the Empire's grasp. Presently, the land still held by this small nation consists solely of its capital city, 3 towns, and a handful of territories. When compared not only to the Empire's vast expanse, but even to the territories recently seized by the Empire, the disparity is glaring. This stark reality elucidates why Alaska is compelled to hastily initiate a campaign to reclaim its lost lands, territories that require time for occupation and assimilation. Especially while the former owners still inhabit them, it is essential to recognize that initially, to expedite the conquest of this nation, the Empire extended preferential treatment to the nobility who pledged their allegiance. This was one of the reasons many nobles opted for surrender, while a majority chose to remain passive observers. After all, the disparity in military strength was so profound that no one would willingly remain aboard a sinking vessel. Should events unfold favorably, once Alaska meets its demise, the Empire would naturally have ample time to fully integrate these territories into its dominion. However, nearly half a month has elapsed, and they have only begun to reorganize their defeated forces, not to mention that most nobles remain in a state of indecision. Even those who had previously surrendered now find themselves grappling with renewed doubts in this precarious situation. The obsidian dragon soared through the skies. Choosing not to accompany the advancing army, such a course would have consumed far too much time. Instead, it opted to act alone, setting its sights on the second city within the bounds of Alaska. In merely half a day, it traversed 300 kilometers, benefiting from the direct route of aerial travel, allowing it to fly in a straight line without the need for turns. Otherwise, the distance would have likely doubled. Nevertheless, Nidhogg still retained nearly 80% of its strength, ample enough to unleash a battle, or more accurately, a war. Its dark scales absorbed the light, casting a shadow upon the ground as the black dragon surged relentlessly towards the city, akin to a phantom aircraft of a self-destructive terrorist attack, non-existent in this world. Under such a brutally direct assault, the dragon's aura intensified exponentially, even before approaching the city gates. Anyone who could see or sense the impending arrival of the dragon began to flee in terror. A deep, resonating roar echoed, mingled with the sound of shattering debris, as the city walls and nearby structures were utterly obliterated by Nidhogg's onslaught. Even the battle-hardened body of the dragon felt the shock of such a collision. Yet it was but a fleeting sensation. Nidhogg nonchalantly shook its head, and with a powerful sweep of its long tail, it obliterated several nearby buildings. Among the debris and fallen stones, the remnants of human bodies and blood were conspicuously visible. The sudden and swift onslaught of the dragon had caught many off guard, and its overwhelming aura not only declared its presence but also hindered numerous humans from fleeing. However, Nidhogg was indifferent. It was not like those foolish dragons from human chronicles who regarded humans as dearer than their own kin. Indeed, prior to its rebirth, it had harbored such inclinations. But those sentiments had vanished entirely thereafter. Regardless of the number of lives lost, it felt no remorse. In fact, facilitating a higher death toll among humans was its primary objective. The only perplexity was that, thus far, it had encountered no significant resistance, which contradicted its understanding of humanity. Cities, being the most populous, affluent, and vibrant hubs of human activity, were also the locations where they would deploy the greatest military strength following conquest. This was necessary, whether for the recuperation of their forces or for consolidating their dominion over the area. Yet, curiously, Nidhogg had not encountered any organized opposition. Though there were soldiers who dared to assault it, such feeble attempts were utterly futile, failing to even scratch its armored scales. Even in the absence of gold, one would expect at least some silver. Even without magical artillery, one would anticipate the presence of crossbows. Were there no traps? The black dragon pondered. For those accustomed to hunting low-intelligence beasts, it may seem all too natural to regard humanity as feeble. However, Nidhogg, possessing a profound understanding of humankind, would not entertain such naivety. Now, let me see what tricks you have prepared for me, it mused with a malevolent glint in its golden slit-like eyes. The black dragon smirking coldly. The army, having embarked on a long expedition and endured continuous battles and marches, might have indeed prepared some formidable magical weapon. Yet Nidhogg harbored ample confidence that they could not bring about its demise. Otherwise, the decades of rigorous discipline and the title of dragon would be rendered worthless. The dragon crystal trembled slightly, poised to unleash its magic, while on the surface, the colossal dragon seemed utterly oblivious, rampaging through the city with reckless abandon. Not even the rooms constructed of earth and stone, nor the towering edifices of brick and mortar, could withstand the gentle nudge of the black dragon. Its densely arranged and resilient black scales remained unscathed despite the relentless impacts and magical assaults. This was the culmination of over 50 years of Nidhogg honing its body, enduring the excruciating pain of scale removal, only to await their regrowth. A pathway, exceeding 12 meters in width and formed from countless ruins and dust, coiled sinuously behind Nidhogg, tracing a long trajectory through the city, twisting and turning until it ultimately reached the very heart of the urban expanse. A 6-story edifice was indiscriminately ravaged by Nidhogg. And as if a switch had been activated, an extraordinary luminescence ignited instantaneously, giving rise to a surge of elemental energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Nidhogg's draconic crystal trembled, unleashing a pent-up force that erupted in an instant. This was not a manifestation of any crafted sorcery, but rather a sheer, overwhelming resonance of elemental power. In such circumstances, it bore another name, magical interference. The intricate sigils that had once shimmered in the air began to flicker erratically. Almost immediately, Nidhogg flapped its wings, yearning to ascend. Yet, the atmosphere, once familiar, transformed into a viscous and oppressive medium, rendering its accustomed flight laborious and sluggish. Concurrently, four beams of diverse hues and 3 powerful bolts surged forth from different distant directions. The colossal, reinforced form of the dragon, which could soar like a bird, relied largely on its innate, almost magical prowess, with less than half of its flight capability stemming from its physical being. In such a scenario, should a grand spell interfere with the dragon's instinctive manipulation of the atmosphere, the outcome would most often be a disastrous descent. Even though Nidhogg had anticipated this interference and had intervened in the grand magical array, the effort did not need to be wholly successful. It still significantly disrupted its ability to fly, preventing an immediate escape, at least on the surface. It appeared thus. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Nidhogg's dragon crystal trembled incessantly, seemingly exerting its utmost in elemental resonance, a greater force was at work, activating its innate talents, scaling enhancement, compounded thrice, muscular reinforcement, compounded thrice, and skeletal fortification, compounded thrice. The black dragon, with its golden slit-like eyes, surveyed the assaults directed at it, swiftly discerning the origins of the 7 diverse attacks within the brief span of merely 2 or 3 breaths. 3 emanated from gold, presumably the trio of golden beings encountered earlier, while another appeared to be a collaborative spell cast by several silver-tier mages, culminating in 3 colossal crossbow bolts. "Let me witness the might of your assaults," Nidhogg mused with a derisive smile. In the next moment, elemental resonance was fully unleashed, as the black dragon soared into the skies, regaining mastery over the atmosphere. Chapter 25, The Fruits of Battle. This slight temporal disparity gave rise to 2 divergent scenarios. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the 3 golden beings responded in a timely manner, almost in unison, adjusting their trajectories simultaneously. This minor alteration transformed their potential collision into a mere brush past one another. Had their speeds not reached their utmost limits, they would likely have accelerated further to extricate themselves from this predicament. In truth, for beings of gold, this was not an insurmountable peril, provided there was not another adversary of equal standing looming above, watching with predatory intent, the attention heightened to its utmost, ready to counter any attack while remaining prepared for immediate response. Yet, the anticipated assault never materialized. Instead, a cacophony of rumbling and crackling sounds incessantly echoed in their ears. As the 3 individuals gradually reigned in their power, they realized that the colossal dragon had ventured elsewhere, precisely to the location where the silver-tier mages were launching their combined attack. The earlier tumult was merely the sound of Nidhogg soaring low through the city, wreaking havoc on the structures in its path. While gold dragons are notoriously difficult to slay, silver dragons, particularly when confronted by silver-tier mages at close quarters, are significantly more vulnerable. The black dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing a disturbingly human-like yet malevolent grin. The dragon crystal trembled violently, resonating with the surrounding elements to disrupt the mage's casting abilities. A mere few seconds of delay would suffice. However, despite the considerable interference, they could not be prevented from casting their spells with remarkable swiftness. Like all proficient human mages, each of these silver-tier mages bore multiple enchanted accessories that sealed instant-cast magic. Nevertheless, Nidhogg neither evaded nor obstructed their spells. Its vast, obsidian form charged forward without hesitation, allowing the automated counter-magic to detonate against its scales and tear through its flesh. The most potent of these spells even penetrated deeply, creating a gaping hole the size of a human head. Yet, this was all the damage they could inflict. Nidhogg, formidable and colossal, crashed into them with its immense, dark form, carving a wide swath through the landscape, leaving destruction in its wake. Every structure it encountered was obliterated. Before it, countless automatically triggered defensive spells were ruthlessly dismantled under the sheer force of this primal kinetic assault. The massive black body then surged forward, trampling everything beneath it, leaving only a gruesome smear of blood and viscera, a chaotic amalgamation of bones, organs, and flesh. The 3 golden figures charged forward without hesitation. Yet Nidhogg merely curled its lips in a mocking smile, unfurling its wings with a powerful flap and darting toward the location of the crossbow. How could it be so swift? The thought barely flickered in Ace's mind when the torrent of crimson dragon breath enveloped him completely. Within the inferno, faint glimmers of other colors could be glimpsed. These were the items imbued with automatically triggered defensive spells. However, beneath the onslaught of the dragon's breath, they flickered briefly before vanishing entirely. Those with less keen eyesight might not even perceive their existence. Blackened carcasses plummeted from the sky. Even the golden figures, taken by surprise and directly facing the dragon's breath, found themselves with no escape. In the shadow of such dire consequences, the other 2 golden warriors, poised to strike, instinctively halted their advance. 1 minute later, the second apparatus was destroyed. 2 minutes later, the third met the same fate. In the next moment, Nidhogg unfurled his ebony wings, the dragon crystal within him resonating as he ascended into the tempestuous winds, leaving behind 2 golden figures and a city marred by countless ruins. The colossal black dragon soared through the heavens, his maw agape as he voraciously inhaled vast quantities of air, his lungs expanding rapidly and his heart pounding with vigor. His golden slit-like eyes occasionally swept over the mountains and plains that receded beneath him. After a considerable duration, he finally descended into a towering mountain range. Vast swathes of trees were crushed beneath Nidhogg's immense form. As his golden eyes surveyed the forest, his draconic might radiating unchecked, enveloping the entire region. As he shifted his body, he sought out creatures paralyzed by his formidable presence, briefly satiating his hunger. The sun, once on the brink of dusk, had fully descended, plunging the world into darkness, while stars and the moon gradually emerged against the inky sky. Nidhogg flapped his wings once more, taking flight. His black scales melded with the night, yet amidst the gentle glow of celestial bodies and the flickering lights of the city, the silhouette of a massive shadow remained discernible, accentuated by the piercing golden eyes that glimmered like pure gold in the dark, exuding an aura of dread. He descended into the courtyard, a space meticulously cleared for his gargantuan form during the past fortnight. Sanru awaited him there. After all, the arrival of a dragon is unmistakably significant for one of gold. "I wish to take a nap. Please do not disturb me." Without waiting for a response, Nidhogg spoke directly and then closed his golden eyes. This was an aspect of Nidhogg's nature that even he could scarcely defy, stemming from the essence of dragons. In fact, this is precisely why most dragons, when choosing to wander, transform into other creatures. Sanru, who initially intended to utter a few words, could only resign himself to silence upon witnessing Nidhogg's demeanor. Nevertheless, merely by observing the wounds adorning Nidhogg's form, Sanru discerned that the latter had undoubtedly engaged in a fierce battle prior, though the identity of the adversary, the nature of the conflict, and the outcome remained unknown. However, by the following day, news began to circulate, and by the third day, the situation became nearly comprehensible. An ambush on the city had resulted in the demise of hundreds, with a significant portion of the city left in ruins. Yet, in light of the outcome, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. 7 silver-level mages and 1 gold mage had been vanquished. Furthermore, with the dissemination of this news, numerous nobles began to covertly pledge their allegiance to them. The terrifying combat prowess and extraordinary mobility, when combined, yielded unparalleled destructive capability and deterrence, to the extent that Catherine's advancing army faced minimal obstruction, advancing relentlessly to reclaim lost ground. Along the way, the nobles offered little resistance, much akin to their initial reaction when confronted by the encroaching imperial forces, such as the inherent nature of nobility. In the midst of such a promising situation, a week passed, and finally, Nidhogg awakened from his slumber. Upon receiving the news, Christine hurried over and astutely instructed her people to immediately prepare an abundance of food for the great beast. The formidable black dragon emerged from his deep sleep, voraciously devouring the fresh livestock before him, while simultaneously filling his belly with provisions that the humans had meticulously prepared. His gaze fell upon the human female, the queen of this realm. Nidhogg, possessing a profound understanding of humanity, was acutely aware that with each act of consumption, his maw and teeth were laden with blood and entrails, a sight that would undoubtedly appear brutal and sanguinary from a human perspective. Yet, remarkably, the queen showed no sign of distress. Her will is formidable, the black dragon mused. She expressed her gratitude, and over the course of more than a week, the news of the battle had undoubtedly disseminated completely. The fall of a golden warrior, especially under the circumstances of an ambush laid by the enemy, should have placed them at an advantage, making such a feat truly commendable. "Then you may seek others to engage in combat," the black dragon remarked coldly, before inquiring further. "Where is the army led by Catherine? Have they reached the city yet? Why should I offer my understanding? This is your own affair," Nidhogg indifferently remarked, its massive jaws parting and closing, unleashing a continuous stream of air. It observed the human queen inadvertently retreat a step. In an instant, the malevolent dragon purposefully extended its head forward, a dense odor accompanying the gust emanating from its gaping maw, directly assaulting the countenance of the lady across from it. Despite the queen's formidable will, she could not help but furrow her brow, and soon thereafter, her resolve faltered, prompting her to flee in haste. As Nidhogg beheld the retreating figure of the human woman, it experienced an unusual sensation, an intriguing and sinister novelty. Chapter 26, Retreat. The dragon crystal quivered slightly, different elemental forces converging and harmonizing under Nidhogg's will, giving rise to negative energy. This wondrous magical power possessed the ability to corrode all vitality in the world, guiding all things toward decay and demise. Even Nidhogg, with its robust draconic physique honed through countless trials, found it arduous to withstand the erosion brought forth by this unique energy, which stood in stark contrast to other elemental and magical forces. In truth, most elemental and magical energies struggle to coexist with corporeal flesh, and their forced amalgamation results only in destruction and harm. This devastation, rooted in the inherent incompatibility of the two, fundamentally differs from the erosion of negative energy. Only one form of life, or more precisely, existence, can achieve such a feat, that is, the undead, feeding solely on negative energy and existing atop the remnants of the deceased. Or perhaps being composed entirely of congregated negative energy, are entities that remain ageless, possessing a lifespan that approaches the eternal, a spectral existence. Yet, despite this, countless necromancers, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly embrace immense risks in their pursuit of transformation into the undead, despite the exceedingly low probability of success. As for Nidhogg, it does not contemplate such distant aspirations. The lifespan of a dragon extends to millennia. Even after enduring excessive exertion and enhancement, compressing a century of growth into a mere 50 years, its longevity still amounts to 7 or 8 centuries. While lightning magic may wield the most significant influence in large-scale warfare, inflicting casualties effectively, necromantic magic proves to be the most potent in scenarios demanding universal application. Crucially, Nidhogg is resolute in not squandering any moment in enhancing its prowess. Even without practicing the manipulation of negative energy, it diligently hones other magical techniques. At present, however, necromantic magic aligns most closely with its objectives, offering the highest efficiency. On the path to power, there are no shortcuts, only myriad winding routes. Nidhogg's task is to circumvent all detours, traversing the shortest path within the least amount of time to achieve its aims. After all, in relation to its ambitions, individual strength constitutes an indispensable component. Presently, it has identified a remarkably suitable target. After a week of recuperation, the formidable black dragon soared once more through the skies, this time with its sights set on the domain of the Earl of Elgwyn. In this conflict, the Earl was the first noble to assertively align himself with the Empire, offering substantial assistance. Indeed, it could be said that the Empire's swift conquest of the first city in Alaska, which subsequently prompted various nobles to engage in covert dealings, owed much to the Earl's efforts. Consequently, he became the inaugural target of Nidhogg's attention. Following its week of rest, the black dragon ascended into the heavens again. 2 days later, it arrived at its destination. Originally, the journey would have taken merely a day. However, considering the toll on its stamina, Nidhogg moderated its pace, even pausing for half a day along the way, which accounted for the extended travel time. A colossal fortress, constructed from stone, loomed majestically atop a mountain. Nidhogg approached from the lofty heights, its speed far surpassing that of human armies. Yet, the swiftness of magical communication proved even more rapid. Thus, by the time Nidhogg was en route, the opposing forces had already been informed of its impending assault. Upon its arrival, the adversaries had already retreated into the vast confines of the fortress, securing themselves within its formidable walls. Nidhogg soared through the skies, its golden slit-like eyes fixated upon the distant black fortress. The experiences of its previous life endowed it with a profound understanding of humanity. Thus, it discerned at a glance that the fortress below was constructed from an exceptionally resilient stone, further reinforced by a subtle magical aura. It was evident that even the mightiest of dragons would find it perilous to assault such a stronghold with mere flesh and blood, not to mention the potential ambushes and traps concealed within. Openly visible were the 12 crossbows mounted atop the walls and the 3 formidable towers of sorcery, all ominously aimed at its colossal form. "Let me see the extent of your preparations to welcome my arrival," the black dragon mused coldly. Nevertheless, Nidhogg's speed remained unabated, its trajectory unwavering as it continued its advance. In the next instant, 2 heavy, enhanced bolts were shot forth, hurtling towards Nidhogg with lethal intent. The dragon's crystal resonated, and the atmosphere responded to its call. With a sudden, powerful beat of its massive wings, Nidhogg elevated its body into the sky, deftly evading the oncoming bolts. Almost simultaneously, 2 more bolts were launched toward it. Having only just altered its course, Nidhogg could not immediately execute a second maneuver. Explosive air blast, activate. The resonance of elements reached a zenith in an instant, the air ahead condensing and contracting before erupting explosively. Between the ebb and flow, although it was not yet possible to utterly annihilate the specially forged and enhanced heavy armor-piercing crossbow bolts, it was sufficient to completely deflect their trajectory, causing them to veer off course and fly past him at an angle. At that moment, the distance to the fortress, Nidhogg, was a mere 500 meters. The fluctuations of the elements were almost tangible, so intense, and potent that one could assert their power reached at least the 6th tier. Even for Nidhogg, this was capable of inflicting damage, though the extent of that damage remained another matter entirely. He was acutely aware that this indicated the mages under the command of Viscount Elgerwin were uniting their efforts within the 3 spell towers to create elemental resonance, utilizing the tower's assistance to forge formidable magic that they could not normally conjure. This was precisely the advantage of the mages. As the distance closed, Nidhogg discerned more clearly that this was the manifestation of 2 6th-tier spells and 1 7th-tier spell. Simultaneously, 3 crossbow bolts had been released once more, propelled by the vast reserve of compressed air stored within his lungs, which was unleashed in an instant, swiftly transformed and absorbed. His heart raced vigorously, pumping forth copious amounts of blood infused with air and nutrients, distributing them throughout his colossal form to sustain his breath and energy expenditure. The tremors of the dragon crystal reached their zenith as the airflow was compressed to its utmost limit, then erupted not just once or twice, but in a continuous sequence of 7 explosive bursts. The black dragon, harnessing the force of the explosion, ascended almost instantaneously towards the sky. The massive crossbow bolt, initially aimed directly at Nidhogg, veered off course once more. Simultaneously, the brilliance of magic ignited. 3 beams of arcane energy shot forth in an instant, traversing the less than 400 meters that separated them, piercing through Nidhogg's scales and flesh, even penetrating deep into its organs. Pain surged through its nervous system, and the black dragon let out a furious roar, its dragon crystal trembling violently. Fueled by this sudden injury and agony, Nidhogg pushed its elemental resonance to new heights, with all the elements within its perceptive range responding to its call. Golden lightning manifested out of thin air, swiftly snaking across the distance of over 300 meters towards its tower of spells. However, as a structure specifically designed for war mages, the spell tower not only effectively concentrated magical energy and enhanced the casting abilities of mages, but it also possessed formidable magical defenses. A crackling sound echoed continuously, yet it left minimal damage upon the tower. Moreover, a dense concentration of magical energy was once again gathering within the 2 other mage towers. In light of this, without a moment's hesitation, Nidhogg abruptly flapped its wings and chose to flee. Lord Elgerwin stood atop the tower, his gaze fixed upon the ever-diminishing silhouette of the black dragon in the distance. Though his countenance remained impassive, the tension coiled within his armored frame gradually dissipated. 3 silver-ranked mages, 6 bronze-ranked mages, accompanied by their collective dozen or so apprentices, alongside 500 seasoned and rigorously trained elite soldiers dispersed throughout the city-state, 80 of bronze rank, 3 of silver, in addition to 20 bronze and 5 silver operatives accustomed to independent action and thus operating autonomously. This constituted the entirety of Lord Elgerwin's arsenal. Undoubtedly, for a viscount, such a force was formidable. Indeed, most nobles could not boast such power. He was, in essence, among the 3 most puissant nobles within Alaska. His 2 peers each possessed a single gold-ranked guardian, making his forces, in sheer numbers, arguably superior. This power was his bedrock, his capital, and his foundation. Yet it also represented a colossal and onerous burden. Consequently, in recent years, Lord Elgerwin had sought to expand his dominion, a desire stymied by the Alaskan monarchy, giving rise to conflict. Subsequently, with the Empire's incursion, Earl Elgerwin resolutely sided with the Empire, diverging from the majority of the nobility who remained detached, awaiting the opportune moment to capitalize. He proactively acted as an inside agent for the Empire, leveraging his influence to facilitate their territorial conquests, while simultaneously expanding his own sphere of influence and plundering gains under the aegis of the imperial forces. Then, Nidhogg emerged, the obsidian dragon single-handedly altering the course and trajectory of the entire war. Having inextricably linked himself with the Empire, his prospects appeared bleak. At this juncture, rather than capitulating and seeking absolution, Earl Elgerwin opted to stand firm in resistance. He understood that compromise could be achieved through 2 avenues. 1, by demonstrating utmost sincerity, convincing the adversary that assimilation was more advantageous than annihilation, and 2, by exhibiting sufficient power, compelling the adversary to recognize that destroying him would incur an unbearable cost, thereby achieving a more favorable compromise than the former. Presently, successfully repelling the dragon constituted the initial and most pivotal step toward realizing his objective. Nidhogg lay prostrate in the undergrowth, or more precisely, with its head, neck, and a portion of its torso sprawled amidst the foliage, crushing several thickets, its tail extending into the shade beneath the trees. Alas, its physique was simply too immense, and Nidhogg was largely indifferent to its surroundings. Its tough, well-ordered, and dense scales were sufficient to withstand most assaults, much like those few thickets of shrubs. To a human, such direct pressure might pierce their flesh, causing injury and pain. But to Nidhogg, it merely felt slightly uneven. Consequently, those few clumps of bushes were utterly crushed into the ground by the dragon's massive frame and unyielding scales. Arcane rays, as one of the most prevalent forms of magic, are favored by mages of all kinds for their high velocity and penetrating power, resulting in a wide array of variations. For instance, the Death Finger spell is essentially a negative energy version of the arcane ray. Yet, without a doubt, Nidhogg did not suffer from this particular variation on this occasion. One ray, possessing high penetrative force, nearly reached its vitals. Another, with explosive properties, detonated within its flesh, leaving a crater the size of a human head. The most potent of all transformed into scattered magical energy, which both ravaged its flesh and disrupted its resonance with the elements. Nevertheless, Nidhogg opted to retreat. At that juncture, it had determined that even if it succeeded by forcefully breaking through, it would incur considerable, if not grievous, injuries. And that simply would not do. That was merely a castle belonging to a noble in a small border nation of the human world. Yet, even so, when it sought to obliterate its adversary at a moment they were prepared, it was astonishing to find that such an endeavor demanded the price of grievous injury. Nidhogg found this outcome difficult to accept. It was not that it feared death, in truth. If sacrificing its own life could utterly annihilate humanity or even merely inflict significant harm, it would willingly lay down its existence. However, it struggled to comprehend that merely a trivial component of human society necessitated such a substantial toll, half of its life, to achieve complete destruction, prompting it to choose retreat. Simultaneously, it became acutely aware of the threat posed by humanity. A vast quantity of exhausted air was expelled from Nidhogg's immense maw, creating a gust that swept outward, followed by an influx of fresh air that it inhaled to replenish its depleting energy. The dragon crystal trembled gently, resonating with the surrounding elements, dispersing the magical energy still entwined within its form. Fresh blood surged towards its wounds under conscious regulation, delivering ample nutrients that spurred swifter healing. After resting for 3 days, although its injuries had not fully healed, they had sufficiently mended to no longer impede its combat prowess. Most importantly, a sudden idea dawned upon it. Perhaps there existed a simpler method to eradicate its foe. The obsidian dragon unfurled its magnificent wings once more, soaring through the azure skies. However, this time, in a bid to evade detection, Nidhogg approached from a great height, soon discerning that the adversaries, who had hitherto remained ensconced within their castle, had begun to stir beyond its confines. As the ebony dragon glided above, its golden slit-like eye surveyed the landscape below, ultimately formulating a strategy. After all, who could challenge a fortress perched atop a mountain? This summit, with its 3 sides suspended in midair and only one side connecting to the ground, presented an advantageous defensive position. The necessity to guard solely the frontal approach significantly alleviated the burden on manpower. More importantly, in such a scenario, even formidable long-range weaponry akin to a magical beam cannon could only assail from the front, rendering the defense considerably simpler, provided logistical and reinforcement concerns were set aside. As for breaching the defenses, although the flanks were steep, they still possessed a certain gradient that posed little challenge to seasoned adventurers. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that when Nidhogg descended to the precipice below, the castle found itself unable to retaliate. Just as the dragon could not launch an assault upon the stronghold, its target was the mountain itself, spanning several hundred meters in diameter. The summit could hardly be deemed small. With 500 elite soldiers, accompanied by dozens of ascended beings and their kin, totaling over 2,000 souls, this mountaintop could scarcely accommodate the populace of a castle housing such a multitude. If someone possesses the capability to obliterate an entire mountain, it would be far more prudent to simply annihilate the castle itself. As for elemental magic, the earth element is inherently the least active. Under normal circumstances, one must attain at least the silver tier to sense and resonate with earth elements. To wield large-scale earth magic, one must reach the golden tier, and even then, it is arduous to directly perturb a mountain several hundred meters in diameter. Moreover, the mountain's geological sturdiness renders it even more resistant to destruction, implying a further decrease in the earth element's activity. And beyond the golden tier, one might as well destroy the castle outright. Furthermore, let us not overlook the presence of 3 magical towers within the castle, specifically designed to assist and enhance the spell-casting capabilities of sorcerers during warfare. With their aid, Even a silver-tier mage can disrupt the efforts of a golden-tier sorcerer. However, this time, they are confronted with a dragon, one that possesses mastery in the realm of magic. The dragon's capacity for elemental summoning and resonance far surpasses that of its human counterparts. In fact, Nidhogg's abilities in this regard are exceptional, even among dragons. While humans excel in the configuration of spells and the shaping of magical energy, in terms of the intensity and range of elemental resonance, dragons are vastly superior. Thus, human magic, intricate and refined, requires substantial time to execute, whereas a dragon's casting is straightforward, swift, and forceful. At this very moment, Nidhogg was simply unleashing its elemental resonance to the utmost degree. The dragon crystal trembled violently. However, even for Nidhogg, the current circumstances surpassed its present capabilities. It could distinctly perceive the earth element's immense, heavy, and stagnant presence. Yet, when it endeavored to unsettle it, the task proved exceedingly arduous. The earth exists as a singular entity, and thus, the earth element is also unified. Consequently, to wield earth-based magic, one must not only sense and resonate, but also delve deeper to achieve differentiation, much like what Nidhogg was endeavoring to accomplish at this moment. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. The mountain was sufficiently solid, and with the oversight of the magical tower, such an endeavor would not result in a collapse. Nonetheless, at this juncture, it evidently provided Nidhogg with significant assistance, transforming what was once nearly impossible into the realm of possibility. 5 minutes later, tremors manifested within the castle's basement. 10 minutes later, noticeable cracks appeared. 15 minutes later, the basement began to collapse. 20 minutes later, the fissures extended to the surface. After 200,000 minutes, a colossal rift began to form. Half an hour later, the entire castle, along with a substantial portion of the basement and thousands of its inhabitants, plummeted from the mountaintop. The black dragon unfurled its wings, soaring once more atop the summit, where it beheld dozens of escapees and hundreds of others. Its golden slit-like eye scanned the crowd. And then, the first individual abruptly raised both hands and knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender." With a cacophony of despair, nearly all fell to their knees beneath the imposing presence of the black dragon. Nidhogg accepted their capitulation, not out of compassion or any other sentiment, but simply due to the overwhelming exhaustion of his own powers. He realized that attempting to ruthlessly slaughter such a multitude could ultimately lead to his own detriment. Thus, after verbally acknowledging their surrender, he departed without hesitation. This time, although he had merely unleashed a simple seismic spell, its vast range and profound impact had nearly depleted his strength entirely. After leisurely soaring for several thousand meters, he promptly sought a place to rest. After all, the magic in which Nidhogg had always specialized was not of the earth element. His true prowess lay in the realms of lightning and air, followed by fire. While these elements are categorized under elemental magic within the human magical framework, the inherent activity and characteristics of the elements vary greatly. Most elemental mages tend to excel in one particular element, with perhaps a secondary proficiency in one or two others, much like dragons. Earth magic, without a doubt, is the most obscure among elemental forms. Due to the differences in elemental activity and structural composition, earth magic is notorious for its slow activation, feeble destructive power, and minimal effectiveness. In fact, within human society, earth magic is seldom utilized for direct harm, unlike its elemental counterparts. Indeed, as it stands, within the realm of elemental magic, regardless of the specific element explored, mastery in one inevitably leads to insights in others. Such is the case with Nidhogg, who, despite relying heavily on its formidable elemental resonance abilities, also possesses indispensable magical expertise. Nonetheless, this endeavor has drained its entire essence, as it is not its forte to wield such magic successfully. A significant portion of its success can be attributed to the assistance received from others. This, however, has placed an immense burden upon it, igniting an overwhelming desire for slumber inherent to its draconic nature. Consequently, the exhausted Nidhogg, after alighting in a random location, swiftly succumbed to sleep. In the days following the incident, news of this event quickly disseminated, whether among the empire, the royal family, or the majority of the previously indifferent nobility. All became aware of the demise of Viscount Elgwin within his castle. Amon sighed. Reflecting on the formidable stronghold, "You must have seen that castle. That old fellow has managed it for decades, and coupled with his loyal subordinates, it presents a challenge akin to a tough bone to gnaw. Even with our combined efforts, breaching its defenses would prove exceedingly difficult." Aside from surrounding it for a war of attrition or deploying overwhelming force, no effective strategy seems viable. Ultimately, the colossal dragon resorted to unleashing its magic, devastating the entire mountainside and uprooting the castle itself. Nuke was momentarily speechless, acutely aware of the implications. Despite his warrior path, he was not entirely ignorant of magic. Its magical prowess was far greater than we had anticipated. Even a dragon would find such a feat challenging. Indeed, during my invitation by Viscount Elgerwin, I assessed the mountain's structure as exceptionally stable, indicative of low elemental activity. The dragon's elemental resonance capabilities must be remarkable, even among its kind. Now is not the time to consider what we might gain, but rather how to minimize our losses. Amon met his gaze directly. Let us not forget that many onlookers are observing this war. Nuke understood that he was referring to the native nobles within Alaska. Had the dragon not emerged, and had we continued our unbroken streak of victories, these individuals would have been of no consequence. However, the situation has now changed. The downfall of Viscount Elgerwin will likely drive these nobles to the enemy's side, and at this juncture, their influence could be considerable. Do not forget that a significant portion of our logistics relies on the assistance of these nobles, Amon stated calmly. And most importantly, the dragon's speed far surpasses our own. Nuke finally nodded. Very well, we shall withdraw our forces immediately. With the transmission of news, the decision-making was not solely the prerogative of the imperial forces. It also encompassed the local nobility of Alaska, who had previously observed the events from a distance. During the First War, the emergence of Nidhogg salvaged Alaska from the brink of oblivion. Following a proactive assault in the Second War, the tides began to favor Alaska. The formidable mobility and devastating power exhibited by the Black Dragon left all observers of the battlefield in a state of profound astonishment, particularly due to its willingness to serve Alaska's interests. When it unleashed seismic forces to topple the entire fortress of Viscount Elwyn from its mountaintop, the majority of the nobility promptly pledged their allegiance to the Alaskan crown. The dragon's agility far surpassed that of the imperial forces, and with one of the most influential nobles, Viscount Elwyn, vanquished, the prospects for the lesser nobility appeared dire. However, declarations of loyalty, while significant, did not necessarily translate into action, as convincing them to mobilize their resources remained a daunting challenge. Nonetheless, often a mere expression of allegiance was sufficient. The logistical issues were paramount. The lengthy supply line from the Empire to Alaska relied heavily on the support of local nobles, with many supplies directly sourced from their aid. Yet, following the Empire's retreat, particularly after the defeat of Viscount Elwyn at the hands of the dragon, the previously smooth supply chain became exceedingly difficult to maintain. This compounded the already diminished morale of the imperial forces, which had plummeted due to successive defeats and the dragon's formidable presence. Undoubtedly, in such times, the ramifications of war would be profoundly unfavorable for the Empire. This realization undoubtedly lent an air of wisdom to the immediate command for a complete withdrawal of troops issued upon receiving the news. It could even be said, without exaggeration, that this decisive action singularly altered the course of the entire conflict. For an individual, such a feat might suffice as a lifetime of glory. However, in comparison to Nidhogg's ambitions, this was far from sufficient. Simultaneously, the Black Dragon harbored a slight regret that the war had concluded too swiftly. Upon rough calculation, it had only claimed the lives of a little over 2,000, a number well below its expectations. Nevertheless, Nidhogg reassured itself that with this experience, it could better control the situation in future conflicts, resulting in a higher toll of human lives. Yet, the victory in war and the Empire's retreat did not signify the end of all matters. There remained the distribution of post-war rights, the delineation of territories belonging to the defeated and destroyed nobility, and the re-administration of lands that had once fallen under the Empire's dominion. However, these concerns were entirely irrelevant to Nidhogg. It was evident that, although indifferent to such matters, many others were deeply invested, particularly the royal faction of Alaska, which could be said to fervently offer all of this. While a newly emerged dragon from Dragon Island might not grasp the implications, Nidhogg, with keen insight, recognized that their intent was clear. They sought to bind itself to them through ties of mutual interest. However, for this notoriously paranoid Black Dragon, the allure of human beauty, power, wealth, and status holds no significance. Its sole focus lies in the relentless pursuit of self-enhancement and the desire to extinguish more human lives. Chapter 29. Undermining the foundations. Although it had transformed into a dragon-human hybrid, its formidable cardiopulmonary capacity was hardly inferior to that of certain silver-tier human warriors. Yet, the absence of unleashed fighting spirit indicated that it had reached its current limits, rendering further growth nearly unattainable. The flickering flame of fighting spirit gradually waned, even gold. After such prolonged activation had reached its threshold, the towering black humanoid emerged from its reverie, only to find the golden-haired female warriors still present, unlike before. Nidhogg's golden-slit pupils scrutinized the woman before him, inquiring, "Is there something else? The Count of Galen wishes to have an audience with you. I believe I have expressed my disinterest in such matters." The Count of Galen is one of the two great nobles, aside from the royal family, who possess a golden tier guardian for their house. He is willing to persuade the golden warrior to assist you in unleashing your fighting spirit. Nidhogg tilted its head slightly. "Very well, where is he? Let me meet him now." Catherine tugged at the corner of her mouth. It would be better to wait until the afternoon. "All right," Nidhogg replied nonchalantly. The Count of Galen is 35 this year. For a noble, this age cannot be considered advanced, yet it is not insignificant either. Despite the nobility not being particularly high in rank and the territory not being extensive, the presence of a golden tier powerhouse enables this family to be recognized as one of the prominent noble families within Alaska. More precisely, in terms of strength, they can be ranked among the top 3 among the numerous aristocrats in the region. However, even with a golden guardian, the foundation of nobility ultimately relies on one's own territory and subjects, especially for a family that predominantly depends on the support of a formidable individual. It would be unwise to delay the expansion of their territory and influence while the golden tier powerhouse remains, for they cannot afford to wait until their strength wanes following the loss of their golden protector. In times of peace, countless nobles and royal families engage in a delicate balance of power, establishing a relatively stable order. Even with the presence of a golden guardian, movement is often constrained. However, following the turmoil of war, the dynamics shift dramatically. The existing order collapses, and the old nobility and factions are eradicated, presenting an opportune moment for the redistribution of power. Count Galen would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, although he did not directly involve himself in the conflict. It is often the case that the greatest spoils are claimed not by those who exert the most effort during the battle, but rather by those who emerge as the strongest in the aftermath. While Count Galen may not be the most powerful, he certainly ranks among the top 5. Thus, it is only natural for him to secure a substantial share of the spoils. However, during the negotiation and deliberation process, the representatives of the Alaskan royal family exhibited an unexpectedly rigid stance, forcing him and the other nobles to concede step by step. Count Gillenberg realized that the deviation from his expectations was primarily due to the emergence of that colossal dragon. The post-war redistribution of power, of course, should not solely depend on the magnitude of contributions, but also on the strength of forces. However, the singular issue at hand was that, following this conflict, the power of the Alaskan royal family had not only remained intact but had, in fact, intensified to an extent far surpassing his own. It seemed that only through the collective unity of the nobility could there be a semblance of resistance. Yet, Count Gillenberg was acutely aware that this was, without a doubt, an almost insurmountable task. Compared to the peril of uniting against a common adversary, it was likely that many nobles would opt for submission. However, this was not his desire. Count Gillenberg understood all too well the source of the Alaskan royal family's burgeoning strength and audacity, that dragon that had suddenly emerged. He was certainly not foolish enough to confront them head-on. The fate of the Empire's army and the downfall of Viscount Elgwin were stark illustrations of the folly in such direct confrontation. Yet, why should he resist? If the dragon could ally itself with the Alaskan royal family against the Empire's forces, why could it not align with him? It sufficed that it did not need to explicitly stand by his side, but merely demonstrate a degree of inclination towards him would be adequate. Thus, the first matter to ascertain was why this entity had chosen to side with the royal family, or more precisely, what had persuaded the Alaskan royalty to sway this dragon. Following that, one needed to explore the dragon's origins, background, and preferences. Why did it only make an appearance as the war neared its conclusion? With the Empire's army at the gates? Was it only until that moment that it was persuaded, or were there other reasons? In truth, not only he but also several other nobles were curious about this, as nearly all involved were quietly gathering relevant information. The body of Nidhogg was exceedingly vast, and its voice resounded loudly. During that war, many soldiers who stood beside Catherine on the city walls survived. Within the court, numerous servants were mobilized to prepare food for Nidhogg. Although few ultimately managed to stand beside the great dragon, there were still many. Despite the royal family's subsequent attempts to suppress the news, during the imperial army's fierce advance, they widely disseminated information to bolster morale, leading to the leakage of details by those in the know. Other nobles may have been oblivious, but Count Galen ultimately succeeded in acquiring some vital information, which he deemed crucial for enticing the dragon. The dragon had not previously engaged with the Alaskan royal family and was not a secret contingency arranged by them. Rather, it had suddenly appeared and aligned itself with the royal side. What does this indicate? It suggests that the bond between the two was not deeply entrenched. And with the right approach, it might be relatively easy to persuade the dragon to align with one's interests, at least for the time being. The fact that the dragon initially consumed cooked food but later switched entirely to raw food indicates its disinterest in human fare, further underscoring the royal family's lack of understanding about it, which undoubtedly reduced the difficulty of undermining their position. The dwelling of the other party is a vast, flat expanse near the palace, impeccably neat yet devoid of opulence, lacking any servants. In the recent fortnight of negotiations, the Earl of Golenberg has sensed that the royal family dares not conceal pertinent information from his counterpart. What does this imply? The pleasures of humanity, the allure of beauty, even the wealth and territories that mankind cherishes seem to hold little significance for this formidable dragon. So what does the other party truly seek? Consequently, he proffered a modest suggestion, his demands not extravagant, merely the desire for a meeting. He believed that the other party would acquiesce, thus enabling further discourse. Chapter 30. Persuasion. Nidhogg encountered the Earl of Golenberg, his golden vertical pupils fixating upon the latter. To his surprise, the Earl's expression remained utterly unchanged, or at least, it was imperceptible to him. Despite possessing the experience of his former existence as a dragon, his ability to discern human expressions hardly reached the level of acute perception. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to this. Such skills were not essential to his sustenance. Yet, even so, the psychological resilience exhibited by the man before him could be deemed commendable. Although not in his original form and consciously restraining his draconic aura, the sheer magnitude of a being capable of eclipsing the sunlight in front of you made it arduous for anyone to maintain composure, particularly when the faintest hint of draconic majesty emanated from him. "Delighted to meet you, Lord Nidhogg," Count Galen politely remarked, feeling the slight perspiration seeping from his palm gripping the wine glass. Despite having rehearsed several times beforehand, the pressure he faced in the moment exceeded his expectations. "Speak plainly. What brings you to me?" Nidhogg stated directly. "I hope you can lend me your support, at least to exhibit a favorable disposition towards me when others inquire about you." Count Galen hesitated briefly before abandoning the customary subtlety of aristocratic discourse, opting for clarity and candor. "What sort of remuneration can you offer?" Nidhogg succinctly inquired. "I must first ascertain what type of compensation you seek." He paused slightly. "It appears to me that you hold no interest in the allure of human beauty, status, power, wealth, or sustenance. Yet, you seem quite fascinated by combat. I wonder if this interest is purely in the nature of combat itself, or if it stems from a desire to augment your own strength. Your intellect is quite sharp." Nidhogg boasted. "I indeed wish to enhance my power. In that case, why not transform into a human?" Count Galen continued. "What does my transformation into a human have to do with this?" Nidhogg frowned, for he harbored a disdain for humanity. "I suspect you choose this form because it allows you to wield your power more effectively than a mere human could," Count Galen suggested. "In truth, I must concede that your current form indeed possesses a stature, strength, and vigor that surpasses that of humanity." "Spare me the preamble. Speak plainly," interrupted Nidhogg with brisk decisiveness. Count Galen momentarily faltered, then continued with an air of nonchalance. "Theoretically, martial energy can be cultivated by all beings, even those of magical nature. History has borne witness to other creatures possessing martial energy. However, it is indisputable that the various martial arts passed down within the realm of humanity are tailored specifically for humans. In comparison to your present form, a complete humanoid shape is undoubtedly more suited to these arts. In fact, it is not only martial energy that humanity relentlessly pursues. There has never been a shortage of individuals seeking power, nor the myriad of secret techniques, potions, and technologies born from such pursuits. Yet, all of these have been crafted for humanity's benefit. Even shape-shifting cannot entirely transform me into a human." Nidhogg pondered for a moment and retorted. "However, this form is far closer to humanity and thus represents a greater alignment with the applicability of those arts, increasing the likelihood of success, would it not?" "You make a valid point," Nidhogg reflected, nodding in agreement. "So, Will you acquiesce to my request? In light of your words and the assistance provided by that golden figure, I shall grant your request. Then, I am profoundly grateful, Count Gullin replied, easing the tension in his demeanor. Nidhogg opened his eyes, and the world before him transformed dramatically. After all, the sensory perceptions of humans differ significantly from those of the dragonkin. Moreover, the most profound sensation was perhaps the remarkable lightness and corresponding weakness he felt. In stark contrast to his imposing and robust dragon form, his purely human shape appeared considerably smaller and frilier. While he could still be regarded as a strong man by human standards, he had undeniably fallen within the realm of normalcy. Nevertheless, he retained abilities equivalent to a human of the bronze rank. In truth, he could have preserved his prowess to the level of a peak bronze, nearly reaching the silver rank, yet he refrained from doing so to align himself more closely with pure humans. Compared to his dragon form, Nidhogg was compelled to endure this diminished human form, which, although weaker, possessed heightened sensory acuity. This enhancement arguably offered him an advantage in the explosive manifestation of his fighting spirit. Even a slight increase in potential warranted exploration for Nidhogg. Furthermore, during the recent resonance of his fighting spirit, he indeed sensed a faint echo, likely due to the assistance of two golden entities that had emerged to aid him in unleashing his fighting spirit. Despite standing on the side of the Empire during the war and ultimately suffering defeat, the Viscount Elberwin has paid the price with his life and failure. The royal faction, bound by the unspoken rules of the noble world, cannot and will not pursue his family's accountability in the aftermath of the conflict. Even the crown finds it challenging to contravene this principle, for the loss of one may spell doom for another. Nevertheless, while direct accountability may be evaded, the territories and assets left behind by the deceased Viscount are unlikely to escape the ravenous grasp of others. Particularly intriguing is the fact that the young Miss Elsa, at merely 13 years of age and still a minor, requires a guardian. Undoubtedly, whoever assumes the role of her guardian will possess the legal authority to govern her lands and properties during her minority. Although the price of misalignment and allegiance necessitates a division of these assets, even the remnants remaining are undoubtedly substantial. Crucially, who can guarantee that when she comes of age, a significant portion of what rightfully belongs to her will still remain? In this meeting, Count Gullin successfully positioned himself as her guardian. Although he shares this role with Catherine, a representative of the Alaska royal faction, he remains quite satisfied with the outcome. After all, while gold commands formidable military power, it does not equate to excellence in the realm of political maneuvering, a domain in which Count Gullin possesses ample confidence. Chapter 31. The maid Alice stood cautiously behind Catherine, casting a careful glance at the young lady across from her. She was acutely aware that soon her Aunt Catherine would become the guardian of the other girl, a reality that stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. After all, in comparison to her mother, who was perpetually engrossed in state affairs, she shared a closer bond with her aunt, whom she favored dearly. Now, however, she would have to share her affection with another noble, and naturally, this incited a flicker of discontent, particularly when she perceived the unease and trepidation radiating from the girl facing them. Her dissatisfaction only intensified. Anna straightened her posture, meeting the scrutinizing gazes of the two adults with unwavering resolve, determined to shield her mistress behind her. Although she was merely 14, a year older than her mistress, her advanced development afforded her a stature that suggested she was closer to 16 or 17. The dark hue of her skin hinted at her Highland ancestry, albeit a diluted version, indicating a lineage of mixed blood. Thus, her complexion bore a faint, almost brownish shade of black rather than a deep, unadulterated tone. This appearance did not render her unattractive. Rather, the smoothness of her skin exuded a distinct allure. In contrast to the lady concealed behind her, this maid possessed a far more enticing presence and displayed a demeanor that appeared significantly more assertive. Count Gullenberg surveyed the two young ladies before him, contemplating these thoughts. He then turned his head to glance at the blonde knight beside him and smiled as he inquired, "I wonder what you think, Lady Catherine?" "I have no opinion. It is best for you, my lord, to make your own decision," Catherine replied coolly. She had never been fond of Lord Gullin, despite the fact that his appearance was not unpleasing, and he exuded a certain charm in his demeanor, making it difficult to find fault in his interactions. He always wore a smile that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. Yet, disliking him was simply a matter of feeling. Perhaps it was due to the knight's straightforward nature, which naturally repelled schemes and machinations. Lord Gullin's face broke into a warm smile as he addressed the dark-skinned maid and the girl who had hidden behind her. In a gentle tone, he said, Though you may already be aware, I would like to reintroduce myself. Miss Elsa, I am Lord Gullen, and alongside me is Miss Catherine. We shall be your guardians for the next 5 years, and I hope we can coexist amicably. He continued, It seems you have a remarkably loyal maid, Miss Elsa. Unfazed, Lord Gullen added with a smile, however, rest assured, I believe we will have ample time to get to know each other well. He then turned and walked away. Catherine observed the 2 young women before her and sighed. She had intended to say something but ultimately chose silence and departed as well. Anna, I am so scared. Miss Elsa, standing timidly behind her dark-skinned, made like a lamb awaiting slaughter, finally mustered the courage to speak. Rest assured, my lady, everything will be well. Turning around, she embraced her timid mistress, gently stroking her hair as she offered comfort. Yet, father is gone. Who will protect us now? Elsa whispered, her soft voice laden with despair and sorrow. I can protect you. Observing her mistress in such a state, Anna, who had been adopted by Lord Elgarwin and raised alongside Elsa like a sister, felt an overwhelming urge to voice this assurance. However, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she ultimately suppressed her words, opting instead for a different tone. Fear not, my lady, we shall surely find someone willing to safeguard us. Nidhogg felt a twinge of frustration. Despite having transformed into human form and gaining a golden companion, its reactions seemed to have intensified only in the initial days before gradually reverting to its original state. This caused it some vexation, but soon it devised a solution, drawing inspiration from Count Gullen. Although the guardianship of Lord Elgarwin's daughter had been established, the reality was that many had defected to the side of the Empire during this war. Not solely Lord Elgarwin, he was merely the first and most powerful, the most conspicuous among them. The other nobles, naturally, also had to pay the price for their misaligned allegiances. Moreover, although the guardianship of Viscount Elwyn's daughter had been established, the cost of his territory due to this failure, along with the reassessment of various scattered rights, required considerable negotiation, all of which demanded time. It is precisely for this reason that the sumptuous feast of war spoils has yet to reach its conclusion. However, for Nidhogg, who remained indifferent to these matters, it was of little consequence. Yet, the words of Count Gullen sparked inspiration within him. While he might not care, the nobles did. And perhaps within their grasp lay the resources that could aid Nidhogg in harnessing his fighting spirit. Thus, that very evening, Nidhogg boldly entered the conference room and candidly expressed his intentions, only to be met with a profound silence. A significant factor was that most nobles simply lacked the capability to fulfill Nidhogg's demands. Nevertheless, 3 days later, an individual did come forth, a young girl, still in her adolescence. With ebony skin, Nidhogg regarded this relatively diminutive figure before him. Despite having transformed into a purely human male devoid of golden slit pupils and the formidable aura of a dragon, he still exuded an extraordinary presence. Although it could not compare to the inhuman pressure he exerted in his original dragon form, it was more than sufficient to instill a considerable sense of weight upon the delicate girl. Anna, appearing composed, bowed respectfully and addressed the esteemed Lord Nidhogg. I have heard of your request. Nidhogg's obsidian eyes fixated on the woman before him as he inquired, Can you fulfill my demand? After a brief silence, Anna replied calmly, I am uncertain, yet I believe it is worth attempting. Very well, then tell me, what is your current request? I wish for you to become Miss Elsa's guardian, her sole protector until she reaches adulthood. Nidhogg tilted his head slightly, intrigued, and remarked, You must be aware that her father met his demise at my hands. I am aware, Anna responded, maintaining her composure, but you desire nothing from her, unlike other nobles. I trust that with your strength and influence, you could safeguard her until adulthood, protecting her lands and possessions from being seized by others. Then it is settled. I shall grant your request if you can meet my conditions. Thank you very much. Anna exhaled in relief. Chapter 32. Failure. Anna. Do we truly have to proceed with this? Elsa timidly asked the maid before her. Yes, my lady, but I do not wish for this. It was he who killed my father, Elsa responded, her voice trembling. Nevertheless, it remains the best option available to us at this moment. The girl with black hair and dark skin gazed at the girl before her, speaking softly yet resolutely. It has slain the adults. However, it is simultaneously the only entity among all present who harbors no interest in you, my lady, nor in your territory and possessions. Most importantly, it possesses sufficient strength to deter others, ensuring your safety until you reach adulthood. She concluded earnestly, My lady, we have limited options. Elsa pressed her lips together, and with a hint of reluctance, finally replied, Very well, Anna, I promise you. Good, my lady. Anna enveloped the girl before her, who resembled a sister, in her embrace, stroking her golden hair as she gently reassured, "Do not worry, my lady. Everything will turn out well." Just then, the sound of the door creaking open echoed through the room, and Elsa, startled like a frightened rabbit, swiftly hid behind Anna. The mixed-race girl of noble lineage turned to face the entrance, where Count Galen was slowly stepping inside. She instinctively lifted her chin, meeting the gaze of the esteemed count. "What a surprise," Count Galen remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of complexity as he addressed the maid before him. "I must admit, your courage and decisiveness have exceeded my expectations. Is there something you require, my lord?" Anna inquired, pausing briefly before continuing, "I do not understand what you are referring to. To be candid, I had not anticipated that Viscount Elgerwin would acquire such a treasure amidst his dealings with the Empire, a secret technique capable of transcending the silver tier to ascend into the golden echelon. Even if it merely represents a possibility, it is undoubtedly of immense value. This is particularly true for Viscount Elgerwin, who boasts the largest number of silver tier attendants within the realm, making it an object of his utmost desire. It is no wonder that he so decisively pledged allegiance to the Empire, and astonishingly, after his demise, such a legacy fell into your hands." He paused slightly, casting a glance at the maid before him, and inquired with a smile, "Can you truly assure me of your success?" Anna involuntarily shuddered at this question, for it was precisely her greatest concern. She harbored no fear that the other party would renege on their promise. In the consciousness of the dragonkin, the notion of deceit is virtually non-existent. To humans, however, it is simply a testament to the dragon's commitment to their word, a commendable virtue. Yet, what she could not guarantee was the efficacy of the legacy left behind. Nonetheless, she pondered, it should be beneficial, one would hope. Anna subtly tensed her body as she recalled that she had not been present when Viscount Elgerwin entrusted that gift to Miss Elsa. It was evident that the Viscount had overestimated the strength of his daughter's character while underestimating her trust in her devoted maid. Consequently, shortly after his passing, Anna learned everything from her lady's own lips. This secret technique, originally intended for use only in the most perilous of moments, demands that one truly understands the human heart, its depths concealed beneath the surface. It is only through the crucible of adversity, upon verifying the character or loyalty of the recipient, that one can ensure they will receive the desired protection in return, rather than risking a futile endeavor or worse. Furthermore, it is important to note that this technique does not guarantee a successful breakthrough to the golden tier. In fact, at least for now, there exists no method within this world that can assure a certain success in such endeavors. Should one fail, even if death does not ensue, the repercussions on the recipient's body could be profoundly detrimental. Nevertheless, this technique remains extraordinarily valuable, and it is likely that many would be willing to embrace the associated risks. The path to power has never been devoid of obstacles or fraught with absolute safety. Even conventional breakthroughs carry similar, albeit lesser, risks. Yet, at this very moment, this technique designed to assist humanity in ascending from the silver to the golden tier is being employed to help a humanoid dragon summon its battle aura. Anna feels a fair degree of optimism regarding the chances of success. For now, that is all she can hope for, although deep within her, a sense of unease and apprehension lingers. Despite having thoroughly briefed the humanoid dragon beforehand, who assured her of their commitment and willingness to bear all adverse consequences, Anna cannot shake off her considerable anxiety. Although she believed the probability of success to be quite substantial, should failure ensue, Elsa, the daughter of the Earl of Elgwin, destined by birth to be a noble, might endure the consequences with grace. However, as a mere maid, her fate could prove to be rather grim. Even if all proceeded smoothly, her outcome would not necessarily be delightful. Nonetheless, one must always endeavor to try. The dark-haired, dusky-skinned maiden of Highland lineage took a deep breath. Contemplating thus, the refined potion, applied to every inch of her skin, combined with the meticulously sealed magical array within the crystal, constituted the complete set of equipment provided by the Empire to aid in transcending limits. Though seemingly few in number, each component was invaluable and exorbitantly priced. Yet for Nidhogg, their sole worth lay in their capacity to assist in shattering personal boundaries and igniting the fighting spirit. Nidhogg activated the magical array, her senses heightened to their utmost acuity. She struggled to draw in breath, vast quantities of air filling her lungs, while external magical energy began to infiltrate her being. This magical energy, which would typically wreak havoc upon the flesh and blood of humanity, was rendered significantly more compatible with her corporeal form due to the potion's presence and effects. Even so, it would still inflict severe damage and exert a considerable stimulus upon the human physique. Under the influence of this seemingly simple, yet painstakingly crafted stimulation, the fighting spirit would be ignited to its zenith, progressively transcending its original limits at the expense of disrupting the natural physiological structure of the human body. However, the predicament lies in the fact that within the formidable body of Nidhogg, there exists not a trace of combat aura, not even the slightest semblance. In this dire situation, magical energy incessantly erodes its flesh, washes over its form, and rattles its innards, yet fails to elicit any effective resonance or resistance. All that remains is discomfort, distress, and disquietude. Nidhogg continues to inhale deeply, vast quantities of air being drawn into its lungs, only to be expelled again, with no discernible change. Its nerves are forged of steel, unwavering even under such circumstances. Yet, a lack of response signifies an utter absence of reaction. It has transformed into a dragon. A desperate attempt to stave off the encroaching destruction wrought by magical energy, which simultaneously heralds the failure of this grand scheme. From a distance, Anna bit her lip, unwilling to utter a word, while behind her, Elsa leaned softly against her. In truth, the dark-haired, dark-skinned maid bore a burden far greater, and infinitely more tragic, than her mistress could ever comprehend. Chapter 34. Waiting. The golden slit pupils of Nidhogg opened and closed rhythmically, as it became acutely aware of its vast and powerful form. Although it had not succeeded and was compelled to transform into a dragon to withstand the relentless assault of magical energy upon its very being, it was not entirely without gains. At the very least, amidst that resonance and strife, its understanding and mastery over its own body deepened and became more precise. An unexpected boon emerged as well. The time required for the transformation spell was significantly reduced. As one of the most intricate forms of magic within the Draconic arcane system, transmutation stands unparalleled in its complexity. The arduousness of mastering this art is matched only by the protracted duration required for its execution, from initiation to the culmination of transformation. Each metamorphosis exacts a significant toll on the body. Nevertheless, through the relentless practice of this spell, a consistent pattern of transformation gradually emerges, leading to a remarkable reduction in both the time and energy expended during each change. Yet, it is rare for any dragon to undertake such a process. The burdens and expenditures are simply too great, and the significance too minimal, not to mention the considerable time investment involved. However, in Nidhogg's perception, this time after transforming, it felt as though it had undergone countless transformations, with both the time and energy required diminished to a remarkable degree, a most unexpected boon. Yet, this was not its original intent. It sought to awaken its battle aura. The black dragon's golden slit pupils fixed upon the two maidens beside it. A voice, grand and resonant, emanated with myriad echoes, penetrating even the distance of several meters, as if it were whispering directly into their ears. I have failed. I cannot acquiesce to your terms. Despite his efforts to suppress it, a faint aura of Draconic might lingered, and the sheer magnitude of the beast before them rendered the two maidens weak at the knees. Even Anna, the more resolute of the pair, felt her calves tremble, while Elsa leaned almost entirely against her attendant, her head buried in the servant's shoulder. Ah, we are truly sorry. We shall take our leave. Under ordinary circumstances, Anna might have summoned the fortitude to plead further, endeavoring to sway their adversary. Yet, at that moment, confronted by the formidable black behemoth, all courage dissipated as rapidly as snow melts under the sun, vanishing without a trace. She was soon overcome with profound regret. I forewarned you, Count Grun remarked languidly, his gaze settling upon the two young ladies before him. Now, Miss Elsa, and your endearingly loyal, albeit somewhat foolish, handmaiden, have you formulated a strategy to navigate this predicament? Anna gritted her teeth, stepping forward as she declared, I am uncertain as to your intentions, Your Excellency. However, I wish to clarify that these actions are solely of my volition and bear no connection to my mistress. Anna, Elsa murmured softly from behind her. Such an endearing and devoted servant, Count Grun chuckled. However, I must assure you, I am no man-eating dragon, so there is no need to regard me with such trepidation. He sighed, continuing, moreover, have I not previously stated that, as your guardian, I earnestly desire that we may coexist harmoniously in the days to come? This, I trust, shall be substantiated in our future life together. Then, he turned to depart. You truly relish intimidating the young, said Carter, a gold-ranked powerhouse, walking beside Count Grun. Count Galen shrugged and remarked, children must be frightened a little to heed their elders. He then inquired, by the way, "How has your interaction with that adult been these past few days?" Carter slightly tilted his head and replied, "Obsessed with power, relentlessly pursuing strength. Much like a wandering warrior traversing the earth, chasing after power and the limits of self." Count Galen queried further, "Somewhat akin to that, indeed?" Carter affirmed, "Certainly. However, it has not entirely abandoned the pursuit of magic. Despite the experiences from a previous life, the time and energy devoted to necromancy is merely half that of martial prowess. Yet the results are twice as effective, yielding a fourfold difference in efficiency. Were it not for the time required to acclimate to the growth in necromantic abilities, it would have undoubtedly dedicated all its efforts to this discipline. As for elemental magic, it has already reached the pinnacle appropriate for its current age. After all, for dragons, strength and age are intricately linked. For Alice, in contrast to the immense dragon that cast a significant psychological shadow over her, even in its current humanoid form, she naturally favors the victory of her kind and amiable Aunt Catherine. Regrettably, before she could witness the outcome, her teacher, Sandro, made his appearance. The trajectory of fate once again converged at this minuscule yet pivotal juncture. Alice found herself once more under the tutelage of the necromancer Sandro. Unlike her previous encounter with Nidhogg, this time it was not Sandro who chose Alice as his apprentice, but rather her parents who sought to forge a connection with this illustrious figure, compelling her to study under him. However, the outcome remained remarkably similar. Nidhogg was profoundly intrigued by the eventual result. With the absence of the grief stemming from the destruction of her homeland, would Alice, whose life experiences had been irrevocably transformed, still achieve the same remarkable feats in necromancy as in her past life? He patiently awaited her development, for time was on his side. In his recollections, the next significant conflict or insurrection would not arise until a decade hence. The empire, vast and boundless, teeming with a populous multitude, housed within it an extraordinarily intricate web of factions and influences. Consequently, myriad contradictions existed, some overt, others concealed, some having erupted, while others simmered beneath the surface, awaiting their moment to ignite, both externally and internally. Each eruption of such discord presented an opportunity that Nidhogg had long anticipated. During this interlude of waiting, he devoted himself to relentless training and fervent self-improvement, recognizing that his own strength was the most reliable and crucial element. Nidhogg understood this truth deeply. Chapter 35. For years, with every breath, a gentle breeze wafts through the courtyard. With each punch, the surrounding air is stirred, creating a powerful gust. The expansion and contraction of the lungs resonate with the beating of the heart, infusing it with copious amounts of air, generating a wealth of fresh blood, which, under immense pressure, is distributed to every corner of the body. Over the course of 4 years of arduous training, endowed with the innate gifts of a dragon, unparalleled mental fortitude, and the experience of training alongside Golden Tier warriors, Nidhogg has not yet manifested the ability to harness fighting spirit. Nevertheless, he has honed his purely human physique to an extraordinary degree. In terms of physical prowess alone, he is no less than a warrior newly initiated into the silver ranks. Yet, he remains unable to summon fighting spirit, and Nidhogg is acutely aware of the reason behind this. Even shape-shifting cannot entirely alter the inherent nature of a race. For instance, consider the longevity of dragons, which spans millennia, in stark contrast to the brief lifespans of humans, lasting less than a century. If such a transformation were indeed feasible, it would imply that once dragons assume human form, they would be destined to live no longer than 100 years. Furthermore, the formidable elemental resonance of dragons does not vanish upon their transformation into human form. Rather, it persists, albeit in a diluted form, within their humanoid bodies. Just as the dragon crystal remains intact even after shape-shifting, it becomes miniaturized and concealed within the flesh of the chest. The essence and innate gifts of dragons, even after transforming into humans, continue to bestow upon Nidhogg numerous advantages, yet simultaneously serve as obstacles when it seeks to advance further. Fortunately for Nidhogg, its prowess lies not in brute force but in the arcane arts. Throughout these 4 years, its most significant progress has been in the realm of elemental magic. And even in necromancy, it has made remarkable strides, nearing the threshold of creating undead creatures, albeit still lacking in the domain of soul magic. After all, the two fundamental magical systems underpinning necromancy are elemental magic and soul magic. In contrast, Alice, who achieved great renown in the field of necromancy before her rebirth, inheriting the title of Sandro and becoming a necromancer, has not exhibited extraordinary talent during these 5 years. Nidhogg finds this both understandable and regrettable. After all, the pre-rebirth Alice, amidst the destruction of her nation and the loss of her parents, sought refuge under Sandru's tutelage while evading the relentless pursuit of the Empire. Burdened with deep-seated enmity and compelled to tread carefully, her existence was fraught with peril, under immense pressure and motivation, channeling every ounce of her intellect and energy into her endeavors. Now, Alice, as the little princess of Alaska, leads a life of luxury, with her parents in good health. Her enrollment under the tutelage of Sandru to study necromancy is merely a fulfillment of her parents' wishes. Sandru, her mentor, does not impose stringent expectations upon her. Thus, within such an environment, it is indeed a formidable challenge to compel her to diligently practice and master necromancy. The only lamentation lies in the perceived squandering of her innate talent and potential. However, for her parents and mentor, who lack any experience of rebirth and remain oblivious to Alice's extraordinary accomplishments in another possible world, the notion of regret seems non-existent. As for Nidhogg, the soul being privy to this knowledge, it feels no such regret. After all, it remains a dragon, harboring malice towards humanity. In fact, if Alice were to develop as she did prior to her rebirth, she might inadvertently cultivate a formidable adversary in the future. Yet, Alice herself is blissfully unaware of all this, in stark contrast to the tedium of magical studies. This little princess of Alaska is far more captivated by an array of soirees and salons, reveling in the adulation akin to that of a star surrounded by admirers. After 4 years of maturation, her beauty, which once merely hinted at its potential, has now fully blossomed, surpassing even that of her mother, who is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Alaska. Indeed, many now regard her as the true epitome of beauty in Alaska. As time progresses, it is believed that an increasing number of individuals will come to recognize this title. Concurrently, there are a growing multitude of love letters and declarations of affection received from various nobles, along with an array of invitations to lavish soirees. This phenomenon is not solely attributed to her beauty. Her lineage and status play a significant role. Her mother is the queen of this realm, her mentor a master of the arcane arts, and she enjoys a favorable kinship with a valiant warrior of esteemed rank, coupled with her own enchanting allure. It is only natural that she attracts a plethora of suitors. In truth, had she not been on the cusp of adulthood, many would likely be proposing marriage rather than merely courting her. The esteemed young princess stepped lightly from the palace, whereupon she encountered Count Golenberg, along with his sole heir, Osmond, and his adopted daughter, Elsa, the offspring of Viscount Elgerwin. Alice blinked her eyes, deliberately disregarding the burning gaze of Osmond behind Count Golenberg, and graciously executed a curtsy. "It has been a while, Count Golenberg, and to you, Elsa and Osmond. Is not Aunt Catherine accompanying you? Why have I not seen her? Did she not go ahead to meet your mother?" It seems we must have crossed paths along the way," Alice remarked with a hint of regret. Although Alaska pales in comparison to the Third Holy Empire, the palace, as the capital of a nation, is undeniably vast and opulent, with intricate passages running throughout. In such an expansive setting, it is indeed quite commonplace for individuals to miss one another. Regarding the arrival of Count Golenberg, while it cannot be stated that his visits are exceedingly frequent, it would be equally inaccurate to claim they are exceedingly rare. Since 4 years ago, when he became a guardian of Elsa alongside the royal faction, the two parties have frequently interacted over the years. His visits to the capital cannot be deemed scarce, as there are numerous matters to deliberate upon and various interests to delineate and manage. Such affairs are not resolved overnight. Rather, they require a prolonged period of interaction to gradually establish a stable relationship. Moreover, within the daily lives of the nobility, socializing, entertainment, banquets, salons, and hunting occupy a substantial portion of their time. As for the specific management of his territories, he often delegates such responsibilities to subordinate officials. However, this time his visit is not motivated by matters concerning Elsa, but rather by an invitation from the Third Holy Empire. Chapter 36. Resolution: The Empire wishes to invite me? Nidhogg tilted his head, casting an inquisitive glance at the queen before him. Indeed, Christine affirmed with a nod, the Emperor's 60th birthday has prompted numerous invitations, including yours. And what of you? Were you not invited? Nidhogg inquired, his curiosity piqued. Then, would you be willing to attend? She finally asked, her tone imbued with a mischievous anticipation, as if eager to incite some form of chaos or commotion. However, within the depths of Nidhogg's heart, a remarkable caution prevailed. Unlike the modest domain of Alaska, The empire harbored entities that surpassed mere gold. In truth, not only were there forces beyond gold, but even at the pinnacle of gold itself, there lay the power capable of rivaling and even slaying dragons. Moreover, the empire boasted well-organized elite troops, vast arsenals, and an array of magical formations, wizard towers, and various other arcane devices meticulously laid out and prepared over many years, all of which possessed sufficient might to pose a lethal threat to dragons. The formidable defenses of the Earl Elwyn's fortress, situated in the remote corners of human territory, already posed considerable challenges. One can only imagine the defenses of the Third Holy Empire, nestled in the very heart of human civilization. Should Nidhogg attain a level of unparalleled strength swiftly, it could disregard such concerns and sweep through all in its path. Yet, the crux of the matter is that, at least for the present, Nidhogg is incapable of such feats. Indeed, if it were truly possible to enhance its power as envisioned, Nidhogg would have no need to select a faction among humans. It could simply commence a relentless campaign from its very first encounter with a human upon landfall, annihilating all in its way. Regrettably, it lacks this strength, and it is quite likely that it shall never possess it, even until the end of its days. The enhancement of strength is an arduous and excruciatingly slow endeavor. To achieve significant accomplishments in this domain, one must possess innate talent, relentless effort, suitable methodologies, the wisdom and guidance of predecessors, unwavering perseverance over decades, and perhaps a modicum of fortune, all of which Nidhogg possesses in abundance. As a colossal dragon, it is inherently attuned to the elemental forces, embarking upon the path of power. The experiences from its previous existence enable it to adeptly navigate around all detours, reaching realms beyond gold in a direct trajectory. Its past encounters have instilled a profound sense of hatred and fury that continues to burn within the void of its heart after decades, serving as the most formidable impetus on its journey forward. For this, it is even willing to sacrifice its own flesh, body, soul, and lifespan in a self-destructive quest for power, a testament to its unwavering commitment. However, it is acutely aware that among humanity, there exists a plethora of individuals equally consumed by madness, obsession, ambition, and desire. While it may surpass 99% of them, even the remaining fraction, when multiplied by the vast population of humanity, represents an immensely formidable force. Furthermore, unlike the majority of dragons, who often languish in slothful repose, humans have, for millennia, consistently evolved, exerted effort, and transformed. In other words, on the path to strength, they possess a wealth of ancestral wisdom applicable to most circumstances. To subdue an entire race single-handedly is a beautiful, yet challenging aspiration. Thus, it becomes imperative to identify the opportune moment to insert oneself amidst the existing conflicts of human society. Such is the case in Alaska, and similarly, within the Empire. Dear Aunt Catherine, it has been ages, Alice exclaimed joyfully as she leapt into Aunt Catherine's embrace. My dear Alice, we only met a month ago. How can that be considered a long time? Catherine replied with a smile, lifting the princess, who was now but a head shorter and scarcely a girl anymore, into her arms. More than half a month apart feels like an eternity, Annis interjected, blinking her eyes. You see, a single day without Aunt Catherine seems to stretch into 3 months. Oh, how sweetly you express that, little Alice. If you were a boy, you would surely be a dandy, and thus, no reward will be given, Catherine teased, playfully tapping Alice's pouting lips with her finger. A gentle push followed, causing Alice to take a few steps back, now walking alongside her. When shall we visit the Empire? Alice inquired, tilting her head curiously. The Emperor's birthday celebration is in 3 months. We shall depart tomorrow, Catherine replied. Who will be accompanying us? Alice asked. Just you, me, your father, Osmond, and Elsa. Must that irritating Osmond attend as well? Alice retorted. Why do you harbor such disdain for him? If my memory serves me right, Osmond is quite popular among the young ladies. Indeed, having shared a bed with more than one woman, and despite being engaged to Elsa, one still seeks to flirt with a man like me. Can anyone elucidate what merits there are in such behavior? Why, during the Emperor's grand birthday celebration, must such individuals be invited? The invitation was extended by Count Gullen, who brought his son along to explore the Empire. This invitation is not merely a simple gesture. It marks the first time in 4 years that the Empire has led such an initiative. Undoubtedly, they intend to solidify the ties between our nations through this occasion. A defeat does not simply lead to a plea for peace. Such fortunes do not exist in this world. Alice pouted, while Catherine nearly burst into laughter at her words. Do not overthink it. The Empire's strength far surpasses ours. even if we were to triumph this time. It would merely signify that we possess the right to converse with the Empire. And what of that colossal dragon? Even if it were to attend, it would not accompany us. I had hoped to experience the thrill of riding a dragon, Alice lamented slightly. You are overestimating the possibility, Catherine interjected, pausing momentarily. And even if it were feasible, would you truly dare to ride it? Alice fell silent. Osmond, I believe it would be wise for you to exercise caution in Elsa's presence. It is prudent not to overtly neglect your fiancé while showering attention upon other women. You must understand that Elsa is the one with whom you are destined to share your life. Indeed. The mere thought of spending my entire future with such a dull woman fills me with a sense of despair, remarked Osmond with a dismissive gesture. His tone laced with mockery. Elsa is a fine young lady, interjected Count Galin. You ought to understand this. Yes, I comprehend, he replied. She embodies qualities of propriety, stability, honesty, and obedience. One might even describe her as timid, accompanied by a substantial dowry in the form of vast lands. However, father, you must grasp that my preferred tastes have always leaned towards. He hesitated momentarily, the thorny rose. Then pursue Catherine. Should you manage to win her over, I shall promptly dissolve your engagement. I must apologize, but Catherine is no rose. She is an iron thorn. I harbor no interest in a woman whose arms are thicker than your calves. Given the choice, I would much rather select Elsa. He sighed deeply as he spoke. Very well, then, make an effort to get along with her. All right, father, he replied. I shall endeavor to do so. As Anna traversed the corridor, her lightly tanned skin glimmered softly in the faint sunlight, reminiscent of a sheen of oil. She pushed open the door to find Elsa seated within the room, composed and serene, resembling a porcelain doll. Over the years, it seemed that the young lady had grown increasingly silent, and pondered, her heart aching slightly at the thought. She recalled several years ago, when Miss Elsa, though equally quiet, still possessed a semblance of vitality and occasionally smiled. However, over the past 4 years, her silence had deepened. Anna, through their prolonged companionship, had come to profoundly understand her mistress's character and emotions. The feeling of being unwelcome is burdensome for anyone. But for someone as sensitive and fragile as Elsa, it was particularly unbearable, although that place originally belonged to them. The reality of their coexistence over the years had rendered it little different from being a guest in someone else's home, an aspect that undoubtedly exacerbated Elsa's distress. With a gentle sigh, Anna noted that this situation had only worsened since a year ago when, under duress, Elsa had become engaged to the dashing Count Gullenberg. Miss, we are to depart for the capital tomorrow. Are you not pleased? Anna approached her side and softly inquired, Is this not the place you have long wished to visit? At that moment, Elsa seemed to awaken from her reverie, responding, has the time been set? Tomorrow? Indeed, miss, Anna replied. Did I ever express a desire to go to the Empire? Elsa tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her voice. Yes, have you forgotten? You mentioned it to me when you were very young, Anna explained. Is that so? I seem to have forgotten. She wished to forever remember this moment and to remain by her side eternally. At that moment, she remained unaware of the fragility of human beliefs and resolutions when confronted with the starkness of reality. Chapter 37. Arrival. The formidable presence of the dragon, as heavy as a mountain, accompanied by an approaching colossal shadow, surged forth like a relentless tide, rendering the once bustling streets and city gates eerily silent. The populace trembled in fear, yearning to flee, yet rendered powerless, with many collapsing helplessly to the ground. Only the armored soldiers managed to weakly grip their long spears, clinging to their posts. Despite the passage of over 6 centuries, the vigor of the Empire's founding days had waned. However, it still retained a vestige of its former essence. Nidhogg announced its arrival upon the vast expanse of land before the city, unmasked and unapologetic. The Imperial commanders, having anticipated this moment, promptly stepped forth to greet the dragon. Throughout its journey, Nidhogg had neither concealed its approach nor shunned the proximity of human settlements, deliberately showcasing its presence. Shortly after its descent, well-prepared individuals from the Imperial capital emerged to extend their welcome. We are honored by your presence, esteemed Dragon Lord. However, if it pleases you, we kindly request that you assume a human form. The figure before them smiled faintly. After all, it is only by transforming into a human that one can truly relish our world, is it not? This legacy, a gift from the late Viscount Elgruin to the Empire, bore the mark of its heritage. Nidhogg was intrigued, pondering whether he could unearth more valuable assets from this nation, while also fulfilling the promise made to the necromancer of yore. Sharvan remained oblivious to the dragon's thoughts. In truth, despite maintaining a constant smile. Were it not for the mental enchantments already bolstering him, even with his bronze tier foundation, he would have been unable to conceal his true demeanor under the immense draconic pressure. Even now, beneath his garments, his muscles involuntarily contracted with tension. Thus, when the dragon finally assumed human form, Sharvan couldn't help but experience a subtle sense of relief. As a member of the vast number of esteemed nobles in the Empire's heart, the Holy City, Sharvan was acutely aware that, compared to those nobles with their own territories, retinues, and even armies, he was far inferior in both influence and actual standing. In their eyes, he and his ilk were more akin to court jesters. Consequently, most of them lacked any right of succession. This was precisely the goal Sharvan tirelessly pursued. He dared not dream of acquiring a territory. After 6 centuries of imperial growth, the empire had nearly reached its zenith. Had the war against Alaska been victorious, he might have considered taking a gamble. However, after the defeat, even that faint hope vanished. He could only strive to secure an inheritance for his descendants. This was the reason he had worked so hard to welcome this dragon. After all, a mighty dragon possesses power far exceeding that of an ordinary golden being, and the benefits it can bestow are immeasurable. However, there exists a significant risk. After all, compared to the opponent, he is merely an honor-bound noble, whose worth and influence pale in comparison. Even if he were to be slain by the dragon, it would likely only require a modest price on the dragon's part, rendering his demise utterly futile. Regardless, he still represents the Empire to a certain extent. The mere presence of a dragon within human society is enough to incite considerable uproar and reaction, particularly when it is the very entity responsible for the Empire's prior military defeat, magnifying its impact and the ensuing commotion exponentially. Consequently, on the night of its arrival, numerous invitations to banquets were already delivered to his doorstep. For Nidhogg, this presented an opportunity to gain insight into the prevailing circumstances. Thus, could you enlighten me as to which of these banquets and salons holds the greatest influence? After pondering for a moment, Nidhogg inquired of Lord Chavan. Lady Tanis, Chavan replied, extracting a card from the invitations. She is a renowned socialite, and her salons attract a multitude of attendees, including many esteemed scholars, mages, high nobility, and distinguished knights. Very well, let us consider her. As the epicenter of political power within the Empire, the Holy City is undeniably a cornerstone of human society, surpassing even the capital of Alaska in both area and splendor. The corresponding entertainment industry and social interactions are far more prosperous than those in Alaska. In fact, to the inhabitants of the imperial capital, Alaska appears merely as a remote and insignificant locale. Without the fortuitous intervention of the dragon, it would have been impossible to conquer the imperial forces. The attention garnered by the entirety of Alaska pales in comparison to the emergence of the dragon. Moreover, Nidhogg himself truly stands out as the most resplendent figure in the entire Alaskan campaign. Consequently, after a little over half an hour, when Nidhogg, under the guidance of Shaven, arrived at the salon hosted by Lady Tanis, it caused quite a stir. The attendees were taken aback upon realizing that the magnificent dragon had indeed come to the gathering. Chapter 38. Ignition. Lady Tanis looked at the man before her with a hint of surprise and inquired, "Did you not go to attend to that guest?" She then suddenly turned to the imposing figure behind him, her voice laced with astonishment as she asked, "Wait, could it be that this gentleman is?" Though she did not finish her sentence, Shaven interjected with a smile, saying, "Indeed, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Nidhogg, the most distinguished guest invited to the Emperor's birthday celebration. Your presence is most warmly welcomed, Lord Nidhogg," Lady Tanis said with heartfelt sincerity. "I must confess, your arrival has indeed taken us by surprise. To be frank, although I sent you an invitation, I had little confidence that you would actually grace us with your presence. My fascination with humanity has always been profound. Otherwise, I would not have departed from Dragon Island." I inquired of Chavan, who informed me that the salon you host wields the greatest influence. Thus I made my way here. Upon hearing this, Lady Tanis cast a gentle smile at the nobleman Nidhogg beside her, exclaiming, "I see. For that, I am truly grateful." Subsequently, the lady guided the anthropomorphized dragon into her chamber. Although the salon is characterized by its tranquility and understated nature, Lady Tanis did not immediately announce the arrival of Nidhogg with fanfare. However, as a loosely knit gathering, the entrance of such a towering and formidable stranger inevitably captured the attention of the attendees, swiftly disseminating the relevant news amidst ensuing conversations. Thus, he naturally became the focal point of the soiree. Before long, someone approached him. Nidhogg slightly bowed his head, gazing at the elderly man before him, whose hair and beard were as white as snow. Anderson, the scholar, introduced himself. Part of my research encompasses the realm of dragons. I have always been intrigued by your kind, and I never imagined I would encounter such an opportunity in my lifetime. Nidhogg regarded the elder Anderson, recalling his previous life, when he first arrived in this city and met the same man, who, at that time, appeared considerably older, and the circumstances of their meeting were quite different. Nonetheless, this shift is undoubtedly understandable. His rebirth has altered so many facets of existence. Moreover, alongside its activities, this transformation will perpetually extend outward. In truth, I harbor a profound curiosity regarding numerous aspects of humanity. Nidhogg gazed at the elder before him and remarked, for instance, the art of combat. I wonder if you are familiar with it. I have long wished to learn the ways of combat. However, this poses quite a challenge. As among the known races of beasts, the vast majority rely on their physical forms and innate magic for sustenance. Only a scant few among them possess the ability to wield combat arts akin to humans and orcs. Yet, Anderson shifted the conversation, stating, "Indeed, this is an intriguing subject. I happen to know several individuals who have a keen interest in enabling beasts to harness combat arts. If you are willing to collaborate, I believe I could introduce you tomorrow." "Thank you very much," Nidhogg replied, aware that the elder's kindness stemmed primarily from his status as a dragon. The quest to integrate magic with combat arts has long been one of humanity's tireless pursuits. Even Nidhogg had to concede that while humans are the most avaricious creatures it has encountered, they are also the most insatiably curious. Often, these two traits are indistinguishable. That evening, the spotlight on Nidhogg primarily focused on its discourse with Anderson, leaving the others rather disappointed. The following day, under the auspices of an acquaintance, Nidhogg directly approached Onru, a scholarly mage. In contrast to Anderson, who perpetually focused on researching the habitats and customs of dragons, this individual was undeniably more engaged in the intricate study of the amalgamation of magic and martial energy. More precisely, he delved into the compatibility of magical energy with the corporeal forms of humanity. This is a vast subject, and it is noteworthy that he is not the sole human mage exploring this domain. However, among those who have chosen to concentrate on martial energy, he stands alone in the entire imperial capital. For this research-oriented mage, Nidhogg was undoubtedly the most fitting collaborator. As a formidable entity at the apex of the beastly food chain, the dragon's crystal and the resonance with elemental forces, alongside the compatibility of flesh with magical energy, rendered it the most suitable material for research. Particularly, Nidhogg harbored a keen interest in human martial energy and had honed his physique to a point where he was merely a step away from manifesting martial energy, aligning perfectly with his research aspirations. Conversely, Nidhogg's objectives, while slightly divergent, also resonated with Anderson's pursuits. Nidhogg merely needed to unleash his martial energy, while Anderson not only sought to facilitate Nidhogg in transcending that threshold but also aimed to collect data on the ensuing changes, deriving from it the insights essential for his ultimate practice within the human body. After extensive deliberation, the conclusion reached was that a further diminishment of the resonance affinity with elemental magic was imperative. Although such a reduction could significantly enhance its physical form and considerably bolster its combat prowess, it would simultaneously interfere with and suppress the ignition of its fighting spirit. To accomplish this, a transformation was essential, requiring the removal of one of the primary cores of dragon magic, the dragon crystal. This was a formidable task, for the dragon crystal is one of the most vital components of the dragon race, with more than half of their extraordinary elemental resonance capabilities deriving from it. In the absence of the dragon crystal, while a giant dragon's elemental resonance might still be perceived as remarkably potent from a human perspective, it would merely be formidable, not monstrous. To illustrate, a dragon stripped of its dragon crystal, despite retaining its wings, would find itself utterly incapable of flight. Consequently, even after assuming a humanoid form, the essence of the dragon crystal remains concealed deep within the body of the dragon lineage. At present, Nidhogg has even dispelled this sensation, akin to a fish out of water. Although the elements themselves have not altered, the absence of the dragon crystal has resulted in a significant diminishment in the perceived concentration of these elements, transforming them from an omnipresent force to a distant memory. Naturally, compared to humans, it still possesses far greater strength. However, this level of power merely aligns with that of a top-tier human prodigy. Nidhogg devoted an entire day to acclimating to this new body and the unfamiliar world it now inhabits. 3 days later, after numerous experiments concerning the ignition of fighting energy. He achieved success. It felt somewhat abrupt yet entirely natural, for he was merely a step away from this milestone. If he were human, any breakthrough at any moment would not be surprising. However, given that he was a dragon, it elicited a certain astonishment. Even Nidhogg found himself uncertain whether it was the pivotal factor of the elusive dragon crystal or the subsequent experiments that played a decisive role in this process. Regardless, it was undeniable that he had succeeded. The fighting energy surged within his body, pulsating continuously. Although it had yet to manifest externally, he could distinctly sense its presence. Dancing in sync with his breath, what followed was relentless training and enhancement. As the generation of fighting energy signified that his previously maxed-out physical prowess had once again found room for growth. With systematic training and cultivation, the fighting energy would inevitably expand, and his physical capabilities would experience another remarkable leap. He was almost impatient to embark on this journey, to the extent that he was disinclined to attend the Emperor's birthday celebration. Over a week later, guests from Alaska finally arrived. Of course, they were not the only visitors. As nobles from various regions, feudal lords, fragmented kingdoms, and even guests from other races converged from all corners of the continent. Consequently, the Emperor's birthday banquet would not commence until well into the following month, lasting an entire month, as the arrival of guests was expected to take considerable time. However, for Nidhogg, none of this lay within its sphere of concern. The flame of its ambition had just ignited, propelling it into a period of rapid advancement. Even in its purely humanoid form, it was exceedingly precious. Chapter 39. Silver Dia strode into the imperial palace, its Orcish figure tall and imposing. All within the court, either directly or subtly, directed their attention towards it, drawing focus even more than a colossal dragon would. After all, it was an orc. A being that had battled humanity for millennia, harboring deep-seated enmity and leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. People loathed it, scorned it, yet could not afford to disregard its presence. They were exceedingly curious about the reason for its arrival. Esteemed Emperor of the Human Empire, it began. Its words lacking clarity and precision, prompting a low ripple of laughter from the assembly. Dia paid no heed, as if the sound had not reached its ears. We beseech your assistance. The laughter grew louder, tinged with mockery and disdain, a reflection of the long-standing animosity between humans and orcs. This was to be expected, after all. This year had seen rainfall decline by more than half compared to previous years, resulting in a dire scarcity of game. We hope that the Empire of Humanity can extend a hand of aid. The Emperor, seated upon his throne, surveyed the orc before him and inquired. But what benefit would that bring to us humans? Orcs are a peace-loving race, it replied. If we were to secure sufficient sustenance, we would no longer need to wage war. The Great Tooth spoke, acknowledging the truth of the matter, however. To voice such sentiments in this context undoubtedly carried an air of menace in the eyes of many. The entire hall erupted into a cacophony. We, as a species, have never acquiesced to threats. If war is what you desire, then let it commence, declared the Emperor, as the assembly dispersed in discontent. In truth, the Emperor was more concerned with another portent that had emerged, the deviation of history. Yet, it was evident that everything had transformed. Nidhogg was uncertain whether this change was for better or worse. Nevertheless, it was clear that, at least for the years to come, the forthcoming war instigated by the orcs against humanity was unlikely to alter its course. Due to the arrival of this adversary, the focus of the Emperor's birthday banquet had shifted entirely. As humanity's greatest foe for millennia, the orcs had only been thoroughly repelled 6 centuries prior, retreating to the remote territories of the northern continent. However, that desolate and frigid land was not bountiful in crops, leading the orcs to periodically descend southward, inflicting grievous losses upon humanity while leaving behind countless of their own kin's remains. This time, it appeared to be no different. The first war Nidhogg faced upon entering the continent after his rebirth was indeed this very conflict initiated by the orcs against humanity, though on that occasion, he stood in solidarity with humankind. It was during this very war that he forged profound bonds of camaraderie with his human allies. The deeper the friendship, the more acute the anguish when betrayal inevitably arrived. Such a choice is not merely about placing your companions and kin on opposite ends of a balance. If it were, perhaps Nidhogg would feel disappointment or sorrow, but certainly not rage or animosity. However, in light of the events that have transpired, reflecting on such matters is now devoid of meaning, especially in an era where history has undergone such profound transformation. It is uncertain whether it should continue this path. Nidhogg harbors doubts. If it were to persist, Would it be able to reunite with Alphas and the others in 40 years? If it were to succeed in annihilating humanity, what significance would that hold if they no longer existed? At this moment, Nidhogg contemplates two options: to expand its influence or to lie in wait, honing its strength in silence until the return of its former human companions. Nidhogg ultimately opts for the latter. From a pragmatic standpoint, this decision may seem unwise, even foolish. Yet, it is the only course that brings it a sense of satisfaction. Only by methodically dismantling the very things that those who betrayed it hold dear, inflicting pain and regret upon them, can it truly feel a sense of delight and vengeance. "Are you leaving?" Count Gulenberg asked, surprised as he gazed at the man before him. "The banquet has not yet concluded. I hold no interest in your human festivities. In truth, I have merely come to observe the spectacle," Nidhogg replied nonchalantly. "Very well, then." Count Galen shrugged, fully aware that he held no sway over the colossal dragon. Rather than attempting to persuade it, perhaps it would be far simpler to cater to its whims. Nidhogg had transformed into a dragon. And an unfortunate truth emerged. The fighting spirit that once resided within its humanoid form had vanished, fortunately having gained prior experience. It should be more adept at igniting its fighting spirit this time around. This was undoubtedly a minor surprise. Starting from zero is an entirely different endeavor than beginning from one. Throughout millennia of human study on fighting spirit, various breathing techniques, physical training methods, and ways to cultivate and enhance one's fighting spirit have emerged, giving rise to diverse martial arts schools in the human realm. However, at the core, these practices hinge upon three fundamental elements: spirit, body, and fighting spirit. The cultivation and enhancement of fighting spirit is inextricably linked to the physical form, as well as the resonance with external energy. The human body is remarkably intricate and efficient. Indeed, there have been instances where a mage conducted experiments, ultimately concluding that the energy from a standard first-tier spell could sustain a bronze-tier human for half a day. If one were to rely solely on the flesh to rejuvenate, it would likely take years for a silver or even golden-tier warrior to fully replenish their expended fighting spirit. In reality, this is not the case. The majority of fighting spirit consumption is replenished by external sources, drawing a striking parallel to the nature of magic. Indeed, if the hallmark of the silver rank lies in qualities that transcend the limits of the human body, and its primary cultivation process involves the relentless enhancement of one's physical form and the amplification of one's fighting spirit, then the transition from silver to gold hinges predominantly upon the resonance between one's inner being and the external environment. However, for Nidhogg, this remains a distant prospect, as he is still merely at the nascent stage of silver rank. Breathing techniques, physical training, and cultivation are followed by sustenance. For silver rank warriors, who primarily depend on physical nourishment, the ample provision of food is indispensable for their progress, especially when contrasted with the gold warriors, who can partially commune with external energies. Initially, Nidhogg consumed a meal sufficient for 5 people. After a week, this increased to 10, and a week later, it grew to 12. 3 weeks hence, his meal intake could satisfy the appetites of 15. After a month, his regimen expanded from 3 meals a day to 4. A month and a half later, his consumption per meal surged to 20 portions, and 2 months later, Nidhogg required 5 meals daily. The breathing techniques had long since become instinctual, and every day, every hour, every moment, he engaged in continuous movement, training, battling, sprinting, leaping, performing push-ups and pull-ups. Each simple exercise, augmented by magical forces and layers of seals, became exceedingly burdensome, imposing tremendous strain on his physique. Simultaneously, he had Catherine, a gold-rank warrior, as a sparring partner, engaging in daily combat. In this rigorous exercise, where combat intertwines with training, the body is pushed to its limits. Each instance of recovery and rest fortifies the physique, rendering it more robust and supple, capable of enduring greater burdens and impacts. The ignited fighting spirit within the flesh and blood has attained a higher degree of adaptability and growth. It is precisely through this intense confrontation and training that one can elevate this growth to its utmost potential, continuously strengthening the fighting spirit that is intrinsically linked to the development of the corporeal form. This is the sole focus of Nidhogg at present. Chapter 40. The deviation of history. The principle of force inevitably engenders an equal and opposite reaction. A law discerned and codified by the first sage who unified human measurements 8,000 years ago, laying the foundation for civilization and establishing the largest sect among humanity. For warriors, the challenge lies in how to unleash a more formidable force, while another dilemma is how to withstand the reactionary force that follows. Both of these quandaries can be resolved through the fighting spirit, which not only allows for a more powerful eruption of strength but also bears the resultant force it generates. Moreover, the advantages of the fighting spirit extend beyond this. The generation and eruption of human strength are constrained by the very structure of the body. Without the bending of the knees, one cannot leap. Without the stretching and contracting of muscles, power cannot be produced. And without the support of the forehead, one cannot propel forward. All these limitations stem from the inherent structure of the body itself. The emergence and formation of fighting spirit can, to a certain extent, mitigate such challenges. If the essence of silver and lower levels primarily revolves around self-enhancement, ascending to higher tiers allows fighting spirit to partially substitute for the physical structure, or rather, to forge a new one. This transition heralds a more agile and versatile approach to combat. Upon reaching the golden level, this characteristic becomes strikingly pronounced, manifesting in the ability to levitate. The intricacies of fighting spirit extend beyond mere combat. For warriors, possessing this essence equates to acquiring an additional sensory organ, enabling them to perceive and grasp the condition of their own bodies and the surrounding environment from another dimension. Naturally, these concepts remain somewhat distant for Nidhogg at this juncture. Its primary objective is to continuously refine its physique, augment its fighting spirit, and reach the limits of its potential. Situated at the edge of the continent, Alaska, though not as bountiful as Dragon Island with its rich marine environment for practice, is surrounded by mountains and forests, providing ample uninhabited zones for combat training. The formidable third-tier force constrains its form, exerting pressure on its flesh and blood, and the weighty force penetrates through the skin, reaching the organs and even the bones. Under such immense strain, even the once ordinary act of breathing becomes an arduous endeavor. However, this seemingly simple spell effect was precisely what Nidhogg required. Yet it necessitated the intervention of a high-ranking or golden-tier mage specialized in the manipulation of energy fields. To achieve this, Nidhogg had to sacrifice a portion of its own blood and scales. Nevertheless, the outcome brought it immense satisfaction. The rigorous exercise and intensive training that would typically be required to attain such a level of physical conditioning could now be achieved merely through daily activities such as breathing, running, jumping, and other forms of movement. The energy, which had already accumulated within its organs, began to disperse among the four white cranes, coursing through its bones and flesh under this new strain, synchronized with each breath taken daily. Simultaneously, its sensitivity to its surroundings was continually increasing. What was once formless and intangible air gradually became perceptible to it, despite the negligible hindrance it presented. Indeed, it could now sense its existence. If one were to classify this according to human standards, it might be considered a level of high silver. Nidhogg mused that the ability to perceive the air's presence and begin to utilize it in battle marked the distinction of having reached the high silver tier. As it advanced towards the golden level, with the enhancement of its physical capabilities and an increase in speed, the seemingly insignificant air resistance would eventually escalate to an extraordinarily exaggerated degree, ultimately becoming as impenetrable as a wall of steel. At that juncture, its velocity would approach that of sound, thus leading to the designation of this barrier as the sound barrier. Even amidst gold, only a select few possess the strength to attain such heights. Yet for Nidhogg, this remains a distant aspiration. For others, reaching this level may merely require relentless training and the spiritual growth necessary for a breakthrough in combat energy. However, for Nidhogg, its spirit has long since met the required standards. What it now seeks is a battle so intense that it shakes the very core of its being and soul. Fortunately, it has an exceptional sparring partner, a warrior of golden stature named Catherine. Merely throwing a punch is sufficient to resonate through every fiber of Nidhogg's combat energy. This signifies that with each strike, its combat energy coalesces into a singular force. With its limbs and bones subjected to the shock and tumult of such vigorous movement and collision, despite possessing a physique far larger and more robust than its opponent, the disparity in combat energy cultivation renders each of the opponent's punches considerably heavier. The expansion and contraction of its lungs become increasingly vigorous, and the heartbeat accelerates with fervor. Amidst the turbulence of combat energy, it can even sense the searing blood coursing through its veins, growing faster and hotter until, ultimately, the combat energy emanates from beneath its skin like light, smoke, and mist. As a consequence of this fierce engagement, Nidhogg lay in repose for half a day, requiring a full 3 days to completely recuperate, simultaneously as the fighting spirit reached the utmost limit of what the body could contain. The remaining contemplation centered on how to transcend this fighting spirit. This essence was not akin to the golden hue of Catherine, but rather reminiscent of the milky whiteness of milk. Yet, the color was not the crux of the matter, for it was the quality that held significance. For Nidhogg, in comparison to other fighting spirits, its own possessed no particularly extreme attributes, merely a balanced enhancement of its various bodily capabilities, strength, speed, endurance, recovery, and perception. However, for Nidhogg, there was no necessity for extreme traits. Balanced fortification was sufficient. At this juncture, more than a year had elapsed since its attendance at the birthday celebration of that human imperial monarch. After such a lengthy period of brewing tension, the war between orcs and humans had inevitably ignited, diverging once again from the trajectory of history as recalled by Nidhogg. In its memory, the Emperor of the Empire had postponed his birthday celebration by 3 months, awaiting the destruction of Alaska, only commencing the festivities upon the triumphant return of his army, using the annihilation of a nation as a sacrificial offering. Yet, this moment, which should have been one of universal celebration, was tainted with the sanguine hue of blood due to the appearance of the Bronze Sword Saint, a descendant of the Dartali family, executed by the Emperor himself 60 years prior, and the last survivor of that lineage. The once silent peerless swordsman, who had remained in obscurity for a full 60 years, made his entrance by demonstrating combat prowess that not only reached the pinnacle of gold, but nearly transcended it. He dispatched one golden adversary and severely injured 2 others, while 4 silver tier mages perished during that assassination attempt, forcing the remaining to flee in disarray. The Empire dedicated its full resources to pursue him for 3 years until the Orc invasion erupted, igniting a protracted 5-year conflict. Of the Empire's 21 provinces, 6 were engulfed in the flames of war he had stirred. The Orc King showcased his formidable combat strength, surpassing even that of the Gold Tier, with his forces seemingly capable of breaching any defense. Yet, even such a powerful being was reduced to ashes and bones under the might of a human empire's magical artillery. In truth, much of the knowledge regarding this large-scale war, which had erupted prior to his arrival on the continent, was gleaned by Nidhogg indirectly from human accounts amidst the Orc conflict. Although many details may have been distorted, the fundamental data was likely accurate. Both sides mobilized a total of 280,000 troops, comprising 200,000 humans and 80,000 orcs. The number of gold-tier combatants exceeded 300, surpassing the entire Dragon Clan's count, with 7 humans and 6 orcs at the pinnacle of gold, and 2 humans and 1 orc transcending the tier. The presence of silver-tier warriors on the battlefield exceeded a staggering total of 1,200. This phenomenon reflects the enduring influence of the aristocratic elite and various factions within humanity, who have, both consciously and unconsciously, sought to control the dissemination of cultivation methods while suppressing the achievements of those not aligned with their own ranks. A crucial point to note is that even amidst a cataclysmic war engulfing 2 races, where the Orc faction mobilized its entire populace, the human side has yet to unleash its full potential. Take, for instance, the renowned Bronze Sword Saint, who remained a mere observer throughout the conflict. Similarly, Sandrew remained concealed, only occasionally seizing the opportunity to pilfer ephemeral necromantic creations from both humans and orcs, without ever taking direct action. However, this war has undeniably provided a wealth of superior materials for the lineage of necromancers, indeed, not solely for them. It can be argued that Alice's eventual ascension to the status of a formidable necromancer capable of single-handedly confronting armies owes not only to her innate talent, diligent effort, and commendable mentorship, but also to the invaluable resources garnered from this conflict. Despite the Emperor's aspirations to conduct a thorough census of the vast population within his dominion to identify and document the lurking practitioners of various ranks, the reality remains starkly different. The idealistic vision of such an undertaking is met with the harsh truth of its execution. For those tasked with this endeavor, the assignment is imposed from above, yet their lives rest precariously in their own hands, rendering the efficiency of the operation highly questionable. In fact, remaining passive is far preferable. Many humans have seized the opportunity to engage in treachery, covertly collaborating with the orcs and leveraging their might to suppress dissenters. Although many of these schemes are merely tactical maneuvers, a significant number are indeed genuine. In the war that transpired 3 decades hence, under the leadership of Altais, Nidhogg vanquished numerous individuals among humanity, many of whom fought with utmost desperation, shedding blood and sweat, exerting tremendous effort to achieve their goals. However, for Nidhogg in the present, Circumstances have shifted significantly. Setting aside the question of participation, even if it were to engage, it would undoubtedly align itself with the Orcish faction. Yet, considering the extent of historical deviation, Nidhogg has resolved not to partake in this conflict, a decision unrelated to the dangers it may pose, but rather a simple desire to behold those individuals once more. Only in their presence, when dismantling what they hold dear, could it truly savor the satisfaction it craves. Nevertheless, the pressing issue is that due to the considerable temporal advance and its profound repercussions, the degree of historical deviation is so pronounced that those once familiar, whom Nidhogg recalls with nostalgia, anger, and deep-seated resentment, may never manifest in the same manner again. Even if it were to attain its objectives, even if it were to eliminate all adversaries, the anticipated solace might remain elusive. In such a scenario, should Nidhogg continue to exert its influence across this continent, fervently expanding its dominion, it is conceivable that many souls destined to be born might perish even before their time, perhaps while still in the womb. This is not the outcome Nidhogg desires. It seeks vengeance against those who once betrayed it. Yet if the targets of its retribution do not exist from the outset, what significance does its revenge hold? The mere contemplation of this notion engenders an uncontrollable restlessness, submerging Nidhogg in the depths of this world. Few experiences evoke such profound emptiness and desolation as the realization that, in the pursuit of vengeance, one's adversary has vanished. Nevertheless, Nidhogg does not relent in its quest. Rather, it is willing to slightly adjust its course of action, choosing to lie in wait for a time. Though it remains uncertain of the efficacy of this decision, it perseveres. Chapter 41. Revelation. The sole heir of Count Gullin and the only daughter of Viscount Elwyn fulfilled their betrothal this year, coinciding with their coming of age. This union also signifies, in terms of legal legitimacy, that Count Gullin has rightfully claimed the unallocated inheritances and possessions left behind by Viscount Elwyn. Furthermore, it heralds the impending ascension of Count Gullin as the largest territorial noble in Alaska, second only to the royal family. Such a significant upheaval naturally captivates the attention of all, drawing representatives and dignitaries from various noble houses in the royal lineage to partake in the celebration. However, conspicuously absent from this gathering is Nidhogg, the dragon in human form, who remains singularly focused on the enhancement of its own powers. Despite the challenges of achieving significant breakthroughs in martial prowess once one has approached the pinnacle of silver rank, the relentless pursuit of rigorous training serves as the foundation for progress. In truth, this is precisely the dilemma faced by every practitioner of both martial arts and magic. Regardless of the field, dedicating a lifetime of effort and time still feels insufficient. Initially, one may progress in both areas concurrently, but soon, upon reaching a certain level, merely maintaining sufficient practice to avoid regression demands nearly all of one's time and energy, let alone achieving further breakthroughs. In such circumstances, dual cultivation becomes an impractical option. They must choose one domain over the other, relinquishing the other entirely. As they advance, they will inevitably forsake even more: wealth, power, leisurely living, and daily social interactions. Only by devoting all their time and energy to their cultivation can they traverse the path of strength to its fullest extent. At this moment, Nidhogg finds itself confronted with such a choice, yet it does not harbor significant worry. Perhaps within a mere century, humans can attain heights that elude dragons for centuries. However, similarly, for dragons, their strength and magical prowess do not require such an extensive investment of time and energy to sustain. For dragons, it is more akin to an instinctual act, as effortless as breathing. In other words, even after years, decades, or even longer without training, adult and elder dragons often slumber for such extended periods. Their strength and magical abilities do not diminish significantly as a result. This presents an advantage that humanity finds difficult to rival. The current regression in Nidhogg's magical capabilities, akin to that of humans, merely serves to demonstrate that, at least in terms of its anatomical structure and organ systems, it has approached an extraordinary resemblance to humanity, nearly indistinguishable from it. In fact, the extent of this regression is considerably less than that experienced by an average human, and viewed through a human lens, it could equally affirm its possession of remarkably gifted talents and abilities by human standards. However, it is not particularly inclined to pursue this path. For Nidhogg has discovered that by adopting a human perspective and form, it might reattempt to sense the elements of the world and hone its magical skills. This endeavor could potentially reinforce its already established magical capabilities, much like the principles of weight training. Moreover, this renewed practice not only enhances its elemental sensitivity and resonation abilities, as well as its magical prowess, but also fortifies its mental perception and intensity, which are foundational to psychic magic. It is essential to recognize that the current stagnation in its necromantic magic, which has reached a critical juncture, primarily stems from the difficulty in advancing one of its two main pillars, psychic magic. Thus far, it has only managed to unleash mental shocks, not to mention higher manifestations such as psychic storms or soul rages. Yet, at this very moment, within this practice, it appears to be on the verge of a breakthrough in the realm of the psyche, which undoubtedly heralds splendid tidings. In truth, from Nidhogg's perspective, the resurgence of breakthroughs in the spiritual realm can be attributed not only to that factor but also significantly to its advancements in training and combat energy. However, in the absence of empirical evidence, this remains mere conjecture. Indeed, having devoted excessive time and energy to the arcane arts, its physical capabilities and combat energy have begun to experience a gradual decline, albeit at an almost imperceptible rate. Yet, a regression is still a regression. For Nidhogg, this was anticipated and deemed an acceptable cost. While it persistently hones its own skills, the Orcish War rages on, fervently ignited, or more accurately, it has merely begun and has yet to reach its zenith. However, for Alaska, situated in the southeastern part of the continent, the conflict instigated by the Orcs in the Northern Territories seems rather distant, at least for the time being. In contrast to the far-off Orcish conflict, the recent series of changes brought about by the marriage between the only son of Count Gullen and the only daughter of Viscount Elgar has captured the public's attention. It is crucial to clarify that Nidhogg is not human, thus, it does not concern itself with such matters. Nevertheless, often, when one refrains from seeking out trouble, trouble finds them, especially when it pertains to those in their immediate vicinity. In Alaska, the young Princess Alice, upon her parents arranging a marriage for her, audaciously proclaimed her preference for women over men. This seemingly trivial, yet striking piece of gossip swiftly circulated among the gatherings and salons of the nobility, becoming the most talked-about topic of recent times. Although its actual impact was far less significant than that of Elsa's marriage, its sensationalism undoubtedly surpassed it. Nidhogg was not particularly surprised by this. In fact, he felt a twinge of satisfaction with the knowledge gleaned from his previous life. He understood that the former princess's romantic experiences and sexual orientation were less about a genuine affinity for women and more about a singular attachment to a particular female figure. However, it was evident that while he possessed this insight due to his rebirth, others did not share this understanding, especially among humans, who are inherently social creatures. Anything outside the norm tends to attract either hostility, scrutiny, or fervent admiration. As for why Nidhogg was so well informed, during their encounters with the young princess, she had often regaled him and his human companions with tales of her past and romantic escapades. Despite the fact that the object of her affection had already been transformed into an undead being. In truth, prior to its rebirth, the history surrounding the other party, following their demise, revealed a tapestry of emotions and related gossip that spread even more widely than their reputation, much like many renowned figures throughout human history. After all, even many individuals acknowledge that humanity possesses a remarkable penchant for gossip. Considering the present circumstances, it appears that Alice may no longer have the chance to become the legendary necromancer etched in history. However, her romantic interests seem to remain largely unchanged. For Nidhogg, this is undoubtedly auspicious news, signifying that the alterations in history have not been so profound as to completely upend everything. In other words, there still exists an opportunity to reunite with those human companions she once cherished. This is undoubtedly splendid news. Yet, it is evident that Alice has not yielded to this reality. Instead, she exhibits an extraordinary stubbornness, influencing even her training partner, Catherine. This reaction is, in fact, quite understandable. For Catherine, who is unmarried and childless, Alice represents a daughter figure, embodying all her hopes and emotions for future generations. The sole dilemma lies in the fact that Catherine is likely unaware that Alice does not share the same sentiments. It's nothing, Nidhogg remarked, acknowledging that such matters cannot be forced. However, if this continues, you may never resolve the issues surrounding your little princess. Did you know that? Catherine replied with a wry smile. But I truly do not know how to persuade her. Why on earth does she prefer women? Catherine spoke with a hint of distress. Throughout humanity, there have always been those who harbor affection for their own gender. Nidhogg calmly articulated this rather than voicing a personal opinion, for he had encountered many such individuals during his travels across the continent with his human companions prior to his rebirth. In truth, Both Altais and several others had experienced advances, confessions, and even coercion from same-sex admirers. Nevertheless, when compared to the totality of humanity, they remained an absolute minority. This is rather unfortunate, Catherine sighed. After all, she was a princess of this realm. Nidhogg tilted his head, directing his gaze towards the female warrior opposite him. What is it? Catherine inquired, slightly puzzled. I am contemplating whether to divulge something to you, Nidhogg replied in a calm tone. What is it? After a moment of silence, Nidhogg finally spoke. She is not enamored with women, but rather with you. This is impossible, even with the indomitable will and temperament of one of the Golden Order. She found herself greatly shaken, reflexively denying the assertion. However, it did not take long for the golden-haired warrior to realize that the other party had no reason to deceive her. The only pressing question remained. How do you know this? Catherine asked. I observed it, Nidhogg replied serenely. It was clear that he could not reveal his status as a reborn being, and prior to his rebirth. This matter had become widely known after the demise of the necromancer, far surpassing the notoriety of their long-lost nation. Apologies, but I find it difficult to believe. Catherine hesitated for a moment before speaking, and she truly struggled to accept that a colossal dragon could possess a deeper understanding of humanity than humans themselves. After all, despite having encountered the Princess Alice, who had renamed herself Sandru, before her rebirth, both had become mere skeletal figures, yet their romantic bond remained unmistakably evident. Confirmed? Nidhogg inquired. Seemingly having tested the waters over the past 3 days, perhaps even directly questioning her. Indeed. Catherine paused momentarily. I conveyed your suspicion to her, and she acknowledged it. It appears I was not mistaken. Nidhogg remarked nonchalantly. Apologies, I too was unaware. Nidhogg stated calmly. Catherine did not realize that even the knowledge of the other's affection for her was not derived from extraordinary observational prowess, but merely a consequence of its advantage of rebirth. Never mind, I shall devise a solution on my own, Catherine said with resignation. In any case, thank you for your assistance. It is my duty, replied the anthropomorphic dragon. Chapter 42. Conflict at present, despite some improvements in mental fortitude. These advancements have yet to reach a transformative stage, indicating that the ability to unleash a mental storm remains a distant goal. However, through continued meditation and practice, this gap has been steadily narrowing, providing ample motivation for relentless cultivation. News of the Orc War continues to pour in, much like before my rebirth. In the early stages of the conflict, the Orc army has proven to be an unstoppable force, having conquered 2 provinces in a mere 2 months. The Orc King has displayed unparalleled martial prowess and devastating power. The formidable Iron Gate, a veritable natural barrier between the 2 provinces, was cleaved in 2 by a single strike, its destruction rivaling that of a level 11 destructive military spell. Such might undoubtedly surpass the limits achievable by the gold tier, ascending to even greater heights. The toll of his strength is evidenced by the lives of 3 gold tier warriors, 12 silver tier fighters, 1 gold tier spellcaster, and 6 silver tier spellcasters, all of whom have tragically testified to his extraordinary power and the Orc's resurgent military might. Consequently, many have begun to ponder whether the Emperor should have acquiesced to the Orc's demands during his birthday banquet. However, a greater number have countered that such concessions would merely empower the Orcs, enabling them to amass an even larger force before launching a more devastating war. The history of the continent is essentially a chronicle of warfare, and throughout millennia of conflict, humans have risen, having trodden upon the corpses of countless kin and alien races, forever estranged from the notion of weakness. Nidhogg is acutely aware of this truth. Possessing the experiences of a prior life, it is acutely aware that, despite the initial prowess of the Orc clan, which seemed invincible at the outset, the profound disparity in resources and numbers would soon ensnare them in the quagmire of war. The only variable lies in the timing of this pivotal shift. In its former life, this transition commenced 3 months after the outbreak of hostilities. As for now, it might occur earlier or later. However, it is foreseeable that unless the Orc clan truly annihilates the Third Holy Empire, which is nearly impossible, there is little cause for concern regarding Alaska. The true worry should rest solely on the empire itself. In the realm of nobility, gossip is never in short supply. Soon, the public's attention was captivated by a new scandal involving Count Gullenberg's only son, Osmond, who, after marrying, was caught in an affair with his wife's maid. The maid was subsequently hanged by the usually amiable noblewoman, and this newlywed couple found themselves embroiled in a public altercation, leading to their immediate separation. This incident has rapidly gained notoriety, overshadowing even Princess Alice's proclamations regarding the ongoing war with the orcs, thus becoming the latest focal point of public interest. Such is the essence of noble life, perpetually filled with a plethora of gossip, news, and rumors. Whenever a scandal or piece of gossip emerges, it swiftly circulates through various banquets and salons, adding a touch of color to their otherwise mundane and vacuous existence. However, for Nidhogg, such interests were perpetually absent, despite the fact that the individuals involved were not entirely irrelevant to it. Count Galin, the father of Osmond, had once sought its assistance and proposed a trade, while Miss Ailsa had also approached it through her maid with a similar proposition. Yet, what significance did this hold? There existed no profound friendship between them, nor any deep-seated bonds. Their exchanges were merely fleeting and superficial transactions. For a human, particularly a male, there might be solace found in the tender affections that blossomed between the frail noblewoman and her maid, and perhaps a sense of sorrow for their current fate. However, for Nidhogg, this anthropomorphized dragon, what relevance did it possess? The life of a dragon stretches over decades, unwavering and constant, whereas human society is intricate and ever-changing. Within a mere decade, everything may transform entirely. Thus, from a human perspective, time has always been regarded as one of the greatest forces in existence. Given sufficient distance, even the immortal stars may fall, vast oceans may turn to arable land, and the very world itself may be deemed to face annihilation. Let alone the fragile and delicate friendship between the two women, there exists an abundance of elements capable of altering, distorting, or obliterating it. Perhaps there are hidden backgrounds and untold stories entwined within. Nonetheless, the crux remains: what does it matter to Nidhogg? It remains indifferent and unconcerned. However, the twists and turns of this matter were not merely confined to the events that transpired. Half a month later, Miss Ailsa took the life of her husband, Osmond. In a fit of rage, Count Galin, who had personally chosen her as a bride for his son, ended her life as well. The loss of the heir plunged their territory into turmoil, capturing the attention of all of Alaska. In stark contrast to this domestic incident, the invasion of the Empire's third province by the Orc army seemed trivial. Despite the Orcs only needing to breach 4 more provinces to penetrate the capital of the Third Empire, the current trajectory suggested that, within 6 months, this vast empire might face the fall of its capital, leading to its complete obliteration. It is essential to understand that, in comparison to the Empire, or, more precisely, the majority of human territories, women within Alaska undeniably wield greater power and occupy higher status, thereby possessing more autonomy in matters of marriage. Unlike in other regions, their husbands are not particularly numerous in maintaining extramarital affairs or fathering illegitimate children. Indeed, such instances are significantly fewer in number and ratio. Most individuals uphold a commendable fidelity toward marriage. Osmond, the charming libertine, while not entirely rare, certainly did not represent the majority. To put it simply, many nobles exclusively procreate with their legitimate wives, and in Alaska, where women possess inheritance rights, the number of offspring tends to be rather limited. Certainly, instances such as that of Viscount Elgerwin and Count Gullen, who have but a single heir, are indeed rare. While an abundance of descendants may lead to disputes over inheritance rights, having only one heir can equally pose significant risks to succession. Take the current Count Gullen, for example. Through years of diligent management, he has effectively inherited and come to possess the majority of Viscount Elgerwin's estate, successfully recruiting many of the retainers left behind. However, following the discord and subsequent demise of Elgerwin's heir, Elsa, and his sole offspring, the stability of his domain began to waver. It remains uncertain whether he might produce another heir. Nonetheless, it is evident that other noble houses, as well as the Alaskan royal family, are poised to act. In truth, the resolution to this predicament is quite straightforward: adoption. Chapter 43. Progress. The Orcish army, having breached the third province of the human empire and poised to invade the fourth, encountered a formidable obstacle. A devastating spell, rated at an astounding 11th tier in military destruction, obliterated an entire battalion of 10,000 soldiers, including 3 silver-ranked and 1 gold-ranked warrior. This monumental achievement undoubtedly holds the potential to sway the entire course of the war. The success of this operation was the result of ambushes, cunning strategies, subterfuge, espionage, and a sprinkle of serendipity. The Orc king, consumed by wrath, found himself opposed by the Empire's valiant knights, including the illustrious Kelvin, whose prowess surpassed mere gold, and the enigmatic Archmage, long hidden in the shadows of the Empire. Despite the Orc king's formidable strength, which had surpassed that of these two champions, He had yet to attain a transformative power, thus his advances were thwarted. The tide of war began to stagnate. The brilliance of those overshadowed by the Orc King's might and the ferocity of his kin began to manifest. Nobles from various territories, affluent merchants, wandering warriors, and wizards collectively rose in defiance. Whether from the orcs or the humans, heroes emerged, their stories and legends worthy of ballads and tomes. In many regions, individuals began to make their way towards the empire, eager to join the struggle against the orcs. Among them was the renowned warrior Carter, a friend of Count Gullen and one of the few at the Golden Tier. The turmoil within the territories and assets, already destabilized by succession disputes, intensified with the departure of this formidable force, along with a host of Silver Tier warriors. News of the conflict reached them daily, and even the remote nation of Alaska became fully ensnared in the war between the Empire and the Orcs. Yet, none of this concerned Nidhogg, the humanoid dragon, who remained silently dedicated to his own cultivation, existing within human society while seemingly transcending it. Initially, 3 golden warriors led the invasion of Alaska. One fell victim to Nidhogg, and amidst the turmoil instigated by the Orcish War, another perished, leaving only the formidable Amon, a Golden Tier powerhouse, alive. Despite the chaos of war, he has managed to achieve several noteworthy feats, although even those of golden rank find their survival precarious in such tumultuous times. The Orcish Grand Shaman, a being who, by human standards, has reached the pinnacle of golden magical prowess, mercilessly eliminated 6,000 knights of the Empire through his spells, nearly meeting his demise at the hands of 3 golden and 6 silver ambushers. Prior to his rebirth, the once-opposed Bronze Sword Saint, who had remained a passive observer in the conflict with the Empire, has now allied with humanity, slaying 6 silver and 1 golden warrior while challenging the Orc King, only to be gravely wounded by a swift strike from his opponent. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Empire's guardian knights, he would have surely fallen to his foe. The youthful fox of the Empire, in this battle, revealed his brilliance, leading 3,000 soldiers to ambush and decimate an equal number of orcs. In the face of the stark contrast in individual capabilities and numbers between humans and orcs, the casualty ratio for humans often exceeds 3 to 1. The Orcish side has also witnessed the emergence of numerous heroes, with instances of silver warriors vanquishing their golden counterparts. The venerable Iron Wall of the Empire, over 60 years of age, met his end at the hands of a young orc leader. Nonetheless, the tide of this conflict is undeniably shifting in favor of humanity. The once unstoppable orc army gradually found itself engulfed by a vast ocean of humanity, whose numbers exceeded theirs by more than tenfold. For the orcs, who had become accustomed to the harsh and desolate conditions of their remote homeland, even the flesh of their own kind was a source of sustenance, rendering the flesh and blood of humans mere trifles. This situation did not impede their logistics or supply lines, but significantly bolstered the determination and resolve of humanity to unite against a common foe. Had it not been for this, Carter would not have chosen to leave Alaska at such a pivotal moment to partake in the war between the Empire and the Orcs. Indeed, even Catherine harbored similar inclinations. Only the Empire's third golden, that archmage and noble of the realm, remained ensconced within his mage tower, engrossed in his own experiments. At this juncture, 6 months had already passed. However, for Nidhogg, this brief period of arduous training and discipline was still insufficient to engender a qualitative transformation. The accumulation and advancement of power are not matters of mere days. Rather, sudden leaps in progress often stem from the gradual build-up of efforts over time. A truth Nidhogg comprehended well. The waterfall cascaded from a height of dozens of meters with a thunderous force, crashing upon the form of the humanoid dragon. Its bones, muscles, and skin bore the immense pressure as torrents of water struck against its body, only to flow away and give rise to smaller streams. The energy accumulated within its flesh and blood ebbed and flowed, synchronized with the impact of the waterfall and the rhythmic contractions of its muscles. Yet, its spirit was wholly immersed in profound introspection. To maintain the vitality of both its corporeal form and energy, Nidhogg employed potent external pressures and stimuli, ensuring they did not regress significantly. Meanwhile, its spirit was wholly dedicated to the cultivation of mental magic. The essence vibrated, ethereal and formless, yet it resonated with a substance-like quality. Within this vibration, it sought to perceive and capture its spirit, mastering this elusive phenomenon under the aegis of its consciousness. Undoubtedly, the practice of mental magic encompasses more than just this singular approach. However, for Nidhogg, it proved to be the most fitting method. As a dragon with the experience of rebirth, it surpassed even the most formidable human archmages in terms of spiritual strength. Thus, this confrontational approach was most suitable for showcasing its advantages. This was also the reason it chose to pursue the path of mental shock, psychic storms, and soul roars. The only aspect that mildly surprised it was the complexity of the dual cultivation, which exceeded its expectations. It keenly felt its progress in mental magic had once again reached a bottleneck, with a considerable distance remaining before it could unleash the psychic storm. So, it resolved to change its course of action. The dragon, now in humanoid form, contemplated this as it opened its eyes, the waterfall continuing to crash thunderously against its body. The martial energy diminished swiftly, akin to water evaporating in the desert. His flesh writhed as if imbued with sentience, and within his chest, the dragon crystal reformed. Bones elongated, and his already towering human form swelled to a colossal stature, nearing 3 meters. Resilient skin sprouted black scales, and his human eyes morphed into golden, vertical pupils. In mere moments, Nidhogg transformed from a pure human into a dragon-human hybrid. The once abundant martial energy waned significantly after the metamorphosis, yet it did not entirely dissipate. Fortunately, the outcome surpassed his expectations. He stood beneath the cascade, the torrential waters crashing against his scaled body with a deafening roar, yet failing to displace him. The attenuated martial energy coursed through his augmented physique, causing a slight unease. However, with careful acclimation and movement, he could adapt. With this in mind, Nidhogg abruptly swung his fist. The contraction of muscles, the flow of martial energy, all were vividly perceived. Even the waterfall, plummeting from tens of meters with immense force, could not impede his punch. Despite the fact that the quantity of fighting spirit pales in comparison to that of his pure human form, even this feeble degree of energy, coupled with his formidable physique, enables him to exert a power that rivals that of his human counterpart. Should he enhance his fighting spirit to a level akin to that of his pure human form, it is indisputable that the dragon man form of Nidhogg would unleash a combat prowess even greater than that of his human shape. This assessment does not even consider the augmentations and blessings from magical abilities. The pure human Nidhogg, having lost the dragon crystal, possesses the weakest magical capabilities. Furthermore, due to the intrinsic connection between his physical body and fighting spirit, should he truly reach his pinnacle, the fighting spirit in his dragonman form would indeed surpass that of his human form. Of course, the apex of his strength undoubtedly resides within his original dragon state. Nevertheless, it is prudent to first hone the dragonman form to its utmost limit. Chapter 44. A year resplendent fighting spirit accumulates within his flesh and blood. Accompanying each breath he takes, each expansion and contraction of his lungs, each heartbeat, and each flow of blood, pulsating restlessly like a river, like flames. Yet, all of this exists solely within the realm of sensation. Were it to manifest visibly, it would signify that he has attained a golden state. Undoubtedly, this remains a distant aspiration for him at present. Thus, even if he exerts himself fully, only a layer of pure white radiance envelopes his dark scales. Nevertheless, even this is more than sufficient. The disparity in physical foundational qualities instilled within it a profound confidence, enabling it to rival even those at the pinnacle of silver, or those nearly reaching the golden realm, purely through its draconic form's formidable physical prowess. Now, it was time to assume its dragon form. Its body began to swell, flesh and blood proliferating as black scales ruptured, only to be replaced by new ones beneath. Wings, coated in viscous substance, sprouted from its back, while even its robust skull began to contort, morph, and expand. Its tail elongated endlessly behind it, and from its palms and soles emerged strong, sharp claws. An imperceptible, yet undeniably tangible barrier seemed to vanish. In the vastness of existence, the elements, which had never been as vividly present as they were in this moment, enveloped it, surging, shifting, leaping, and responding to its will. It was an exquisitely wondrous and comforting sensation, as if the world had suddenly expanded, with an invisible wind enveloping its massive and weighty form, lifting it toward the heavens with each powerful beat of its colossal wings. The dragon crystal within resonated, and at that moment, its will, body, and the elements harmonized in an extraordinary symphony, forming a singular entity. Additionally, there was a fighting spirit, seemingly feeble in comparison to its elemental forces and physicality, yet undeniably present. With each breath, a substantial volume of gas is inhaled into the lungs, where it is intricately linked to the heart's rhythmic contractions. The blood, propelled by immense pressure from the heart, courses through every corner of its vast form. In tandem with this physiological marvel flows the vital essence of vitality, which is acutely perceptible as the energy within surges. Its awareness and mastery of its own corporeal being ascend to new heights. Even after its transformation into a colossal dragon, this awareness remains intact. Empowered by this heightened sensitivity and the invigorating impetus of its energy, it maneuvers with remarkable agility, deftly controlling each segment of its grand physique. This mastery signifies that every swipe of its claws, every lash of its tail, and every forceful charge harnesses and amplifies the formidable strength inherent within its vast form. Yet, despite these advancements, there remains a considerable distance to achieve absolute mastery. Nevertheless, this is enough for Nidhogg to harbor a profound confidence in its close-quarters combat prowess, believing itself to be on par with dragons aged 5 centuries. After all, for dragons endowed with an inherently robust physique and the advantages of innate magical enhancements, the fortification derived from energy is not as pronounced as it is in humans. Nonetheless, Nidhogg finds satisfaction in this progress, remembering that it has only devoted a few years to training on the continent. The growth of power, alongside diligent cultivation, necessitates the passage of time as an indispensable factor. The disparities of talent and the merits of secret arts fundamentally hinge upon two aspects: the ability to amass greater power in a shorter span of time, and the continuous elevation of one's limits to attain even greater strength. Yet, this is still insufficient, woefully inadequate. Nidhogg pondered such power, contemplating its potential to dominate in remote territories, to obliterate a small nation, or to sway the outcome of a localized conflict. However, to contend with all of humanity, it remains decidedly inadequate. Nidhogg silently counted the years in memory since the emergence of Altais, pondering how much longer it must wait. Perhaps 30 years remained. 30 years. A duration ample enough for a human to evolve from a feeble child into a formidable adversary capable of rivaling a dragon. Yet, for a dragon, it is but a fleeting moment. For Nidhogg, however, this span of 30 years felt lengthier than a lifetime, as it yearned for the reunion with its former human companions. Meanwhile, as Nidhogg awaited this longed-for encounter with anxious anticipation, the Orcish army steadily advanced, having initially pursued a direct route toward the capital of the human empire. After enduring numerous setbacks, they were compelled to alter their course. Consequently, despite the conflagration spreading across 5 provinces, the imperial capital has become significantly safer compared to a year prior. Nevertheless, a year of warfare has inflicted substantial losses and devastation upon both the Empire and the Orcish faction. Even Alaska, nestled in the remote corners of the continent, has felt the reverberations of this conflict. The Empire initiated its plea for assistance to this modest nation as early as 6 months prior, and a steady influx of refugees has been gradually pouring in. Fortunately, owing to the distance, the intensity of these effects has been somewhat mitigated. In essence, the impact on Alaska remains relatively modest, certainly less pronounced than that experienced by the nations proximate to the Empire and those situated along the Orcish march routes. Moreover, to her chagrin, the opposing party has shown no inclination towards compromise over the past year. Damn it, why must she be so obdurate? And her husband, initially somewhat supportive, has become an outright hindrance. How did he respond when she voiced her grievances? Oh, isn't this stubbornness a trait inherited from you? It's truly vexing. How could she have chosen such an irresolute individual as her spouse? Adding to her disappointment, even Catherine, who has consistently stood by her side, has recently exhibited a gradual softening in her stance. Unbeknownst to her, this shift in Catherine's demeanor is not due to a change in attitude, but rather the result of her daughter's imminent conquest. Joseph, while attending to his own affairs, exhibited a remarkable acuity compared to his wife, more than half a year ago. Upon recognizing the stubbornness in his daughter that mirrored that of his wife, he quietly relinquished any attempts to persuade her. His inherently broad-minded and open demeanor led him to perceive this as a trivial matter. When he later discovered the object of his daughter's affections, he found himself surprisingly accepting of it, considering them all to be family. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision to refrain from interfering, not wishing to incur the displeasure of his wife. In truth, unlike his wife, who was prone to petty quarrels, Joseph had always been more engrossed in the ongoing war between the Empire and the Orcs, which, after all, was the paramount issue on the continent. Chapter 45, the informant a black dragon soared high in the sky, the elements responding to its will, manifesting as golden lightning that crackled through the surrounding void before striking its immense form. Even the battle-hardened body of Nidhogg was not impervious to such assaults, sustaining injuries despite its resilience. Yet, this was an inevitable circumstance. Unlike the Dragon Island, which lay amidst boundless oceans, the capital of Alaska, though situated in a remote area of the continent, was still a considerable distance from the edge, and most regions had been thoroughly developed by humanity. In such conditions, it was no easy task for Nidhogg to find a suitable place to hone its formidable and colossal physique. Thus, it was left with no choice but to resort to methods akin to self-harm to strengthen its body and combat aura. Fortunately, the outcome has been quite satisfactory. Over the past 2 years, the dragon's combat spirit has reached its zenith, as evidenced by the almost imperceptible white luminescence glimmering upon its black scales. However, it remains insufficient. Nidhogg is acutely aware that, even in its current state, it merely oscillates within the golden tier. The Orcish War is finally nearing its conclusion. Akin to the events preceding its rebirth, where the orc race ultimately faced defeat once more. Yet, this time, the outcome bears significant differences. The Orc King, who was meant to fall victim to a human ambush, first wounded by a formidable military spell and subsequently reduced to ashes by a magical cannon, survived. Instead, he confronted the legendary trio of the Bronze Sword Saint, the Imperial Guardian Knight, and the Imperial Grand Magus on the battlefield. Despite their valiant efforts, he was gravely wounded and forced to retreat, solidifying his status as the continent's foremost powerhouse. The Orcish War prior to rebirth lasted over 5 years. This iteration, however, spanned a little over 3 years. The casualties and consequences of this conflict were undoubtedly catastrophic, yet when compared to the preceding war, they seemed considerably more favorable. Many who were not meant to engage took action, while others who should have appeared did not. Some who were destined to perish survived, and conversely, those who were meant to live met their demise. Even Nidhogg found itself ensnared in confusion, pondering whether the humans it once encountered would reappear in this lifetime. This thought instilled a sense of dread within it. If those it sought to exact vengeance upon no longer existed, what purpose would its revenge serve? Perhaps I should quietly remain on Dragon Island for a century, it mused, for fear and anger compel it to seize the initiative. Yet, in the end, the very initiative it sought to grasp became excessive, rendering the objects of its intended vengeance non-existent from the very start. This is indeed a colossal jest. But then, what of it? It contemplated coldly. Even if this is merely a jest, it shall ensure that no one finds humor in it. Christine's exquisite brows furrowed deeply as she gazed upon her daughter, who displayed a demeanor of indifference, akin to a pig unperturbed by scalding water. A surge of frustration welled within her chest, unable to find an outlet. This conflict with her daughter had persisted for over 3 years, and to this day, there were no signs of any softening from the other side. Conversely, her husband and friends appeared increasingly accommodating, and just days prior, she had been struck by the shocking revelation of her daughter's affections. Good heavens, it was akin to a bolt from the blue. The emotional state of the Queen of Alaska at that moment could only be encapsulated in a simple phrase: utterly exasperated. What was even more infuriating was the apparent fact that these individuals had known of this matter long ago, yet had concealed it solely from her. How maddening. No wonder she had sensed something amiss in her husband's demeanor, and why Catherine had always seemed to avoid her. She had initially assumed it was due to an inability to persuade her daughter, stemming from guilt. Little did she know, it was because she was the very object of her daughter's affection. Upon discovering this, Christine's heart was tumultuous, leaving her utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Ultimately, she chose to confront her daughter today, seeking answers face to face, only to be taken aback by the latter's unabashed admission. The daughter's demeanor showed no signs of softening. Rather, it exuded an air of brazen confidence. This left the Queen of Alaska feeling a tumult of anxiety, anger, and despair. After years of contention with her daughter, how could she find herself the one to lose? As she wallowed in self-pity deep within, she suddenly heard her daughter proclaim loudly before her, "I want to be with Aunt Catherine, together for a lifetime. Shall we simply enjoy our tea here?" Catherine inquired, feeling somewhat restless as she sat in her place, glancing at Joseph, who was leisurely sipping his tea, while also listening to the commotion next door. "What else could we possibly do? Do you wish to join them next door, Catherine?" Joseph asked, taking a gentle sip. "No. Perhaps it's best to refrain." Even in the face of adversity, Catherine wisely chose to withdraw. The stubbornness of mother and daughter ran deep within their lineage. If that was the case, let them continue their quarrel. Eventually, they would tire and fall silent. Joseph casually blew on the tea in his cup, speaking leisurely. "Aren't you the least bit concerned or interested?" Catherine couldn't help but express her astonishment at the man's relaxed demeanor. "One is your wife, and the other is your daughter." "Yes, they are indeed connected by blood." Joseph shrugged and remarked, "So what is there for me to worry about?" He then sought to console the blonde warrior before him, saying, "Do not fret, Catherine. I possess ample experience in this matter." He continued, "By the way, have you considered how to respond to my daughter's confession?" I am unsure." Catherine hesitated. "I feel as though I should decline. Yet I am not entirely averse to the idea." "Well, it appears you remain undecided." Just as before, Joseph replied nonchalantly, "Let us change the subject. What are your thoughts on Sandro?" "What?" Catherine inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "He recently informed me of his intent to depart," Joseph stated flatly. "You ought to be aware of why Sandro initially agreed to stay." "Indeed, that is true," Catherine acknowledged. Joseph sighed. "However, it is evident that he can no longer wait." "That is truly unfortunate," Catherine lamented. "No, it transcends mere misfortune." Joseph shook his head. "Do you know who Sandro's enemies are? He is pursued by the vice president of one of the 27 magical academies of the Empire, a figure with countless disciples and connections among many sorcerers. And do you realize the extent of her contributions during the previous Orc War? 600 students from the Magic Academy owe their achievements to her relentless efforts. And 3 Orc commanders met their demise with her assistance, earning her a place as one of the heroes immortalized on the Empire's stone pillars. If Sandro truly sought to harm such a person, what do you think the outcome would be? Would he fail?" Catherine hesitated slightly, stating, "The Empire would not allow such a person to be slain." "Perhaps," Joseph sighed, "yet regardless of success or failure, we cannot distance ourselves from the repercussions. Since Nidhogg has promised Sandro to take action, the nature of the dragon dictates that he will not renege on his word. However, both this dragon and Sandro have previously resided within Alaska. The Empire's intelligence agency cannot possibly be unaware of this. Should they proceed with an assassination, success or failure will inevitably provoke a response from the Empire." Catherine finally grasped the implication. "You believe the Empire would dispatch troops to Alaska because of this?" "Indeed. They certainly would," Joseph lamented. "What reason would they have not to? Nidhogg is perceived as the guardian beast of Alaska, and Sandro's existence is hardly a secret. Their fates are intertwined with ours. Moreover, the war with the Orcs has only just concluded, and now a hero faces assassination due to personal vendettas. What do you think the public's view will be towards the assassin and the nation backing him? Especially during the previous Alaskan War, the Empire faced defeat, and now, an opportunity so blatant that it could cleanse them of their failures lies before them. Do you believe they would let it slip away? However, the Empire's earlier deployment ended in failure, and they have just emerged from a grievous conflict with the Orcs, leaving them considerably weakened. While this may seem a reasonable conclusion, it is, regrettably, entirely incorrect. I implore you to remember that in the prior war, the Empire was poised for victory. Yet it was the unexpected emergence of Nidhogg that led to their downfall. Even if, in this instance of assassination, they managed to evade the Empire's retribution, I doubt they would return unscathed. More importantly, do you truly believe that this time the Empire will wage war with merely 3 golden warriors? The war against the Orcs has only just concluded, and the heroes who distinguished themselves are now targeted for assassination, those Imperial champions who participated in the Orc conflict, including several peak powerhouses. Do you think they would remain passive?" Catherine was nearly reduced to a cold sweat by the words of the man opposite her. "So, what do you think should be done?" "In truth, the answer is rather simple." Joseph sighed. "Although it may lack a sense of morality, we merely need to delineate our boundaries beforehand. All that is required is to inform on them." Chapter 46. Departure. Catherine fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Do you want me to undertake this task?" "Affirmative." Joseph readily conceded. "Regardless, compared to us, you were, after all, a participant in that war, and thus inherently closer in standpoint." Catherine remained silent, for what he stated was indeed the truth. Despite being stationed in Alaska during the initial and even middle phases, she eventually rose to participate herself as the war grew more brutal. The reasons were manifold: the Empire's coercive conscription, her own aspirations, and the desire to avoid confronting the young girl she had always regarded as a niece, or even a daughter, only to discover the girl harbored such sentiments towards her. "Very well," she ultimately responded. The aged necromancer stood before the obsidian dragon, and though the tempestuous winds surrounding the beast incessantly buffeted his robes, his figure remained as steadfast as a monolith. The tranquil years seemed not to have altered the necromancer in the slightest. Yet, in reality, change had occurred, or else he would not have resolved to commence his endeavors now. "Nidhogg, do you recall what you pledged to me long ago?" Sandro began. The encroachment of negative energy had parched his throat, rendering his voice raspy. Yet, this grating sound was far from feeble, resonating instead with far-reaching amplitude. The sable dragon parted its jaws, and a colossal, sonorous voice, laden with countless echoes, reverberated, assuredly, Sandro, I remember. Then, the moment to fulfill your avowal has arrived. I had anticipated a few more years of respite. The Black Dragon proclaimed. By that time, you need not lift a finger. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Sandro replied. Moreover, vengeance must be enacted by one's own hand to be truly exquisite. The Black Dragon concurred. Indeed, it is only through personal involvement that revenge achieves its utmost splendor. Now, let us proceed. The necromancer stood atop the colossal form of the Black Dragon, speaking as the fierce winds tousled his garments, lifting them high, akin to the restless turmoil within his heart, pulsating with impatience. The empire boasts 21 provinces, each housing at least one magical academy, with the capital hosting 3, including the esteemed institution of Flaris, located in the northern province of the empire, which had also been affected by the ravages of orc warfare. This mirrored the actions of the royal ancestors who, in a bid to escape the flames of conflict, led the populace away from the civilized regions of human society to the remote southeastern continent, where they built the first city, Alaska, from the ground up, overcoming countless obstacles. Through persistent expansion, this fledgling settlement eventually evolved into an independent nation, commemorating their forebears' achievements by naming the country after the original city they had established. At the dawn of the empire's establishment, in a bid to cultivate a substantial number of magical talents, it can be said that the nation dedicated its utmost efforts. Thus, in each of the 21 provinces, a magical academy was established, named after the respective provinces. Every 3 years, these academies would nurture hundreds of magical practitioners, albeit the majority of them were merely low to mid-tier mages. Nevertheless, their significance was unparalleled. Consequently, in the aftermath of war, the first institutions that necessitated reconstruction were these academies, which had suffered damage, destruction, or even annihilation, while buildings could be rebuilt and runes re-engraved. The critical facilities and mage towers that had been obliterated were not easily restored. The most irreplaceable losses were the teachers and students of the magical academies who perished amid the chaos of war. In this regard, although nearly obliterated by the conflict, the Flarius Academy was undoubtedly more fortunate than its counterparts, as a significant number of its students and faculty evaded the Orcish onslaught, thanks largely to the sacrifice and dedication of its vice principal, Elus. It was this very sacrifice and dedication that earned her post-war honor and status, garnering the respect of countless individuals. In such circumstances, any attempt on her life would be tantamount to declaring oneself an enemy of the public. However, for the ancient necromancer, this was intolerable. The sight of my adversary standing upon the pedestal of a hero, basking in glory and reverence, while my mentor lay buried beneath a conspiracy, forgotten by all, was unbearable. For Sandro, this was perhaps the most unbearable truth, while intense emotions often fade with the passage of time, gradually becoming uneven impressions within the depths of memory. There are rare instances for a select few where feelings, much like fine wine, only grow richer with age. Hatred, too, follows this same principle. Sandro exemplifies such a person, harboring an enduring animosity toward Eleusis, a sentiment that remains potent. Nidhogg, however, remained largely oblivious to this. Before its rebirth, it had only encountered a once beautiful, now withered specter of a necromancer, the long-fallen princess of Alaska, Alice. At that time, she often referred to herself as Sandro, after her mentor's name. In truth, her mentor had perished during a previous assassination attempt on Eleusis, perhaps out of a sense of legacy, gratitude, or nostalgia. She adopted this name, vanquished Eleusis, and wreaked considerable havoc in her confrontations with the Empire. Ultimately, during their fierce battle, she was reduced to ashes by a single breath of dragonfire. It was indeed a brutal and arduous conflict, leaving Nidhogg with a profound impression of this adversary. As for her mentor, the majority of Nidhogg's recollections stemmed from her own accounts and the vague, superficial impressions gleaned from subsequent inquiries and documents. However, post-rebirth, everything transformed entirely due to its own initiative. The once vague and insubstantial impression, indeed, remains unclear and flimsy, for the dragon, engrossed in enhancing its own strength, has little leisure to engage with others. However, compared to previous lives, this perception has undeniably become more comprehensive and multidimensional. The frail yet, by human standards, perhaps beautiful or charming, little princess of Alaska has grown in an environment starkly different from that of the memory of Nidhogg, which is increasingly distant from the image of a gaunt figure cloaked in gray fur, whose skeletal form was nearly visible. Now, Nidhogg finds it challenging to equate her with the formidable and brooding adversary from the past. This incites a persistent concern within him, even though Alphys still exists. If he bears an entirely different visage from that of his memories, can he still be considered the same? The golden-haired maiden stands before the female warrior, who towers over her, yet in terms of presence, the dynamics seem entirely reversed. The maiden's expression bears a predatory glint, while the golden-haired warrior appears somewhat flustered. Both are fundamentally warriors by profession. As for relations with someone of the same gender, particularly with someone like Alice, who is over 30 years her senior, it is an experience the maiden has never encountered. Despite her youthful appearance, Alice has indeed crossed the threshold of 50 years. Notably, from the depths of her heart, she genuinely regards Alice as a niece or even a daughter. It is precisely for this reason that, at the outset, she resolutely refused. To this end, she even made a deliberate departure from Alaska to engage in the conflict between the Beastmen and the Empire, a choice that resonated with her own desire for involvement. This battlefield, fraught with peril, bore a significant risk of fatality even for those driven by the allure of gold. Indeed, a warrior of the Golden Echelon, once in the service of Count Gullen, tragically met his demise in this very war. Fortunately for Catherine, despite facing several crises, she ultimately managed to survive. Throughout the year of warfare, her perspectives underwent a profound transformation. Though she remained hesitant to accept the overtures extended to her, she also refrained from outright rejection. More accurately, even she could not fully comprehend her own sentiments. If given the choice, she would prefer that matters remain undisclosed. Observing the relentless advance of the girl before her, she let out a weary sigh. Chapter 47. The Contest of Will Even for a Dragon. Traversing the expanse of an entire empire, from Alaska to the northern province of Floraris, would require no less than a month's time. However, taking into account the energy expenditure of flying at full speed, such a rapid journey is, in truth, utterly unattainable. Not to mention the potential repercussions from the human empire should one attempt to soar openly across the skies. If one were to ascend to an altitude largely unnoticed by the majority of humanity, the burden of such a journey would still be exceedingly great, even for Nidhogg. It was precisely for this reason that nearly half a year elapsed before Nidhogg finally transported the necromancer to his destination, where he spent an additional 3 days locating the whereabouts of Eleusis. At that time, preparations were underway for the reconstruction of the now-ruined Floraris Academy of Magic. How do you wish to proceed? At that moment, having transformed into a humanoid dragon, he inquired of the elderly necromancer. "Let us approach directly," came the almost instantaneous response, indicating that the plan had been thoroughly considered en route. "I shall take matters into my own hands. If successful, all will be well. Should I fail, I shall rely on your assistance." "Very well," Nidhogg replied nonchalantly. In contrast to warriors whose strength is primarily self-reliant and minimally influenced by external factors, the power wielded by mages is contingent upon their surroundings. The distinction between a mage with the support of a magical tower and one without is profound, just as the difference between a prepared mage and an unprepared one is significant. In this current scenario, Sandru's decision to challenge Eleusis directly implies that should he fail again, it may indicate a considerable disparity in their powers or reveal that his opponent is indeed a formidable mage, perpetually ready for any eventuality. The elderly female vice-dean gazed at the gray-robed mage before her, despite being long immersed in a state of negative energy, resulting in his flesh nearly withering away and his appearance altered significantly. Traces of his former self were still discernible. She had been aware of his arrival and had been anticipating him. "Evidently, my presence does not surprise you in the least?" Sandru inquired, his voice still raspy and unpleasant, a cost paid for his choice to delve into necromantic magic and become entwined with negative energy. "Indeed," the vice-dean replied calmly. "I merely did not expect you to arrive so soon." The gray-robed mage fell silent for a moment before continuing. "It seems that someone in Alaska has betrayed my whereabouts. Hasn't he it? After all, one must choose sides." "Quite so," Elusha remarked. The gray-robed mage appeared somewhat contemplative, though his tone betrayed no hint of this sentiment. "Then let us commence." With that, a magical barrier was erected, and both figures swiftly engaged in the standard choreography of a mage duel. After 12 rounds of magical exchanges, Sandru was struck, signifying his defeat and impending demise. Almost half of his body was directly obliterated by magical energy. Even a creature of the undead would find survival impossible under such circumstances, let alone he, who was not of that ilk. Although the battle seemed rather mundane, The devastation wrought upon several nearby structures by the residual forces of their conflict was a testament to the sheer potency of their golden tier magic. Alis gasped softly after enduring a prolonged and intense battle. Even as the victor, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Magic is not to be trifled with. Each incantation exacts a significant toll on the mind. Only the golden ones can, within the briefest moments of respite, unleash a succession of 12 5th to 6th tier spells before succumbing to exhaustion. While casting formidable spells is not impossible, the sheer force required, along with the burdens they impose, makes them ill-suited for such tumultuous confrontations. Nidhogg observed this scene from a distance, then strolled forward, for the promises of a dragon are to be deemed trustworthy. A promise made is a promise kept. In an instant, the transformation spell was invoked. The once human figure began to swell dramatically. Garments strained and shattered under the pressure of the expanding form, fragments cascading to the ground as muscles burgeoned, and scales emerged to adorn the surface. Wings unfurled from the shoulder blades, growing ever larger, while a robust tail extended from the spine. In mere moments, a human had metamorphosed into a colossal dragon, casting a shadow as it obscured the sunlight with its ebony form. An unseen wind enveloped the black dragon's body, harmonizing with the elemental forces in accordance with its will. Yet, this instinctual act, which should have flowed effortlessly, was abruptly hindered. The wind ceased, and the once clear connection with the elements became muddied and distant. Almost instantaneously, Nidhogg realized he had encountered a magical suppression field. A faint glow emerged upon the ground, as magical energy coursed through various trajectories, forming an immense yet intangible and imperceptible force field. 3 warriors of golden rank stepped forth from the periphery, their aura blazing fiercely like flames. In his prime, Nidhogg would have faced them without trepidation. However, for a dragon that heavily relies on elemental power, the interference caused by the anti-magic field, while not entirely restraining, posed a significant threat. Even a novice golden warrior could possess nearly a 50% chance of slaying a fully mature dragon. What then of 3 seasoned warriors of golden rank? Such arrogance was laughable. The black dragon silently scoffed under the perturbation of this magical field. Even flight became a daunting challenge, let alone combat. In this dire situation, Nidhogg could depend solely on his formidable physique and his innate magical talents, which were not overly reliant on external elements. The dragon crystal quivered slightly as bones strengthened, muscles fortified, and scales reinforced. Only this dragon form, enhanced by innate magic, could exhibit the formidable prowess recorded by humanity. In the next moment, his aura surged forth, a faint white luminescence slowly enveloping his once pitch-black scales, further augmenting his already empowered body. Though the magnitude of this enhancement could not compare to that of humans due to fundamental differences in such circumstances, every ounce of strength was invaluable. The 3 golden beings simultaneously observed the peculiar phenomenon occurring on each other, despite the faintness of the white luminescence that was nearly imperceptible. However, the expansive surface of their visages and the stark contrast of the obsidian scales rendered the anomaly unmistakable. Furthermore, as entities of the golden tier, their vision was never lacking. It was a manifestation of fighting spirit. Astonishingly, this colossal dragon possessed the ability to harness such energy. Chapter 48, Escape the Unprecedented Existence, evoked a profound astonishment among the 3 golden-tiered powerhouses. They had meticulously gathered intelligence on Nidhogg's exploits during the war in Alaska against the Empire, yet they lacked sufficiently detailed information regarding his activities within the capital. After all, during that birthday banquet, Nidhogg had displayed an utterly unremarkable demeanor from the moment of his arrival to his departure. Thus, they had not anticipated that he had cultivated a fighting spirit, a prowess typically reserved for humans, orcs, and a select few species of magical beasts. In the next moment, without hesitation, Nidhogg once again unfurled his wings. Though it was challenging for him to achieve flight, he could effectively alleviate his immense weight. The ebony dragon charged forward with unwavering resolve, drawing upon past experiences that had imparted a clear understanding. The breadth of this anti-magic field could not possibly extend to envelop the entirety of the city. Its reach was certainly limited, primarily due to economic considerations. In truth, from Nidhogg's perspective, the existence of this anti-magic field as a trap was unlikely to have been specifically constructed for their assassination attempt. Their threat had not yet escalated to such a magnitude. It is highly likely that this is an intrinsic part of the reconstructed Magic Academy, specifically designed to counter their presence at this very moment. This suggests that the scope of the anti-magic field is extensive, possibly encompassing only the vicinity of the Magic Academy, which also aligns with its exorbitant cost. However, it is inconceivable that the opposing force would allow it to escape so easily, even with the enhanced form of a dragon. It could not withstand the onslaught of a single golden tier opponent, let alone three. This indicates that even if Nidhogg manages to flee the confines of this anti-magic field, should it suffer significant injuries beforehand, it stands a considerable chance of succumbing to its wounds during the process of escape, all while contending with three formidable golden tier adversaries. The endeavor to preserve itself amidst such peril undoubtedly tests its abilities. Fortunately, the battle-hardened Nidhogg, prior to its rebirth, has never faltered in this regard. It possesses a wealth of experience and keen combat instincts. The emergence of its fighting spirit significantly enhances its perception and mastery over its colossal form. Each swipe of its claws, every lash of its tail, every shake of its body, and each charge is executed with precision to disrupt the golden attacks. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, its body remains marred by terrifying wounds, which continue to accumulate. The dragon's immense 30-meter frame certainly possesses a capacity far beyond human limits, however. The collective human assailants are unlikely to merely attack the more fleshy parts of its form without strategy. Nearly a distance of 200 meters away, the creature bore few visible scars. However, the most significant aspect was the state of its enormous wings. One was shattered by nearly 1/3, while the other was fractured by over 2/3. The resonance and sensitivity to elemental forces became strikingly clear once more, yet bereft of a complete body to rely upon. Nidhogg remained ensnared, at least it appeared so. The colossal black dragon suddenly lifted its head and unleashed a furious roar, its dragon's cry reverberating through the air, causing an agonizing sensation in the listener's eardrums. The dragon crystal trembled violently, and the elemental resonance peaked in an instant, unleashing a multitude of thunderbolts from the void, saturating the surrounding area and creating a golden sea of lightning. By human standards, such intensity and power had reached the zenith of 9th-tier magic, nearly approaching the standards of the 10th tier. Even the three golden figures found themselves retreating simultaneously, not because they could not withstand the onslaught, but rather because it was deemed unnecessary. After all, the dragon could not escape. Allowing it to expend its strength in this manner was hardly disadvantageous. At the very moment the black dragon was engulfed entirely by the golden lightning, the transformation spell was once again initiated. In contrast to other dragons, which executed transformation spells in a methodical manner, Nidhogg had progressed to a level where modifications could be made upon the foundational spell, though merely slight alterations. The utilization of the transformation spell to mend its damaged limbs was undoubtedly a subject it had long studied. After all, if even a congenital disability can be mended through transformation magic, how much more so can acquired injuries be remedied? Originally, even if such a feat were possible, the time required would have rendered it impractical amidst the chaos of battle. However, by a stroke of fortune, this flaw was ultimately rectified. Thus, moments later, as the thunderous turmoil subsided, what appeared before the onlookers was a majestic black dragon, its wings unscathed. The piercing golden slit pupils swept over the humans before it, and without hesitation, Nidhogg flapped its wings and fled. The battles and subsequent transformations had drained its strength considerably. Staying any longer would have resulted in a greater than 50% chance of its demise, dragging perhaps one or two golden beings down with it. Nidhogg had no intention of committing such folly. If it were to perish, it would take down an entire empire with it. The black dragon soared northward, making no unnecessary delays except to capture a few humans to satiate its hunger. Fortunately, the province of Floraris was situated in the northern region of the empire rather than the central, and despite the mobilization of forces along the way, it was exceedingly difficult to hinder a dragon possessed of formidable combat prowess and agility. Consequently, within less than half a month, Nidhogg successfully escaped the borders of the empire and entered the vast desert, a territory inhabited by the orc tribes. The swirling sand enveloped the landscape, striking against the formidable black scales of the beast. The scorching sunlight bathed the massive form of Nidhogg, yet for a dragon accustomed to residing in volcanic regions, this meager warmth held negligible consequence. As the sun gradually descended, the once blistering heat transformed into a chilling cold. Such a dramatic temperature shift might prove unbearable for humans. Yet for the dragon, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Nidhogg soared intermittently over the desolate expanse for 7 days and nights. Even a creature of its stature could not sustain continuous flight for an entire week, despite the fact that numerous humans had filled its belly to capacity along the journey. The prolonged duration of flight rekindled a gnawing hunger within. After all, the energy expended in ceaseless activity starkly contrasted with the stillness of slumber. Nevertheless, it had yet to locate the Orcish quarry it sought. It wasn't until 3 days later that it finally stumbled upon an orc tribe. Even the orc race, often described by humans as fearless, brutal, and bloodthirsty, could not conceal their innate trepidation and cowardice in the presence of the dragon's formidable aura. The long-haired orc managed to stand upright, while many of his kin had already collapsed in terror around him. This exemplified the dragon's supremacy. Its fearsome presence exacerbated the existing disparity, amplifying the chasm between them. "Bring me to your king," it commanded. Half a day later, Nidhogg transformed into his draconic humanoid form. Encounter the orc king, Saruman. This orc monarch, nearing 60 years of age, still bore the visage of a vigorous youth. Although his lineage was not that of the immortal dragons, the significant breakthroughs in his power had remarkably extended his lifespan, granting him several times the longevity of an ordinary orc. Consequently, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely remain the leader of the orc race during the next orc war. Undoubtedly, this time diverged from the history of his previous life, where, reduced to ashes by a magical cannon, he could not have continued to lead his kin. The formidable dragon might enveloped Nidhogg's form, and though it had diminished somewhat after his transformation, it was sufficient to instill trembling fear in the feeble. However, the orc king, in every regard, was far from weak. In truth, for Nidhogg at this moment, should a confrontation arise, the sole outcome would be his own demise at the hands of his adversary. The only distinction lay in the extent of energy expended by the opponent and the degree of wounds he could inflict upon them. Alaska's great dragon. What brings you to our realm? I no longer have ties to Alaska. Nidhogg spoke calmly, observing the peculiar expression on his counterpart's face, and succinctly recounted his experience. I made a pact with a necromancer to assist him in eliminating a human mage. However, that mage subsequently achieved great renown in your war, emerging as a hero. A leak from Alaska revealed that the necromancer had failed and perished, while I found myself ensnared in an ambush but managed to escape. The orc king turned his gaze to the dragon before him, momentarily silent. The lines of communication between orcs and humans had been utterly severed, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the veracity of the claims presented. Eventually, he spoke in a measured tone. "From the south comes a dragon. I cannot discern the truth of your words, yet regardless of their authenticity, I harbor no desire to be adversarial with a creature such as yourself. In comparison to the vast numbers of humans, who seem to endure endlessly, the orc population is significantly smaller, especially after recently enduring a devastating war that has left them severely weakened. Their capacity to bear losses pales in comparison to that of humans. Thus, despite possessing an undeniable advantage in strength, the orc king chose to approach this encounter with caution, recognizing the mobility of his opponent as an advantage that he could not match. Although he was more than confident in his ability to prevent the dragon's escape, he understood that any estimation made without direct confrontation was inherently unreliable. Nevertheless, I shall not provoke you lightly, and I hope you will refrain from provoking us as well. Did you not desire to possess a dragon as a guardian, much like Alaska? Nidhogg inquired, somewhat intrigued by the other's demeanor, which did not align with its expectations. This notion had not crossed my mind, Nidhogg mused. It appeared that I would need to devise my own means of procuring sustenance. Yet, Nidhogg felt little trepidation about this. A dragon soaring through the skies possesses a mobility that far exceeds that of orcs, and its range of foraging is vastly greater, signifying that its capacity to gather food surpasses that of orcs by a considerable margin. However, one must also take into account that a dragon's appetite is not easily compared to that of one, or even several, dozen orcs. This fact is one of the primary reasons that throughout history, most dragons departing from Dragon Island to the mainland have opted to either dominate or collaborate with a local race. In situations where choices abound, lethargic dragons are disinclined to toil for their sustenance. Nevertheless, for dragons that frequently slumber for weeks or even months on end, they similarly lack the time and energy to personally oversee a race or engage in collaboration, only to subsequently indulge in self-serving schemes and deceit. Much of the lore surrounding malevolent dragons stems from such scenarios, leading to the emergence of dragon-slaying heroes. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that while gold and silver might be tenuously justified as objects of the dragon race's fascination with glittering treasures, the concept of beautiful princesses has little to no connection with dragons themselves. The disparities in aesthetic appreciation pose a significant dilemma. If a colossal dragon's sensibilities mirror those of humanity, it undeniably indicates a degree of assimilation into human culture. To put it simply, this dragon may possess a familiarity with humanoid forms that surpasses even its original draconic essence. The once mighty Nidhogg exhibited such tendencies. However, this particular dragon often refrains from seeking dominion or forging alliances with a race for sustenance, unlike many of its kin. The black dragon soared through the skies above a vast desert expanse, where the climate and temperature were far from uniform. In certain areas, the conditions remained remarkably stable, giving rise to a sufficiently complete and flourishing ecosystem, what is commonly referred to as an oasis. For the orcs, who endure the harshest of environments, each oasis represents a lifeline, directly influencing their survival and propagation. The quest to create new oases, to expand existing ones, and to discover new havens has been an unwavering pursuit since the Orcish clan was driven to this desolate land. As for Nidhogg, the first two endeavors remain ambiguous. Yet the latter proves considerably simpler. After nearly a month of subsisting on sand and a variety of buried insects, Nidhogg finally uncovered what it sought, a vast oasis, approximately 80% of which lay hidden beneath the Earth's surface. How? After the devastating conflict with the Empire that led to the demise of their king and left the Orcish race severely weakened. Could the orcs rebound in a mere 30 to 40 years? Was it not due to the discovery of this immense oasis? When the region was discovered under the leadership of Nidhogg, the Orc King and the Great Shaman, the two supreme leaders of the Orc clan, were so overwhelmed with emotion that they knelt down. The black dragon, with golden vertical pupils, gazed intently at the Orc King and remarked on the solemn vow made by the latter. Nidhogg, however, harbored doubts regarding the sincerity of this promise. Nevertheless, given that its demands were modest, it held a belief that the Orc King could fulfill them. Its sole pursuit was power. Chapter 50. The system Nidhogg uncovered an immense oasis nestled within a basin, encircled by rare, resilient rock formations and hills amidst the arid desert. In truth, when viewed in isolation, this region could merely be classified as a medium-sized oasis. Yet at the heart of this basin lay a slender fissure, leading downwards to a large subterranean basin, whose expanse was 4 to 5 times greater than that of the surface basin. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon the discovery of this oasis, which became a thriving habitat, witnessing the emergence and growth of a new generation, as well as the inevitable conflicts that ensued. It was within this very process that the new Orc King and his commanders flourished and matured. However, it is evident that due to the premature emergence and intervention of Nidhogg, the trajectory of history has diverged significantly from its previous course. The Orc King has not perished, and the Orc tribe remains united. The discovery of this oasis bears no relation to the Orcs. Rather, it was uncovered by Nidhogg and subsequently entrusted to the Orc clan. It is perhaps for this reason that what was once named the Promised Land by the Orcs in a past life is now referred to as the Land of Grace, a gift from the dragon. In gratitude, the Orcs are not only willing to share their provisions, food from this oasis far surpasses the needs of the dragon, but they also express a readiness to impart their knowledge of combat techniques and shamanic spells when Nidhogg shows interest in them. Compared to the humans, who tend to cherish their own secrets, the Orcs exhibit a remarkable generosity in this regard. In fact, within the Orc community, any techniques and cultivation methods are generally shared, with the only distinctions lying in one's willingness to learn, ability to grasp the concepts, and the availability of a teacher. It is said that long ago, when the Orcs thrived in the fertile central continent, they established a grand hall that documented all their schools of thought, combat techniques, and various spells. Subsequently, this hall was utterly destroyed by humans, coinciding with the Orcs' complete defeat in their wars against humanity, leading to their retreat into the harsh northern regions of the continent. This defeat brought with it a significant loss of heritage, followed by a struggle for survival, a journey of exploration, and the gradual resurgence of various traditions. Now, the remnants of these legacies, along with those that have once again flourished upon this foundation, are unlikely to be wholly comprehended and embraced by Nidhogg. Even with the formidable physique and innate talents of a dragon, Nidhogg's reborn capabilities cannot encompass the entirety of the Orcish heritage, nor is such mastery necessary. No matter how astute a genius may be, achieving mastery across all domains is an unattainable feat. Nidhogg requires merely a fragment of this knowledge. Prior to his rebirth, Nidhogg possessed some understanding of the Orc shamans, who believed in the animistic essence of all things, asserting that all spells emanate from this foundation, which starkly contrasts with the rigorous and intricate magical system of humanity. However, he was entirely unaware of the specific distinctions and how this animistic philosophy manifested in their spells. It was only after Nidhogg devoted nearly half a month to gleaning a rudimentary understanding of their spells and theoretical framework from the Orcish Grand Shaman that he could ascertain his path of cultivation. In comparison to the elaborate and refined human magic, the spells of the Orc shamans are more akin to the innate magics of dragons and beasts, significantly reducing their reliance on physicality and placing greater emphasis on a spiritual resonance. In that moment of contact, Nidhogg was pleasantly surprised to discover that, in contrast to the human magical framework, the Orc shaman spell system is, in fact, more suitable for dragons. If only I had encountered the Orcish shamanic system sooner. The Black Dragon pondered gloomily. The expansive vocal range of the Dragon clan, coupled with their penetrating timbre, is perfectly suited for the war songs of the Orcs. Their formidable elemental resonance and perceptive abilities align seamlessly with the Orcs' rugged approach to magic. Most crucially, all these elements harmoniously unify with the soul, often transcending the confines of the human magical framework. The spells of the Orc shaman lineage exhibit a distinctive ingenuity within the realm of the mind, significantly aiding the mental magic of the Black Dragons. In fact, Nidhogg can affirm that both human mental magic and necromancy have undoubtedly been influenced by the Orc shaman lineage, possibly serving as one of its original sources. In a mere span of 3 months, Nidhogg successfully overcame a long-standing threshold, achieving a remarkable casting of a mental storm. Though this accomplishment exacted a toll, leaving him in a deep slumber for 3 days to recuperate, it nonetheless represented a significant breakthrough, signifying that he had finally reached the threshold for manipulating and creating undead beings. However, at this moment, Nidhogg was not inclined to squander time on such matters. Having encountered new knowledge, he was in a phase of rapid growth. It was only after 3 years that he finally reached a plateau. Throughout this period of learning, the growth of his power was not particularly swift. In terms of physical capabilities and combat aura, he may have even regressed due to 3 years of inactivity. However, it has allowed Nidhogg to make significant strides in the realm of knowledge. The learning and integration of a new system of knowledge have brought about advancements in spellcasting techniques and methodologies, as well as a plethora of possibilities and enhanced potential for growth. Although time is still required for validation, practice, and refinement, this is undoubtedly a far superior situation compared to being stymied with no path forward. The practice of spellcasting differs entirely from the training of combat skills. While it may be manageable at lower levels, once one reaches higher tiers, both the burden of casting and the potency of the spells escalate to remarkable heights. Particularly, some spells necessitate unique mediums. If one were to practice spellcasting in a manner akin to a warrior's straightforward approach, it would likely leave a mage utterly exhausted after just a few attempts, making it increasingly difficult to sustain further efforts. For mages, there exists a specialized technique for practicing spellcasting, known as rehearsal. From the sensing of elements and resonance to the shaping and molding of magical energy, each step can be practiced and rehearsed without ever being genuinely released. This process serves as a training ground for the mage's control. However, the techniques developed by human mages, tailored specifically to human spellcasting systems, do not translate well to the shamanistic practices of the Orcish tribes. Fortunately, Nidhogg's journey has not adhered to a conventional learning path. Rather, he has sought to comprehend the underlying principles thoroughly before integrating them into his own framework and habits. Consequently, after dedicating a month to revisions and refinements, he has finally succeeded in unifying these elements into a cohesive whole. The thorough integration of newly acquired knowledge into practice took Nidhogg approximately 5 years, or more accurately, 8. Considering that during his studies of the shamanic spells at school, he engaged not merely in theoretical contemplation, but equally in practical application. Naturally, the benefits of this endeavor were not confined solely to Nidhogg. The great shamans of the Orc clan also reaped substantial rewards. After all, prior to his rebirth, Nidhogg was a formidable being at the pinnacle of strength, possessing a breadth and depth of exploration in the realm of magic that rivaled that of a certain necromancer from an alternate dimension, with only the distinction of differing fields. Turning to the aspects of combat skills and fighting spirit, Chapter 51, the rank, states that at the very least, it survived. Although grievous injuries had significantly diminished its combat prowess, the wealth of experience it possessed still enabled it to instruct the young orcs in the art of battle, thus allowing it to find value in its continued existence. Its sole aspiration now is to nurture a few exceptional warriors for its race under its guidance. Dia exhaled deeply. The current overpopulation of the Orc clan, exacerbated by the majority of their numbers being diminished due to conflicts with humans, would no longer be a pressing concern, especially with the discovery of this new colossal oasis. For at least the next 60 years, they would not have to worry about insufficient food amidst an excessive population. Yet, within the hearts of every orc burns a seething hatred for humanity, ignited by the brutal wars and the deaths of kin. This animosity, which had gradually faded over the course of centuries, has once again been rekindled. The great shaman stands upon a high ground, observing the gathering of hundreds of young orcs engaged in rigorous training in the plains below, while in the nearby thickets and hills. He can faintly discern countless bodies intertwined in vigorous motion, representing the burgeoning life and new generation of the Orcish clan. This, he muses, embodies the future of the orc race. As the eldest of the orc tribe, the great shaman holds power and status that rivals, if not surpasses, that of the orc king. His age has reached a point where even he cannot recall the exact number of years he has lived, though it is certain that he has surpassed 2 centuries. For orcs, whose average lifespan barely reaches 50, this is an age fourfold their own. Throughout such an extensive lifespan, the majority of orcs have gradually forgotten the name of the great shaman, referring to him solely by that title. Over time, this designation has transformed into his exclusive moniker, leading many orcs to believe that Great Shaman is indeed his name. In truth, even he finds it necessary to ponder for a moment before recalling his long-forgotten name Gru. However, this name has now been claimed by another young orc. Such instances of shared names, aside from the rare dragons who are intimately familiar with one another, are almost unavoidable among both humans and orcs. The orc raised his head and, despite the limitations of his vision, sensed 2 exceptionally powerful presences colliding and igniting the surrounding spirit. The turmoil was a direct result of the battle between these 2 entities, the orc king Saruman and the black dragon Nidhogg from Alaska. In the heights above, the black dragon unfurled its mighty wings, enveloped by a tempest that swirled around its massive form. Its golden slit-like eyes fixed intently on the figure before it. Although the orc king's stature, which could be deemed tall among ordinary orcs, appeared minuscule when juxtaposed with the colossal dragon, in terms of presence, he did not falter. He even seemed to surpass it. Saruman stood in the high skies with an ease that belied the tumultuous winds. And while both he and Nidhogg wielded the power of the wind, the dragon sensed that the results were derived from distinctly different foundations. Unlike the dragon, which drew upon a fierce elemental resonance and an innate ability to manipulate the atmosphere, Saruman's prowess stemmed from a more subtle, profound, and intricate source. Having once been reborn and experienced a similar realm, Nidhogg understood well what the mortal sorcerers referred to as mana, and what the orc shamans called the Great Spirit. This existence is more fundamental than elements and more expansive than souls. It is recognized by both as the true foundation and essence of all things in the universe. Only by utterly transcending one's limits, by fortifying one's spirit to its utmost, can one perceive this profound existence that lies beyond the familiar forms of power, delving deep into their inner sanctum. Although the force remains recognizable, it is liberated from the constraints of past laws, revealing greater possibilities, broader realms of freedom, enhanced potential for growth, and an expansive labyrinth of the unknown. A soft white radiance emanated from beneath each black scale, with tendrils of electricity flickering and flowing within. Yet, the Orc King unleashed merely a single punch, simple, pure, and weighty. The surging fighting spirit, imbued with the might of mountains and seas, erupted entirely within this strike. The force penetrated through scales to muscle, flesh, organs, and bones, radiating from the neck to the head, cascading down to the chest and abdomen, transmitting through the back, ultimately resonating throughout his immense 30-meter-long form, engulfed entirely by the sheer power of that singular blow. Nidhogg found himself engulfed in a profound disorientation, his immense body's inherent flow of energy dissipating in disarray. He careened downward for several dozen meters before managing to stabilize, yet waves of dizziness continued to assail him. What a peculiar sensation it was. The colossal black dragon shook his massive head and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "How many more strikes can you unleash?" He followed with another inquiry. 24 more strikes, pondered the Orc King Saruman. In essence, this meant that in a true confrontation, one could potentially slay Nidhogg 20 times over. The dragon fell silent, contemplating in silence. He was acutely aware that what had merely rendered him lightheaded was but a fraction of the potential damage that could be inflicted if all the force were to be concentrated. It could result in grievous, possibly fatal injuries. While it was unlikely he would naively endure such assaults in an actual battle, it was equally improbable that his opponent could launch direct attacks without consequence. Even if the adversary could indeed deliver such strikes only 24 times, Nidhogg surmised that this figure was likely accurate. After all, the force required to rattle a dragon exceeding 30 meters in length was formidable enough to ensure his demise at least 20 times over. This epitomized the disparity brought about by rank. Within such a chasm, his vast size and the strength it conferred rendered him little more than a colossal target. Yet, what if I could attain such a rank as well? Nidhogg pondered deeply upon its previous reincarnation. Although it had once attained a similar stature, it did so not in the form of a dragon, but by transforming into a human. After delving into the intricacies of human magical systems for over 50 years, it had reached this level in human guise. In this life, however, it prepared to embrace a different approach. Chapter 52 concerns the colossal black dragon descended slowly beside the great shaman of the orc tribe. The shaman lifted his gaze slightly, his murky brown-yellow eyes surveying the immense creature that dwarfed him by several magnitudes. The once tightly arranged scales of the dragon's body had begun to peel away, exposing the underlying white flesh and even red sinews. Moreover, through its senses, it could distinctly perceive the chaotic yet considerably diminished aura emanating from this formidable being. "How do you feel?" the great shaman inquired. "Remarkably well," Nidhogg replied, its golden slit eyes fixed intently upon the aged orc. Indeed, it felt exceedingly well. Every inch of its being ached, tingled, and burned, which signified that the power of the orc king had permeated its vast form. While this had inflicted immense damage, it also represented a thorough and profound trial, precisely what it required. For mages, their strength is rooted in knowledge. No matter how many times they are wounded, it bears little fruit for their growth. Conversely, for warriors, their strength is founded upon instinct and intuition. Each battle, every injury followed by healing, contributes to their growth upon recovery. Just like Nidhogg at this very moment, during its process of recovery, its fighting spirit circulated throughout its massive form, becoming not only more substantial but also, more importantly, allowing for a deeper understanding of its own colossal physique, an essential aspect for Nidhogg. While its immense body undoubtedly conferred formidable strength, abundant vitality, and a capacity for energy many times greater than that of a human, it simultaneously rendered its senses and reactions relatively sluggish, lacking the sharpness and speed of humanity. This, however, was precisely the foundation for transcending into gold. "Are you aware of any nearby threats that could exert considerable pressure?" the black dragon inquired, tilting its head slightly. "You ought to consult Saruman about that." In his quest for self-improvement, he traversed nearly the entire vast desert. The grand shaman replied somewhat languidly. Nidhogg nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. However, before that, I must first restore my body." The black dragon contemplated this. For an ordinary person, the vast desert inhabited by the orc clan might already pose a significant danger. With its severe temperature fluctuations between day and night, and the swirling sands that could easily lead to illness or death without adequate preparation. Yet, for a dragon, these conditions were far from harsh, barely even qualifying as adverse. Only in locales that were sufficiently perilous, capable of providing the necessary pressure and stimulation, could it continue to break through and evolve. This was the path of a warrior. If Nidhogg were to transform itself into a human, the threshold for achieving its goals might be significantly lowered, thus making it easier to find suitable locations that meet its needs. However, such a breakthrough would pertain solely to its human form rather than its draconic essence, and the two are not entirely synonymous. Just as one refines oneself to a high silver level in human form, transitioning into a draconian form would only retain a fraction of one's fighting spirit. Conversely, upon pushing the draconian form to its limits and evolving into a dragon, one would be left with a fighting spirit so faint it is nearly imperceptible. This is merely a matter of quantitative loss. Having experienced a similar situation before, Nidhogg understands that a breakthrough to a higher realm is considerably more complicated. In its previous incarnation, it transcended to the golden level in human form, reaching a greater realm, yet upon transforming into a dragon, the dissonance between body and spirit hindered the full realization of that state, at best rendering it a half-step. Should it wish to fully harness this realm, Nidhogg can only conceive of one method, to undergo another breakthrough in its draconic form. However, how could this be possible? The challenge of a dragon breaking through the golden level is inherently greater than that faced by other races. Otherwise, it would not have achieved its prior breakthrough in human form. In light of having partially attained this state, striving for a complete breakthrough once more would undoubtedly be even more arduous, presenting an immensely formidable task, even for Nidhogg itself. Moreover, prior to its rebirth, it had tragically lived for merely over 2 centuries, a duration far too brief to accomplish such a significant breakthrough. Having experienced a similar situation once before, it would naturally refrain from repeating the same mistakes. Additionally, let us not forget that in its former life, it specialized in magical professions. Thus, the transformation of its physical form would not hold as substantial an influence on its abilities as that of a warrior. Under these circumstances, whether striving to transcend to the Golden Realm or to ascend to an even higher echelon, it could no longer opt for a human guise, despite the fact that such a choice would considerably alleviate the challenges faced. How confident are you, Saruman, in vanquishing it under the present conditions? Given your previous encounters with this colossal dragon? The great shaman inquired slowly, his words swirling in the wind, dissipating entirely beyond 6 paces, vanishing into the ether. The flesh, scales, and dragon crystals of the draconic race are indeed precious. However, for the Orcish tribes, whose technological advancements do not rival those of humanity, the demand for such resources is not overwhelmingly strong. Of course, the act of dragon slaying itself, even for orcs, serves as a testament to their valor and strength. Yet, since it cannot be converted into vast wealth as it would for humans, it becomes more a display of personal prowess and a challenge rather than a purpose-driven, organized endeavor. Furthermore, at this moment, what the Orcish tribes require most is to recuperate and thrive. In such a context, instigating conflict would not be a sagacious decision. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to maintain sufficient strength to suppress any potential threats that may arise. Chapter 53. Quicksand. Saruman approached the side of Nidhogg, the colossal black dragon, whose massive form had largely sunk into the sands, continuing to descend further. Although the phenomenon of quicksand was not uncommon in this desolate expanse, its area and depth were generally limited. In simpler terms, it was not deep enough to fully engulf even an ordinary person. Consequently, finding a stretch of quicksand substantial enough to envelop Nidhogg's immense body proved to be quite a challenge. If Nidhogg were to search for it himself, it might take him several months. However, when the Orc King was still honing his skills, he had traversed every corner of this vast desert, exploring every perilous locale. In such circumstances, directly inquiring would undoubtedly yield the answers he sought. How does it feel? The Orc King asked, gazing at the exposed portion of the dragon's body, which was roughly of equal height to himself. Most importantly, as it continued to sink, the rate of descent was gradually slowing. If only the speed could be increased a bit, remarked the black dragon. Saruman remained silent, stepping aside to allow the shaman beside him to advance. Although even those who had attained the golden tier of spellcasting could not conjure water from the arid desert air, it was not particularly difficult to draw upon the abundant water resources already present within their immediate vicinity. For the Orc clan, which has thrived in this vast desert for centuries, the existence and formation of quicksand has long been understood. It is the moisture from beneath that infiltrates the gravel, causing it to flow and become loose. Indeed, sensing the underground moisture and manipulating it through the thick, parched sands in such a scorching environment is no simple task, even for a spellcaster of the golden rank. However, for a being of the great shaman's caliber, it is far from a daunting challenge. Nidhogg's colossal form was entirely submerged, the flowing, humid gravel enveloping its body, brushing against its formidable scales with a delicate sensation. Its mouth and nostrils were completely sealed, preventing the fragmented, moving sands from entering. The external respiration transformed into internal breathing, as the abundant air compressed and stored within its lungs was slowly released. With the rhythmic expansion and contraction of the lungs, this air reached the cardiopulmonary junction, combining with the blood. Then, synchronized with the heartbeat, it circulated throughout its entire being, catering to the body's various demands time and again. After 5 cycles, all useful components were thoroughly expended, leaving only the useless waste gases, which were stored in another corner of the lungs. In this state of extreme repression, the fighting spirit simultaneously awakens, circulating through every sinew and tissue of the body, to a certain extent supplying their consumption and significantly reducing the consumption of air. This, in fact, is the reason why those who cultivate the fighting spirit can greatly enhance their endurance and breath-holding capacity. Beneath the dark, humid, and oppressive sands, Nidhogg slowly maneuvers its colossal form, flapping its wings. In the omnipresent quicksand, even the slightest movement becomes immensely arduous, laden with an overwhelming heaviness and stagnation. In such an environment, its massive physique does not confer an advantage. Rather, it transforms into a liability. While it brings forth tremendous power, the pressure and resistance it endures multiply exponentially. However, this is precisely what Nidhogg requires. For a warrior, only under the greatest pressure and in the most perilous surroundings can one be forged into their strongest self. This holds true even for dragons who embark on the path of a warrior. Nidhogg traversed through the quicksand for an entire night and half a day, showcasing the extraordinary endurance and vitality of the dragon lineage. Despite the passage of such time, it had long since ventured beyond the confines of the quicksand. Yet, let us not forget the dragon clan's formidable elemental perception and resonance abilities. For Nidhogg, gathering and transferring moisture through elemental resonance in such an environment serves as another form of cultivation, honing the innate capabilities of the dragon lineage. However, at this juncture, even for the colossal dragon, the limits of endurance have been reached. The sensation of fatigue has permeated from the muscles to the very bones, with strength nearly depleted. The essence of its fighting spirit dwindles to a mere flicker, and the burden upon the dragon crystal approaches its breaking point. The resonance with the elements no longer resonates with the same unwavering intensity as in the beginning, and even the air stored within its lungs suffices only for a scant 3 final breaths. Each breath, capable of cycling 5 times, leads to the impending climax of its exertion. If one were to rely solely on the corporeal might, no matter how fiercely one struggles or how long one perseveres, it would only lead to a deeper entrapment. Yet, the power of fighting spirit and magic offers a pivotal support in an otherwise barren void. Muscles stretched to their utmost, bones operating like machinery forged from steel, the fighting spirit erupted in an instant. The dragon crystal trembled violently, amplifying the resonance with the elements to its zenith. In that moment, all remaining strength coalesced, flowed, and burst forth. The layers of shifting sands were breached by the massive form of the black dragon, its scales gliding over countless grains. The expansive silhouette, with wings unfurled, erupted from the sands. More accurately, it emerged from the depths of the shifting earth. It then descended onto the adjacent sandy terrain, gasping heavily, as it sought respite and recovery from hunger, fatigue, and aching. The sustenance stored within the gastric sacs began to be ruminated, continuously providing restorative energy to Nidhogg. Just as the dragon's lungs are not limited to 2, but possess specialized chambers capable of compressing and storing vast amounts of air, so too do dragons have multiple gastric sacs dedicated to storing food, which can be regurgitated when necessary to satiate hunger and supply energy. The tingling sinews and flesh gradually restored, and the fighting spirit rekindled bit by bit. The great black dragon unfurled its wings, soaring towards the Orcish oasis. After the cultivation of physical form and martial prowess, the next phase would naturally involve the training of magic and mental acuity. Chapter 54, The Northern Lands. Are you departing? The great shaman lifted his gaze, observing the immense black dragon that overshadowed him, and inquired, "Where are you headed?" He continued, "To the north," Nidhogg stated calmly. "I have heard it is quite cold." "Indeed, it is very cold," the great shaman nodded. "I visited there in my youth. Is the trajectory of history once again shifting?" The black dragon pondered the timing of the Orcish counteroffensive, which had been significantly delayed compared to before its rebirth. However, upon reflection, this did not seem surprising. The Orcish king had perished long ago, and the great shaman, having sustained severe injuries while shielding the majority of the Orcish retreat, had seldom intervened, resulting in a substantial decline in his influence over the Orcish clan. It was not until the Orc tribe, which had originally discovered the new, colossal oasis, had undergone 2 decades of dormancy and grown in strength, that they emerged after their old enemies returned to wreak havoc, plunging the Orc tribes, who had already established a stable power structure, back into the flames of war. They stood forth to reconcile the various tribes, reasoning that it would be better to die in battle against humanity, avenging the blood feud of yesteryear, than to slaughter one another here. They ultimately resolved to determine victory by the strength of their strikes against humanity and the amount of grain plundered from them. Thus, the Orcish alliance was forged, followed by nearly a decade of skirmishes with the human empire along the border and the subsequent outbreak of the Second Orcish War. But clearly, all of this has now been altered, for even the Orc king has not perished. Having been reborn, Nidhogg was acutely aware of why the Orcish race, after dwelling on the border for centuries, suddenly launched an assault on humanity due to food shortages. Was it not because, deep within the desert, the Orc tribes, who had been slaughtering one another for control of the oasis for hundreds of years, had finally given rise to a king capable of uniting the Orcish race? When internal strife was minimized to the extreme, the original production could no longer sustain the ever-growing numbers, and outward expansion became inevitable. Then, the black dragon spread its wings and soared towards the far north. The speed of Nidhogg is rather slow, primarily due to the scarcity of food in the arid desert. To ensure adequate stamina, it begins its search for sustenance when its stomach is still half full. On fortunate occasions, when there remains about one-third of the food, it manages to find nourishment. Conversely, on less favorable days, when less than one-tenth of the food is left, the provisions it encounters are insufficient to compensate for the energy expended during the search. In reality, had it not been for its ability to perceive elemental moisture beneath the desert, albeit limited to shallow depths, coupled with its sensitivity to the elemental fluctuations of life forms across a vast area, Nidhogg's efficiency in locating food would have been drastically diminished, and it might have perished from hunger long ago. Nevertheless, even with these advantages, the great black dragon has endured a challenging existence since losing the support of the orc tribe, often residing in a state of semi-starvation, considerable hunger, and extreme deprivation. After enduring these arduous conditions for over a month, Nidhogg keenly sensed a transformation in the desert. Daytime temperatures began to decline while nighttime temperatures started to rise. Following a brief journey of just a few days, both day and night temperatures began to plummet rapidly. In less than 2 weeks, the ground was blanketed in a silvery frost, and white clouds appeared in the sky, signifying a significant drop in temperature. However, even in such an environment, it was a marked improvement for Nidhogg. Due to the abundant moisture in this region, numerous rivers can be observed. Despite the considerably low temperatures, a wealth of vegetation persists, signifying a more plentiful food supply. The challenges posed by harsh climates and frigid temperatures have never truly been a concern for the great dragons. Rather, the primary constraint on their existence has consistently been the availability of sustenance, not the environment itself. Although the duration of foraging for food has considerably increased compared to their days on Dragon Island and the central mainland, it is nonetheless a relief for them to finally fill their bellies after a long absence. As Nidhogg continues its northern migration, the temperature steadily declines, and the previously sparse snow becomes increasingly thick, gradually enveloping the vegetation and leaving less exposed. Ultimately, Nidhogg beheld the cold, tranquil, silver-blue sea, whereupon the black dragon released a jubilant roar, plunging into the frigid waters. While the temperature of the sea is even lower than that of the land, it teems with a greater diversity of life, signifying an abundance of food, a distinct advantage of the ocean. The icy seawater glided over its scales, drawing away wisps of warmth from Nidhogg's massive form as it moved through the water. However, for the dragon, this loss of heat is insignificant in comparison to its colossal size. Its sturdy scales not only provide formidable defense, but also function as a reliable insulator, enabling it to navigate effortlessly through the harshest of environments. However, this capability undoubtedly possesses its limitations. As Nidhogg endeavored to delve deeper beneath the surface of the sea, he was met with a marked decrease in water temperature and, more significantly, an exponential increase in water pressure. It was not long before he reached the boundaries of his endurance, at which point his fighting spirit naturally began to surge. Yet, he could only venture a short distance further. Despite having ample air stored within his lungs for breathing and sufficient sustenance in his stomach for digestion, and though his fighting spirit remained largely untapped, he found it exceedingly difficult to surpass this threshold. Such an environment is undeniably a natural and exceptional arena for honing both the physical body and fighting spirit, particularly for a colossal dragon like him, capable of traversing land, sea, and sky. His ability to breathe underwater was far from the feeble capacities of terrestrial creatures. Thus, Nidhogg repeatedly approached his limits, plunging deeper into the frigid waters of the north, endeavoring time and again to transcend them, resulting in the inevitable growth of both his physical form and fighting spirit. Chapter 55. Gold. The obsidian dragon slowly emerged from the icy depths of the sea, lifting his head above the surface before exhaling a substantial volume of stale air accumulated in his lungs. With that breath, he expelled all remnants of exhaustion, and then inhaled deeply, drawing in a generous influx of fresh air that filled all 6 lobes of his lungs. In this simple yet prolonged cycle of inhalation and exhalation, the nearly depleted fighting spirit gradually revitalized and stirred to life. The body, pushed to its utmost limits, gradually and thoroughly relaxed. The taut muscles and bones finally granted respite. Nidhogg felt the icy sea water caressing its scales as it lazily unfurled its wings, drifting amidst the frigid ocean. Enormous floating islands, formed from white ice and snow, bobbed on the surface of the sea, home to numerous white creatures that, by human standards, might be deemed adorable. Yet, in Nidhogg's eyes, They merely signified sustenance. The once nearly depleted fighting spirit began to recover, ultimately filling every inch of its colossal form, exceeding 30 meters in length, with an essence equivalent to that of at least 20 peak silver warriors. To cultivate its original form to this extent, Nidhogg invested nearly a decade of time, with daily progress appearing minuscule. Nevertheless, the protracted passage of 10 years, with countless days and nights of diligent effort, ultimately enabled it to achieve this milestone. Now, the only challenge that lay ahead was the final hurdle, the breakthrough to gold. Time and again, it plunged deeper into the icy ocean, striving to reach greater depths, constantly testing its limits in an endeavor to transcend them. Yet, no change occurred, as if it had indeed reached its threshold. However, Nidhogg did not succumb to despair. It continued to strive diligently. It set a deadline of 5 years for itself, resolving that if no progress was made within this span, it would then seek alternative methods for breakthrough. 3 years later, Nidhogg began to ponder why it had never achieved a breakthrough. It realized that it had never truly pushed itself to its limits. It reminded itself that each time it descended to the depths, there was always enough air lingering in its lungs, a remnant of its fighting spirit, and its mind and body still capable of enduring, prompting it to ascend once more. After all, the act of rising itself required the expenditure of strength and breath. What would happen if it were to push itself to the utmost extremes? It contemplated. Perhaps it would perish, Nidhogg mused. And so, once again, it commenced its descent, but this time, it cast aside all reservations. Disregarding how much breathable air remained or the strength still at its disposal, driven solely by the desire to plunge deeper and deeper into the abyss. The icy, dark waters enveloped everything. In those depths, all light had vanished. It could feel the pressure mounting, the dragon crystal vibrating incessantly, channeling its innate magic to enhance its abilities, while its fighting spirit coursed through, sustaining its corporeal form. However, both these forces, regardless of their potency, concentrated predominantly on its vulnerable eyes and ears. Otherwise, it would likely suffer damage to its very eyes before even reaching its limits due to the immense pressure. With unwavering determination, it continued to descend, casting aside all concerns, merely wishing to discover the true extent of its limits and to extract every ounce of potential within itself. Even the colossal form of the dragon began to feel a sense of suffocation, the expansion and contraction of its lungs, the increasingly labored beating of its heart, and the pressure of the immense deep-sea environment caused its eyes to slightly recess. Nidhogg sensed that if this continued, it might not withstand the ordeal. Perhaps its eyes would be forced into its skull, or the water would rupture its eardrums and seep into its mind, or its heart would burst. Yet, it continued its descent. The dragon crystal trembled desperately, its fighting spirit utterly depleted. Yet every inch of its flesh resonated as if the fighting spirit still lingered. If death were to come, so be it. A thought, long buried deep within, surged forth. Perhaps in this rebirth, there existed no Artes and his companions at all. If that were the case, no matter how hard it struggled, what difference would it make? Its consciousness gradually sank into an endless abyss of darkness. It felt as if only a fleeting moment had passed, yet it could also have been an eternity. As consciousness returned, Nidhogg opened its eyes once more. Even when closed, the immense pressure of the ocean seemed intent on forcing its eyes into its head. Yet at that moment, it appeared less malevolent, as a delicate veil of white radiance enveloped its golden-slit pupils. That was the brilliance of fighting spirit. The sensation of a warrior at the golden tier was entirely distinct from that of a silver tier warrior, for from the moment of breaking through to gold, bolstered by the resonance of fighting spirit, they could distinctly feel, touch, and even influence the omnipresent elements. In certain respects, they could intertwine the two realms together. At this very moment, Nidhogg appears to have reached its ultimate limit. The meager amount of fighting spirit it currently possesses is, in truth, a direct resonance and transformation of its vast form with the elements lurking in the depths of the ocean. To some extent, a warrior who has attained the golden rank exhibits physical attributes and characteristics akin to those of colossal dragons. But what of Nidhogg, a being that is, in essence, a dragon? The black dragon once again emerges from the frigid waters, and despite having successfully broken through to the golden rank, the condition of its body, having reached its limits, has not seen much improvement. Consequently, upon surfacing, Nidhogg languidly settles upon a snow-covered floating island, resting lazily, its formidable presence deterring any nearby creatures from approaching. The black dragon closes its eyelids. Although its fighting spirit is currently minuscule, it can still sense a state that is remarkably different from before the breakthrough, even surpassing its expectations. In this moment, the dragon crystal, fighting spirit, and elements coalesce into a singular entity. The fighting spirit, which previously only affected its physical form, seamlessly integrates with this union, serving as a medium between itself and the elemental resonance. The result is a significant enhancement in Nidhogg's perception and resonance with the elements. More importantly, it is acutely aware that as its fighting spirit continues to grow, the magnitude of this enhancement will only increase. The obsidian dragon was acutely aware of the implications. In its initial calculations, even if it were to elevate its battle aura to the gold rank, the augmentation in its combat prowess would scarcely exceed 30%, with the majority of the enhancement manifesting as an improvement in its constitution, thereby bolstering its stamina. This signified that the human tactic of attrition warfare would be substantially mitigated against it. However, its current state implied that the escalation in its strength would surpass even its most optimistic projections, 50%, 80%, or perhaps even a complete doubling. Nidhogg pondered. Chapter 56. Size. The surrounding isles appeared to have diminished in scale. Nay, it was its own magnitude that had increased. Nidhogg surveyed its environs, deducing this conclusion. Subsequently, it unfurled its wings, soaring to an isle to observe its reflection upon the water's surface, thereby corroborating its conjecture. Upon transcending to the gold rank, it had indeed commenced a second phase of development. Its physique, which had seemingly reached its zenith, was now undergoing a continuous augmentation in size. Small wonder, then, that its appetite had recently intensified so dramatically. Nidhogg mused, as it tore into the flesh of an immense, unidentified marine creature, satiating its ravenous hunger. Initially, it had attributed this to the escalation in energy expenditure concomitant with the augmentation and fortification of its battle aura upon attaining the gold rank. Yet, it distinctly recalled that the nexus between battle aura and the elements, upon reaching the gold rank, had actually diminished the burden upon its corporeal form, rather than exacerbating it. At first, it was presumed that the differences between dragons and humans were the primary cause. But it has become evident that the real reason lies within the very essence of one's own physique, which has begun to undergo a remarkable transformation. For Nidhogg, however, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous development. A more formidable stature signifies enhanced strength, fortified defenses, greater endurance, and an amplified resonance with elemental forces. In stark contrast to the intricate and sophisticated magical systems of humanity, the dependency on the physical form is nearly negligible. Yet, the primal resonance exhibited by beasts and dragons relies heavily on their corporeal being. Moreover, the significance of this second metamorphosis for Nidhogg cannot be overstated, as it presents a rare opportunity for growth. While regular training during mundane times can yield some benefits and stimulate the body, the impact is often minimal. Now, with the arrival of this physical evolution, Nidhogg is presented with an exceptional chance for rapid development, one it cannot afford to overlook. The ebony dragon collided forcefully against the vast expanse of white ice and snow. In this far northern realm, above the frigid ocean, colossal islands of ice float. Their origins uncertain, whether they are purely composed of ice or formed by thick layers of snow blanketing the land. Scattered throughout are countless fragments of ice, varying in size. Some might be merely a fraction of Nidhogg's size, while others could be several times larger. Amidst this icy domain, the black dragon unfurled its wings and glided over the water, crashing down onto the assorted fragments of ice with a simplicity, brutality, and effectiveness that is unmistakable for those humans devoid of any innate fighting spirit. Engaging in such rudimentary and brutal self-discipline would likely result in enhancements that pale in comparison to the ensuing depletion and harm. However, once the fighting spirit is awakened, the scenario shifts dramatically. The augmentation of the physical form incites an insatiable desire for further advancement, leading to an exponential increase in the demands for training loads and intensity of stimulation. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the method employed by Nidhogg far exceeds the requirements of its colossal physique. It yields not only formidable strength, but also an overwhelming pressure, gravity, and burden that escalate in direct proportion to its size. Consequently, each full body impact it delivers generates an equally immense reactive force. The wounds inflicted, despite being sustained by the dragon's resilient scales and robust musculature, inevitably accumulate significant damage through relentless and successive collisions. The fighting spirit intertwines seamlessly with the scales and flesh, striving to disperse the tremendous reactive force throughout every nook and cranny of its being. It is within this process that the integration of the fighting spirit with the corporeal form, as well as the transfer of kinetic energy, is continuously enhanced. Only when the scales are utterly shattered, and the injuries that initially resided on the surface of its body penetrate deeply into its organs, will Nidhogg cease its relentless endeavor. Then there is the art of transformation, of which even Nidhogg himself is uncertain when he transcended that crucial threshold in mastering this craft. What was once merely a means to methodically alter his own form has evolved into a profound ability to directly mend his corporeal being through the augmentation of flesh. Undoubtedly, the consumption and burden this entails far exceed the norm. Had it not been for Nidhogg's ascension to the Golden Realm and the concurrent significant enhancement of his physical form, along with the rapid growth in both the quality and quantity of his fighting spirit, he would not be capable of employing this spell with such ease and fluidity as he does now. Through rigorous training, collisions, injuries, transformation, and the cultivation of fighting spirit, all these skills Nidhogg possesses have been honed through relentless practice, harmonizing with his ever-growing physique nearly every day. This is a simple yet monotonous process, demanding nothing but steadfast perseverance, which Nidhogg has maintained for a full decade. The black dragon stands atop a colossal island of ice and snow, confirming through the markings he etched years prior that his size has increased by approximately 2/3. In other words, his current form has reached over 50 meters in length. Nidhogg is acutely aware of what this signifies. It is noteworthy that his original size of over 30 meters was already considered immense among dragons, for most others stand at merely 20 meters. Yet now, at this moment, he has once again grown by nearly 2/3 of that length. This signifies a colossal size, exceeding that of an ordinary dragon by more than double, bringing forth greater weight, heightened pressure, and an intensified burden. Beneath this immense form, a more formidable physique is forged, characterized by more resilient bones and tougher muscles. Moreover, with the growth in size, the capacity to harness fighting spirit also rises, surpassing what 40 golden ranks can accommodate in sheer volume. Although this entails considerably greater consumption, after rigorous testing, Nidhogg has concluded that the expenditure pales in comparison to the increase, signifying enhanced endurance. Without empirical trials, Nidhogg estimates that, at this moment, its combat sustainability is likely not far inferior to that of humans of comparable rank. This presents a substantial advantage. Furthermore, with the breakthrough in rank, the dual development of fighting spirit and physical form has reached completion, allowing Nidhogg to keenly sense a renewed growth in its mental and magical capabilities. No longer stifled as before, where every effort seemed futile in achieving even the slightest advancement. For Nidhogg, this is undoubtedly good news. Chapter 57. The ruined city. The High Shaman lifted his gaze towards the massive figure soaring through the distant sky, a force of overwhelming pressure spreading as it approached. Its form had grown larger, and its power had intensified, a thought that crossed the mind of the elderly orc. The black dragon descended before him, stirring a considerable cloud of dust due to its colossal size and weight. It was evident that the swirling dust, enveloped by the currents of air surrounding it, danced in the sky in concentric circles. "Long time no see, you have indeed come," the great shaman remarked, unabashedly meeting the gaze of the dragon's formidable golden vertical pupils. "It seems that over these 30 years, you have undergone quite a transformation." "Indeed," the dragon replied, "but it matters not. As long as our orc clan has also experienced significant change during these 3 decades. Nidhogg raised its head slightly, revealing in the distance the vast expanse of sand dotted with countless orcs, neatly clad in leather and wielding long blades, an undeniable testament to their evolution. "Your numbers have increased remarkably," the black dragon observed. "Since 30 years ago, each pair of orc couples has borne us at least 3 children." The great shaman succinctly explained the reason. In the distance, the tightly clustered orcs occupied the vast expanse of the desert, with the mighty orc king at their forefront, radiating an aura of fierce determination akin to the rising sun. The black dragon let out a long, resonant roar before taking flight. A month later, the northern fortress of the human empire fell to the orc clan, resulting in the slaughter of 3,000 soldiers and 10,000 civilians, all serving as provisions for the orc army. Within 3 days, this news reverberated throughout the entirety of the empire, shaking it to its very core. In the northern part of the empire, in the province of Loxus, in the quaint town of Maple Leaf, an elderly woman, trembling with trepidation, lifted her gaze to behold a formidable and unfamiliar giant. "Alphys? I apologize, but I have not heard of this individual." "Excuse me." The colossal dragon, having transformed into human form, stepped out of the town. In the span of 2 weeks, it traversed nearly half of the Loxus province, exploring the very regions where Alphys had once thrived in his previous life. Yet, the only outcome of this quest was the absence of such a person. Neither his birthplace, nor the town where he first embarked on his missions, nor the area where he first garnered fame yielded any trace of him. It pondered, conceding that in this world, Alphas simply did not exist. At that moment, a void appeared within the heart of the Black Dragon. The relentless pursuit of vengeance, which had once fueled its existence, suddenly seemed devoid of purpose. Nidhogg felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Ironically, it was during this very moment that Nidhogg sensed a breakthrough in its mental magic. While many others might have chosen to relinquish their goals, Nidhogg would not. Thus, after completing its mastery of mental magic, it departed from the town, transforming once more into a dragon, and soared toward the imperial capital. At this juncture, the Empire's 3 pinnacle powerhouses, 12 golden champions, and a significant portion of its military might had congregated at the borders, engaged in battle against the Orcish clan. The consequence of this was a marked weakening of defensive forces in other regions of the Empire. The dragon's unparalleled mobility would now be maximally exploited. Especially after the warrior's path ascended to the golden tier, its endurance was significantly enhanced, undoubtedly signifying an extraordinary capacity for sustained effort. Alarm, alarm, enemy assault, enemy assault. The immense sound generated by manipulating the vibrations of the air reverberated throughout the imperial capital, a vast metropolis housing a population of 500,000. Even the colossal form of Nidhogg, extending over 50 meters, appeared minuscule in comparison to this grand city. The overwhelming dragon might emanating from the Black Dragon enveloped an area less than 1/20th of the entire metropolis. Then, that immense body surged forward from a height of over 100 meters towards the imperial capital, effortlessly demolishing the towering walls, exceeding 6 meters in height, in an instant. The rigid stone scraped against its scales, yet it elicited little more than a fleeting sensation. This prowess had been honed over nearly a decade amidst the countless icebergs of the Arctic Ocean, with its black wings unfurled. Merely flying low above the ground unleashed a tempest, entwined with crackling thunder and dissipating dragon might, inducing panic among the crowds below, who fled in chaos, resulting in turmoil and casualties. Nidhogg did not pause, continuing its advance. This was merely the outer city, inhabited by commoners and the impoverished. Neither their resources nor their capabilities held any significance within human society, and thus it held no qualms about dispatching a few, after all. They constituted the very foundation of human civilization. In the present circumstances, the nobility, mages, warriors, and knights have become the primary targets, predominantly gathering within the inner city. Suddenly, a human reflection appeared within the golden vertical pupils, standing at less than 2 meters in height, enveloped in crimson flames akin to a raging inferno. This striking presence amidst the multitude was as conspicuous as a beacon of light in the darkness. At that moment, the first golden tier warrior finally stood before Nidhogg, raising his sword toward the colossal black dragon. However, Nidhogg's immense form, exceeding 50 meters, was brimming with flesh and blood, equating to the combined fighting spirit of over 40 golden tier warriors. The blessings brought by elemental resonance, coupled with instinctual magical enhancements, created a formidable synergy. Even a mere charge was beyond the capability of a single golden tier warrior to withstand. The full force strike from the golden tier warrior managed to dislodge several scales from the black dragon, embedding them askew into its flesh, yet ultimately, he was reduced to a mere pulp under Nidhogg's might. Or perhaps she. For throughout this encounter, Nidhogg had never discerned the human's gender. Nevertheless, it remained indifferent to this detail. Despite effortlessly transforming a golden tier warrior into a mere mass of flesh, Nidhogg had inadvertently delayed itself, diminishing its speed and granting its opponents additional time to prepare. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, all else became irrelevant. Chapter 58, Anti-Magic. Vast magical energy seethed and surged, swirling through the void, coalescing and taking form. Merely a gold-tier arcanist, empowered by a magic tower and aided by 5 silver-tier acolytes, could amass arcane power comparable to the combined martial energies of 20, nearing 30, peak gold-tier warriors. This epitomizes the advantage mages wield. In a chance encounter, combat favors the warrior, granting them a greater than even chance of victory against a mage of equal rank. Yet, in a prepared engagement, an arcanist held an 80% likelihood of vanquishing a warrior. However, their current adversary was a dragon, one who had honed its martial energy to the zenith of the gold tier, its physique forged to unparalleled resilience, and its form augmented by a secondary growth. The sheer volume of its martial energy dwarfed the combined reserves of over 40 peak gold tier combatants. Pale flames erupted from the obsidian dragon's form, and with a mere lunge, The burgeoning magical energies were utterly shattered by an even more immense force, scattering in tumultuous waves. Had their opposition been limited to this single tower and these mages, Nidhogg might have already claimed victory. However, within the inner ward of the imperial capital, 6 such towers stood guard, garrisoned by 6 gold-tier arcanists and at least 30 silver-tier acolytes. It was merely Nidhogg's relentless advance from the outer district to the inner city, coupled with the swift obliteration of a golden-tier warrior, that had already raised the suspicions of those prepared for such an event. Moreover, there were 11 golden-tier warriors at their disposal, not to mention the one who had long resided in the outer district, culminating in a formidable total of 12. This exemplifies the Empire's profound heritage and the strength of humanity. The surging magical energy ebbed and flowed through the void, manifesting in a tangible form that should not have been visible to the naked eye. Under such concentration and intensity, it revealed itself, morphing through various frequencies, properties, and shapes, casting an array of colors. This phenomenon was merely the result of light refracted by magical energies of differing natures and frequencies in the atmosphere. Under the immense intensity, concentration, and quantity of magical energy, all intricate structures became redundant. Only the simplest and most stable formations were necessary, swiftly brought into existence. The combined might of merely 2 mage towers was sufficient to halt the colossal black dragon in midair, despite confronting an unprecedented entity. With both spellcasting and martial prowess reaching the pinnacle of Golden Tier, its mere capacity for energy was equivalent to that of over 40 Golden Tier peak monsters. An overwhelming tide of magical energy amassed above the inner city of the imperial capital, a testament to the might of the 6 mage towers that had been erected here centuries ago during the founding of the Third Holy Empire and the city's reconstruction. Under the enduring construction and fortification of empires over the centuries, each edifice possesses the capacity to influence the elements within a radius of several hundred miles. When the 6 mage towers activate simultaneously, resonating with one another, their power can amplify more than double. What does this signify? It implies that even the formidable strength wielded by Nidhogg at this very moment pales in comparison to the immense force conjured by their collective might, a disparity surpassing tenfold. This chasm suggests that should this tremendous energy fully unleash, even Nidhogg, with its current prowess and physique, would be effortlessly crushed, akin to how it overpowered that golden entity in the outer districts of the imperial city. However, the adversary is not Nidhogg, nor is Nidhogg a being of such colossal energy. Even with the combined efforts of 6 golden tier spellcasters and over 30 silver tier mages, the process would inevitably be impeded, requiring a significantly greater duration than usual. What Nidhogg possesses transcends mere combat prowess and physical strength. It is also a peak golden tier spellcaster, which, in truth, is its primary vocation. The black dragon roared skyward, its lungs contracting violently, vocal cords vibrating at a high frequency as a torrent of air surged forth in an instant, creating an invisible ripple that spread outward, a sound frequency exceeding the limits of human auditory perception. However, this was sufficient to reverberate the human eardrum, disrupting their central nervous system and organs with high-frequency sounds, yet not a single soul was harmed, for no one remained in proximity to the colossal black dragon. All had long since concealed themselves. Nevertheless, Nidhogg had never anticipated that this would serve as a means to confront them. The sound was merely superficial. What lay beneath was a fierce elemental resonance so potent that it could be deemed magical. Over 40 pinnacle golden tier forces surged within flesh and blood, responding to Nidhogg's will, harmonizing with the tremors of the dragon crystal, amplified tenfold, nay, exponentially beyond the previously perceived limits of elemental resonance, cascading outward beneath the sound waves. Such a degree of elemental resonance was indistinguishable from a magical field. Centered around Nidhogg, the magical energy within a radius of 200 meters instantaneously disintegrated into fundamental elements. While from 200 meters to 3 miles, magical abilities were equally disrupted, oscillating violently in accordance with distance, varying in intensity. The edge at 200 meters fragmented into basic free energy, while at the 3-mile boundary, it barely retained its fundamental form, intermittently vibrating. Were it not for the overwhelming magical energy at play, its structure, which had always been the most fundamental and stable, would likely have utterly collapsed. However, within such a scope, it suffices for ordinary magic. Yet, when confronted with the united force of the 6 grand magic towers, it can be said that the overwhelming tide of magical energy is undeniably far from adequate. Moreover, in this state where dragon crystal, fighting spirit, and elemental forces harmonize as one, amplifying elemental resonance to its utmost limit, the strain imposed on its corporeal form, dragon crystal, and spirit is immensely burdensome. The black dragon unfurled its massive wings, its colossal body hurtling towards the mage tower like a meteor. The formidable magical energy that had initially held it at bay in midair was violently dismantled by the intensely resonating elements, reverting to their fundamental forms. Thus, Nidhogg traversed the sky in a straight trajectory, disintegrating all magical energies encountered along its path, as well as those still in formation, into elemental scales that vibrated incessantly across its gargantuan surface. This phenomenon was the result of the tremors of fighting spirit entwined with dragon crystal, resonating at the same frequency. Finally, the black dragon collided with the mage tower. The behemoth, exceeding 50 meters in length, effortlessly cleaved it in two. However, as a consequence, countless scales were violently expelled from its body in that fleeting moment, not due to an external impact, but rather because its already strained physique could no longer withstand the immense pressure arising from the fighting spirit and elemental resonance during the collision. However, it matters not. They are merely a few scales, and this price is undoubtedly worth paying. The once surging and tumultuous magical energy, akin to an ever-gathering ocean, has been momentarily affected by the loss of a pivotal point. Although it cannot lead to a complete collapse, restoring and reintegrating the imbalanced structure will undeniably require considerable time. This is sufficient. The fighting spirit gradually subsided, and the blood that had poured forth from the wounds, which had been stripped from the scales under excessive pressure, eventually ceased to flow, as under Nidhogg's control, the wounds sealed tightly together. Nidhogg surveyed the surroundings, his golden slit-like pupils scanning the environment. The once bustling inner city of the imperial capital was now deserted. Having witnessed a similar scene in a past life, Nidhogg was acutely aware that unlike the outer districts, this inner city was never lacking in various basements and vast underground fortifications. Most individuals had taken refuge within, with only a scant few remaining in the above-ground structures, a habit ingrained in humanity after countless years of warfare. Simultaneously, this arrangement facilitated the 6 magical towers to unleash their full prowess upon the arrival of outsiders. During their initial construction and subsequent fortification over the years, these 6 towers were designed to confront an army of 100,000. Even though some aspects may have been exaggerated, their formidable nature has been thoroughly demonstrated. Now, with one of the 6 magical towers in ruins, how much time will it take to once again consolidate and control that immense reservoir of magical energy with merely 5 remaining? Such an extensive duration is ample for him to dismantle all 5 of those magical towers, one by one. Then, a total of 11 fierce auras emerged, their presence unmistakably vivid in the perception of Nidhogg, undoubtedly of the golden rank. Even Nidhogg was momentarily taken aback. The 6 golden-ranked spellcasters stationed at the mage tower, along with more than 30 silver-ranked mages, were not to be underestimated. At this very moment, with over half of the Empire's military strength gathered at the borders to confront the Orc tribe, it was astonishing that there were still 11 golden-ranked warriors here. One could either marvel at the profound heritage of humanity or lament its perpetual internal strife. However, for Nidhogg, these 11 golden warriors posed a considerable challenge. In times of peak strength, not to mention 11, even 40 would have been no match for Nidhogg, who possessed the confidence to triumph due to the absolute disparity in power. The efficacy of concentrated strength in a single entity vastly differed from that which was dispersed among multiple individuals. In terms of long-range mobility, humans of the same rank were far inferior to Nidhogg. Yet, due to his enormous size, Nidhogg's response and agility in close combat were not on par with similarly ranked humans. Perhaps those fledgling dragons might have been distracted by them. But Nidhogg was not so easily swayed. The black dragon remained unaffected by their presence, steadied his breath, and suddenly unfurled his wings, charging toward the second mage tower, daring them to obstruct his path. Even though considerable energy was expended during the recent confrontation, at this moment, Nidhogg still possessed the power to crush his adversaries. However, the disparity in agility and response time suggested that if the opponents engaged in guerrilla tactics, it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Even if he were to vanquish all 11 of the golden figures one by one, as long as the 5 mage towers were able to regroup, he would ultimately face inevitable defeat. This was, of course, a prospect Nidhogg wished to avoid, and thus he disregarded all else and charged directly towards the remaining mage towers. Do not obstruct me. It suits my intentions perfectly. Will you stand in my way? In such a blatant confrontation, I am eager to witness how long you can endure. In truth, under these circumstances, the opponents were indeed compelled to respond. Even within the ranks of the golden tier, their assaults were formidable and fierce, with 8 of them launching direct attacks against him. their colossal forms exceeding 50 meters in length and the sheer volume of their battle aura, magnified by tenfold at the pinnacle of the golden tier, coupled with enhancements from innate magical prowess, rendered it exceedingly difficult for any significant damage to be inflicted upon him in a short span of time, even if he merely stood his ground. Thus, 8 of them instinctively chose to take to the air, while the remaining 3 directed their attacks at his limbs. However, the enhanced elemental resonance could be employed not only to suppress magic but also to construct it. In the mere span of a breath, numerous colossal golden thunderbolts manifested in the void surrounding Nidhogg, countering the overwhelming disparity in strength against their assault. Despite facing 11 adversaries and not consolidating all its might, the intensity of its attack remained strikingly comparable. In the next moment, the black dragon collided thunderously with the mage tower, utterly demolishing the second edifice. Chapter 59. A difficult struggle. The second mage tower crumbled with a resounding crash. However, this destruction came at a cost. The dragon's immense wingspan, exceeding 50 meters, and its equally lengthy body bore deep scars. Nevertheless, this sacrifice proved worthwhile as the magical defenses it had erected mitigated the initial onslaught, redirecting the force, though still troublesome. It was not insurmountable. With the loss of yet another mage tower, the monumental magical energy, which had been steadily accumulating, began to fluctuate violently and even started to dissipate. It was at this juncture that the black dragon launched a relentless counterattack. The dragon crystal trembled wildly, responding to its will as the magical energy, which should have been under the mage tower's dominion, was seized from its control. The atmosphere transformed into a tempest, flames ignited in the air, and countless golden thunderbolts emerged from the void, radiating in all directions. If it was impossible to accurately anticipate the opponent's movements, it was far more effective to envelop the surrounding space within the reach of its assault. This was the crushing effect brought about by the disparity in power. In the next moment, the colossal black dragon suddenly opened its jaws, unleashing a searing stream of pure white flame that engulfed one of the golden beings, while simultaneously shaking its neck to strike down the other 2. Thus, the 3 golden entities met their demise. Faced with such a devastating outcome, the remaining 9 golden beings instinctively evaded, while Nidhogg seized this opportunity to descend upon the third mage tower. The immense magical energy that had once been gathered was now dissipating rapidly, with a significant portion already lost. And the pace of this disintegration was accelerating at an alarming rate, exceeding the control limits of the mage tower. This was a deliberate effort to hasten the process. Even with only 4 mage towers remaining, and despite their individual operations, the combined magical energy they could muster far surpassed Nidhogg's own power. He could not allow them the chance to regroup. The tempest of magic surged toward him. Yet Nidhogg withstood it with his formidable bulk as the third mage tower shattered abruptly. The black dragon let out a thunderous roar. Its overwhelming draconic might dispersing amidst the storm, yet it did nothing to deter the resolve of the remaining 9 golden beings as they pressed forward. The exhilaration of battle surged through Nidhogg's nerves, for he understood that after such fervor comes inevitable despondency. Even for him, the relentless combat and continual injuries were a considerable burden, yet in this moment, they were overshadowed by his exhilaration. He had to seize this chance to hasten his pace, determined to obliterate and slay them all, one by one. As another mage tower crumbled, the unleashed magical energies, perceived through the resonance of the dragon crystal and the force of will, began to coalesce, undergoing a subtle transformation, viscous, ashen, devoid of vitality, and steeped in death. This was the genesis of negative energy, the very foundation of necromantic magic. At this precise moment, under Nidhogg's orchestration, these energies proliferated, amassed, transmuted, and solidified, surging towards the 9 golden figures. It was a high-level necromantic spell, a 7th-circle death chain. Yet, owing to Nidhogg's intensely resonant elemental harmony and the immense power channeled into it, this spell, originally of the 7th circle, nearly grazed the domain of the 8th circle in terms of potency and scope. This was the realm of large-scale military magic. Even the golden figures would inevitably be affected by such an assault. Then, another draconic exhalation erupted from its maw. Another golden figure fell. However, Nidhogg did not relax. Instead, its apprehension heightened. In its perception, the previously amassed, overwhelming magical energy had dissipated significantly, akin to an ocean shrinking into a lake. While this implied a substantial reduction in power and potential threat, it also signified a drastic decrease in the difficulty of manipulation, enabling a rapid increase in the speed of incantation. Indeed, several potent spells were on the verge of materializing within its awareness. At this juncture, It was still 600 meters from the nearest mage tower. It surged forward, opened its maw, and unleashed another torrent of breath. The searing white breath of the dragon traversed 100 meters, crashing down upon the mage tower, obliterating half of its structure and leading to its eventual collapse under subsequent assaults. At this moment, the remaining 2 mage towers had completed their preparations and unleashed their spells upon the battered and formidable body of Nidhogg. The spells of corrosion, weight, and decay, though not direct offensive magic, were insidious negative enchantments. Yet, bolstered by the might of the mage towers, even Nidhogg found them arduous to endure. Its body grew heavy, reactions dulled, and a fog clouded its mind. Even its perception of the elements felt obscured, leaving it to struggle to manipulate the vast reserves of its own battle chi, which churned incessantly, urging both its spirit and flesh to combat the encroaching magical decay. With great effort, it sought to regain its focus, abruptly unfurling its wings and soaring toward the 5th mage tower. Attacks from 8 golden tier warriors rained down relentlessly upon its form, yet in that moment, Nidhogg could scarcely afford to acknowledge them. It endured passively, akin to a meteor plummeting towards the ground, crashing towards the 5th mage tower. As the tower crumbled, the colossal black dragon fell to the earth, crushing nearby structures beneath its weight. Its golden slit-like eyes rose to survey the final mage tower as another wave of negative magic surged forth. Yet simultaneously, the dragon crystal, battle chi, and elemental forces resonated once more, forming a magical barrier. Though the existing magical effects upon its body were difficult to dispel, they could dissipate the oncoming spells, providing a defense against the adversary's magical onslaught. Scales flaked off from its body, and blood gushed forth in small torrents. The last mage tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. At this moment, Nidhogg was likewise battered and bruised. Even the simple act of flying had become a formidable challenge. Yet, it still faced 8 adversaries of golden caliber. Chapter 60. The City Massacre. Nidhogg was gravely wounded, experiencing significant depletion both mentally and physically, utterly fatigued. On its colossal frame, exceeding 50 meters in length, many scales had already shed, revealing the crimson flesh beneath, marred by a multitude of wounds inflicted by various assaults. At this moment, it could scarcely muster the energy to mend these injuries. Originally possessing an immense reservoir of fighting spirit exceeding 40 golden peaks, only a mere fraction remained, equivalent to less than 4 peaks of golden fighting spirit. To humanity, this might be deemed vast and boundless. However, for a behemoth like Nidhogg, it could only be labeled as feeble. Amidst the relentless high-frequency resonance, both its spirit and dragon crystal bore tremendous burdens, leading to considerable pressure and exhaustion. At this juncture, of the 8 golden warriors, the one closest to it could reach its side in approximately 3 breaths. Thus, even with its residual strength, it could not afford to heal itself. It merely managed the bare minimum, contracting its muscles, sealing its blood vessels, and staunching the flow of blood. Then the first golden figure arrived, followed by the second, their surging auras striking against its formidable form. One after another, they attacked, culminating with the arrival of the 8th. The colossal black dragon shook its head, struggling to rise, yet seemingly unable to muster sufficient strength, passively enduring the onslaught like a stationary target. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. By the 6th breath, even with Nidhogg's immense and robust physique, enduring the relentless assaults from the 8 golden figures for 6 breaths had wrought significant consequences. Its gigantic wings were shattered, and the deepest wound on its body revealed glimpses of its innards. Likewise, the 8 golden figures had expended considerable energy in this endeavor. Thus, the counterattack began. Nidhogg was on the verge of bursting. This is not merely a descriptor, but a literal depiction of the gathered fury, the dragon's crystal quaking, its heart pounding forcefully. Mastery over its increasingly intricate transformation spells allowed it to metamorphose once more, resulting in a sudden quintuple increase in blood pressure. 500. What a profound concept. Originally, Nidhogg's blood pressure, necessary to sustain its colossal frame of over 50 meters in length, had already surpassed the limits most creatures could endure. Even a single golden figure would find their veins at risk of bursting under such pressure. Now, under the intriguing control of Nidhogg, an immense pressure has been amplified 5-fold. Devoid of any elemental fluctuations or leakage of fighting spirit, as everything is concealed within the dragon's colossal form, shrouded by its dense flesh. A multitude of blood arrows, as thick as a finger, suddenly erupted with swiftness and sharpness surpassing that of crossbow bolts, enveloping the 8 golden figures engaged in battle. The varying thickness of these arrows is also a testament to Nidhogg's covert manipulation. The thinner the blood vessel, the more potent the force unleashed, albeit accompanied by greater fragility. Were it not for the dragon's innate magical enhancements and Nidhogg's fighting spirit, which has ascended to the pinnacle of gold, such an effect would likely be unattainable. Consequently, among the 8 golden figures, 3 were pierced and gravely wounded, 2 sustained injuries, while the remaining 3, exercising caution and conserving their strength, merely experienced the impact. Undoubtedly, this sudden, rapid, effective, and considerably threatening assault compelled them to halt their movements. Nidhogg then turned its head, opened its maw, and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath, once more engulfing the 3 golden figures in a lethal strike. Among them, 1 emerged unscathed, while 2 bore injuries. In other words, at this juncture, Nidhogg still faced 5 golden adversaries, 2 of whom had revealed their approximate combat capabilities, while the remaining 3 had been pierced in various places by its blood arrows. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 golden beings simultaneously launched their assault, fully aware that retreat and evasion would not resolve their predicament. The most effective course of action lay in confronting the challenge head-on. Nidhogg had never entertained the notion that they would flee. Its extensive combat experience taught it not to underestimate its adversaries as foolish or timid. More often than not, they proved to be far more astute and resolute, particularly when faced with humans. Thus, from the very outset, Nidhogg had been preparing to unleash its magic. Concurrently, the relentless attacks from the Golden Tier continued to rain upon its formidable form. At this juncture, it became a contest of sheer will, efficiency, and the passage of time, determining whether its foes would vanquish it first or if it would successfully cast its spell. The dragon crystal trembled slightly, its vocal cords vibrating in a rhythmic pulse. The once diminished magical energy, depleted due to the loss of 6 magical towers, began to coalesce anew, as elements reformed and magical energy reshaped itself into a dense negative energy. This foundation of necromantic magic, renowned as the nemesis of all life, took the form of a 7th-tier high-level spell, the Cloud of Death. While its power was not overwhelming and its speed was not swift, in this moment, no other spell was more fitting. 4. Bereft of the immense magical energy once harnessed from the mage towers, this spell's potency could nearly reach the 8th tier. Its very essence posed a threat and inflicted harm upon the golden beings, not to mention the profound negative energy environment it created, which further enhanced the efficacy of the necromantic magic. Originally, it was merely an intangible and formless negative energy, proliferating incessantly and transforming the remnants of potent magical energy into a new form of malevolence. As the concentration steadily escalated, the surrounding environment gradually became shrouded in a veil of gray. Even the most formidable warriors of the Golden Tier found their stamina, fighting spirit, and mental acuity severely depleted amidst such relentless and intense combat. Under these circumstances, it became increasingly arduous to withstand the encroaching tide of negative energy. Yet, retreat was not an option. They were resolute in their determination to vanquish the perilous dragon before reaching their limits. This epitomizes the indomitable spirit of Golden Tier warriors. Then, they perished, their souls howling in anguish. The advanced magic of necromancy, the spiritual tempest, while the latter is purely elemental. The former relies heavily on the infusion of abundant negative energy. Only by harnessing this uniquely malevolent essence could one temporarily project their entire consciousness outward, launching an assault that erodes the adversary's flesh and assails their soul with mental shockwaves. Typically, such an attack results in either death or grievous injury, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Naturally, the caster also endures significant backlash, along with the corrosive effects of negative energy upon their own physique, though they invariably suffer to a lesser extent than their target. Particularly for Nidhogg, this magic offers an innate advantage. Its colossal form, exceeding 50 meters in length, endows it with remarkable resistance to negative energy. The dual supremacy of warrior and spellcaster, coupled with the unique attributes bestowed by rebirth and the inherent advantages of the dragon lineage, renders its soul vastly superior to that of any human of comparable standing. Even when faced with adversaries beyond the Golden Tier, only through combat can one ascertain the true extent of their prowess. With a single strike, the 5 golden warriors, already in a state of disrepair, fell lifeless to the ground, while it, too, suffered a tremendous impact. Yet, for it, this was merely a fleeting inconvenience, as it had other matters to attend to. In the theater of war, the most effective magic to influence the warring armies, in the eyes of Nidhogg, was of the lightning element. However, the most convenient and expedient means of slaughtering numerous weaker foes was undoubtedly necromancy. Nidhogg unfurled its wings, and this time, Unencumbered by the need to confront an enemy, it could slowly attune itself to the resonance of the elements, hastening the formation and spread of negative energy. Watching as the world before it gradually turned to a somber gray. In just half a day's time, the entire inner city would transform into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 61. Troubles as more than half of the Empire's military might concentrated in the border provinces to confront the invading horde of orcs. A solitary black dragon launched a daring assault on the capital of the Empire, demonstrating an astonishing power that could only be described as formidable, even for a dragon. It obliterated 6 mage towers that had suppressed the capital for centuries, along with the 6 golden tier spellcasters, over 30 silver tier spellcasters, and 12 golden level warriors, all of whom perished in the onslaught. Subsequently, the immense magical energy originally drawn from the 6 mage towers was entirely transformed into negative energy, enveloping the entire inner city in a shroud of death. More than 500 court nobles, territorial lords, scholars, and over 2,000 various subjects, including the Imperial Emperor and his retinue, along with dozens of silver-ranked warriors stationed as guards, were nearly annihilated. Even among the more than 30,000 residents of the inner city, over half met their demise. This was a tragedy unprecedented in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Empire, as the entirety of the central administrative system was engulfed in flames by the ferocious and unfathomable assault of this black dragon. Within less than 10 days, this news reverberated across the vast expanse of the Empire, shaking all 21 provinces to their core. While the name of Nidhogg ascended to prominence throughout the human realm and beyond, echoing across the continent and etching itself into history, the orc army was similarly stirred. Their morale, previously dampened by sluggish progress, surged as their aggression towards humanity intensified. Even within the vast territories of the Empire, instability began to loom. However, 3 days later, the Bronze Sword Saint felled the Orc King, a being of golden stature, on the battlefield, reversing the tide of war. Seizing the opportunity, the human forces launched a counteroffensive, resulting in a resounding defeat for the orcs, who were compelled to retreat 100 miles under the leadership of the great shaman, the Bronze Sword Saint. Having decisively vanquished the orc hordes and asserted his dominance as the newly appointed foremost figure of the continent, proclaimed the second prince of the Empire as the new emperor. The Empire's guardian knights and the esteemed mages also issued statements in support of this declaration. With the endorsement of these 3 pinnacle champions, the previously tumultuous atmosphere within the Empire experienced a remarkable shift, leading various factions to momentarily lower their banners and cease hostilities, at least on the surface. Subsequently, a bounty was announced for the capture of the Black Dragon. Although labeled as a pursuit, the sheer magnitude of power displayed by the creature suggested that even the combined strength of an entire province would likely prove insufficient to confront it. Ultimately, the Empire would primarily rely on the prowess of the 3 supreme warriors. However, the Bronze Sword Saint had no intention of depending on them to confront the Black Dragon. Rather, he sought their assistance for reconnaissance on the dragon's whereabouts. The dragon, Nidhogg, was gravely injured from the magical assaults of 6 mage towers, the onslaught of golden tier warriors, and the encroachment of negative energy. It was indeed on the brink of death, severely wounded and battered. In a desperate act of survival, the Black Dragon resorted to a transformation spell, shifting into a humanoid form. During this metamorphosis, it managed to mend the physical injuries it had sustained. However, the toll on its power and mental fortitude was unavoidable, compounded by the strenuous effort of casting the transformation spell while in a critically injured state. Nevertheless, this sacrifice was deemed worthwhile in exchange for the restoration of its corporeal integrity. He departed from the imperial capital before the pervasive tide of negative energy could fully engulf the realm, journeying towards the direction of Alaska. Undoubtedly, humanity's capacity for action and mobility pales in comparison to the formidable state of the dragons. However, their advantage lies in their ability to remain concealed and undetected. Of paramount importance is the fact that with the orc invasion, the capital of the Empire has been ravaged, resulting in a once orderly environment succumbing to chaos. A multitude of people have fled from the northern borders of the Empire, besieged by the orc onslaught, while others have migrated from the vicinity of the capital, following in the wake of Nidhogg's movements. This upheaval has greatly facilitated Nidhogg's endeavors, allowing it to better shroud itself. Nevertheless, such circumstances have undeniably precipitated a breakdown of public order, giving rise to rampant banditry, theft, and other crimes. Yet, the power of one nearing the pinnacle of the silver tier is sufficient to ensure Nidhogg's safety during its travels. The only dilemma lies in the original plan. Nidhogg intended to swiftly recuperate from its injuries upon emergence and subsequently wreak havoc throughout the empire, dismantling its rule. With its current strength, unless it encounters a peak powerhouse exceeding the golden tier or falls victim to a premeditated ambush involving a significant assembly of human forces, it can be asserted that nothing would impede its advance, not even the capital of this nation, which has already succumbed to its devastation. Moreover, the onslaught of the Orc clan rages on with fervor. Indeed, even so, it cannot be said that there are no places that could pose a threat to it. For instance, the birthplace of the human church, which established the very first church in human history, laying the foundation of human civilization. And where the first saint articulated the principles of measurement is the sacred mountain where he delivered his first sermon. This place is now known as Nidhogg, a realm it dares not tread upon. However, such locations are undoubtedly rare throughout the entire world of humanity. For Nidhogg today, it can be said that the vast expanse of the world allows for its unrestrained movement, provided that it can restore its injuries. Yet, currently, it struggles to do so. More precisely, it cannot even identify the nature of its wounds. After transforming into a human, its physical condition appears impeccable, yet its strength is at a nadir, and its spirit is equally exhausted. Otherwise, having taken on a human form, it ought to possess at least the physical qualities of a golden tier being, rather than languishing in a state of perpetual fatigue. Moreover, neither rest nor sleep has brought any alleviation to its current condition, as its corporeal form remains intact. In truth, during its transformation into a human, Nidhogg was already exerting itself beyond its limits. At that time, its energy expenditure was immense. Had it not been for a fortuitous coincidence and repeated practice, which made transformation one of its most familiar spells, it might have utterly failed to cast it. Even so, the success was achieved with considerable strain. The human form seems to have little influence over the draconic form. Presently, it lacks the requisite strength to once again perform the transformation spell. However, for Nidhogg in the 62nd chapter, the disappointing silver, while contemplating the predicament it faces, it realizes that it has never truly comprehended the essence of shapeshifting. In fact, this awareness had dawned upon it long ago. Yet, the question remains, what can be done? Even with this realization, it finds itself at a loss for how to begin addressing this issue. Prior to its rebirth, it had engaged in extensive research on the matter, yielding but a singular result, a formula delineating how its former self corresponded to its transformed existence. It is through this formula that it managed to make minor modifications to the shape-shifting technique and even mend its corporeal form. However, this represents the entirety of its accomplishments. If one were to categorize the principles of shape-shifting into 10 segments, Nidhogg's understanding would scarcely amount to 3, perhaps even only 2. Now, it must delve deeper into contemplation to resolve its current dilemma or, at the very least, discern the nature of its troubles. Presently, Nidhogg can ascertain one crucial point. It remains in a state of severe impairment. After transforming into a human, its dragon form, despite being injured, appears unchanged, as if its wounds are sealed within that state of devastation. Consequently, even in its humanoid form, it finds itself in a trough, its fighting spirit, mental state, and physical condition all languishing in decline, merely managing to sustain its silver tier output near its zenith, and that only under full exertion. It is, however, the relentless burden of mental fatigue that continuously plagues it. In most instances, Nidhogg can only maintain a low-end output within the silver tier. Most critically, this mental exhaustion hampers its ability to sustain prolonged focus and respond swiftly to external changes, a perilous predicament in the heat of battle. This implies that even when confronting lesser beings, the likelihood of being countered remains significant. The carriage rumbled along as Nidhogg sat drowsily in the jostling vehicle. A consequence of its condition, on one hand, mental fatigue loomed, while on the other, sleep eluded it. For a slumbering dragon, this is an almost insurmountable dilemma, highlighting the severity of Nidhogg's present situation. Nevertheless, it believed that a solution would eventually present itself. Abruptly, the carriage came to a halt, and Nidhogg struggled to emerge from the abyss of weariness, inquiring, "What is it?" Originally, its intention was to hasten towards Alaska, confident in its strength to exact ruin upon the nation that had once betrayed it. Yet now, upon realizing its abnormal state, Nidhogg had naturally altered its objective. The foremost priority was evidently to rectify its condition and restore its health. Regrettably, it had yet to conceive a method or even a direction to pursue. In such circumstances, the foremost priority is to conceal one's presence and ensure personal safety. Whether through deep contemplation, meditation, or slumber, None of these methods can yield results in this context, for the depletion of energy does not stem from the aftermath of battle. Rather, it has been limited from the outset, both in spirit and strength. My lord, there are enemies outside. Nidhogg descended from the carriage, whereupon the original path was obstructed by 3 men, all evidently of high silver rank. Robbery. I surrender. The simplicity and directness of his declaration left both parties momentarily stunned, redirecting a significant portion of their focus onto Nidhogg. However, for the Black Dragon, this was a rather ordinary occurrence. He bore no relation to these humans and merely sought a moment's respite with their carriage. Had he been confronted by a handful of bronze-ranked humans or engaged in a favorable skirmish, he would not hesitate to exert some of his own power. Yet, in this present situation, he felt it prudent to refrain. Even in his diminished state, facing a single human would prove challenging, let alone 3. Should a confrontation ensue? Who could predict the outcome? What if, driven by malice, a nefarious dragon were to obliterate the imperial capital of humanity, resulting in the death of countless souls, only to unexpectedly find himself defending a small group of humans amidst a battle against several silver ranks? That would indeed be absurd. Nidhogg has always been acutely aware of his desires. Along the journey ahead, Nidhogg encountered numerous similar situations, and on most occasions, it straightforwardly chose to surrender. Only on rare occasions, when faced with adversaries it felt confident against, did it unhesitatingly display its might. In doing so, it sought to gauge its own mental and physical state, pondering potential solutions to its current predicaments. This led to a negative consequence. Over time, the glances cast upon it by the members of the party began to shift, for those who had attained the silver rank were undeniably characterized by their unwavering resolve. A creature like Nidhogg, which only thrived in favorable conditions and seemed oblivious to this fact, was indeed a rarity in their eyes. Nevertheless, the dragon in human form paid little heed to human opinions. In truth, apart from essential needs, it spent most of its days within the confines of the wagon, deeply engrossed in devising strategies to overcome its present challenges. Moreover, it was soon to part ways with this caravan, not due to an overt escalation of their disdain towards it. A silver, even one merely existing in their midst, could offer considerable protection and a sense of security to such a large group. However, due to long-standing disappointment in Nidhogg's demeanor, these humans made few requests, with many secretly wishing for its swift departure. Yet for Nidhogg, this was precisely as it desired. Chapter 63. Threads. A middle-aged man, having crossed the threshold of 30, stood atop a lofty staircase. Beneath him gathered a diverse assembly of nobles, lords, scholars, mages, warriors, and bureaucrats from distant lands. This was a vision he had long cherished, a dream he believed would remain elusive for at least 3 decades. His father was in the prime of his life, and the adversary who had attained the rank of silver still had 30 years ahead of him. Moreover, overshadowing him was an elder brother, a figure esteemed by mages, nobility, scholars, and officials alike for his dedication to academia. Yet now, they were all gone. His father, his brother, his younger sibling, along with countless bureaucrats, scholars, court nobles, and nearly 100 silver-ranked warriors, indeed, more than thrice that number of bronze-ranked fighters, were all deceased. When that terrifying dragon descended upon the imperial capital with an irresistible force, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the 6 mage towers and 11 gold-ranked mages, it triggered a relentless surge of destructive energy. It is safe to say that most of the populace sought refuge underground, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the conflict, hoping to emerge only after the dragon had either perished or retreated. However, no one could have anticipated that this dragon wielded necromantic magic. Logically, such creatures were expected to command elemental forces, perhaps augmented by higher-tier transmutation spells. Even for a dragon, channeling the potency of its magic through the thick earth to reach the depths below would prove exceedingly challenging. Among all elements, earth possesses the least vitality, making it arduous even for a dragon to exert a significant influence. However, no one could have anticipated that the colossal dragon would harness the residual magical energy of necromancy, which had yet to dissipate entirely. This provided the dragon with a natural advantage for its spellcasting. The accumulated negative energy, denser than the very air we breathe, proliferated rapidly under the shroud of countless magical energies, simultaneously descending towards the ground, completely enveloping the exhaust vents that once facilitated the exchange of air with the earth, slowly seeping down beneath the surface. When the first life was extinguished, panic ensued, and people began to flee towards the ground. Yet, at that moment, the passageways were already saturated with an oppressive negative energy, so thick that its hue was discernible. Upon reaching the surface, they were met with the ominous cloud of death that enveloped the entire inner city. Ultimately, fewer than 100 souls managed to escape. While the church would require nearly 2 months to muster sufficient personnel to eradicate all traces of the negative energy, the rebuilding process would demand at least 6 months of toil. In response, the newly instated emperor made the decision to relocate the capital. Yet, this was merely a preliminary measure, the young emperor pondered, as the orc forces continued to resist desperately. After the death of their king, defeat was inevitable. However, compared to this doomed faction, the dragon posed an even greater threat, like a bone lodged in one's throat or a thorn in one's flesh. Its power was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary golden dragons, combined with an extraordinary agility. Should the 3 peak warriors be absent, and the enemy launch a surprise attack during that moment, survival would be nearly impossible, much like what befell his father and brothers. Moreover, what proves to be most troublesome is that the opposing party has yet to reveal any trace of their presence. Although speculation suggests they may have sustained significant injuries during the battle that ravaged the imperial capital, no one dares to ascertain the veracity of such conjectures without tangible evidence. At this juncture, the newly appointed emperor of the empire is indeed plagued by unease, in the absence of any sighting of the adversary. Both ambushes and negotiations remain futile endeavors. Before him lies nothing but an expanse of emptiness and fog, unbeknownst to the emperor, as he frets and grows anxious. The very entity he fears is reveling in a lively tavern situated in the southern provinces of the empire, thousands of miles away. Have you heard? The new king has ascended the throne. It is said that the army of the beastmen has withdrawn. Rumor has it that the empire plans to relocate its capital, for the devastation and pollution wrought by that accursed dragon are far too severe. Within the tavern, Nidhogg sits alone, sipping his drink while discerning the vital information he requires amid the cacophony of voices. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since the battle in the imperial capital, and he has finally distanced himself from the turmoil of the north. Yet, in this span of time, he has been unable to achieve any significant breakthroughs. The only 2 theoretical avenues he can conceive are to fully deconstruct the principles of transformation magic. If he can accomplish this, he will undoubtedly uncover the source of the problem and the means to rectify it. Alternatively, he could aspire to elevate his mental magic to a higher realm. Despite the changes in his physical form, Nidhogg's mind has remained unaffected by any mutation. The anthropomorphized dragon faintly perceives that the opportunity between the two might aid in addressing its current predicaments. However, regardless of the choice, it remains a formidable challenge. In contrast to the former, which lacks any semblance of clarity, the latter may still offer a means to seek assistance among humans. For there exists a considerable number of individuals who diligently study the arcane art of mental magic. Chapter 64, Laplace. The unparalleled master who has ascended to the zenith of mental magic in the contemporary world is said to possess a gaze that can elevate one to celestial heights or plunge one into the abyss. Even those of golden caliber cannot withstand the might of his mental sorcery. If one were to compile a list of those who, while still within the ranks of golden strength, transcend the ordinary, Laplace would undoubtedly be among the foremost. He is also the mentor sought by Nidhogg. If there exists anyone capable of facilitating swift and effective advancement in the realm of mental magic, it would assuredly be him. While there may be hidden masters of mental magic within the human realm, Nidhogg recognizes that the only mentor with lenient conditions willing to generously offer guidance is Laplace. Regardless of who wishes to become his disciple, seek his counsel, or request his aid, they must first endure the trials he sets forth, conquering the illusions he conjures with unparalleled resolve. As the great mage once articulated, often, sufficient willpower does not guarantee success. However, the absence of adequate determination significantly increases the likelihood of failure. Before me stands the illustrious master of mental magic, renowned throughout the southeastern regions of the empire, who has previously been invited to meet with the former emperor and engaged in discourse with the imperial knight Kelvin, as well as that enigmatic great mage shrouded in shadows. You are the 24th visitor to seek my audience today, the seemingly benevolent old man with a white beard declared. His visage bore the deep wrinkles etched by the passage of time, while his eyes, strikingly memorable, conveyed an innocent purity untouched by worldly affairs, juxtaposed with the profound weariness of a life well lived. You are aware of my customs, I presume? He inquired further. I am aware, replied the dragon in humanoid form, weariness evident upon his countenance. Each day, numerous individuals traverse great distances to pay homage to this legendary figure. Yet, among them, Half will meet a tragic demise within the illusions conjured by this master of mental magic, while 1/3 of the survivors will suffer a mental collapse. And another third will bear lasting psychological scars, unable to liberate themselves for the remainder of their lives. This is precisely why the number of those who come here daily to seek the counsel of this master of mental magic rarely exceeds a mere handful, and on some days may dwindle to none at all. Recently, it has become evident that we are experiencing a peak period, a consequence of the Orc invasion. Many individuals yearn for power to exact vengeance upon the Orcish race, and those who successfully navigate the trials often undergo both mental endurance and breakthroughs, resulting in significant growth and strength. While there may be occasions when 2 or 3 individuals meet the criteria in a single day, more often than not, an entire year might pass without a single success. In a previous life, Nidhogg had encountered this elder as a dragon confronting an enemy, yet in this existence, he stands as the one who accepts challengers. Their gazes locked, Nidhogg found himself staring deeply into the elder's eyes. An unbroken exchange that stretched on until a slight ache began to permeate his own. He blinked, and upon closing his eyelids, he felt an unsettling absence. They would not open again. It was not merely his eyes, but his entire being seemed to vanish, as if those organs had never existed. The world dissolved into utter darkness. No, it was not just his vision, but a profound emptiness enveloped his entire body, an extreme void, an abyss of blackness. Within this profound nothingness, only I remained, existing alone. At the moment of death, Nidhogg appeared to perish once more, only to claw his way back from the depths of the abyss. In a world that was once devoid of all, he suddenly felt the pulse of his own existence. The black dragon unfurled his wings anew within the pitch-black void, soaring and roaring with renewed vigor. At this moment, Nidhogg felt around it a darkness darker than the abyss itself, a pitch-black chasm that spanned the heavens and the earth, with it trapped within. This was the immense void in its heart, an unhealable wound. In that instant, it also realized the surrounding temperature was astoundingly high. The world it inhabited inflicted upon it excruciating pain, akin to transparent flames consuming everything in their path. This was the eternal blaze within the void, an unquenchable fire yearning to annihilate all, to obliterate everything, to return the world to a state of nothingness. Yet, amidst this fade of darkness, the only presence felt was its own, even to the extent of wishing to extinguish itself. However, the unfulfilled desire for revenge kept it from succumbing to death. As 2 diametrically opposed emotions clashed violently within its chest, intensifying the torment of the black dragon. In this crucible of anguish, it struggled repeatedly, year after year, decade after decade, century after century, even millennium upon millennium. At long last, Nidhogg opened its eyes once more, finding itself in the same place, before the same grand sorcerer, with everything unchanged. At that very moment, the elderly figure across from it regarded Nidhogg with astonishment. "You have taken me by surprise, young one. I have encountered many tormented souls, consumed by hatred and suffering, yet I have never witnessed anyone harboring such an intense and extreme hatred, pain, and resentment, reminiscent of the flames of hell, enduring for millennia, never to be extinguished. You have passed my trial." The renowned archmage, whose fame has spread throughout the entire empire, continued, "Speak. What assistance do you seek? I am capable of aiding you with matters of modest scale. You must be aware of my stipulations. Opportunities are limited to a single occasion, and I shall unequivocally decline any requests that exceed my capabilities. I wish to accompany you and immerse myself in the study of spiritual magic until I attain a higher realm," Nidhogg articulated. Laplacius gazed at the individual before him with astonishment, seemingly taken aback by such a request. "Of course, I can grant your wish, but it shall not extend beyond your breakthrough. You will have a maximum of 3 years. Regardless of whether you achieve your goals, you must depart at that time. I have no interest in allowing others to linger by my side for too long. That is sufficient. I am immensely grateful." Chapter 65. Spiritual Magic. What is the essence of the spirit? In what form does it exist? How does it interconnect and interact with the physical body? Emotions, knowledge, memories. How do these amalgamate and relate to the spirit? Do you believe I intend to share these contemplations with you? No. What I wish to convey is that these inquiries only occupied my thoughts when I first embarked on my journey of learning spiritual magic. Once I reached a certain level of understanding, I ceased to ponder such matters. Laplacius replied to the man before him. The essence of spirit is, in fact, one of the most ephemeral and elusive phenomena in existence. It is so enigmatic and intangible that even its very existence has become a matter of debate. In the realm of magical studies, there exists a school of thought that tirelessly seeks to prove that what we term as spirit is, in reality, non-existent. That all is merely a consequence of the interplay of elements and matter, devoid of any transcendent essence, given its inherently elusive and formless nature. How can we possibly deduce and substantiate it through principles derived from the tangible? Such an endeavor is akin to attempting to grasp the moon reflected in water. From the outset, the objective and direction are fundamentally flawed. Therefore, I wish to impart to you that the initial step in learning the art of spirit magic is not to ponder, but to feel, not to question the why, but to simply immerse yourself in the sensations of this world, flora and fauna. The sky and earth, appreciating the natural world and the myriad experiences bestowed upon you by all living beings. Do not concern yourself with how to proceed, nor doubt your ability to succeed. Release the constraints you impose upon yourself and act with immediacy. This constitutes the first lesson I aim to teach you. The teachings and explanations of Laplace indeed opened a new door for Nidhogg, for one who has always approached the exploration, study, and research of this world with the mindset of a professional mage. The notion of ascending the path to power through an irrational attitude and illogical means was an unprecedented concept. More precisely, its rational mind insisted that such a method was fundamentally flawed. Anyone who endeavored to ascend the path to power in this manner would likely face self-destruction as a consequence of their misguided approach. In truth, upon first encountering this theory, Nidhogg's thoughts did not revolve around accepting it or pondering its validity. Instead, it immediately questioned whether Laplace was attempting to deceive it with a spurious theory. However, reflecting on the circumstances faced in its past life, Nidhogg found itself contemplating the possibility that the other party might actually be telling the truth, despite the considerable risks involved. The fact that the other had achieved such accomplishments in mental magic served as the most profound testament to their theory. Ultimately, what mattered most was that Nidhogg desperately needed to make a breakthrough in mental magic, hoping it would offer some assistance in overcoming its current predicament. Otherwise, it would merely disregard this new perspective and continue its solitary path of practice. Yet, under the present circumstances, such a course of action was no longer viable. Do not dwell on it. This matter may seem straightforward, yet for Nidhogg, who has long been entrenched in the habits of a sorcerer, it proves to be quite a formidable challenge. The deeply ingrained nature is not easily altered, let alone shaken. Merely taking the first step of attempting to relinquish thought took him 3 months to achieve, and it required a full 6 months to finally meet Laplace's expectations, marking a preliminary shift in his cognitive approach. Do you know what the primary element, or characteristic, of mental magic is? This is the second lesson that Laplace imparts to Nidhogg. It is perception. It is not only about sensing the elements and magical energies that permeate the world, as a sorcerer would, but also about learning to perceive the spirits of other beings. You have already made considerable progress in your studies of mental magic. What remains is simply to elevate your mode of perception and shift your focus. Do not fixate on the omnipresent elements and the overwhelming magical energies. I concede that they too harbor endless mysteries. However, the path you have chosen is one of the mind, and the magic you pursue is mental magic. Therefore, what you need to concentrate on and perceive are the spirits of other beings. Only by relying on them and delving into their essence can you deepen your understanding in the realm of the mind. You must remember that the essence of spiritual magic lies not in the magnitude of the power one can wield, but in the mastery of one's inner self. To achieve this, one can only engage in comparison and communication with others. This is also the reason you are inclined to offer assistance to those who can endure your trials, Nidhogg inquired. Indeed, the aid I provide requires little sacrifice on my part, yet it draws countless individuals to me. By crafting illusions and conducting trials, I am able to touch their spirits and perceive their true natures, allowing me to make further advancements in the realm of spiritual magic, replied Laplace with serene confidence. It is a mutually beneficial outcome. Nidhogg then began to attempt sensing and capturing the spirits of others, a task fraught with difficulty. His first subject was none other than Laplace, or more accurately, it was the latter who willingly unveiled his mind, enabling Nidhogg to effortlessly sense, capture, and read the profound, vast, and inclusive emotions within. Anyone who encounters this grand sorcerer would likely be moved by the breadth and depth of his spirit, as well as the expansive compassion it conveys. However, Nidhogg was acutely aware that this was merely one facet of the other. As Nidhogg continually engages with the minds of humanity, he has indeed made substantial progress in the realm of the spirit. The emotions, sensations, memories, and delusions of others, subjected to the myriad impacts and purifications from countless souls, have contributed to an increasingly stable psyche for Nidhogg, along with a deeper understanding of his own consciousness. Yet, concurrently, the influences from numerous individuals are gradually accumulating. Is this perhaps the reason for the fall of Laplace? When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. As you borrow the spirits and emotions of others to refine your own, you find yourself being transformed, bit by them. Nevertheless, for Nidhogg in his current state, there seems to be no alternative but to pursue this path for rapid breakthroughs. Moreover, it is crucial to note that before this influence accumulates to a significant extent, the 3-year mark has already arrived. For a once-reborn, humanoid dragon who has achieved remarkable feats in both martial and magical disciplines, 3 years is merely a fleeting moment. The spirits he has encountered thus far have not yet reached a level capable of enacting profound change. However, the esteemed Master Laplace, the foremost figure in the spiritual domain of my empire, may well be a different matter altogether. I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. This is my duty. The sect he founded has spread its tendrils across more than half of the empire's territory, with even followers residing within the imperial capital. Furthermore, his mastery of spiritual magic far surpasses what he currently demonstrates. In the previous life, when Nidhogg faced off against its adversaries alongside its companions, 3 of them met a tragic end. Even in the aftermath of its eventual victory, it was not solely through its own strength, but rather with the assistance of the Church. However, in this rebirth, Nidhogg harbored no lingering animosity towards this former foe, but rather sought to glean wisdom from them. In truth, Nidhogg was uncertain whether its true identity had been discovered, based on its prior knowledge of the adversary, even if the revelation had occurred. It doubted any action would be taken against it. Although risks remained, the pursuit of significant breakthroughs and advancements in a short span necessitated such perilous ventures. Chapter 66. Slumber. This setting unfolds in the mountainous region of the Southern Empire, where towering peaks stretch endlessly, cloaked in dense forests teeming with perilous insects, flora, and magical beasts. Here, 2 distinct groups of people exist: the Highlanders, who maintain relations with the Empire and acknowledge its dominion, and the forest dwellers, who don garments fashioned from vines, grasses, and leaves. To many residing in the imperial capital, these 2 groups are often perceived as little more than savages. At this very moment, Nidhogg finds itself in this locale, having spent nearly half a month here, searching for an appropriate venue for transformation. As it had anticipated, the advancement in its mental magic had once more granted it the aptitude to cast the polymorph spell. This indubitably substantiated one of its numerous conjectures, that when it had, in a battered state, exerted itself to cast polymorph and assume human form, though it appeared to have recovered, the injuries it had sustained were, in truth, still preserved in its dragon form. The implication of this was that, post-transformation, it was incapable of reverting. At that juncture, its power was simply insufficient to meet the demands of casting polymorph, and it was entirely incapable of mending its wounds. In such a predicament, one of the stratagems it conceived was to catalyze another breakthrough in its mental magic. In doing so, even if its condition remained unaltered, a more potent mental fortitude would undoubtedly augment the power it possessed to a greater degree, perhaps just enough to fulfill the requirements for casting polymorph. And now it appeared, this was indeed the case. However, such an exertion beyond its limits would invariably exacerbate its injuries. Even if it did not result in immediate demise, it could very well leave it on the verge of expiration. In such a state, should adversaries assail it, it would be in a perilous position. Moreover, given its colossal size, exceeding 50 meters, and its immeasurable draconic, remaining undetected in human-inhabited locales would prove exceedingly arduous. And considering its notorious feat of annihilating the capital of a human empire, were it to be discovered, it would likely face encirclement by various armies and formidable adversaries before it could recuperate. In such circumstances, after considering various factors, the most suitable region ultimately emerges as the mountainous terrain in the southern part of the empire. The towering peaks and dense forests can effectively conceal its massive form, while the innate majesty of the dragon exerts a formidable presence, capable of instilling fear in lesser beings and magical beasts alike. This not only ensures its safety, but also facilitates the procurement of ample sustenance. Moreover, it is of paramount importance that, despite the challenges posed by the myriad of wondrous yet perilous creatures inhabiting this land, some of which could pose a threat to gold, the dragon's inherent intimidation allows it to navigate these surroundings with far greater ease than any human could. After wandering for over half a month, It eventually discovered a suitable canyon nestled between two lofty mountain ranges, cloaked in lush vegetation. Subsequently, it dedicated nearly another fortnight to amassing a substantial stockpile of food. Moments later, the battle-scarred dragon revealed itself once more, hunger and exhaustion overwhelming its senses. It voraciously consumed the numerous carcasses of magical beasts it had previously prepared and eventually succumbed to an inescapable slumber. Sama lifted his gaze. Even as a wild man who had spent his life amidst the mountains, he recognized that these vast ranges harbored numerous dangers and uncertainties. The only realm he could truly consider safe and familiar was the woodland where his tribe resided. Sama's mission was to explore the depths of this jungle, seeking any formidable and perilous beasts or other dangers that might threaten her tribe. During her expedition, Sama stumbled upon an unusually tranquil canyon, a moment that plunged her into a state of hesitation. This sign undoubtedly heralded an extraordinary danger. However, considering the task bestowed upon her by her tribe, she ultimately chose to venture deeper, leaving behind a distinct mark of her tribe before entering. The flora thrived normally, yet within this jungle, an eerie silence prevailed. Absent were the sounds of animals, insects, or birds. Only profound stillness enveloped the area. At that moment, Sama deeply comprehended this unsettling quietude, for she too sensed an intangible dread. Her heart raced as she cautiously advanced, step by step, until she beheld a nightmarish creature of terrifying grandeur. Its massive form was cloaked in black scales, with a head the size of half a man. Enormous wings folded against its back, resembling a small hill. Its body rose and fell gently with each breath, while thick currents of air billowed from its nostrils. This was the most fearsome and colossal beast Sama had ever encountered in her life. She began to retreat slowly, terrified of disturbing the monstrous entity, and resolved that once she emerged, she would urgently warn her tribe to flee this region, lest they rouse the creature or, upon its awakening, find themselves unfortunate prey. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Nidhogg, this minor interlude would be but a fleeting moment. The injuries it sustained were grievous, requiring no less than half a year before it would awaken for the first time. Upon emerging from its deep slumber, its initial instinct would be to hunt. The prolonged dormancy and the arduous recovery rendered it acutely aware of its profound hunger. It was during this cycle of sleep, recuperation, and predation that whispers of the terrifying beast began to circulate among the woodland dwellers. Chapter 67. Confrontation. It has been 9 years since the Dragon-S assault and 8 years since the complete expulsion of the Orcish horde. Time has gradually dulled the once vivid memories of that cataclysmic event. In merely a handful of years, even the infamous Black Dragon, which had once laid waste to the imperial capital and sent tremors throughout the vast expanse of the empire, has been largely forgotten by the majority of its populace amidst the trivialities of daily life. Nevertheless, there remain those who have not forgotten, including the 3 most formidable champions of the empire and His Majesty the Emperor. Yet, for a span of 9 years, they have been unable to uncover the whereabouts of the Black Dragon. For Nidhogg, 3 years of training and 6 years of slumber and recovery have sufficed to mend its grievous wounds, restoring it to a state of formidable strength. Thus, the Black Dragon opened its eyes and unfurled its mighty wings from its slumber. Nidhogg now possessed ample confidence. Even without the restraint of the Orcish kin, it could face the entirety of the human empire head-on. While it may still lack the power to utterly annihilate the human realm, the adversaries would similarly find it challenging to bring about its demise, and that was more than sufficient. With a majestic display, it unfurled its colossal wings, nearly 60 meters in span, soaring from the depths of the canyon. A formidable aura radiated from its being, expanding as it ascended, enveloping the entire gorge in its mighty presence. As it traversed the skies, all creatures inhabiting the areas it passed through trembled in fear, be they magical beasts or humans. It is important to note that within the lineage of dragons, there exist certain individuals whose prowess significantly surpasses the current average of their kin. During its 6-year slumber, Nidhogg had delved into the depths of its bloodline with a spirit far more robust and resolute than that of ordinary dragons. However, it only managed to grasp fleeting glimpses of the past, shrouded in ambiguity, where both background and era had faded. What remained undeniable was that the levels of power from that time were immensely superior to those of the present. In truth, even before its rebirth, Nidhogg had long harbored curiosity regarding the origins of dragons and the nature of their bloodline inheritance. Was it truly a product of natural evolution? Under what circumstances had they transformed into their current forms, both in appearance and strength? Furthermore, how did the skill of bloodline inheritance come into existence? In an era so distant that no records remain, did a magnificent civilization crafted by dragons once stand upon this earth? Such were the contemplations that surged within Nidhogg prior to its rebirth, inspired by its readings of human literature. After its resurrection, however, all its focus was devoted to the relentless pursuit of power. The black dragon soared through the heavens, its immense form growing ever larger, accompanied by an equally escalating power. Remarkably, its speed did not diminish despite its colossal size. Rather, it experienced a slight increase, albeit marginal. A day later, in the northern province of Floraris, the newly established capital of the empire, that infernal dragon finally made its presence known. The emperor perused the report in his hands, murmuring to himself. 3 towns had been laid waste by this creature, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands within a mere 24 hours. Under ordinary circumstances, such losses would be deemed catastrophic, a profound tragedy. Yet, in comparison to the calamities previously wrought by this dragon, it paled in significance. In truth, the exposure of the dragon, prompted by the destruction of just 3 towns and the loss of so many lives, seemed a relatively advantageous trade for the emperor, especially when weighed against the potential threats and devastation that could arise from allowing the beast to lurk in the shadows indefinitely. A middle-aged man clad in coarse linen also received this news and made his way to the emperor's residence. Do you intend to confront it? Even the emperor, faced with one of the 3 supreme champions of the empire, the newly crowned strongest on the continent, the renowned bronze sword saint who had elevated him to the throne, dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. However, I personally advise against such a course of action, the emperor cautioned. While you may perceive me as fearful for my life, and I concede there is some truth to that sentiment, however, the primary concern remains, are you certain that rushing over will allow you to encounter that colossal dragon? It is imperative to recognize that the dragon's speed far surpasses ours. If it were as simple as responding to the opponent's message and making haste, we would likely find ourselves perpetually trailing behind, merely consuming dust as we witness its rampant destruction and carnage. The sword saint of the empire, who had initially intended to step out of the hall, hesitated. Although this may sound somewhat harsh, I must assert that our best course of action is to remain here, observing the unfolding events, discerning the dragon's behavioral patterns and intentions, and then directing our efforts toward its true objectives. In fact, based on the adversary's past actions, if we possess sufficient patience to wait, we might ultimately witness it launching a direct assault. Casting a glance at the man across from him, the emperor of the empire revealed a smile. Of course, this is unlikely. By that time, a significant portion of the empire would have already been reduced to ashes by that malevolent dragon. The influx of refugees and disaster victims alone would pose a tremendous challenge, jeopardizing even my own position. His expression grew serious. Nevertheless, this does not imply that your impulsive response upon receiving news is a prudent decision. Moreover, let us not forget your family. I can wait a month. The sword saint of the empire finally spoke. The emperor visibly exhaled in relief. A month's time should suffice. Chapter 68. The Annihilation of Nations. At the Mendel Fortress, following the conflict with the empire, the territory of Alaska had significantly diminished. However, at this moment, this pivotal stronghold of Alaska had been reduced to mere ruins. The formidable stone walls had been entirely obliterated, collapsing into a mass of fragmented debris. All edifices were razed to the ground. Countless corpses, mangled flesh, and blood stained the earth, saturating the area with a heavy aura of malevolence, ensuring that not a single life could endure. A black dragon soared through the heavens, casting an even darker shadow amidst the dense pall of negativity. As the fearsome beast moved, the oppressive energy was drawn along with it, and even the powerful currents of air, generated by its colossal and weighty form, could barely penetrate the invisible barrier of wind surrounding it. For Nidhogg at this moment, the existence of the bronze tier was likely insufficient to breach even this intangible wind barrier. This signified that, even when standing on the ground and facing a throng, to inflict any impact upon it would require at least the presence of the bronze tier. To achieve sufficient effect, an assault of the silver tier would be essential. What does this imply? It could perhaps be encapsulated in 8 words: cities ablaze, nations extinguished, an unstoppable force. The black dragon let out a thunderous roar, soaring towards the capital of Alaska, merely gliding low above the ground. Its colossal form alone is sufficient to obliterate every structure it encounters along its path. The natural wind barrier that surrounds its immense body sweeps away everything in its wake. Dozens of towns and countless estates are effortlessly swept away as if they were mere refuse on the road. Resistance has not been absent, hundreds, even thousands. And at times tens of thousands of soldiers, along with several hundred knights, have charged valiantly against Nidhogg. Yet, at this moment, what do they amount to? They are akin to fallen leaves, their efforts barely capable of breaching the wind barrier enveloping its exterior. Merely by passing overhead, innumerable bodies and weapons are sent flying, crushed, or hurled skyward by its overwhelming force. The only slight impediment it encounters comes from the sole spellcaster among the 3 golden lords of Alaska, a noble whose name has regrettably faded from Nidhogg's memory. This golden-tier spellcaster, who has long secluded himself within his domain, diligently studying, has established an elaborate mage tower over decades of his arcane career, relying not solely on the taxes of his territory. Perhaps the yield of a territory may be deemed ample for an ordinary person or even a noble. However, for a spellcaster, particularly one of the golden echelon, it scarcely qualifies as sufficient, especially when he aspires to construct his own mage tower. Then, an overwhelming elemental resonance instantaneously seized control of the magical energies surrounding the colossal form of Nidhogg. The immense martial vigor, surpassing that of over 40 pinnacle golden warriors, surged within the dragon's flesh, resulting in the catastrophic obliteration of the mage tower. 3 days hence, Nidhogg arrived before Alaskar, and along the way, the death toll exceeded 8,000. Joseph stood upon the city wall, gazing at the approaching behemoth. Despite his efforts to muster courage, he could not deny that in the face of this vastly more powerful black dragon, he found it exhausting merely to stand, let alone gaze into its eyes. Even so, his legs trembled uncontrollably. The golden vertical pupils fixed intently upon the human, and the black dragon noticed that Joseph dared not meet its gaze. Its immense maw unfurled into a malicious grin. "Tell me, human, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to defy me?" "Your Excellency," Joseph stammered. "Or should I say, Your Highness?" "Never mind, it matters not." He sighed inwardly, overwhelmed by the dragon's formidable presence. "If my memory serves me correctly, we have established a pact. Yet now, why do you choose to attack us?" Under the amplifying effect of magic, even with his head slightly bowed, Joseph's voice resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of the colossal dragon across from him. "Who among us sought to betray our covenant first? Who divulged my secrets to the Empire?" A grand and somber voice emerged from the dragon's maw. "Since the pact has been shattered, no obligations remain between us." "Nay, wait. My lord," Joseph implored, "this affair was solely my doing from the beginning. I am willing to sacrifice my life to atone for my transgressions. If only you would quell your wrath." The ebony dragon opened its vast jaws, and its voice, laden with countless echoes, reverberated. "Who are you? And what significance do you hold? Your demise means nothing to me. Only the annihilation of Alaska will douse the flames of my fury." With that final proclamation, the dragon crystal trembled, resonating with overwhelming fighting spirit as elements responded in kind. Fiery flames erupted from the void, swiftly enveloping the battlements in their searing embrace. Katharina, who had been waiting in the wings, immediately launched her assault. Confronted with Nidhogg's terrifying draconic might, only a being of golden rank could remain unscathed, and she initiated her attack. In an instant, she perished. The black dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that reduced Alaska's sole golden warrior to mere ash. Devoid of mercy or hesitation, the inferno consumed Joseph's form, compelling the king's consort to emit a cry of anguish. Dozens of silvers, nearly 100 bronzes, and an even greater number of soldiers and knights stood before the formidable black dragon. Yet, confronted by its overwhelming dragon might, most could scarcely summon the courage to resist. Storms, thunder, and flames engulfed the capital. Within the palace, the queen of the realm clutched her daughter tightly, instructing her attendants to escort the child to the basement, hoping against hope for a chance to escape. However, merely half a day later, a dense aura of malevolence suffused the entire city, plunging all life into an eternal slumber. Alice lay helplessly on the ground, acutely aware of her vitality ebbing away under the corrosive influence of the dark energy, while beside her, her maid had already succumbed to death. Mother, father, Aunt Catherine, Alice's thoughts echoed, filled with a fervent desire to survive, coupled with intense hatred and resentment. Then, from the recesses of her memory, she recalled a spell she had learned from Master Sandro, a magic that every necromancer would study, the rebirth of the undead. She resolved to give it a try. Chapter 69, Breaking Through. The news of Alaska's destruction by the ferocious dragon spread to the capital of the empire within a single day, igniting a storm of upheaval. As those in the know trembled at the revelation, the fear and loathing directed towards the dragon surged to new heights. The orders issued from the heart of the empire were directly conveyed to the southeastern provinces, mobilizing the immense forces of 4 provinces, along with their respective armies. For magical academies and the vast machinery of war, all fully engaged. Simultaneously, the empire's foremost champion, the newly appointed strongest being on the continent, the Bronze Sword Saint, was hastening towards the same destination. As Nidhogg soared over the entirety of Alaska, which it had reduced to smoldering ruins, it reached the edge of the empire, where the human army had already assembled. A colossal force of over 60,000 troops was gathered there, a number unprecedented even during the initial assault on Alaska. What does it signify to witness such a multitude as Nidhogg gazed down from the sky? The black dragon, measuring over 50 meters in length, glided through the heavens, its golden slit-like eyes surveying the multitude below. To behold over 60,000 individuals is to witness an overwhelming spectacle. Even as Nidhogg looked down, the dark figures appeared as numerous as ants, densely covering the earth beneath. In the face of such staggering numbers, each individual human may seem exceedingly frail. Yet, when they stood in unison, a formidable presence emerged, one that could seemingly rival Nidhogg itself, not yielding in strength. At the very least, bolstered by the collective might of the army, these humans retained the courage to resist, even beneath the immense weight of Nidhogg's draconic majesty. However, this ultimately amounted to nothing more than an illusory strength. The ebony dragon let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, unfurling its magnificent wings and charging unhesitatingly towards the army. The dragon crystal trembled, the battle aura resonated, and the elements harmonized, giving birth to a myriad of lightning that flickered and surged through the void, manifesting as a mere instant spell of formidable power, equivalent to an 8th-tier magic by human standards. Nearly 3,000 soldiers found themselves enveloped within the assault of countless electrical currents. Simultaneously, the brilliance of battle aura illuminated the ranks of humanity's forces. 8 golden warriors, over 30 silver, and more than 150 bronze-tier fighters represented the entirety of human strength that could be mustered in such a short span to confront Nidhogg. Accompanying them were the mage corps and a variety of substantial military equipment. In truth, against a flying dragon, the latter would serve as the primary force in close combat, only engaging the army once the beast's aerial capabilities had been curtailed. Of course, there remained the possibility that the adversary might forego its aerial advantage and assault the human army directly. However, considering the dragon's intellect, such a likelihood seemed rather slim. Unexpectedly, though, the foe indeed chose to act in this manner, and equally unforeseen was the revelation of their overwhelming strength, or more precisely, the stark realization of their own frailty. Most ordinary soldiers, even those equipped with the natural barriers formed by the frenzy surrounding Nidhogg in flight, find themselves utterly incapable of breaching it. Silver-tier warriors may shatter its wind barrier, but that is the extent of their capability. As for the gold tier, they possess sufficient strength to crush the wind barrier encasing Nidhogg and strike its scales. Whether they can breach it, however, largely depends on their individual prowess. After all, even within the same tier, there exist distinctions of strength and weakness. The result of this disparity is evident as the densely packed army, in the face of the black dragon's charge, demonstrates no semblance of resistance. The colossal black dragon surges toward the troops, its sheer mass creating a force potent enough to send any ranker reeling, grievously injured. This formidable beast, with a wingspan of 60 meters, carves a vast path over 60 meters wide through the throng of soldiers. Any human that stands in its way is either hurled aside by the tremendous force or crushed beneath its immense bulk, paving a bloody trail in its wake. The roar of the dragon reverberates across the battlefield, drowning out the cacophony of shouts, the clash of weapons, and the sickening sounds of bodies being crushed. All these noises are utterly eclipsed by the tempest, thunder, and flames that swirl beneath the dragon's wings, alongside the oppressive dragon's might that weighs heavily upon the heart, extinguishing any spark of resistance. Countless ordinary soldiers, bronze-tier tacticians, silver-tier warriors, and even gold-tier fighters find themselves united in their futile assault against the black dragon. Yet their efforts prove utterly ineffective. The strong may manage to retain a flicker of life amidst the chaos, suffering only the impact of their trials, while the weak are inevitably met with demise. Yet, at least in this moment, as they stand united within a colossal throng, buoyed by soaring morale. They launched their attacks with a disregard for their own existence. However, such morale is not boundless. When Nidhogg's massive form surged into the heart of the human ranks, the entire army of humanity could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to unravel. Initially, it was merely the soldiers in proximity who retreated, disrupting the original formation. But soon the panic spread, leading to a complete collapse of the 50,000-strong force. Even with 8 golden warriors, over 20 silver, and more than 100 bronze champions vociferously rallying the troops, their efforts proved futile. The dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Its oppressive presence enveloping the battlefield, the individual might of the angered warriors appeared minuscule in the face of such a formidable creature, even for the golden ones. Before this terrifying beast, the latent fears within each heart were thoroughly ignited. The very comrades who had previously offered a semblance of courage now only intensified their dread. The human forces, like a receding tide, fled in disarray, disrupting the carefully arranged formations of the 600 mages and the preset armaments. Yet, as the black dragon descended upon them, these preparations had scarcely a moment to take effect before being utterly obliterated. The landscape became a tapestry of fleeing soldiers, while the black dragon danced through the skies, unleashing tempests, flames, thunder, and death. The resonance of dragon crystals trembles, harmonizing with the flow of battle energy. As vast amounts of negative energy, under the will of Nidhogg, begin to take shape, proliferate, and engulf the entire battlefield in utter devastation. Chapter 70. A brief respite. Nidhogg traverses the ruins, its black scales absorbing the dim sunlight filtered through the air heavy with malevolence. The once vibrant light now appears muted and somber. With colossal wings folded against its back, this mighty beast strides upon the remnants of destruction. Fassel. The renowned stronghold of the bloodthirsty Clars in the Southern Empire was not only the territory where Nidhogg and its human allies first encountered formidable foes during the Orc Wars, but also the site of their initial triumph. Spanning over 3,000 square kilometers, it boasted 500 elite knights, 8,000 loyal soldiers, and 25 silver-tier subordinates, 7 of whom were spellcasters, alongside 2 golden-tier companions. At that time, among that formidable assembly, only Nidhogg had attained the golden tier, a feat that was only revealed after it unveiled its true form. Yet, undoubtedly, when they first met, they believed Nidhogg to be merely a silver-tier spellcaster, unaware of its true nature as a golden-tier dragon, a notion they had never contemplated. For Artace and his companions, as well as for Nidhogg itself during that period, Clars was indeed a powerful adversary, one that it would prefer to avoid confronting, disregarding the immense power possessed by the adversary. He himself stands as a formidable warrior even within the gilded ranks, possessing the might to vanquish dragons. For Artace and his companions at that time, this lord represented a seemingly insurmountable foe, one whose strength was almost despair-inducing. Yet, despite this overwhelming threat, they chose to confront this mighty adversary rather than flee or evade. Such courage is truly commendable. The black dragon strode through an environment increasingly thick with negative energy, its massive hind limbs indifferent to the corpses strewn about and the shattered remnants of walls. One may wonder how they initially crossed paths with this lord. Oh, the memory resurfaces. It was during a time when one of the lord's companions, a spellcaster of the golden rank, was conducting a magical experiment and required substantial funds. Consequently, the lord imposed heavier taxes and, in a bid to amass even more wealth, relegated those unable to pay into slavery, selling them to slave traders. This led to widespread discontent within the territory. After all, the adversary, overly reliant on brute force, conducted himself with such arrogance that he offended a considerable number of nobles, seemingly oblivious to the consequences, though perhaps he was aware yet indifferent to the discontent he sowed. The consequence was a forced imposition of heavy taxation to acquire funds. Yet even this measure fell short of the expectations, igniting a wave of resistance. In retrospect, although the adversary was undeniably a villain, his loyalty and sense of brotherhood were beyond reproach. However, these matters belonged to a bygone era. The obsidian dragon, with its golden slit-like eyes, surveyed the desolation and countless corpses strewn across the ground. For it, the so-called blood butcher Klaus and his brethren, along with their subordinates, were no more significant than moths drawn to a flame. With a mere unfurling of its wings and a simple charge, it shattered the assault launched by 500 cavalrymen under Klaus's command, simultaneously dismantling his entire army. In that battle, 14 out of the 18 silver-tier warriors perished. while the fortunate four who survived were grievously injured, succumbing to Nidhogg's extensive magical onslaught within mere moments. Subsequently, Blood Butcher Klaus and another Golden Tier warrior confronted the Black Dragon, only to be sent sprawling by a single, effortless flick of its tail. Exceeding 40 individuals at the pinnacle of the Golden rank, possessing an immense reservoir of fighting spirit and a colossal physique stretching over 50 meters, combined with the innate magical enhancements of the dragon lineage. The formidable power generated by this trifecta is far beyond what a mere handful of Golden Tier warriors could withstand, not to mention Blood Butcher Klaus and his companions. Even a dozen or several dozen Golden Peak warriors joining forces would prove utterly incapable of contending with the overwhelming strength currently wielded by Nidhogg. Then, the Golden Tier spellcaster finally initiated an attack that had been meticulously prepared within the confines of the Mage Tower. In truth, the preparation time was not excessively long. From the onset of battle to complete annihilation, barely 5 minutes had elapsed. For the Golden Tier spellcaster, this preparation time felt somewhat inadequate. However, with his companions already vanquished, he had no choice but to act swiftly lest it be too late. The Black Dragon unfurled its massive wings, and in an instant, an overwhelming resonance of elemental forces shattered the highly anticipated 9th tier spell, subsequently obliterating the Mage Tower. The magical energies summoned by the opposition were transmuted into negative energy by the dragon, which then spread incessantly, enveloping the entire territory. In the process, it also eradicated and consumed all those who remained alive and possessed the capacity to resist. Upon arriving beneath the domain of this bloodthirsty slaughterer, Nidhogg had already laid waste to 3 cities, obliterated 8 towns, and devastated the territories of 12 nobles. The destruction of such a portion of the human realm was primarily due to Nidhogg's relentless advance in a straight line, sparing little time to meander. Had it chosen to wander, the toll on the population and territory would have been far greater. It was momentarily resting, for its excessive pride had hindered its ability to maintain an optimal state, leading to a downfall that it had witnessed numerous times in the human world before its rebirth. It harbored no desire to become one of those unfortunate souls. Chapter 71. Reaction. This is Alaska, once the capital of a prosperous nation, a bustling metropolis with a population exceeding 100,000. Yet now, it lies in ruins, with even the sunlight dulled by the pervasive, malevolent energy in the air, casting a somber gloom. It is within this desolate environment that it came into existence. It knows not who it is, nor whence it comes, and is utterly oblivious to the manner of its own creation. It lacks even the concept of a name. The sole certainty it possesses is that from the moment of its birth, from the instant it became self-aware, it has been here. Everything in this place evokes a sense of familiarity, nostalgia, and ultimately sorrow, though it cannot comprehend the reason for such feelings. It is assured that everything here is profoundly intertwined with its former self, even as it has now forgotten all. Yet it still roamed through the night, discovering numerous souls who had met their demise. Though it felt little for most, a handful of these lost lives stirred within it a profound sorrow, particularly that of 3 individuals, a father, a mother, and Catherine. Then surged an overwhelming tide of anger and hatred, a yearning to unleash these emotions upon an elusive target. In that moment, it realized that it possessed an adversary, one whose destruction was its very purpose. Yet, it had forgotten the identity of this foe. More crucially, even if it remembered, it would likely prove futile, for this opponent was exceedingly formidable. Despite the lack of knowledge regarding its adversary, the remnants left behind bore an impression of immense strength, far surpassing its current state, necessitating its own ascension to greater power. It sensed the thick, negative energy permeating the air, its sustenance, the very foundation of its existence. A revelation dawned upon it. Instinctively, it learned to absorb this negative energy, reveling in its burgeoning might. Its speed quickened, its strength amplified, and even its bones grew more resilient. It found great satisfaction in this transformation. Silently, it hoped to continue this path of relentless growth until it ultimately vanquished its nemesis. At this juncture, it remained blissfully unaware that its opponent too would be on a journey of perpetual strengthening. Indeed, the reason they placed their faith in this harbinger of darkness extended beyond the myriad wonders it exhibited. More significantly, it was the extraordinary charisma of its character that captivated them. Prophet, due to the assault and devastation wrought by the colossal dragon, our forces have suffered significant losses. We beseech the Prophet to guide us on the next course of action. Shall we mobilize our strength to aid the Empire in combating this dragon? A comprehensive retreat is essential. We cannot contend with such power. The Prophet, or more accurately, the Dark Prophet, severed the mental connection with the opposing party. A crucial role in the communication between both sides. Even for him, such a remote psychic link was no trifling matter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its rays illuminated his profile, revealing a subtle divergence in the expressions on the left and right sides of the elderly man's face, as if two distinct individuals resided within him. Indeed, in the recesses of this elder's mind, two contrasting personas coexisted. At this juncture, the paramount concern remains how to confront the dragon, which has established its stronghold primarily in the southeastern region of the Empire, lurking in the shadows alongside the cult of Nidhogg. The relentless carnage and destruction unleashed by this entity have not only ravaged the Empire itself, but also obliterated the cult that he founded, invoking in him profound dissatisfaction, fury, and a deep sense of regret. As the dark side of Laplace, or more accurately, as a persona formed from the erosion and infection of countless individuals' fragmented spirits and emotional memories, this character starkly contrasts with Laplace's pursuit of independence and autonomy, devoid of mundane desires. In the heart of the Dark Prophet, however, lies an insatiable curiosity for the obscured intimacies of others, coupled with a desire to master all profound yearnings. This desire is, in fact, one of the primary reasons for his establishment of a cult. At present, he once had the opportunity to seize control of that immense creature, which was more precisely another version of himself, liberated, no, birthed, by Laplace. The power the counterpart now exhibits is undeniably greater than that displayed in the imperial city, a testament to the 3 years spent mastering spiritual magic. However, he failed to grasp that moment, leaving him steeped in regret and sorrow. Deriving causes from outcomes is, indeed, far simpler than deducing outcomes from causes. In truth, during the trials bestowed upon Nidhogg, the Dark Prophet encountered this profoundly formidable man, brimming with hatred and fury, and sought to subdue him, to hold him within the palm of his hand. Yet, Laplace opposed this, just as he had throughout their interaction. Thus, in this moment, the Dark Prophet resolved to share his remorse and lament with another version of himself. So, my adept self, do you now harbor regrets? Had you not intervened back then, this catastrophe might never have transpired. Laplace paused momentarily, then inwardly addressed another facet of himself. No, I do not regret it, for had I not intervened at that time, it could have precipitated a catastrophe tenfold more severe than what we face now. The Dark Prophet ceased his speech, yet relished the anguish of this other self. Chapter 72. The Bronze Sword Saint. How many cities had it laid waste? Nidhogg could scarcely recall. At this juncture, the sheer number of ordinary armies held no significance. Their assaults could not even breach the tempest that surrounded him, nor could they graze his scales. Such insignificant creatures, regardless of their multitude, held no relevance whatsoever, merely a source of sustenance, quite literally, for he was a devourer of men. Even the rank of an adept, in the face of his current might, amounted to naught. Bronze was merely a slightly larger insect, and silver, if amassed in sufficient numbers, might pose a threat. However, that number would undeniably need to swell into the thousands. Even gold, in terms of threat, would require not just a handful or a dozen, but rather several hundred to make a dent. In this stark disparity, the human armies stood merely as grand, yet futile displays. Under Nidhogg's onslaught, the mere awe of his draconic presence could effortlessly shatter their resolve. An overwhelming number of ordinary soldiers merely serve as burdens and encumbrances, hindering the assaults of those in higher ranks. In such circumstances, a select squad composed of formidable elites might indeed pose greater challenges to Nidhogg. Yet these challenges remain trivial at best. The presence of vast armaments and the occasional emergence of wizard towers alongside mage teams present no more than a slight inconvenience, failing to reach a level of genuine peril. Unbeknownst to many, it has ascended to this formidable stage, having devastated 3 provincial magical academies, a multitude of cities, over 30 towns, and an even greater number of fortresses, manors, and lords. The pervasive aura of dark energy cloaks all remnants of its destruction, claiming the lives of over 200,000 souls, all within the brief span of a single week. Even for Nidhogg in this moment, traversing such extensive distances and wreaking such havoc in just 7 days has undoubtedly drained a considerable amount of its power, leaving it with a palpable sense of fatigue. However, when contrasted with the vast expanse occupied by the human empire and its immense population, its actions remain woefully insufficient. The remnants of destruction and slaughter still surge through its nerves, as the acrid scents of blood, corpses, and charred remains linger in the air. Though these odors are swiftly dissipating, undoubtedly influenced by the pervasive dark energy that saturates the atmosphere, Nidhogg raised its head, its golden slit pupils surveying the desolate surroundings littered with the remains of countless humans. Their bodies bore various marks of fire, lightning, friction, and were either crushed or shattered by immense forces. Some corpses were reduced to mere fragments. The thirst for death and blood had yet to dissipate within its chest. Yet deeper within, Nidhogg's heart felt an unsettling emptiness. Despite the destruction, devastation, slaughter, and death wrought, the object of its vengeance had long since vanished from this world. Suddenly, it lifted its gaze, its golden pupils reflecting a distant figure that appeared diminutive in comparison to its own colossal form. A short-haired, middle-aged man stood before it. Clad in coarse linen garments, a white sash tied around his waist, he wielded an ancient bronze longsword. And when contrasted with the 50-meter-long body and nearly 60-meter wingspan of the black dragon, this human stood at less than 2 meters tall, resembling nothing more than a moth against a flame. Yet, the black dragon's golden slit pupils fixated intently on this figure, revealing an unprecedented reverence. Before Nidhogg stood the Empire's foremost champion, the newly appointed strongest being on the continent, the greatest swordsman of a century, the Bronze Sword Saint, who had once slain the Orc King in direct confrontation upon the battlefield. At this moment, after a week of fervent rampage, destruction, slaughter, and mayhem, the infamous Black Dragon, whose name had echoed throughout the entire continent, found itself in a state that was far from victorious. It pondered, somewhat overly exhilarated. Even though its condition is superior, it is by no means in an impeccable state. Nevertheless, these considerations are merely prelude to the battle. During combat, Nidhogg needs to focus solely on one matter: how to vanquish its opponent. The dragon crystal quivered slightly, its fighting spirit resonating in harmony with the elements. Centered upon itself, the region within a radius of 150 meters was under Nidhogg's precise control. Every subtle shift in the atmosphere was distinctly within its grasp. As a natural elemental master, Nidhogg had developed this aptitude to a level far exceeding that of its kin, with dominion over the air. This area of 300 meters in diameter became its realm of mastery. In the chaos of a battlefield, such a skill might prove less advantageous, as the multitude of combatants, erratic attacks, and numerous influencing factors would overwhelm Nidhogg, making it impossible for its mind to adequately focus on so many threats, especially considering the looming danger of long-range heavy artillery. However, in this one-on-one confrontation, such an ability is undoubtedly invaluable. The Bronze Sword Saint gazed intently at the colossal beast, and merely locking eyes with its golden slit pupils invoked an indescribable weight of pressure. Undoubtedly, this foe was a being far more formidable and perilous than even the Orc King. He regulated his respiration, yet in the subsequent instant, he discerned the utterance emanating from the dragon's maw across from him. Descendant of the Dartly lineage, have you expunged from your memory the sanguinary vendetta of the Empire's sovereign, who annihilated your kin? Even with the equanimity of a Bronze Sword Saint, an involuntary perturbation arose momentarily, not attributable to the statement's substance. Throughout countless past skirmishes, numerous adversaries had attempted to unsettle his composure with rhetoric, among which his lineage was invariably the most recurrent subject. Rather, it was because this dragon, perpetually heralding devastation and demise, would proactively initiate discourse with him. Did this signify that, in confronting him, the adversary, too, lacked adequate assurance? In a fleeting instant, such a notion flickered through the Bronze Sword Saint's consciousness, the resultant effect being a subtle augmentation of his own certitude. The deceased are gone. Humanity must invariably advance. The subdued tone, nevertheless, possessed an uncanny penetrative quality in the atmosphere and attenuated with extreme languor, thus propagating far and wide. You were not thus in bygone days. The sable dragon's roar reverberated like thunder, and simultaneously it launched its assault. Yet the man, acclaimed as a sword saint, remained utterly unperturbed by the other's inexplicable words, likewise brandishing his sword in a direct ascent. Chapter 73. Contact. A pristine skeletal hand cautiously extended beyond the confines of the negative energy's dominion. Excellent. No alteration. The flames within its eye sockets flared abruptly, and it shifted its entire form beyond the perimeter of the negative energy's influence. Excellent. Still nothing amiss. This signifies its ability to depart from the place of its birth, venturing into distant realms to uncover its past and seek vengeance against its foes. Thus, it set forth, first walking, then running across the vast expanse of the earth, where the silvery moonlight bathed its pristine white skeletal frame, as if draping it in a mantle of radiance. It then experienced sensations previously unknown, initially fatigue, followed by weakness. As the sun ascended, casting its luminous rays upon its bony structure, these feelings intensified, accompanied by a growing sense of discomfort. This discomfort stemmed from relentless exertion, which drained its strength, compounded by a lack of negative energy replenishment. A consequence it could not fully articulate or logically dissect. Yet, it recognized the necessity of negative energy. Weakness enveloped it, and it teetered on the brink of extinction. Aware of its plight but uncertain of the remedy, compelled to continue its relentless pursuit. Thus, it commenced an endless cycle of movement and running, weariness overwhelming it, until it invariably encountered another region steeped in negative energy, a place of restoration. Yet, inexplicably, it felt no joy. For this was Alaska, the land of its former existence, the place of its birth and upbringing. Each area imbued with potent negative energy represented yet another locale ravaged by Nidhogg. Though it remained unaware of this truth at that moment, it was not until it encountered the first human, a master of psychic magic, a cult leader, a dark prophet, Flarius, that its understanding began to shift. Moonlight cascades through the air, laden with negative energy, a stark contrast to the brilliance of sunlight. The absorption of negative energy by the moonlight is evidently far weaker. Under this resplendent moonlight, the dark prophet can distinctly perceive the pristine bones of the undead creature before him, along with the flickering ghostly flame dancing within its eye sockets. In its transformation into an undead being, did it lose all its past memories, rendered innocent, ignorant, and filled with curiosity? Such thoughts occupied his mind. As a grand sorcerer of the mental school, he possessed a profound understanding of necromancy. Indeed, in the past, many necromancers had sought his counsel. Presently, within his own sect, numerous necromancers thrived, which elucidated the reason for his presence here. In the territories devastated by Nidhogg, a thick veil of negative energy pervades, which serves as the very foundation for necromancers. Thus, he discovered this skeleton. It appeared that its existence was somehow linked to the great dragon. The elder pondered this, and in the next moment, he connected with the creature's spirit. Its nascent consciousness remained remarkably pure, although not entirely devoid of complexity. It bore little residue of distractions, merely fragments of scattered memories. Moreover, upon encountering the elder's spirit, it exhibited no defensive instincts, willingly laying bare its mind and welcoming the connection. The spirit of profound inclusiveness permeates the depths of one's soul like water, skillfully unearthing buried memories. After transforming into a spectral entity, many memories may be irrevocably cast aside. However, numerous others remain intact, concealed within the innermost recesses of the soul. In such moments, should a master of mental magic, possessing considerable expertise, extend their assistance, these memories can be excavated anew. The dark prophet, seasoned by countless similar experiences, is well versed in this art. An overwhelming torrent of memories and emotions can surge forth in an instant, erupting from the depths of the mind, previously imperceptible and unreachable. The flickering flame of consciousness within the last surviving Alaskan pulses with renewed vigor as intense love and hate oscillate within, causing the flame to dance incessantly. Though it cannot vocalize its thoughts, the dark prophet perceives its turbulent emotions and profound gratitude on a spiritual level. I believe you may require some assistance, the elder remarked with a gentle smile. As the initial strike was unleashed, Nidhogg became convinced that the man before him was indeed worthy of the title of the Empire's foremost powerhouse, the Bronze Sword Saint. Its mental acuity was heightened to its zenith, and its resonance with the elements was elevated to its utmost. Consequently, it could distinctly perceive the flow of every wisp of air within a radius of 300 meters. Then, from its colossal form to the direction of the Bronze Sword Saint, a nearly imperceptible fissure emerged within the 150 meters it acutely sensed. This fissure, exceedingly fine and minute, did not incite any significant fluctuations in the air currents. It precisely bisected all the air currents, regardless of their size, intensity, or direction, that stood in its path with an almost undetectable time differential. Subsequently, with a slight increment of time, it cleaved through the wind barrier surrounding it and descended upon its massive frame. Thereafter, even the extraordinarily upon its body were cleaved open by this indomitable sword stroke, forcefully penetrating into its flesh and blood. However, that was the extent of it. The black dragon unfurled its enormous maw, revealing a malicious grin. Undeniably, this sword strike was invincible and capable of cleaving through anything. However, to traverse the nearly 200 meters in such a fleeting instant, to cleave through the wind barrier surrounding it, and especially to slice through it had expended nearly half of its power. Of course, even the remaining half of its power would have been sufficient to breach the defenses of 10 consecutive gold-ranked warriors and sever their bodies. However, Nidhogg is no ordinary golden tier warrior. As a colossal beast measuring over 50 meters in length, its flesh and blood possess an astonishing density, especially when augmented by its combat aura and further enhanced by its draconic innate magic. Even standard steel may pale in comparison to the resilience of its sinews. Under such circumstances, the sword strike from the bronze sword saint still managed to cleave through its scales and penetrate its flesh, embedding the entire blade within and creating a wound as tall as a man. While this may be a fatal injury for a human, for a creature of such immense size, it was hardly significant. Almost immediately, the flesh surrounding the wound began to constrict, writhing as if to ensnare the sword within. Yet, it ultimately failed. Following this, it was my turn. The black dragon harbored malicious intent. Chapter 74. Swordsmanship. The wind barrier that had always enveloped me intensified in its tumultuous motion at that moment. A substantial volume of air was swiftly drawn in, compressed, distorted, and trembled before erupting forth. What was merely a simple air explosion spell now encompassed the vast side of Nidhogg's gargantuan form. Under such an extensive area of effect, even the bronze sword saint's remarkable reflexes and speed struggled to respond in time for defense, especially with the sword ensnared by Nidhogg's formidable musculature, which delayed any action. Certainly, even for Nidhogg, the intensity of such a wide-ranging assault unleashed in an instant is merely at the level of silver, which has already imposed a certain burden upon itself. However, for the colossal creature that now exceeds 50 meters in length, this intensity, while unimpressive among silver-tier attacks, still poses a significant threat to the bronze sword saint. The pinnacle of power, surpassing even gold, wields the capability to raise cities and obliterate nations, yet this does not imply an equivalent level of defensive prowess. While they are unlikely to suffer injury, their predicament is nonetheless unavoidable. As the middle-aged man clad in coarse linen retreated 100 paces, his outer garments were shredded by the high-velocity currents, exposing the skin beneath. He gazed ahead, finding himself enveloped by a tempest of white surrounding the black dragon. The interference to his vision posed a greater nuisance than the tempest's defensive capabilities. At this moment, the most vexing aspect for the bronze sword saint was the sheer resilience of the creature's scales. Not only were they exceedingly hard, but even the flesh beneath exhibited an astonishing tenacity. His frontal assault, aimed to drive his sword deep, barely managed to embed his arm within the creature. For a human, this would constitute a grievous wound. Yet for the monstrous being before him, it was hardly a concern. Instead, it would result in him being ensnared by the formidable muscles of his opponent, thereby delaying his actions and reactions. Once ensnared in a direct confrontation, even he would undoubtedly find himself at an overwhelming disadvantage. Should he indeed opt for a strike at the weaknesses? The eyes, perhaps, or the face? He pondered. In truth, the interior of the mouth would be the most advantageous target. Regrettably, it would unleash breath attacks, even surpassing the golden tier. He lacked the confidence to confront the beast's dragon breath head-on. Then, Nidhogg launched an assault. The dragon crystal trembled, resonating with his fighting spirit, enveloping an expanse of 300 meters in a sudden manifestation of golden thunder, which, in the next moment, surged towards the bronze sword saint, or more accurately, cascaded upon him. Lengthier preparation time brought forth a more potent magical force. However, for a peak powerhouse transcending the golden tier, any attack beneath that pinnacle was ultimately inconsequential. Thus, he merely drew his sword, the golden lightning illuminating his visage, yet he struggled to advance even a single step. All the thunder that surged towards him was effortlessly bisected by that singular strike, cascading harmlessly to either side without inflicting a scratch upon him. The fighting spirit pulsed through every fiber of Nidhogg's being, synchronized with its breaths and heartbeats, resonating with the tremors of the dragon crystal, continuously fluctuating and pulsating in harmony with the elements within a radius of 150 meters, extending to 200 meters, 250 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, and finally 500 meters. The elements respond to their own will, constructing, combining, and shaping in the air. The atmosphere is stirred by tremendous forces, transforming into gales, thunder, flames, and other magical energies that manifest directly in the sky. They crowd together, twisting and merging like a deluge, cascading towards the bronze sword saint. Yet, with a single stroke, the bronze sword saint cleaves them asunder, dividing them in twain. Indeed, in a direct confrontation, if the intensity and density are insufficient, no matter the multitude, it is challenging to yield any effect. Even though the vision is influenced by a myriad of dazzling lights, through his clear elemental perception, Nidhogg is still able to accurately discern the circumstances ahead and arrive at such a conclusion. In the next moment, within the golden slit of the black dragon's eyes, the figure of the middle-aged man materializes. Even Nidhogg senses a surge of danger at that instant, abruptly turning its head away. The tattered man leaves a series of afterimages in the air. However, the visual distortion is secondary. More crucially, even the perception derived from the elements becomes obscured. As the nearby elements stir restlessly under the dragon's will, the man's famed bronze longsword already rests against the colossal head of Nidhogg. In the following moment, her form glides down along Nidhogg's massive body like a swimming fish, while a fierce gale swirls around the great beast. Yet, beneath the protection of the fighting spirit that transcends the golden tier, this man remains unscathed. The tip of the sword glided swiftly along the intricate patterns between the scales of the ebony dragon, each subtle tremor signifying a gathering and eruption of energy, effortlessly lifting a scale with each pulse. Such exquisite and sophisticated technique undoubtedly transcended the limits of what Nidhogg could achieve. Yet, such prowess was unnecessary. My skill may not rival yours, but my strength surpasses it. In an instant, the dragon crystal, energy, and elements resonated in harmonious unison. A tremendous force coalescing in the void, only to be shattered by a sudden strike of the sword. More power swirled nearby, coalescing. Yet the man known to the world as the Bronze Sword Saint consistently managed to preemptively disrupt the impending magic. This signified an extraordinary level of perceptive acuity, unparalleled swordsmanship, and a reaction speed akin to a lightning flash, an exquisite amalgamation of the three. Even Nidhogg, who had encountered him in a previous life, could not help but marvel at his exceptional swordsmanship at this very moment. However, mere frequency of strikes would still fall woefully short of defeating or even slaying me. Chapter 75. Execution. Bronze tier warriors concentrate on self-cultivation, possessing superior physical attributes, while silver tier warriors generate energy, able to unleash power and speed that surpass humanity in a fleeting moment. Gold tier warriors, however, have already normalized this extraordinary force, rendering it a constant in their prowess. The Orc King's all-out strike possessed destructive capabilities akin to an 11th tier, large-scale anti-army spell. While the Bronze Sword Saint could not replicate such power, he prevailed over the Orc King on the battlefield. Bronze, silver, gold, and even the paramount combatants above gold all necessitate substantial respite and recuperation following intense combat and significant exertion. However, Nidhogg's innate abundance of battle chi rivaled that of approximately 50 gold-level warriors. When considering its magical prowess, particularly the amplification conferred by the synchronization of dragon crystals and battle chi, its power undoubtedly surpassed that of 100 gold-level warriors. Furthermore, its colossal and resilient physique resembled a miniature battle fortress. With each tremor of the dragon crystals and each resonation of battle chi, its spirit diffused outward, harmonizing with the surrounding elements. Seemingly inexhaustible magical energies swirled and coalesced, only to be shattered by the Bronze Sword Saint at the cusp of formation within the range of his sword's tip. Beyond his sword's reach, spells were preemptively dispelled before they could fully materialize. Within 10 paces, magic ceased to exist. Through extraordinary swordsmanship, he carved out a magic-free zone amidst the downpour of 6th-tier spells. Yet, this alone was insufficient. His perception, surpassing that of even gold-level warriors, allowed him to discern the potent magic incessantly gathering and swirling in 2 distant locations. 7th tier, or perhaps 8th. Nay, it was at the apex of the 7th tier, verging on the 8th. The Bronze Sword Saint rendered such a judgment, despite merely a single tier's disparity. The resultant outcomes were as disparate as enduring within the limit and exceeding it. Should they be allowed to coalesce and unleash, the conclusion would undoubtedly be identical. Therefore, a shift in target was warranted. The bronze longsword arced through the air, the garments becoming increasingly tattered, revealing inner armor crafted from the hide of high-grade magical beast where bare skin should have been. The middle-aged man abruptly amplified his output, surging forward in an instant to the vicinity of Nidhogg's colossal form. In the ensuing moment, resplendent sword light erupted, plunging directly into the previously exposed scales, detonating within. Muscles imbued with both magical and martial energies, possessing a resilience surpassing even common steel, were nonetheless shattered and pulverized by the sword light. However, the affected area remained confined to a single sword's breadth. Such an injury was entirely within the Black Dragon's tolerance. Yet, within such close proximity and with the prerequisite of high-level magic, Nidhogg found it exceedingly difficult to strike the adversary without self-inflicted harm. It lacked the transcendent control possessed by these apex human warriors. The bronze longsword churned incessantly within the flesh, continuously creating new apertures within the viscous and resilient tissues, as if determined to carve a path directly into the depths of Nidhogg's immense physique, to slay it from within. However, matters are unlikely to unfold as facilely as you envision. The Black Dragon closed its golden vertical pupils, invoking a technique once wielded during the battle of the imperial capital. In an instant, its heart thudded heavily, the dragon crystal trembled, and a torrent of formidable fighting spirit roared forth. At that moment, near a gaping wound, towering over a person's height, created by the bronze sword saint, the blood pressure within dozens of veins surged sixfold, exceeding even the intensity experienced during the imperial capital conflict. The already mangled flesh and blood tissue was violently torn apart, and veins erupted like live serpents, followed by columns of blood of varying thickness, shooting forth with the force of a powerful crossbow. Even the bronze sword saint, whose body was largely engulfed by the colossal form of Nidhogg and who was tirelessly forging new wounds within it, could not react in time to the several jets of blood that instantaneously penetrated his flesh. Many areas were directly pierced, including his arms, calves, thighs, and even a few bones were shattered. However, the most lethal assault came from 6 jets of blood directed towards his head. 5 were deflected by the tower's longsword, yet one struck straight down from the top of his head, creating a small puncture. More critically, the violent shock left the bronze sword saint momentarily dazed, hindering his ability to respond in time. Nidhogg, of course, would not squander this opportunity. In the ensuing moment, a multitude of sanguineous projectiles assailed from all directions. Numerous blood vessels, unable to withstand the excessive pressure, ruptured violently. Over 2/3 of these crimson arrows failed to strike their intended target, instead inflicting grievous harm upon their originator. Yet, Nidhogg remained undeterred. The sacrifice of even half its corporeal form was a trifling cost, provided it ensured the demise of this man. The exploding ichor-imbued darts pierced and pulverized the surrounding tissues and vasculature. However, from the relatively unscathed vessels below, new blood surged forth, transforming into razor-sharp projectiles. One by one, the overburdened veins burst asunder. When nearly 1/3 of Nidhogg's vital fluid had been expended in this macabre process, it finally ceased. At this juncture, the right flank of the colossal beast, whose length exceeded 50 meters, had transformed into a nebulous mass of gore, spanning over 5 meters in diameter. Within this sanguinary morass lay the ravaged remains of the renowned bronze sword saint, his body riddled with countless perforations. Beyond these conspicuous injuries, the concussions and damage inflicted upon the vasculature permeated a significant portion of the Black Dragon's anatomy. Consequently, Nidhogg was rendered incapable of flight. The enervation wrought by profuse blood loss, the exhaustion stemming from depleted energy reserves, and the internal trauma had plunged Nidhogg into a precarious nadir. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile exchange. More than 40 years ago, the Saint of the Bronze Sword first faced the Orc King and was grievously wounded in a single strike. Yet, after over 4 decades, he was capable of slaying the Orc King in a direct confrontation on the battlefield. Thus, when a decade, 2 decades, or even 3 decades pass, what level might Nidhogg attain upon reuniting with the Saint of the Bronze Sword? The Black Dragon closed its golden slit-like eyes once more, recalling the figure of the saint it had witnessed decades hence before its rebirth. Indeed, the saint was also in the process of growth. However, having reached the pinnacle of both martial and magical prowess at the golden tier, and even encountering a certain bottleneck in spiritual magic, Nidhogg harbored no confidence in achieving another breakthrough in the short term, nor could it replicate the rapid growth it had experienced over the past 30 years. It had adequately prepared for decades of stagnation. Chapter 76. Retreat. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it had successfully slain this adversary. Therefore, the next course of action should involve a temporary withdrawal. It is worth noting that prior to this, it had already ravaged 3 provinces in the northeastern part of this nation, laying waste to over 10 cities, causing devastation that could nearly rival the invasion of the orcs. With the death of the Empire's foremost warrior, the Saint of the Bronze Sword, humanity's awareness and vigilance towards it would undoubtedly escalate to a new level. Indeed, one might argue that the need for vigilance surpasses even the concern of facing the invasion of the Orcish horde. At its core, this trepidation stems from the desire for plunder. However, Nidhogg embodies a more primal force of destruction and slaughter. The devastation and loss it inflicts rival that of the Orcish incursions, and due to its inherent mobility, the potential threats it poses are even more profound. This reality underscores the solitary arrival of the Bronze Sword Saint. Had the Empire's three pinnacle warriors, each of whom exceeds the golden rank, chosen to engage simultaneously? What might transpire if this dragon seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the imperial capital? Given the dragon's exhibited intelligence, such a scenario is not merely plausible, but highly probable. This consideration is precisely why only the Bronze Sword Saint ventured forth to confront the dragon, a decision also influenced by this warrior's confidence and pride. Yet, following the demise of the Bronze Sword Saint, it can be asserted that no individual within the Empire possesses the capacity to vanquish the beast. This implies that the next encounter may involve not merely two apex warriors, but could also be supplemented by ambushes, strategic placements, and the orchestration of formidable magic aimed at its destruction. The entirety of the imperial capital might well serve as a potential trap. Given Nidhogg's extensive knowledge of humanity, accumulated over 2 lifetimes, such a scenario is quite conceivable. Furthermore, should it become aware of its present circumstances, an incessant tide of humanity would undoubtedly rush forth in pursuit. Therefore, the foremost action to undertake is a strategic retreat. The dragon crystal quivered subtly, and the aura fluctuated accordingly. The metamorphic spell, already altered, was cast once more under the will of Nidhogg. Tissues that had been utterly shattered and necrotized by the incessant attacks and explosions were separated from the original body, gradually extruded outward. This amounted to a massive volume of flesh, equivalent to more than 5 adult men. In the vacated space remained only a colossal, elliptical cavity, nearly 2 meters in diameter and almost 5 meters in depth, which was then filled by rapidly proliferating flesh. Blood vessels were continuously regenerating, tissues were constantly multiplying, and even fresh blood was being ceaselessly produced by the hematopoietic organs. The consequence of this was a substantial depletion of aura. The continuous, uninterrupted spellcasting exerted dual pressure on both the mind and the dragon crystal, having already expended considerable power in the battle against the Bronze Sword Saint. Its reserves had plummeted after using the metamorphic spell to heal its injuries. This signified that, although its physical appearance was much improved, it was, in reality, even more vulnerable than before. Even the wind barrier that had perpetually enveloped it began to thin and dissipate. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile exchange, for its ability to fly had been restored. The ebony dragon inhaled deeply, though the weakness from significant blood loss had abated somewhat. The enervation from the extensive expenditure of power had increased, compounded by mental fatigue. As a result, Nidhogg was momentarily uncertain whether its current state was an improvement or a deterioration. Regardless, it was inconsequential. The ebony dragon inhaled deeply once more, suddenly unfurling its wings as the elements responded anew to its will. A tempest enveloped its form. Despite a slight unsteadiness stemming from the considerable exertion of power and the previous overload of its dragon crystal, it soared into the sky again. Nidhogg, somewhat unstable, ascended towards the distant horizon, uncertain of how many years it would require to fully recuperate. The Sword Saint had perished. The Emperor of the Empire entered the Chamber of Silence, where the Guardian Knight of the Empire sat. Upon hearing this news, the knight's previously closed eyes fluttered open slightly, fixing a gaze upon the Emperor who had entered, yet he remained silent. I had long suggested dispatching more individuals to assist him, but alas, he would not acquiesce, lamented the Emperor. However, this also indicates that the might of this dragon likely exceeds our estimations. The esteemed Sword Saint could not even escape in time. It may also have been a misjudgment, replied the Guardian Knight Kelvin in a somber tone. What is the condition of the dragon? It seems likely that the creature itself is not unscathed and may have sustained severe injuries. The Emperor immediately grasped what actions must be taken. I shall promptly issue a substantial reward to seek out the dragon's whereabouts while also arranging a funeral for the esteemed Sword Saint. Kelvin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The Bronze Sword Saint had failed. The Dark Prophet turned to the skeleton before him, observing the unmistakable flicker of the undead's eyes, which pulsed with intensity. Indeed, that is splendid. It provides me with the perfect opportunity to exact my vengeance. A vague and somber voice emerged from the vicinity. belonging to the specter before me, one of the fruits of my labor in recent days. The air trembled with the resonance of soul fire, producing sound. Compared to our initial encounter, it was evident that this skeleton had undergone a transformation. Its bones had become more translucent and refined. Even the flickering, ghostly flames within the eye sockets appeared more anthropomorphic. This was the result of persistent efforts on the part of my counterpart, aided by the Dark Prophet. After all, whether in life or after their rebirth, the knowledge of necromancy possessed by this little princess of Alaska is rather superficial. Given your current strength, achieving such feats seems far beyond your grasp. The Dark Prophet blandly pointed out this reality. However, it matters not. I believe His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire would be quite eager to welcome allies of our formidable caliber when confronting that malevolent dragon. Especially considering the negative energy left in the wake of that colossal beast, it requires a suitable individual to cleanse it, he remarked with a smile. Chapter 77. The search here lies an unnamed town on the fringes of the Empire, home to thousands of inhabitants, once tranquil and peaceful. Yet, that tranquility has become a distant memory. A grievously injured dragon arrived here, laying waste to the entire town, resulting in the death of over 1,500 souls, nearly half of whom became sustenance for the very dragon itself. A copious amount of flesh was swiftly consumed, immediately digested by the ravenous stomach, bestowing new sustenance and vigor upon the weakened body of Nidhogg. However, this alone was insufficient for the body and spirit, which had endured immense pressure and strain during previous battles. To attain complete rest and recovery, it required a prolonged and profound slumber, akin to every great dragon. Yet, this was not a fitting place for repose. For Nidhogg, and indeed for the entire continent, finding a sanctuary where it could feel secure was a daunting task, including the previously safe mountainous regions. As the devastation and repercussions of its presence expanded, human hostility and concern towards it intensified. In such circumstances, a location deemed safe years ago could no longer be considered so, for areas untouched by humanity in the past might very well be explored in the future. Particularly after realizing its disappearance, the search for its concealed whereabouts would inevitably lead humans to traverse every corner of the continent more extensively. Thus, Nidhogg resolved to seek out a different locale, one that offered greater safety. Amidst the funeral of the fallen bronze sword saint, the Emperor of the Empire stood upon the dais, personally addressing the demise of the foremost human swordsman. He was our hero, a true hero. I believe many are already aware that his family was the one subjected to a decree by my father, the former Emperor of the Empire, who ordered their complete annihilation. Only he, then a mere child, miraculously escaped with his life. However, over 40 years ago, during the first invasion of the orcs, it was this man who bore an enduring grudge against my father, the former emperor, who relinquished his hatred and joined the fight against the orcs, thereby etching an indelible mark of valor in the annals of history. Subsequently, during the second invasion of the orcs, he once again took to the front lines, where he vanquished the Orc King, significantly altering the course of the battlefield. Despite his battered body, he journeyed southward to confront the fearsome dragon. He ultimately met with failure, sacrificing a life that could have spanned centuries, filled with earthly splendor. Yet, he also succeeded, delivering a devastating blow to the dragon, which then vanished from sight. But did this mark the end of our troubles? No, certainly not. 9 years ago, when this malevolent dragon resurfaced and laid waste to the imperial capital, we failed in our duty, mistakenly believing it had vanished for good. As a result, when it re-emerged 9 years later, it had grown even more powerful, wreaking greater havoc than before. If we were to remain complacent this time, perhaps for several years or even decades, when it re-emerges, how formidable and destructive might it become? Will there be another sword saint to halt its advance? No, there will not. By then, perhaps the entire empire will face annihilation. The bronze sword saint paid the ultimate price to deliver a severe blow to it, and now, in its moment of vulnerability, shall we let this opportunity slip away unheeded? When it previously ravaged the imperial capital, we squandered that chance. This time, we shall not let it pass us by. Similarly, the empire will not hesitate to bestow generous rewards to those who can uncover the whereabouts of that malevolent dragon. A cascade of bounties will be declared from the lips of the emperor, encompassing territories, wealth, titles, arcane tomes of advanced magic and martial arts, along with the invaluable teachings from 2 of the empire's pinnacle warriors. Furthermore, rest assured, for this time we have also enlisted the esteemed Master Laplace, the foremost mage of the mental arts, to vouch for us. In this world, besides the supreme masters, no one dares to deceive him. His Majesty's recent address, accompanied by a series of generous rewards and assurances, swiftly resonated throughout the entirety of the empire, bolstered by the empire's vigorous promotion. A fervent atmosphere of exploration enveloped the realm, compelling countless individuals to venture into distant and obscure locales in pursuit of the elusive black dragon, Nidhogg. Concurrently, a plethora of information and knowledge regarding the dragon began to circulate. However, no one succeeded in uncovering its whereabouts. Amidst the ruins stood a white skeleton, now radiant, as the sun's brilliance cascaded upon it, unimpeded by the negative energy that once plagued its existence. This transformation served as a testament to its newfound strength. Has the negative energy in this area been entirely absorbed? Lapouris inquired as he approached from a distance. Indeed, the air is devoid of the scent of negative energy. It appears to have been completely absorbed. Let us proceed to the next location. Yet, the white skeleton did not hasten to follow as it typically would. Instead, a vague, low, and somewhat stuttering voice emerged from an unknown source. Have we located the dragon's trail? Currently, the Empire is organizing a substantial effort to search for its whereabouts. But thus far, no discoveries have been made. Many speculate that it has likely relocated to a different resting place. A faction speculates that it may have retreated into the vast northern deserts of the Empire, slumbering beneath the watchful gaze of the Orc Sentinels. Many have journeyed there in search of answers, yet to this day, no tidings have emerged. Other potential hiding places have been meticulously scoured, with teams dispatched to investigate each location. However, preliminary estimates suggest that even the most recent sites may require at least a year to yield any substantial information. Given the substantial mass of flesh and blood expelled by the colossal dragon on the battlefield, it is evident that the creature sustained severe injuries. Even considering its inexplicable ability to heal rapidly, this prolonged slumber is likely to last no less than a decade. Therefore, patience is essential. The white skeleton remained silent, simply trailing behind the footsteps of the dark prophet ahead. Chapter 78. Traces. Where has the dragon truly gone? Inquired the Emperor of the Empire, addressing the man beside him. The renowned psychic archmage, Lapras, who commanded respect throughout the southeastern provinces, bowed slightly and replied, "It remains unclear. What can be affirmed is that it is certainly not on Dragon Island. The southern mountainous regions have similarly yielded no signs of the great dragon. And in the vast northern deserts, we have scoured every oasis. Although we have slain numerous orcs and created considerable turmoil, we have yet to uncover any trace or news of it. To the west lies the boundless ocean, and even the eastern dragon archipelago has offered no information regarding its whereabouts. Thus, where could this dragon possibly be concealing itself?" The Emperor of the Empire murmured softly. "You are correct." He nodded in agreement, stating, "We must indeed be prepared. I have spoken with the individuals from the Academy of Magic and the Church. They will respond immediately when that colossal dragon emerges, joining forces with us to confront it. Thus, should the dragon reappear, we shall possess sufficient confidence to repel it." Lapras spoke in a low voice. "However, what we require is not merely to repel it, but to utterly vanquish it." The Emperor replied solemnly, "In that case, the challenge may be considerable. We will likely need to set a trap." The Grand Magus remarked, "Yet, compared to the outcome, it is undoubtedly worth the effort." The Emperor turned and declared, "Even if it requires my own self to serve as bait, it is worthwhile." The Grand Magus sensed the Emperor's resolve, inclined slightly, and ceased further discourse. "Where, at this moment, is Nidhogg? This black dragon does not reside anywhere upon the continent, but rather beneath the sea." The black dragon opened its eyes in the inky depths of the ocean, hundreds of meters below the surface. Here, undersea volcanoes erupted, forming a lofty hill where Nidhogg now slumbers. It took the dragon 3 months to finally locate this site near the Dragon Islands. After all, while there are numerous underwater volcanoes in that vicinity, finding one that precisely meets its requirements was no simple task. The profundity of the depths exerts an immense pressure that renders them difficult to endure, while shallower waters offer little assurance. In truth, compared to the limitations of human beings who cannot descend far beneath the surface, Nidhogg remains most vigilant against its own kind. This caution explains why it refrains from concealing itself in the depths beneath islands that break the ocean's surface, opting instead to excavate vast caverns for its slumber. Although these creatures pose no threat to humans, should they become aware of Nidhogg's presence, there exists a likelihood that humans might glean information about it from their lips. In contrast, The islands, which inevitably attract human exploration, present a lesser concern. The possibility of being detected while surfacing for air is rather minimal. The dark dragon unfurls its expansive wings within the profound depths of the sea, stirring the waters and gracefully maneuvering its streamlined form. The dragon's crystalline scales resonate subtly with the surrounding elements, as the water seems to extend its limbs, propelling it swiftly through the currents. Through the layers of undulating waves, it can sense distant occurrences, contributing to Nidhogg's assurance of remaining undetected by humans. In this submerged realm, before humans have the chance to uncover its traces, Nidhogg will have already perceived their presence. Nevertheless, even so, it still requires the growth of its corporeal form to allow its lungs to expand significantly. Coupled with the enhancement of its magical abilities, it can now compress and store air up to 5 times the capacity it possessed at the dawn of its maturity. Particularly, the immense energy within its body can, to a certain extent, sustain its physiological functions, greatly extending its endurance. Under such circumstances, even as its size increases, the energy consumption proportionately rises. However, its stamina, or more precisely, its ability to hold its breath, has still seen a remarkable increase. Moreover, during its slumber, the dragon's consumption diminishes drastically, allowing Nidhogg to sustain a month-long sleep with each ascent for air, a feat that is formidable even for a dragon. Yet, Nidhogg remains dissatisfied, having sustained grievous injuries. It desperately requires ample rest, but the necessity of waking after merely a month of sleep is akin to a human being forced awake every hour, especially during times of profound fatigue. This is undoubtedly a source of great torment. Initially, Nidhogg contemplated the use of transformation magic, since its current capacity for air is limited. Why not augment the 6 lobes of its lungs? However, after conducting experiments, it had to concede that this endeavor was not akin to the mere proliferation of flesh, nor a simple modification during the process of becoming human. The difficulty surpassed the limits of its capabilities. However, it swiftly conceived an alternative method. At this moment, the elemental resonance of Nidhogg was so intense that it was capable of summoning and shaping even the most dormant earth element. Consequently, it fashioned a sealed space within the underwater mountains it inhabited, filled with the air it brought. Do not be astonished by Nidhogg's ability. The dragon possesses an innate talent for manipulating air and water. By compressing and storing vast quantities of air, it directly entered the sea and then, through magic, sculpted a colossal cavern in its dwelling, sealing it with the air inside. Thus, it had finally secured a sufficiently safe and concealed sanctuary for an extended slumber. Upon awakening, it would once again herald death and destruction upon humanity. Chapter 79. Awakening, the green dragon emitted a furious roar, unfurling its wings. Yet, a white figure appeared behind it like a specter. In the next instant, the flames of the soul surged violently within the skull as the white-bone sword, imbued with 12 potent curses, plunged downwards. The dragon's formidable scales and resilient muscles utterly failed to withstand this strike, which embedded deeply within its flesh. In that moment, an overwhelming tide of negative energy erupted forth, spreading and eroding the dragon's body, causing its flesh to wither. Even this 20-meter-long behemoth could not suppress a pained roar of anguish. The dragon's essence trembled violently within, enveloped by a tempestuous surge of magical energy that whirled around its form like a furious hurricane. Meanwhile, the once intangible negative energy coalesced into a palpable gray, flickering and burning upon the skeletal figure like flames, yet remaining immobile. In the next heartbeat, the skeletal sword abruptly glided through the colossal dragon's body towards its neck. The negative energy relentlessly spreading and corroding, preemptively consuming the surrounding flesh, even affecting the resilient scales, rendering them more fragile and susceptible to being shattered and severed. A massive gash extended from the emerald dragon's back all the way to its neck, and then the skeletal sword plunged downward, unleashing an intense surge of negative energy that obliterated the dragon's spinal cord. Despite the dragon's renowned toughness and formidable physique, such an assault rendered it incapable of sustaining its life. The immense body lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. From its initial struggles to its current ease, the disparity in strength was evident, yet it was undeniably a testament to the dragon's own growth. At this moment, the once frail princess of Alaska, transformed into an undead being and having undergone over a decade of evolution, had reached a level beyond her wildest dreams. Although their paths diverged, the comparison between her and the necromancer that Nidhogg had encountered before rebirth could only be resolved through confrontation. In truth, it was not merely Alice. now transformed into an undead skeleton who had undergone such a metamorphosis. With the advancement and growth of humanity, the once indomitable dragons no longer disregard humans as they did in the primitive epics of antiquity, and conflicts between the two have become commonplace. Yet, across this vast continent, dragons continue to inhabit many locales. Throughout the fervent waves of exploration in recent years, despite humanity's failure to uncover the whereabouts of the elusive black dragon, numerous habitats of other dragons have indeed been discovered, totaling over 80. Due to the influence of Nidhogg, humanity's sentiment towards these dragons can hardly be described as favorable. While the human empires have maintained a degree of restraint in the face of the communal dragons residing on the Dragon Isles, this restraint dissipates when confronted with those solitary dragons scattered across various corners of the continent. Many human warriors have made significant breakthroughs during this process, even achieving advancements in the realm of agricultural magic. It is safe to say that the entire empire eagerly awaits the imminent return of that great dragon. Beneath the depths of the ocean, atop the rising underwater mountain range, the black dragon awakens from the colossal cavern it has constructed. The once invigorating air within its expansive lair has been rendered stale after 12 years of slumber, having been repeatedly inhaled and exhaled, now almost entirely transformed into waste. Even the air stored within its lungs has dwindled to a mere fraction of what can still be utilized. For years, Nidhogg lay in deep slumber, plagued by an insatiable hunger and a profound sense of weakness stemming from a lack of sustenance. With a powerful beat of its expansive wings, the colossal dragon shattered the sturdy rock wall, allowing the dark ocean waters to flood in with immense force. In that fleeting moment, even a being of silver rank would suffer harm from such a violent influx, yet for the black dragon, it was but a mere inconvenience, failing to inflict any damage. Nidhogg felt an undeniable surge of strength. It was acutely aware of this transformation. 5 centuries prior, the dragon's age would naturally confer upon it a gradual increase in power. However, due to its unique circumstances, Nidhogg had always hesitated to believe it would experience such growth. Throughout the years, it had engaged in relentless and arduous efforts, and thus, even as it grew stronger, it remained uncertain whether this was a result of its innate nature or its diligent endeavors. Much like the last time, after a 6-year slumber, Nidhogg had believed its newfound strength stemmed from a breakthrough in its mental magic, which had fortified its physical form. Yet now, it appeared that other factors might also be at play. At this moment, however, such contemplations were of little importance. The priority lay in breathing. The gargantuan creature, now nearing 60 meters in length, glided through the water, its massive wings parting the sea. The dragon's crystalline form resonated subtly, compelling the surrounding waters to respond to its will and movements through elemental harmony. First came the horns, then the crown atop its head, followed by the eyes, and finally, the mouth and nose, which had long harbored stagnant air within its body. With a lengthy exhalation, the accumulated waste was expelled from its nostrils, followed by a deep inhalation. A torrent of air surged forth, forming a tempest that swept in from all directions, invigorating Nidhogg with a refreshing sensation. The ebony dragon unfurled its wings and ascended from the sea, shedding countless droplets from its dark scales that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. As the black dragon spread its mighty wings, the howling wind responded, enveloping its form in a tumultuous vortex, creating a fluid barrier of wind without a fixed shape. In the next moment, this harbinger of death and calamity soared into the sky. Chapter 80. Hoisin. A fleet of 12 ships sailed upon the ocean, with Count T. Rin standing at the bow, embarking on his inaugural foray into maritime trade. Thus, for the sake of prudence and security, he chose to personally oversee this voyage. After all, it is well known that in recent years, the empire's maritime commerce has flourished remarkably, drawing numerous qualified nobles and mages eager to partake, Count T. Rin included. Yet, he soon felt a profound fear, an oppressive weight pressing upon his heart, causing him, for the first time, to confront the vulnerability he had always believed himself to be free from. His once steady stance nearly faltered. As the resounding thuds echoed around him, those were the sounds of fellow crew members collapsing onto the deck, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The dragon's might was palpable. Yet Count Fogelin was no stranger to the presence of dragons. However, the aura of power he had previously encountered paled in comparison to the profound, intense, and fearsome dragon might he felt this time. According to legend, only a single dragon could possess such a terrifying presence, the black dragon that had twice assailed the empire, casting a long, dark shadow over it. As the immense silhouette approached from afar, Count Fogelin recognized that he had not miscalculated. Its gargantuan form was more than twice the size of an ordinary dragon. At that moment, A multitude of emotions, regret, despair, and misfortune, swelled within his bitter heart. His fleet was equipped with cannons and had enlisted 6 bronze-tier spellcasters, 2 silver-tier spellcasters, 8 bronze-tier warriors, and 6 silver-tier warriors to safeguard against the myriad dangers of the sea. Yet, such preparations, adequate for minor tempests, were woefully insufficient to confront this formidable dragon. The sheer enormity of its form, coupled with the oppressive aura it exuded and the terrifying legends that surrounded it, nearly extinguished any spark of defiance within him. Under the gaze of those golden slit-like eyes, Count Folin felt every nerve in his body succumb to paralysis, as if he were a marionette entirely under the dragon's control, answering only to its inquiries. Nidhogg was quite pleased with this outcome. Mental magic, after all, is not omnipotent. If the opponent possesses a steadfast will or formidable psychological defenses, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort to discern their desires. Presently, this situation was undoubtedly optimal. Exercising caution, it refrained from targeting the apparent leader among the humans, instead inquiring of several others. Satisfied with their responses, it allowed these individuals to perish painlessly. In an instant, a powerful current incapacitated their nerves, extinguishing their lives, while the entire fleet was engulfed in flames, sinking silently beneath the waves. Simultaneously, it gleaned insights into recent developments. Among these, the most valuable were undoubtedly the magical crystal mines. However, the sole dilemma lay in the fact that nearly 200 colossal dragons inhabited the Dragon Islands. The islands devoid of dragons were manageable, yet those with dragon residents would not permit humans to exploit their resources or disturb their existence. In truth, even the islands without dragons had witnessed discontent among the colossal creatures, resulting in several attacks. Consequently, the clamor within the human empire for the extermination of the dragon race and the occupation of the Dragon Islands grew increasingly fervent. Just as it had been before Nidhogg's rebirth, if it had not misjudged the situation, it was likely that in a few years, humanity would indeed commence actions against the dragons residing on the islands. Humanity has always been thus, self-important and driven by self-interest, the dark dragon thought coldly. Yet this time, you may find yourselves miscalculating. Nidhogg maliciously bared its formidable jaws, as Yeflan emerged from her slumber, lifting her gaze and stepping out of her cavern. She beheld the familiar figure of a human awaiting her outside, accompanied as always by an abundant array of prepared meats. This sight filled her with satisfaction. Dragons are inherently languid creatures, perhaps as a counterbalance to their immense power. In such circumstances, having established a rudimentary bond of trust, they often graciously accept offerings from others, even when they possess ample ability to procure sustenance on their own, just as Yeflan did at that very moment. However, while this mature female dragon indulged heartily, she remained oblivious to the palpable anticipation and joy etched upon the face of the seemingly insignificant human before her. What does the indiscriminate acceptance of another's food signify? It suggests a potential for poisoning. The sole inquiry lies in what type of poison could possibly have a significant effect on a dragon. As one of the most formidable omnivorous beings known, dragons not only wield tremendous power but also possess an extraordinarily potent digestive system, allowing them to consume a vast range of sustenance, encompassing nearly all types of meat, most plants, and a select few mineral elements. What does this imply? It implies that dragons can adapt to the vast majority of resources in the world without suffering harm or detriment. Of course, should one truly seek. There are indeed dozens of substances that could pose a threat. Yet, they all share a common issue. Even if they are harmful to dragons, they are merely that, harmful, and nothing more. With a colossal size stretching over 20 meters in length, the dragon signifies that to elevate a toxin to a lethal degree, an extraordinarily substantial quantity is required, one that could easily be detected by the dragon within its food. Moreover, should a swift demise not be achievable, employing a gradual poisoning method would be futile, as its robust excretory system would expel the majority of harmful substances. The few toxins that could potentially accumulate within its body would take decades to manifest their effects, and these substances are exceedingly rare, often synonymous with exorbitance. In light of this, despite the relative ease of poisoning a dragon, humanity has seldom attempted it, and when they did, they have never succeeded until recently. It was only through the experiments conducted by the Magic Academy on the carcasses of numerous deceased dragons that a potent toxin was finally discovered, one that exhibits a remarkably strong effect even against dragons. Yet, even with this advancement, to induce a level of incapacitation sufficient to render them utterly defenseless would require an amount equivalent to 2 barrels of the substance. However, considering the dragon's appetite and habits, This quantity is still manageable, as it would be indistinguishable within the vast quantities of meat. Now, the moment to unleash its effects awaits. Chapter 81. Confrontation. Yeflan raised her head to gaze upon the immense black dragon Nidhogg, whose size surpassed her own by more than double. Once a companion in her youth, Nidhogg was the solitary figure among the younger dragons, forever isolated, running alone, battling alone, resting alone, and growing alone. These are the myriad reasons that compel countless souls to embark on the journey to Dragon Island. It opened its maw, articulating gratitude in the ancient tongue of dragons, though a pervasive sense of weakness and fragility enveloped every fiber of its being. The wisdom of the dragon was profound. Despite its uncertainty regarding the intentions of humanity, one thing was irrefutable: their motives were far from benevolent. How dare they act in such a manner? The mother dragon roared. Yet, afflicted by poison, her fury only underscored her vulnerability. Why the fear? Sneered the black dragon. There are 200 dragons here, if discovered. They shall all meet their demise. Then how is it that when you were on the brink of death, the other dragons remained oblivious? I was merely caught in a treacherous plot, ensnared by the despicable schemes of those humans. Foolishness, retorted Nidhogg with scorn. Do you not realize that treachery is a form of power? On the battlefield, notions of morality and righteousness hold no sway. There exist only outcomes, victory or defeat. Among these 200 dragons, over 20 were more than 800 years old, slumbering for decades before awakening. More than 40 were over 500, waking only after a sleep that spanned at least 10 years. The remaining 80 were mature, but not yet 500, their slumbers varying from several months to a year. Yet, on this very day, only 5 young dragons would awaken. Only one dragon, over 500 years old, remains awake, sequestered upon its own island, vigilantly observing the juvenile dragons who hardly stir. In truth, compared to you languid adult dragons, these spirited youngsters may prove to be an even greater nuisance. They have thoroughly deciphered the rhythms of the dragon's slumber. The black dragon mockingly remarked. Moreover, many of these truths were divulged by you yourselves, merely to ensure that when you awaken, food awaits at your cave's entrance. Though we share the same lineage, I must concede that you are a collection of foolish reptiles. Should they eliminate the 5 of you, they could easily adhere to your waking patterns, awaiting your resurgence to methodically slay you one by one. They cannot accomplish that. Yeflan feebly retorted. Why is that impossible? Look at how you have become what you are now. Their mother has already developed a potent poison effective against dragons. Should you carelessly consume that food, your demise would be effortless. Yeflan found himself at a loss for words. What shall we do now? He inquired. Sensing the failure of his latest scheme, Laplace hovered in the air, surveying the advancing dragons, particularly the one leading the charge, a creature towering over the others, its size exceeding that of an ordinary dragon by more than twofold. He could not help but inwardly sigh, as the plans were set in motion. The malevolent dragon fortuitously awakened from its slumber, thereby thwarting the carefully laid schemes. This scenario represented the most unfortunate and improbable outcome among all anticipated contingencies. The likelihood of such an event was exceedingly diminutive, yet now it had indeed transpired. Had I foreseen this, I would have refrained from undertaking this task, mused the foremost practitioner of psychic magic in the Empire. Nevertheless, the singular challenge lay in cultivating the affections of these colossal beings, who, in their brief existence of mere decades, spent the majority of their time in a deep slumber. It was essential to ensure that they did not harbor an aversion to my endeavors concerning their kin. Furthermore, it was crucial to lay the groundwork for subsequent actions, employing techniques of hypnosis and suggestion inherent to the realm of psychic magic, to influence a sentient species as distinct from humans as dragons to such an extent. Only Laplace, the esteemed master of psychic magic, possessed the requisite competence. Moreover, he himself held a profound fascination for the mental realms of these dragons. Throughout the years of interaction, only a handful of disgruntled dragons had occasionally laid waste to human fleets, rather than the entire dragon lineage engaging in open conflict with the human vessels that ventured into their domain. Laplace's contributions to maintaining this delicate balance were undeniably significant. However, it remained indisputable that the dragonkin, numbering as many as 200 and soaring freely above the isolated Dragon Isles, posed an overwhelming and perilous threat to human fleets that struggled to secure timely supplies and support from the Empire. Their safety was, regrettably, precariously dependent on the disposition of these formidable creatures. Such a situation is undoubtedly unbearable for many, and it is another factor that enables this plan to be executed. Now, They must confront the inevitable backlash from the Dragon Clan following the plan's failure. Laplace sighed deeply. Personally, he was exceedingly reluctant to allow matters to escalate to this point. On this isolated dragon island, one could almost assert that they were destined for utter annihilation. However, since the situation had arisen, he had no choice but to face it. Regardless, he could not simply resign himself to a fate of destruction and failure. The sole stroke of fortune was that the location they occupied was a dragon-free all chosen upon their arrival, rather than their ship, as the latter would have rendered their circumstances far more precarious. Yet, this circumstance presented another dilemma, irrespective of whether they could achieve victory. How could they possibly depart from this place? This was, in fact, the most significant challenge they faced. Nevertheless, such matters could be contemplated later. What they must first confront is the terrifying, malevolent black dragon, along with the 5 colossal dragons that should have been slain by their hands. Even in Laplace's nearly century-long existence, this could be deemed one of the most uncertain battles he had ever faced. Nonetheless, he would not surrender. Behind him stood 2 peak-level golden warriors, for golden tier fighters, and over 20 silver-level warriors, all unleashing their fighting spirit. Additionally, 2 golden-level spellcasters and 8 silver-level spellcasters began their preparations to cast spells. Undoubtedly, this represents a force so formidable that it can be deemed astonishing, even for dragons, compelling them to adopt a cautious demeanor. This serves as the very foundation upon which Laplace stands firm. Should he confront merely those 5 dragons, or even a multitude of them, Laplace would possess ample confidence to momentarily repel their advances. However, Nidhogg, the malevolent black dragon, exists on an entirely different echelon compared to ordinary dragons, leaving Laplace with no assurance whatsoever.